Lin Xiao, possessing unparalleled innate talent, was inexplicably expelled from his sect by his master, causing his innate abilities to dissipate. Upon returning to his family, he found his parents missing, his uncle seizing power, and the elders casting cold glances. Even his childhood betrothed, Yue'er, came with a new love to annul their engagement. After being publicly humiliated and cast out of the Lin family, a near-death Lin Xiao unexpectedly awakened a mysterious sword tower in his consciousness, inheriting a remnant soul. Of a sword spirit, as the world mocked the decline of the sword path, Lin Xiao wielded a single sword. On that day, the heavens of Cloud City shattered, and a symphony of 10,000 swords resounded. Chapter 1. Expulsion. In the Southly region, within the Great Zhou dynasty, stood the Lin family ancestral hall in Cloud City. The vast hall was steeped in a somber atmosphere. Lin Xiao, the acting head of the Lin family, glared furiously at the kneeling figure of the young man before him. Lin Xiao, how could the unparalleled bone vanish without a trace? The kneeling youth bowed his head, silent, with a pallor that betrayed his unease. His name was Lin Xiao, the son of the former family head, destined to inherit the position due to his extraordinary talent. However, years ago, he had been chosen by a transcendent master, opting to leave the Lin family to pursue his training. His father had promised that upon his return, he would assume leadership of the Lin family and wed his betrothed. Under the guidance of his master, Lin Xiao had achieved remarkable heights in a short span, only for his unparalleled bone to inexplicably vanish 10 days prior, causing his cultivation to collapse. Cast out from his sect, he returned only to discover that his parents were missing and the Lin family had irrevocably changed. After a moment, Lin Xiao raised his head, gazing at the familiar figure before him with a complex expression. Uncle, my bone may be gone, but I can still strive for cultivation. What of my parents' disappearance? Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. They went missing searching for you. Where they have gone, how would I know? As for you, focus on your own plight. Perceiving the implication in his uncle's words, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean, uncle? Lin Xiao, it is not that I lack compassion, but the current situation of the Lin family is precarious. Lin Xiao's anger ebbed slightly, yet a chilling demeanor remained. You are now but a waste. Even if you could cultivate again, the Lin family will not squander resources on one such as you. As the head of the Lin family, you cannot claim the title of young master. Your parents abandoned everything to seek you, yet they lack the dignity to return. They ought to know their place. With that, Lin Xiao laughed mockingly. I have summoned you today to inform you that you are no longer a member of the Lin family. Even your parents have been expelled from the family registry. What? Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock. Uncle, how could you do this? The Lin family's current state is the result of my parents' tireless efforts. How can you act in this manner? Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy, and he slammed his hand on the table. Instantly, an invisible force surged forth, sending Lin Xiao flying. You are no longer a member of the Lin family. Allowing you to live is already a courtesy to your parents. Struggling to his feet, Lin Xiao wiped the blood from his mouth. With his cultivation gone, he could hardly withstand Lin Xiao's strike. His body felt as though it were in turmoil. Suppressing the discomfort within, he clenched his fists, glaring furiously at the arrogant figure seated in the hall. Lin Xiao, how ruthless you are. At that moment, a few figures entered the ancestral hall. The elders of the Lin family, in Lin Xiao's memories. These elders had once been respectful and deferential, yet now they regarded him with disdain and mockery. In their eyes, the former young master was akin to a stray dog. The harshness of human nature had been laid bare before him. In merely 10 days, Lin Xiao had experienced treachery that others might encounter only in a lifetime. With a cold laugh, he felt his anger deepen. Little did he know that his return to the Lin family would unveil such a farcical scene. Just then, the family steward hurried in. Head, the eldest daughter of the Li family has arrived, claiming she is here to annul the engagement. Lin Xiao chuckled derisively and nodded. Let her in. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. The eldest daughter of the Li family was none other than his fiancée, Yue'er. Originally, the Li family had been on good terms with the Lin family, and due to Lin Xiao's remarkable talent, they had proposed the engagement at that time. His father had intended to refuse, but the Li family's insistence had compelled acceptance. Lin Xiao recalled the vows he had exchanged with Yue'er, now rendered laughable. His innate talent was squandered, his cultivation obliterated, and she had come to annul their engagement so hastily. Before long, a striking figure entered, accompanied by an elderly servant, Yue'er. With her alluring figure and exquisite features, possessed skin as pale as jade, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with derision. Upon entering the Lin family ancestral hall, she spotted the disheveled Lin Xiao and laughed mockingly. You truly have become a waste, Yue'er. A few years ago you were. Lin Xiao began, but was abruptly interrupted by Yue'er's reprimand. Silence! Who are you to address me? You waste. Lin Xiao felt his fists tighten. Her disdain chilled him to the core. Yue'er looked at him with disdain. I am now betrothed to the young master of the Qingyang sect. This marriage contract was merely a momentary folly of our elders. Now that you have returned, the engagement can be annulled outright. Her words pierced Lin Xiao's heart like a dagger, turning it to mush. He clenched his fists, summoning all his strength to suppress the murderous impulse within. Bound by a marriage contract, yet Yue'er had already committed herself to another. Yue'er, is this not excessive? Yue'er shot him a cold glance. Your consent is irrelevant. The engagement is already void. Furthermore, you are no longer a Lin family member, are you? What right do you have to be with me? Now, you could not even defeat a servant. With a heated breath, Lin Xiao, suppressing his fury, extended his hand toward Yue'er. Since we are no longer engaged, I would appreciate the return of the token I once gave you. Yue'er merely snickered. What token? I am unaware of any. As she spoke, she produced the marriage contract and tossed it disdainfully at Lin Xiao's feet before turning to leave. Lin Xiao observed the humiliating spectacle with a sneer. Fortuitously, you are no longer a member of my Lin family. Otherwise, this would have tarnished our reputation. Someone throw this waste out. If he dares to set foot in the Lin family again, break his legs. Chapter 2. The infinite legacy. As the night deepened, the streets lay shrouded in silence. Within the dilapidated Taoist temple at the southern gate of Cloud City, shards of crumbling tiles allowed beams of silvery moonlight to penetrate, illuminating the pale figure seated upon a worn-out mat. It was Lin Xiao. After being expelled from the Lin family, Lin Xiao found refuge in this forsaken temple. A gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying with it hushed murmurs from outside. It seemed he had indeed become a pariah. The family head had worried excessively. We could return now. Perhaps this fool will freeze to death in here. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Lin Xiao, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had shed his previous disheveled appearance, now radiating a spirited vitality. Unexpectedly, he had witnessed quite the spectacle. Rising, he retrieved an object from behind a statue that was reduced to little more than a torso. It was a small tower, merely the size of a palm, entirely black and seemingly unremarkable, save for the fact that it was incomplete, missing its apex. With a smile, Lin Xiao polished the half-tower and spoke. Senior, my wish has been fulfilled. A peculiar wave of energy emanated from the half-tower, and an ancient voice resonated. It appears you have made your choice. Lin Xiao nodded, a bitter expression crossing his face as he returned to his seated position, cradling the half-tower in his palm. He knew not the origins of this artifact, only that it possessed extraordinary abilities. He had stumbled upon it in the forbidden grounds of the sect, having heard whispers of a terrifying legacy contained within. The voice he had just heard belonged to the spirit of the half-tower. To access the legacy within, Lin Xiao needed to sacrifice his own cultivation and innate potential, allowing the tower spirit to regain sufficient strength to unlock the secrets contained within. Thus, in a single night, Lin Xiao's foundational roots were obliterated, and his cultivation dissipated into nothingness. Naturally, such a fate rendered him unable to remain within the sect, prompting his return to the Lin family. He had harbored hopes that the legacy would empower the Lin family. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly ambitious. Fortunately, he had concealed the small tower within the temple beforehand. Otherwise, it might have been discovered during a thorough search upon his departure from the Lin family. Presently, he was eager to restore his cultivation and pay a visit to the Li family. The dissolution of the engagement mattered little to him, as Yue'er's actions had revealed her true nature, a woman unworthy of being his wife. What truly concerned him was that artifact. Senior, is it possible for me to regain my cultivation? He inquired, his voice filled with anticipation. However, the tower spirit offered no response, tightening the knot of anxiety in Lin Xiao's heart. Had he been deceived? Just as he prepared to voice his concerns, the small tower emitted a brilliant radiance, forcing Lin Xiao to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an unfamiliar space, where a long sword floated before him, exuding a fierce and relentless aura, its silver light shimmering with lethal intent. Here lies the miniature world encapsulated within the essence of this old man. In this realm, time flows differently. One day in the outside world equates to 5 years here. At last, the voice of the tower spirit resonated. As for this sword, it is the legacy I spoke of, named Wuji, symbolizing the realm of boundlessness. You now face 2 choices. The first is to restore your former cultivation, with your innate roots reshaped by me. However, this legacy will remain beyond your grasp. The second option entails the remolding of the Wuji sword's essence, granting you its inheritance. But henceforth, you shall tread solely the path of the sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao fell into a contemplative silence, astonished by the unfolding circumstances. The remolding of the sword's essence signifies a return to his cultivation journey, the outcome of which remains uncertain. Moreover, the path of the sword has long lost its former glory. Few practitioners choose this path today, and he would be confined to it henceforth. Yet, he is no longer a member of any sect, having distanced himself from the Lin family. Even if he were to regain his cultivation, he feared he might only tread water. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao's resolve began to solidify, his gaze firm. I implore you, esteemed elder, to reshape my sword essence. Let my cultivation begin anew. A satisfied chuckle emanated from the Tower Spirit, followed by streams of radiant light from the Wuji sword surging into Lin Xiao's being. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. As he sat cross-legged, within moments he felt the vanished roots within him gradually reforming, undergoing a profound transformation. Simultaneously, the aura within him sharpened, mirroring that of the Wuji sword. His roots were indeed being reshaped. In tandem, a piercingly cold, unfamiliar voice echoed in his ears. Wuji's sword technique. Cultivate the path of boundlessness. This sword can cleave through all. As the sword essence was remolded, Lin Xiao began to channel the newly coalesced spiritual energy within him, cleansing his meridians under the guidance of that strange voice. While Lin Xiao immersed himself in his cultivation, the voice of the Tower Spirit resounded again, not directed at Lin Xiao, but rather at the hovering sword. What do you think of this child? His roots are exceptional. His temperament is commendable. From within the sword emerged a cold voice. Perhaps within this child, we shall indeed witness hope, a hope that can deliver you and me. In the haze, a figure materialized above the sword, resembling a woman clad in white. In the Great Zhou, there exist 4 realms for cultivators: the Qi condensation realm, the Yuan transformation realm, the Dan formation realm, and the divine concentration realm, each major realm subdivided into 10 levels. Cultivation knows no day or night. As time flowed within the tower, Lin Xiao's cultivation steadily ascended. Qi condensation first layer, Qi condensation second layer, Qi condensation fifth layer. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the spiritual energy within him flowing like a gentle stream, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Although his realm does not match his former Qi condensation ninth layer, Lin Xiao sensed that his current spiritual energy was more refined and his meridians more resilient. He felt confident that even against a cultivator of the Qi condensation ninth layer, with the inheritance he has acquired, he would stand a fair chance in battle. It seems the sword essence has adapted well. Although he is only at the 5th layer of Qi condensation with the sword technique, none in the same realm could rival him. The voice of the Tower Spirit resonated once more, as the sword floated gracefully before Lin Xiao. The sword shall henceforth be wielded by you, yet as of now, it has yet to recognize its master. Lin Xiao, you may take your leave from this place. It is indeed quite taxing for me to open the world within this tower. I require ample time to recuperate. With a gesture of gratitude, Lin Xiao offered a respectful bow to the void. Thank you, senior. It is of no consequence, yet I am currently too feeble. Should you find it in your heart, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering materials of spiritual essence to aid in my recovery. The voice gradually faded away. Lin Xiao then exited the small world within the tower, reappearing in the familiar, dilapidated Taoist temple. With a mere thought, he gathered silver light in his hand, summoning the Wuji sword, which now resided within his consciousness, ready for his command. After retracting the sword and the small tower, Lin Xiao stepped out of the temple, lifting his gaze towards the dimming night sky. In the horizon, a faint blush of dawn began to appear. Chapter 3. Confronting the Li family. Morning broke. The once desolate streets, having lain silent throughout the night, gradually came to life. Lin Xiao found himself upon the thoroughfare leading to the Li family, his presence immediately attracting considerable attention. The betrothal between the Lin and Li families had become a topic of widespread gossip throughout Yin City. Furthermore, the previous day's event, where the Li family's eldest daughter, Yue'er, visited the Lin family to annul their engagement, had already spread like wildfire. The dissolution of an engagement by the female party was nothing short of a profound humiliation for the male counterpart. The subsequent announcement from the Lin family that Lin Xiao, the former esteemed young master of Yin City, had been expelled from the family sent shockwaves through the community. Once a figure of great renown, Lin Xiao now appeared like a stray dog, stirring pity among the onlookers. Unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, Lin Xiao approached the familiar gates of the Li residence. Oh, isn't this the worthless scion cast out by the Lin family? What audacity brings you here? A guard stationed at the entrance greeted him with derisive laughter. The others joined in, mocking him with abandon. I have come to see Yue'er. She still owes me something, Lin Xiao replied calmly, unfazed by their jeers. Their laughter only intensified, one of them pointing at Lin Xiao and scoffing. Do you still fancy yourself the young master of the Lin family? What makes you think you have the right to meet our esteemed young lady? You would do well to leave before we are forced to escort you out with force. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He had no desire to stoop to their level. I have stated my purpose clearly. I am here to retrieve what is mine from Yue'er. You insolent brat, do you think you deserve our pity? One guard's smile vanished, his expression turning menacing as he drew his blade. How could our young lady possibly value anything belonging to a worthless wretch like you? Leave now, or I shall take your life. Lin Xiao merely smiled serenely, placing his hands casually behind his back. If you wish to kill me, you are welcome to make the attempt. The guard's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward with his blade. As the knife sliced through the air, Lin Xiao sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike, and with a swift kick, he sent the guard tumbling forward, off balance. The swift actions here quickly captured the attention of numerous citizens in the city, including members of the Lin family. They were taken aback by Lin Xiao's audacity to confront the Li family directly. Was this not akin to courting death? An enraged guard, having been humiliated, rose angrily, ready to strike again, when a familiar figure emerged from the residence. The guard immediately sheathed his weapon and bowed respectfully. Mississippi. The person who appeared was none other than Yue'er. Yue'er frowned slightly, regarding Lin Xiao with a hint of surprise. At that moment, Lin Xiao gave her an unfamiliar impression. His unique aura was entirely different from the previous day, as if he were a different person altogether. After scrutinizing him, she discerned that Lin Xiao still exhibited no signs of spiritual power, remaining a mere waste. Once she confirmed the state of Lin Xiao, the flicker of concern in her heart dissipated entirely, replaced by a scornful smile. Lin Xiao, how dare you return to the Li family? Do you not wish to annul our engagement? I must disappoint you. There is no possibility for us. Lin Xiao shook his head in exasperation, wondering how he had never noticed this woman's narcissism before. I have come to reclaim my possessions, specifically the token of engagement established at the time of our betrothal. I trust that you, as the esteemed daughter of the Li family, would not deny me this, would you? As soon as the words left his lips, Yue'er's expression soured instantly. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he gazed at her. The engagement token was a jade pendant, a treasured heirloom of Lin Xiao's mother, meant for the future daughter-in-law. With the engagement now dissolved, Lin Xiao was determined to retrieve this token, especially since his parents were missing, making the jade pendant his only remaining connection to them. Yue'er's countenance swiftly regained its composure, her gaze turning icy. What token? What nonsense are you spouting? She immediately directed her attention to the guards, commanding, what are you all doing standing there? Kill this waste. Upon hearing her command, the guards drew their blades and charged at Lin Xiao. So, you intend to refuse my request? Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly glinted with coldness, his aura radiating a menacing intensity. In that moment, the air around them seemed to grow increasingly chilling. Before the guards could strike, Lin Xiao moved with the speed of thunder. A beautiful visage bore a vivid crimson imprint, the searing pain gradually awakening Yue'er to her senses. Rage surged within her widened eyes, and a sharp voice pierced the air. Lin Xiao, how dare you strike me? Striking you is merely a light reprimand. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Xiao spoke with an air of disdain. Our engagement remains, yet you consort with another. This is an act of treachery. Even if you do not annul our betrothal, I shall still cast you aside. Furthermore, since the engagement is dissolved, the token my mother bestowed upon you should rightfully be returned to me. How shameless can you be to wish to keep it for yourself? Yue'er glared at Lin Xiao, her teeth clenched in fury. Lin Xiao, I will kill you. With a furious roar, she lunged at him, her chi coalescing at the 8th layer, an explosive display of power. Lin Xiao did not flinch, his own aura manifesting in full measure as he countered with a mighty palm strike, his spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Upon sensing the sudden emergence of Lin Xiao's power, Yue'er was once again taken aback. Their palms collided, and the overwhelming force propelled her back instantly, a crimson hue spilling from her lips. 8th layer of chi consolidation. Yue'er looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. How could she, a practitioner at the 8th layer, be repelled by a mere 5th layer waste? Lin Xiao, feeling the fluctuations of his own energy, realized this was his first true exertion since reconstructing his primordial sword bones, and the outcome surpassed his expectations. Within the realm of chi consolidation, few could stand against him. Chapter 4. The head of the Li family. This scene left the surrounding spectators utterly astounded. They had all heard tales of Lin Xiao as a crippled waste without any cultivation, yet the reality was starkly different. However, it was true that he had been expelled from the Lin family. The most shocked were the members of the Lin family gathered among the crowd. Observing the aura emanating from Lin Xiao, their expressions darkened ominously. This matter must be reported to the family head. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Immediately, some members of the Lin family departed. Yue'er wiped the crimson from her lips, her face ablaze with fury as she glared at Lin Xiao. Fifth layer of qi consolidation. Your cultivation has not been wasted. Lin Xiao merely smiled. I am not a waste. Is that disappointing to you? I have come only to reclaim my token. I do not wish to fight further. Upon finishing, he glanced at the several guards who had risen awkwardly behind him. A mere look was enough to dissuade them from any further aggression. Yue'er bit her lip in frustration, her eyes filled with deep resentment. Though she could not discern the material of the jade pendant, she was certain it was of no ordinary nature. Yet, at this moment, parting with it was a difficult endeavor for her. At that moment, a gentle hand rested upon Yue'er's shoulder, accompanied by a soothing voice. Yue'er, give him the pendant. Otherwise, others will claim that the Li family is bullying him. Upon hearing this, despite her reluctance, Yue'er obediently retrieved the pendant. Lin Xiao then recognized the imposing figure behind her, his gaze sharpening. It was the head of the Li family, Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, in his 40s, possessed a gentle demeanor, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an invisible air of authority. As he made his entrance, the gaze of the crowd inevitably gravitated towards the head of the Li family. With a faint smile, Li Changfeng took the jade pendant from Yue'er's hand, casting a merely indifferent glance at it. My dear nephew, this pendant, being a token of our engagement, is naturally returned to you now that the betrothal has been dissolved. You have struck my daughter and harmed my servant. Consider this a resolution to our grievances. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then stepped forward to seize the pendant. The jade was entirely translucent, crafted from no ordinary stone, exuding a smoothness that still retained warmth. After gazing at the pendant with nostalgia for a considerable time, Lin Xiao finally reclaimed it, then turned to Li Changfeng, performing a respectful bow. Indeed, the head of the Li family speaks true, but I must decline the title of nephew. I am unworthy of it. I take my leave. With that, Lin Xiao turned and departed. His goal for the day had been achieved, even surpassing his expectations, prompting his immediate exit. As for the enmity with the Li family, it would surely not conclude so easily. After all, Li Changfeng was not one to be trifled with. Observing Lin Xiao's retreating figure, the smile on Li Changfeng's face gradually solidified, as a murderous intent began to pervade his eyes. However, this dark aura quickly receded, replaced by a cold gaze directed at the disheveled guards. A useless bunch, having taken your pay, get out of my Li family. The guards could only acquiesce. In the serene atmosphere of the Li family's parlor, Yue'er had already consumed a medicinal pill, and as her injuries began to mend, she turned her gaze towards her father seated at the head of the table, inquiring with confusion, Father, why did you not simply eliminate that wastrel? Li Changfeng, calmly sipping tea, slightly furrowed his brow. It would be inappropriate to kill Lin Xiao in front of so many witnesses. After all, the engagement has just been dissolved. However, he shall not survive the night. Yue'er was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his meaning. Father, do you imply that he is no longer merely a wastrel? Now that he possesses cultivation, he cannot be allowed to live. Gently placing his teacup down, a flicker of ferocity crossed Li Changfeng's placid visage. He may harbor secrets yet unknown, and we cannot allow the Lin family to seize the initiative. I have already instructed Steward's son to prepare. His demise is certain. Yue'er's face lit up with delight as she smiled triumphantly. Lin Xiao, how dare you strike me? Yue'er, you must now prepare for your entry into the Qingyang sect. Father, I understand. After acquiring the jade pendant, Lin Xiao returned directly to the dilapidated temple. Along the way, he discerned that he was being followed. Neither the Li family nor the Lin family would let him escape unscathed. The Li family's inaction was merely due to the presence of numerous witnesses. It did not guarantee their future restraint. As for the Lin family, his uncle would surely seek his demise. However, to retrieve the pendant today, he had no choice but to reveal his cultivation. Was fleeing Yun City the only option left to him? Lin Xiao could only smile bitterly and shake his head as he gazed at the exquisite jade pendant, his eyes gradually moistening. Where are you now, father and mother? Rest assured, I still possess one final opportunity to act. As long as the realm is not too high, I can indeed assist you in vanquishing your adversary. At that moment, a familiar voice abruptly resonated within my consciousness. Lin Xiao could not help but exclaim in delight, Predecessor. Is it truly so? If you were to perish, the legacy would be severed, thus I would not deceive you. The Tower Spirit sighed helplessly, continuing, however, I shall subsequently fall into a deep slumber, and ultimately, you will have to rely solely on yourself. Lin Xiao felt a stirring within, instinctively tightening his grip on the jade pendant in his hand. I shall not disappoint your intentions, esteemed predecessor. I too believe I have not misjudged your character. As the Tower Spirit vanished once more, Lin Xiao entered the small world within the tower, resuming his practice of the Wuji sword technique. Time was of the essence, and he needed to swiftly enhance his strength to attain sufficient self-defense capabilities. The dilapidated Taoist temple stood in eerie silence, the adjacent streets devoid of any human presence. The sky was overcast, and a gentle, persistent rain began to fall. This rain continued for an extended period, lasting into the night. Lanterns hung, their dim, yellow glow illuminating the worn temple. Amidst the torrential downpour, several shadowy figures emerged, disrupting the tranquility of the rainy night. They were a group of masked individuals in black garb, numbering over 10, with a clear objective, the decrepit Taoist temple before them. At this moment, within a high-rise building in the southern city, a window on the 7th floor revealed Lin Xiao's grim visage, his chilling gaze fixed upon the shadows approaching the temple. 3 individuals at the 9th level of qi condensation and 8 at the 7th. Li Changfeng, that old fox, is indeed ruthless. Initially, upon learning that Lin Xiao had regained his cultivation, Lin Xiao had intended for the Lin family to eliminate him. However, he considered Li Changfeng and surmised that he would not let Lin Xiao escape. Thus he chose to remain an observer. At present, events had unfolded to his satisfaction. Chapter 5. The rainy night of assassination. Inside the chamber, beneath the flickering candlelight, an elderly man clad in a long robe, his hair flecked with gray, leisurely sipped tea. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, he merely smiled faintly. "Isn't your treatment of your nephew rather harsh?" In response, Lin Xiao offered a cold smile. "From the outset, the position of the Lin family patriarch should rightfully belong to me. I have shown restraint. Otherwise, they would not have merely left Yin City, but rather fallen by my hand." The old man chuckled softly, shaking his head, refraining from further comment. The rain seemed to intensify. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the depths of the Taoist temple. The black-clad figures, upon entering the temple, had already drawn their long knives, malevolence surging forth. Before the inner hall of the temple, a solitary figure sat quietly upon the threshold, methodically polishing a 3-foot-long sword. As the lightning flashed, the sword gleamed with an even more piercing cold light. This figure was none other than Lin Xiao. Slowly lifting his head, a profound, killing intent radiated from his youthful countenance, and the chilling glimmer in his eyes sent shivers down spines. "Are you from the Li family, or the Lin family?" A chilling and piercing sound reverberated as Lin Xiao quietly observed the uninvited guests. In that moment, the surroundings were exceptionally tranquil, the only sound being the relentless downpour. Suddenly, 2 figures erupted forth, their long blades slicing through the curtain of rain, advancing directly towards Lin Xiao. The lowest among them possessed a cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi condensation. They truly regarded me highly. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Lin Xiao rose abruptly, executing a swift stroke with his sword. The silvery blade cleaved through the rain, effortlessly severing the impending long knives. 2 heads tumbled to the ground, their headless bodies staggering for a moment before crashing into the rain-soaked earth. This sudden spectacle left the remaining dark-clad figures utterly dumbfounded, paralyzing them with shock. How could 2 cultivators at the 8th layer of qi condensation be so casually dispatched? Impossible. A voice shattered the silence, and in the next instant, one figure leaped into the air, wielding a blade aimed at the young man. The strike was as ferocious as a roaring tiger, imbued with overwhelming momentum. Lin Xiao merely raised his gaze calmly, continuing to wield his sword. The blade of light pierced through the darkness, and the descending figure was cleaved in 2, along with the neatly severed long knife. Another stroke. This boy was undoubtedly not at the 5th layer of qi condensation. All must strike together and eliminate him. A qi condensation cultivator at the 9th layer sensed an unprecedented pressure and immediately issued the command. The remaining individuals nodded in agreement, launching an all-out assault. A deeper chill filled Lin Xiao's eyes as he gripped his long sword diagonally, stepping onto the crimson rain to meet them head-on. The temple was no longer serene. Chaotic and fierce fluctuations radiating outward, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing incessantly. Yet this tumult did not last long. The temple soon descended into silence. The rain could not wash away the thick scent of blood lingering in the air, as a figure gradually emerged from the temple. This figure held a silver-long sword. Exhaling heated breaths, the scent of blood was potent. This was Lin Xiao's first experience of taking so many lives. The Wuji sword technique was domineering and formidable, each strike a lethal blow. Despite his frenzied practice of the sword technique within the tower's miniature world, he had only reached the 7th layer of qi condensation. Employing the Wuji sword technique to slay these assassins had nearly depleted all his internal spiritual energy. However, he was acutely aware that the night was far from over. Within the quiet loft, Lin Yunshan gazed in astonishment at the figure emerging from the temple. It was a silhouette both unfamiliar and yet eerily familiar. Impossible. Lin Xiao was merely at the 5th layer of qi condensation. How could he possibly have survived? At this moment, even the usually composed elder's face contorted in disbelief as he stood up, quickly approaching Lin Yunshan to gaze at that figure beneath the torrential rain. The state of the figure alone spoke volumes about the outcome. 2 cultivators at the 9th layer of qi condensation had perished. Were the Li family truly a bunch of inept fools? The elder could scarcely accept that a mere 5th layer cultivator could achieve such feats. Lin Yunshan was equally incredulous. He would never allow someone like Lin Xiao to continue living. 3rd elder, it is time for you to act. The elder was indeed the 3rd elder of the Lin family, a being who had attained the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The 3rd elder nodded, his expression grave. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly paused, smiled, and shook his head. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. Young Lin Xiao's demise was inevitable. Lin Yunshan was taken aback, but upon seeing that figure re-emerge on the street, he smiled in relief. Li Changfeng remained as prudent as ever, allowing him to take action. Before Lin Xiao at the Daer's temple could fully recover, he sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy approaching and immediately looked ahead. A gaunt figure emerged, with an unremarkable face, hair streaked with gray, and clad in a brown long robe. This seemingly ordinary old man exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure upon Lin Xiao, a formidable practitioner of the transformation realm. The energy within him had transcended into a formidable force, far surpassing that of the qi condensation realm in both physical prowess and spiritual quality. Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with this individual. It was Sun, the steward of the Li family. Lin Xiao, you truly live up to your reputation as the greatest genius of Yin City. I never expected you to survive. Sun Steward remarked with a faint smile as he advanced step by step toward Lin Xiao. I shall return your token, but you should not have harmed the young lady. I have watched her grow up. To strike her is to forfeit your life in recompense, which seems only fair. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Lin Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. If his opponent were merely at the qi condensation realm, he felt he could contend. However, facing someone of the transformation realm, the gap in their realms was insurmountable, especially after his recent exhausting battle. The methods of the Li family are truly despicable. Targeting merely a qi condensation practitioner, Lin Xiao remarked. Sun Steward chuckled softly, gathering spiritual energy in his right hand, the intent to kill becoming more pronounced. Master Lin, simply await your demise with peace, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Steward's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The sound of breaking air filled the space, and in an instant, he reappeared before Lin Xiao, launching a devastating palm strike imbued with concentrated energy. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, positioning his sword defensively. In that moment, he felt as though a mountain was crashing down upon him. The overwhelming force rendered him incapable of resistance, and he was sent hurtling backward. In Lin Xiao's heart, he contemplated, and as he spoke, the Wujijian in his hand trembled slightly. Subsequently, a terrifying force surged into his body like a tidal wave. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the one aiding him this time was not the Tower Spirit, the domineering Wujijian. A single strike to annihilate. At your current realm, this is the only sword you can wield. In the eyes of Butler's son, Lin Xiao was already a doomed man. How could a mere condensation realm cultivator withstand a full-force strike from someone in the transformation realm? This boy must possess a secret. Suddenly, a wave of horrifying spiritual energy rippled through the air, causing Butler's son's expression to stiffen. Almost immediately, a formidable sword aura sliced through the curtain of rain, exuding a destructive force. In his terror, Butler's son hastily summoned his spiritual power to block the sword aura. However, the shield of spiritual energy he had just conjured was shattered in an instant, with the sword aura cleaving through it effortlessly. The ground fractured, debris scattering in all directions. His body was split in two, and a profound fear lingered on Butler's son's face. Above, Lin Yunshan and his companion were equally astonished by the scene. A being of the transformation realm was slain by a mere boy of the condensation realm? This was inconceivable. Lin Yunshan regained his composure first, his countenance darkening as he declared, this boy indeed possesses only the strength of the condensation realm. The power of that sword was absolutely beyond him. That sword must be enchanted. Capture him. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yunshan leapt through the window and landed on the street below, with the 3rd elder following closely behind. The street was marred by deep sword marks, a shocking sight. Yet, by the time they arrived, Lin Xiao had vanished without a trace amidst the ruins. 3rd elder, return and instruct the Lin family to search for Lin Xiao relentlessly. No mercy. Lin Yunshan's expression was icy, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. You cannot escape Yin City. The downpour persisted, and the sky had yet to brighten. At this moment, Lin Xiao was concealed within a humble room. His complexion pale as he sat on the bed. After executing Butler's son, Lin Xiao felt the spiritual energy within him completely drained. He had already received a warning from the Tower Spirit, aware that others were present in the building above. Thus, Lin Xiao made a swift retreat, not neglecting to discreetly seize a storage ring from Butler's son before his departure. Though it was merely a low-grade storage ring, it contained some low-tier elixirs and a substantial amount of silver. Truly, Butler's son of the Li family did not disappoint. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Young master, come in, Uncle Tian." The door opened, revealing a lean, gray-haired elder with a kind expression, dressed simply. Upon seeing the elder, Lin Xiao's pale face brightened with joy. The elder before him was Lin Tian, the former steward of the Lin family. During his escape, Lin Xiao had encountered Lin Tian, who subsequently brought him to this hiding place for refuge and healing. For Lin Xiao, who had grown up under the watchful eye of his steward, Lin Tian, trust came naturally. Upon entering the room, Lin Tian closed the door behind him, his face illuminated with deep excitement and his eyes marked by traces of tears. "Young master, after years apart, you have become even more handsome," he remarked with a hint of humor. Lin Xiao, equally stirred, had not anticipated encountering Lin Tian in this place. Lin Tian continued, "Rest assured, young master, this is my private residence, known to very few from the Lin family." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao's thoughts immediately turned to his parents, prompting him to inquire urgently, "Uncle Tian, what has transpired in the years since I left the Lin family? Where are my parents now?" A profound bitterness appeared on Lin Tian's face as he shook his head. "Shortly after you departed, Lin Yunxing began colluding with the Li family, secretly dismantling the influence your father held within the Lin family. Subsequently, Lin Yunxing informed your parents that you had encountered danger, sending word to the Lin household. Upon receiving this message, your father and mother left the Lin residence immediately, but they vanished without a trace thereafter. Just a few days after their departure, Lin Yunxing usurped the position of head of the Lin family, even expelling your parents and you from the ancestral home. I, too, was cast out, and now I can only manage a modest business in Yin City." Bang! Filled with fury, Lin Xiao slammed his palm down on the bed, unable to fathom the cruelty of his uncle. The disappearance of his parents must surely be connected to Lin Yunxing. Observing Lin Xiao's seething anger, Lin Tian could only shake his head in resignation. He had long been aware of the circumstances surrounding his young master, yet the events of the night had taken him by surprise. Taking a few steps closer, Lin Tian produced a pouch of silver and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Young master, I cannot keep you here for long. The Lin and Li families will surely not let you go unscathed. Leaving Yun City is your best option." Holding the heavy pouch in his hands, Lin Xiao felt a tumult of emotions, yet he did not hesitate to return it to Lin Tian. "I understand your intentions, Uncle Tian, but I cannot simply abandon Yin City." Lin Tian sighed, "But what can you achieve in Yin City now? Your primary concern must be survival. Only then can you seek your father and mother." Lin Xiao lowered his head in silence, fully aware of Lin Tian's meaning. Yet he was unwilling to depart Yin City in such a manner. At that moment, Lin Tian spoke again. "If you truly do not wish to leave Yin City, you might consider trying your luck at the Jixiao Academy branch." The Jixiao Academy branch? Lin Xiao recalled that the Jixiao Academy had been a prestigious institution in the Great Zhou dynasty for centuries, dedicated to recruiting and nurturing the gifted youth of the realm. It was renowned as the most esteemed academy for cultivators, surpassing other sections. The academy boasted 4 branches, one of which resided in Yin City. Though merely a branch, it was a formidable entity that neither the Lin nor the Li families would dare provoke. For Lin Xiao, this indeed presented an excellent opportunity. However, he distinctly remembered that even entering the branch academy came with exceedingly rigorous requirements. Lin Tian discerned Lin Xiao's thoughts and continued, "Young master, the Lin family has always held a quota for entering the branch academy, a privilege that you once fought for. The Yun City branch academy does not only accommodate disciples from Yun City, but also those from surrounding cities and noble families. Thus, each family possesses a certain quota." Chapter 7. The only retreat. The Jixiao Academy branch indeed presents an excellent option, yet for Lin Xiao, a significant dilemma arose. He was no longer a member of the Lin family. "Uncle Tian, I am no longer a Lin family member." Lin Tian smiled, "Young master, your father has always reserved a quota for you at the branch academy." This revelation took Lin Xiao by surprise. His father had consistently safeguarded a place for him? "Uncle Tian, what do you mean by that?" "Years ago, your extraordinary talent caught the attention of the branch academy's dean, who approached the Lin family with the intention of enrolling you. However, at that time, you had chosen your own path. Yet the dean had assured your father that as long as you were not of age, a quota would remain reserved for you. Since your return to the Lin family, Lin Xiao has been scheming to seize that quota, with the intent of denying you any opportunity. Lin Tian patiently elucidated. A heaviness settled in Lin Xiao's heart. He had not anticipated that his father had already paved a way for him. Perhaps, his father had long sensed Lin Xiao's ulterior motives. Father, I will swiftly bolster my strength, reclaim the Lin family, and locate you and mother. Resolute in his determination, Lin Xiao turned to Lin Tian, Uncle Tian. I shall visit the branch academy tomorrow. Yet soon, a look of concern crossed his face. The Lin and Li families would surely contemplate the Jixia Academy. And would they permit him to depart so easily? To his surprise, Lin Tian spoke confidently. Young master, rest assured, I have already informed the dean of the branch academy. He will send someone tomorrow, and the Lin and Li families will not obstruct you. Observing Lin Tian, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that Uncle Tian's intention from the very beginning was to facilitate his entry into the Jixia Academy branch. The previous suggestion for him to leave Yun City was merely a test to ascertain his resolve to join the academy. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Young master, you are too kind. I shall not disturb your recovery any longer. Lin Tian then exited the room. As the door closed, Lin Xiao quickly composed himself and retrieved several bottles of medicinal pills from Steward Sun's storage ring. The pills were classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. In Yun City, most of the medicinal pills were sold at Tianbao Tower, while the alchemists from the Lin and Li families could only concoct ordinary 2nd-grade pills. Among the bottles in Sun's possession were all 1st-grade pills, precisely the spirit-replenishing and healing pills that Lin Xiao required. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The Lin and Li families had dispatched nearly all their personnel in search of Lin Xiao, regardless of life or death. At this moment, the study of the Li family lay in disarray, books strewn across the floor. Li Changfeng, his face ablaze with fury, slammed his palm down onto the desk, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the surface with grotesque cracks. How could a mere Lin Xiao, merely at the qi condensation stage, possibly have killed Steward Sun? Beside him, Li Yue'er wore a grim expression, equally astonished that Steward Sun had met his demise at the hands of Lin Xiao. Moreover, the several assassins sent, each a carefully nurtured asset of the Li family, now shared the same fate as Steward Sun's father. The people from the Lin family claim that Lin Xiao used a sword to slay Steward Sun, she said. Li Changfeng's emotions began to cool slightly, his brows knitting together in grave contemplation. Sword cultivators, in this vast Zhou dynasty, how many formidable ones remain? Perhaps this youth truly possessed some extraordinary inheritance from outside. In any case, he must not be allowed to live. Li Yue'er scoffed derisively, arms crossed over her ample bosom. Father, the city gates have been sealed. Unless he escapes to the Lord's residence, he cannot evade the joint pursuit of the Lin and Li families. Just as Li Changfeng was about to acknowledge her words, a sudden thought darkened his expression. No, there is another place that the Lin and Li families would not dare to offend, the Academy of Jixia. At this, Li Yue'er shook her head dismissively. Father, have you forgotten? The recruitment for the academy concluded 3 days ago. At that time, Lin Xiao the Waste was still confined within the Lin family. He would have no knowledge of this matter. However, Lin Xiao's father was acquainted with the principal, and Lin Xiao possessed a quota for the academy. Li Changfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim as he surmised where Lin Xiao would head next. As long as those from the academy did not intervene, there remained a chance to kill Lin Xiao. The question was, where was he now? The long night finally passed, and the rain had ceased. In the serene courtyard, within the quiet room, Lin Xiao gradually opened his eyes, the energy he had lost overnight finally restored. Observing the brightness outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. The previous night had been tumultuous, filled with the sounds of movement. Had it not been for Uncle Tian, he might have perished within Yun City. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he realized that the Lin and Li families had come to confront him. He swiftly dashed out of the room. In the courtyard, Lin Tian lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, struggling to rise, only to be forcefully pinned down by a foot. The intense pain made Lin Tian grit his teeth in agony, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the figure before him. Before him stood a young man. A mocking expression plastered across his face as he looked down at Lin Tian. Old fool, I know that Lin Xiao, that waste, is with you. Bring him out, or your old bones won't endure the torment. Linen, the family had once treated you well. How could you? Lin Tian's words were abruptly cut off as the young man struck him with a resounding slap, leaving half of Lin Tian's face swollen and on the brink of unconsciousness. He is merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly withstand a single slap from a cultivator? Lin, you are courting death. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and as Lin raised his head, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him, revealing a familiar face that had appeared without warning. Lin Xiao? Lin was taken aback, instinctively preparing to strike. However, Lin Xiao's movements were swifter, his right palm, infused with dense spiritual energy, descended heavily towards Lin An's face. The resounding crack echoed through the air as Lin An was sent flying sideways, crashing violently against the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, and half of his face became grotesquely swollen, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, now replaced by profound terror. Lin Xiao had already helped Lin Tian to his feet, and promptly retrieved a healing pill to place into Lin Tian's mouth. Uncle Tian, I have brought you trouble. Lin Tian struggled to open his eyes, his lips slightly parted, utterly devoid of strength to utter even a single word. Uncle Tian, please rest for now. I will handle them. Chapter 8. A desperate situation. After assisting Lin Tian to a resting place, Lin Xiao cast a scrutinizing gaze at the unwelcome guests. Among this group, several faces were familiar. They were indeed the guards of the Lin family. A 3-foot silver sword materialized in his hand, his piercing eyes observing the group with a chilling intensity. Step forward, and you shall die. His cold voice reverberated like thunder, instilling fear within the Lin family guards, who hesitated to advance. They had heard whispers of the previous night's events. How formidable was this once great young master? They dared not gamble on it. Lin Xiao gripped the Wajijian tightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He was acutely aware that others from the Lin and Li families would soon arrive, leaving him with no escape. The branch of the Jixia Academy, he was uncertain if they would come here as well. He did not know if he could endure until that moment. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated as the Lin family guards parted to create a path. At the forefront was Lin Yunsheng, flanked by 2 elders of the Lin family, the 3rd elder and the 4th elder, both masters at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Lin Yunsheng wore a broad smile, his gaze dripping with disdain. I knew you would be hiding behind that old relic, Lin Tian. Lin Xiao, I am aware you harbor a secret. I can offer you a chance at survival. If you relinquish your secret, not only will I allow you to leave Yan City, but I can also provide you with a substantial sum of money, ensuring you want for nothing. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, slowly raising his sword to point directly at Lin Yunsheng. If you possess the courage, come and test it. Last night, I was able to slay the Li family's steward. Today, I can just as easily take the life of the Lin family head. Observing Lin Xiao's composed demeanor, Lin Yunsheng hesitated momentarily, recalling the vivid scene from the previous night. Could it be that this Lin Xiao truly had other hidden cards? As he wavered, the 3rd elder stepped forward, reminding him, if he possessed such capability, he would have already struck. Lin Yunsheng quickly regained his composure, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Lin Xiao. Are you trying to intimidate me? Lin Xiao offered no response, merely fixing a murderous gaze upon Lin Yunsheng. The tailing could not aid him, nor could this sword. However, as long as he could survive today, within a year, he would undoubtedly reclaim the Lin family. The head of the Lin family, Lin Xiao, has killed my family's steward and must be delivered to the Li family. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yunsheng's expression darkened immediately. He had clearly sealed off the news, so how had the Li family found this place so swiftly? Lin Xiao also turned his gaze towards Lin Yunsheng's back, where he saw Li Changfeng accompanied by several members of the Li family approaching. Li Yue'er was among them, her face adorned with scorn as she regarded her former fiancé. To her, the present Lin Xiao was merely a dying man. Li Changfeng. This is a matter of the Lin family, Lin Yunsheng cautioned in a low voice, his eyes ablaze with fury. Li Changfeng chuckled dismissively, his gentle demeanor gradually transforming into a menacing glare. You are no longer a member of the Lin family. However, since you have slain my family's steward, it is only fitting that we handle this matter. Lin Yunsheng fixed his gaze on Li Changfeng for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Li Changfeng, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You merely seek the secrets this lad possesses, do you not? Let me make this clear. This is the territory of the Lin family, and Lin Xiao shall belong to us. If your Li family has any sense, you should depart at once. As he spoke, 2 elders from the Lin family stepped forward, their formidable aura of the Huayuan realm imposing upon the scene. Li Changfeng remained unfazed, as several individuals stepped out from behind him, equally powerful in the Huayuan realm. At this moment, Li Yue'er interjected with disdain. Lin Yunsheng, do not forget that the Qingyang sect stands behind my Li family. Lin Yunsheng's expression soured to an extreme. The Qingyang sect was not something the Lin family could provoke. It was precisely because of Li Yue'er's connection to the Qingyang sect that the Li family's status in Yun City had risen. To offend the Qingyang sect over a single Lin Xiao was simply not worth the risk. With a cold smirk, Lin Yunsheng turned to Lin Xiao. It seems you are destined to perish at the hands of the Li family. He then led the members of the Lin family away from the courtyard, leaving only the Li family present. Li Changfeng approached Lin Xiao step by step, his icy gaze fixed on the 3-foot silver sword in Lin Xiao's hand. The sword gleamed with a cold light, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. Such a sword in the hands of a worthless wretch like you is indeed a pity, he remarked, his hands clasped behind his back, clearly underestimating Lin Xiao in this moment. Hand over the opportunities you possess, and I might spare your life. Lin Xiao had not anticipated that the Li family would remain, still gripping the sword tightly, with a flicker of spiritual energy radiating around him. That depends on whether you can kill me, he replied defiantly. Seeking death. Li Changfeng's expression turned icy as his palms surged forward, roaring like a wild lion, an intimidating aura enveloping the air. Li Yue'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. She has indeed mastered the heavenly lion palm. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly doomed. The heavenly lion palm, originating from the Qingyang sect, far surpassed the techniques of the Li family. Techniques were classified by rank, divided into 4 levels: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. The strongest technique of the Li family was merely of the mid-tier Xian level, a rarity among the elite. The heavenly lion palm, casually bestowed by the Qingyang sect, is already classified as a mid-tier mystical technique. When the sword and palm collided, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted. Lin Xiao, utilizing the Wuji's sword to block the strike, augmented it with his own spiritual power. However, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable, making the reception of this palm exceedingly strenuous. Witnessing this scene, a sinister smile spread across Li Changfeng's face, intensifying with intrigue. To withstand my palm at the 7th level of qi condensation is indeed fascinating. It seems you harbor intriguing secrets. The force behind the palm suddenly intensified, propelling Lin Xiao backward. He staggered several steps before barely stabilizing himself, his right hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. He swiftly recalibrated his state, preparing for another strike. Given sufficient time, he could certainly wield the Wuji sword to slay Li Changfeng. Yet now, he was merely at the 7th level of qi condensation. If I were at the qi condensation realm, perhaps I would not be your match. Li Changfeng retracted his spiritual energy. Alas, the gap in our realms is unbridgeable. I care not for the origins of your secrets. From this day forth, they belong to the Li family. With your current strength, you cannot hope to kill my family's steward. Unleash your hidden cards, or you shall not leave this place alive. Observing Lin Xiao, Li Yue'er was reminded of the stinging slap from the previous day, and her hatred deepened. Father, do not hastily kill him. I wish to flay him alive. Chapter 9. The Dean of the Branch Academy Li family head. Might you grant our Jixiao Academy branch a modicum of favor? At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated. Li Changfeng's expression shifted, and he turned toward the source of the voice. On the roof of the left courtyard, an elderly man clad in a white robe had appeared without notice. The elder exuded an ethereal aura and wore a gentle countenance. With a single step, he materialized before Lin Xiao. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar figure, coupled with the elder's words, Lin Xiao felt an immediate sense of relief. He recognized that someone from the Jixiao Academy branch had arrived. The elder's appearance also altered Li Changfeng's demeanor once more. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. Though displeased, he maintained a courteous demeanor and offered a respectful greeting. Just as Li Changfeng was about to speak, Li Yue'er interjected abruptly, "Old man, Lin Feng is not a student of your branch. Mind your own business." Li Changfeng's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Li Yue'er. "Be silent. Father, our Li family is backed by the Qingyang sect. A mere branch should not be taken so seriously," Li Yue'er retorted, maintaining her haughty and dissatisfied demeanor as she glared at the elder. "Old man, if you have any sense, you will vacate the premises now." The elder, unperturbed, merely smiled faintly. "Such arrogance. It seems the union between your Li family and the Qingyang sect has yet to be formalized." His calm gaze fell upon Li Changfeng, who was visibly tense at that moment. Upon encountering the elderly figure before her, Li Yue'er was incensed by his blatant disregard. She turned to the other members of the Li family present and commanded, "Eliminate this old man. The Qingyang sect will take responsibility for it." However, the expressions of the Li family members betrayed their hesitation, and none dared to act. At that moment, the old man took a calm step forward, and as his foot touched the ground, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire courtyard. The members of the Li family instantly fell to their knees. The cultivators at the transformation realm finding themselves utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. As for Li Yue'er, she collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Her face ashen, completely stripped of her earlier arrogance. Remarkably, Lin Xiao and his companion, standing behind the old man, felt no such pressure. Observing the prostrated members of the Li family, Lin Xiao was taken aback. The old man had merely taken a step, yet possessed such astounding power. The transformation realm cultivators appeared as insignificant as ants before him. Who, indeed, was this old man? Li Changfeng struggled against the oppressive force, his bones creaking beneath its weight, as if they might shatter at any moment. I implore you, Director Chun, show mercy. My daughter has realized her mistake. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Li Yue'er's defiant voice rang out behind him. Dare to treat my Li family this way, and when the Qingyang sect arrives, they will surely annihilate your branch. In that instant, Li Changfeng wished he could strike his daughter soundly. Did she truly believe the man before them would fear the Qingyang sect? The Jixiao Academy was a revered institution, one that even the Qingyang sect regarded with deference. Despite being merely a branch, the Qingyang sect would never jeopardize their standing for the sake of a single Li family. Moreover, the old man before them was none other than the director of the academy's branch, the most formidable presence in Yun City, Chen Fong. Be silent, Li Changfeng commanded coldly. Yet, Li Yue'er showed no inclination to relent. Father, we have the Qingyang sect backing us. There is no need to fear this branch. A sardonic smile played upon Chen Fong's lips, revealing no discernible emotion. However, to Li Changfeng, such a demeanor only heightened his anxiety. The rumors suggested that this director was capricious, showing no regard even to those from the main academy. For the sake of your Li family, I shall spare your life. But a lesson must still be imparted. His voice boomed like thunder in Li Changfeng's ears, and the next instant, Li Yue'er was hurled from the courtyard by a terrifying surge of spiritual power, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Li Changfeng could not rise to check on his daughter's condition. The oppressive force had yet to dissipate, and his countenance reflected his utmost distress. Lin Xiao is a disciple of the Jixiao Academy's Yun City branch. Your Li family cannot act against him, Chen Fong declared, with a wave of his hand. He lifted the oppressive pressure and turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao, a gentle smile gracing his face. I heard that your cultivation was completely lost, your potential diminished, leading me to believe you were unworthy of a place in my branch. It seems, however, that those rumors were unfounded. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiao promptly sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to Chen Fong. I am Lin Xiao, a student of the academy. It is an honor to meet you, Director Chen. Chen Fong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the prowess of having reached the 7th layer of qi condensation, capable of withstanding an attack from the 4th layer of transformation. However, he lamented the fact that he had chosen the path of sword cultivation. Within the Grand Zhou dynasty, this path had long fallen into decline, with the majority opting for the practice of qi cultivation. Contemplating this brought a fleeting sense of disappointment to Chen Fong. Yet it quickly dissipated as he turned to observe the figures of the Li family departing into the courtyard. Just moments ago, he had contemplated eliminating them. I appreciate the dean's timely intervention, but the grievances between the Lin and Li families will be resolved by the student in due course. A voice suddenly emerged from behind. It was Lin Xiao. This response took Chen Fong by surprise and pleased him further. Very well, let them depart. Upon hearing these words, Li Changfeng shuddered, his inner garments already soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, an elder from the Li family approached Li Changfeng, hesitating to speak. Speak, the master. The second young lady is gravely injured and unconscious, her foundation damaged. It is feared that her future cultivation. Li Changfeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within him. This indignation must be swallowed. Take Yue'er home and summon the finest physician from the residence. After speaking, Li Changfeng cast a cold glance at the figure in the courtyard, daring not to utter another word before leaving with a scowl. The other members of the Li family followed suit. Within the courtyard, Lin Xiao had already assessed Lin Tian's condition. Fortunately, the healing elixir had taken effect, and Lin Tian's situation was not dire. Since you have proclaimed yourself a student, you are now part of the Yun City branch from this day forth. Lin Xiao continued. Indeed, the enrollment period for the branch has long passed, and your admission now is an exception. This may provoke discontent among others, especially since there are members of both the Lin and Li families within the institution. Private disputes are not permitted. All matters must be resolved within the arena. Once you enter the branch, be prepared to face whatever challenges await you. Lin Xiao's earnest warning was deeply etched into Lin Xiao's mind. Joining the branch was undoubtedly preferable to being alone outside, and it also provided access to certain cultivation resources. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. I am aware, he replied. Chapter 10. Entering the Institute with Chen Fong's intervention as the branch dean. The members of the Lin and Li families dared not make further moves. Following the departure of the Li family, tranquility finally returned to the courtyard. A relaxed smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Thank goodness Dinshin arrived in time. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Lin Xiao nodded. Yet a perplexity lingered in his heart. After all, why would the esteemed dean personally attend to a mere student? Lin Xiao, evidently perceptive to his thoughts, clarified. Dinshin owes our patriarch a favor. Lin Xiao's confusion dissipated, and with his curiosity quelled, he assisted Lin Xiao into the room. It was clear that Uncle Xiao could no longer remain in this residence. Once Lin Xiao entered the branch, members of the Lin family would inevitably seek Lin Xiao to vent their frustrations. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already devised a plan, stating he would leave Yun City after a brief preparation. At last, tranquility settled over Yun City. The following morning, Lin Xiao set out early, making his way directly to the location of the Jixia Academy branch. Last night, he had intended to enter the small world for cultivation, but later received a reminder from the Tower Spirit, indicating that his realm was not suited for further enhancement. Moreover, the Tower Spirit had not fully recovered, and the small world within was not always accessible. This meant that he would need to rely on Lin Xiao himself in the days to come. Upon entering the branch academy, he would naturally have the opportunity to engage with various sword cultivation techniques, yet he would still primarily focus on the infinite sword path. The streets were bustling, with shadows of passers-by flowing like a river. However, after taking only a few steps, Lin Xiao slowed his pace. Having sensed that someone was following him, with a slight smirk, he dismissed the concern and quickened his pace. The figure trailing him in the crowd also hastened to keep up. The branch academy was not located within Cloud City, but rather beyond its borders. Its scale comparable to that of the Grand City itself. Majestic halls and pavilions rose and fell in succession, extending as far as the eye could see. The imposing courtyard walls stood tall, with the gate ajar. Once outside Cloud City, Lin Xiao noticed that the person tracking him had vanished. Gazing upon the opulent branch academy and inhaling the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, he felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of spending his upcoming days within its walls. Awaiting him at the entrance was none other than the dean, Chen Feng. Lin Xiao hurried forward a few steps and greeted politely, "Dean Chen." Chen Feng nodded subtly, his gaze appraising Lin Xiao from head to toe before gradually revealing a smile. "You possess commendable roots. Have you truly considered not changing your path of cultivation?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao declined. "I believe sword cultivation suits me best." Understanding the firmness of his response, Chen Feng refrained from further discussion. "Please follow me." Upon entering the branch academy, Lin Xiao beheld a vast plaza where numerous students were attentively listening to several instructors' lectures. Dean Chen's presence quickly captured the students' attention, with Lin Xiao naturally becoming the focal point. Even some instructors cast curious glances in his direction. Unperturbed, Dean Chen calmly stated, "This academy differs from other sects, regardless of background or aptitude. Any minor underage may enroll for cultivation. The branch teaches for 3 years. If one can achieve the transformation realm within that time, they may advance to the main academy. Should one fail to reach the transformation realm after 3 years, they will depart the branch and be barred from entering the main academy. Ordinary students typically commence their training from the basics, progressing until they enter the Qi condensation realm. However, you are different. With your cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi condensation and a stable foundation, all you require is a suitable mentor to guide your practice. Given your talent, it is likely you will attain the transformation realm in under a year." As Dean Shen's words trailed off, his steps came to a halt. "Lin Xiao, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to escort you to your mentor, and your accommodation will also be arranged." Left in a state of bewilderment, Lin Xiao watched as Dean Shen departed. "Am I to be left here like this?" He pondered, feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him. At that moment, it seemed he had become the center of attention. Before long, an individual approached him directly. Upon seeing that face, Lin Xiao realized trouble was at hand. Among the newcomers was someone he recognized all too well, Lin Yunan, the son of Lin Yunxing. With an air of arrogance, Lin Yunan strode up to Lin Xiao, his eyes brimming with derision. "Lin Xiao, I never imagined that you, a mere waste, could actually gain admission to the branch academy. I heard you entered as a special recruit." "Special recruit?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the dean's earlier warning. Judging by Lin Yunan's demeanor, the status of a special recruit was evidently not held in high regard. With a slight smirk, Lin Xiao coldly retorted, "And what of it? I seem to recall that you have been in the branch academy for a year and a half. How is it that you have only reached the 8th layer of Qi condensation?" Lin Xiao was aware of Lin Yunan's circumstances through Uncle Tian. He had used the Lin family's quota to enter the academy. At that time, Lin Yunan had already been at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. The fact that he had only advanced 3 minor realms in a year and a half struck Lin Xiao as exceedingly slow. Noticing the mockery in Lin Xiao's words, Lin Yunan's expression darkened. He had received some intelligence about Lin Xiao's cultivation level, which was merely the 7th layer of qi condensation. With a bitter smile born of fury, Lin Yunan crossed his arms and coldly declared, at the 8th layer of qi condensation, dispatching you would be a trivial matter. Dispatch me? Just you? Lin Xiao looked on with disdain, suddenly recalling Dean Chen's warning from the previous day. The academy forbade personal duels. Any conflict had to be settled in the arena. Brother Yunan, perhaps we should teach this fellow a harsh lesson, so he knows to bow his head in the branch academy from now on, suggested one of Lin Yunan's companions, his face a mask of scorn. Lin Yunan's expression turned fierce. He had precisely such intentions. While the academy prohibited murder, in the arena he could easily incapacitate Lin Xiao, this so-called waste. Lin Xiao, you have heard the proposal. Do you dare to join me in a battle in the arena? Lin Yunan challenged. Lin Xiao, with a smile, responded, that is precisely my intention. Just as he was about to step forward, Lin Xiao immediately noticed the peculiar stares of the surrounding crowd. Following their gaze, he soon spotted a robust figure striding towards them. This person was imposing, with skin as dark as carbon, and carried an enormous broadsword on his back. Each step he took seemed to resonate with the weight of 1,000 pounds. His aura was overwhelmingly domineering. Upon witnessing this individual's arrival, Lin Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. This person was also a sword cultivator. Moreover, the sword appeared incredibly heavy, likely weighing over 100 pounds. This was the first time since his return to Yun City that he had encountered another sword cultivator. Chapter 11. Brother Zhang Kuang an instinct told Lin Xiao that this person was significantly more powerful than he. Lin Yunan was equally taken aback by the approaching figure, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected arrival. Furrowing his brow, he asked in a stern voice, Zhang Kuang, what is the meaning of this? The man bearing the heavy sword wore a simple expression as he approached the group and directed his gaze towards Lin Xiao. Are you Lin Xiao? The one Dean Chen spoke of? Are you the one challenging me? Lin Xiao immediately deduced the identity of the individual before him, presumably the person spoken of by the dean. However, this individual was clearly not a mentor, as he was only a year or two older than Lin Xiao. Having encountered his senior, Zhang Kuang, Lin Xiao observed as Zhang Kuang nodded and then cast an irritated glance at Lin Yunan. Lin Xiao will henceforth be my teacher's disciple. Should you wish to trouble him, you may do so. The upcoming freshman competition in a month shall present your opportunity. Lin Yunan fixed his gaze on Zhang Kuang for a moment before sneering and turning directly to Lin Xiao. To my surprise, you are indeed a sword cultivator. I shall make you kneel and beg for mercy during the freshman competition in a month. With that menacing remark, Lin Yunan turned and departed with his entourage. The freshman competition, you say? Lin Xiao silently noted this and then turned to Zhang Kuang. May I ask who you are? Zhang Kuang, the disciple of Mentor Yue'er, the only sword cultivation mentor in this division, Zhang Kuang replied. You will train alongside me under our master. Your accommodation has been arranged. Please follow me. Without further inquiries, Lin Xiao followed Zhang Kuang out, feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him, as if they were watching two extraordinary beings depart. Was it due to Zhang Kuang's presence, or their shared identity as sword cultivators? At that moment, atop a nearby pavilion, Chun Fong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the two figures gradually receding in the square, his expression filled with mirth as he turned to the figure beside him. Dugu. What do you think of this, Lin Xiao? Dugu, clad in a black robe, possessed sharp features and an intimidating demeanor, his gaze piercing and cold. He stood like a stalwart sword. Yet, a hint of satisfaction flickered across his fierce countenance. Quite impressive. This lad possesses an innate sword marrow. And in terms of foundational strength, he surpasses Zhang Kuang. Pleased with this response, Chun Fong nodded, as he had anticipated such an assessment. After all, he was well aware of Lin Xiao's potential. What if I were to tell you that he has merely reached the 7th level of qi condensation, yet has slain several at the 8th level and a few at the 9th? Dugu Yi's expression shifted, and he grinned wickedly. A sword that strays from its path is unworthy of being a sword cultivator if it cannot transcend realms to slay foes. I shall claim the title of first among freshmen for my disciple in a month. In the face of Dugu Yi's arrogance, Chen Fong merely smiled. Sword cultivators were already a rarity throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, with only 3 in the entire division. Consequently, the chances of securing a top 10 position in the freshman competition were exceedingly slim. Thus, Chun Fong brimmed with anticipation for the impending event a month hence. Under Zhang Kuang's guidance, Lin Xiao arrived at a spacious courtyard, surrounded by towering walls. Within the courtyard, numerous swords were displayed, alongside several wooden training dummies marked with deep sword scars. The teacher resides in the main house. Your room is on the left, mine on the right. I will handle the cooking, Zhang Kuang informed him. Lin Xiao nodded, surveying the environment of the courtyard, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the surroundings. To his surprise, there was a separate room for living, which contrasted somewhat with his recollection of the dormitories at the branch academy. It was only after a boisterous explanation from Zhang Kuang that Lin Xiao understood the reason behind this arrangement. It turned out that only the three of them were sword cultivators in the entire branch. Thus the living quarters were naturally quite spacious, with only this one courtyard present. Had it not been for this occasion when someone chose to pursue sword cultivation, the branch might have even contemplated reclaiming this courtyard. The room was clean and tidy, evidently just attended to. On the table lay a manual, which was the branch's regulations. Additionally, there was a bottle containing a first-grade spirit-gathering pill, of a superior quality compared to those produced by the Lin family. A knock on the door announced the arrival of the earnest Zhang Kuang, who entered with his heavy broad sword still slung across his back. "Senior brother, when might I have the opportunity to meet the teacher?" Lin Xiao inquired directly. Zhang Kuang scratched the back of his head, his affable smile still present. "The teacher is likely to return only in the evening. However, the teacher asked me to practice with you, without using spiritual power." "Practice?" Lin Xiao did not refuse, as he was also curious about Zhang Kuang's true strength. Shortly thereafter, in the tranquil courtyard, a dull sound of impact echoed as Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang began their sparring. Zhang Kuang's sword was exceedingly heavy, and even the mere clash of their swords allowed Lin Xiao to sense the terrifying power contained within. Had it not been for his sword bone, that blow might have incapacitated him. Zhang Kuang displayed a look of delight, for Lin Xiao was among the few capable of withstanding his strike. Again, Zhang Kuang retreated a step, gathering his strength before striking once more. The broad sword whistled through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Lin Xiao raised his sword to block again, but the overwhelming force caused him to sink slightly, with cracks appearing in the ground beneath him, unable to withstand such power. What a domineering force! Lin Xiao felt a shock within, but soon discovered Zhang Kuang's weakness. Though his strength was immense, Zhang Kuang's strikes were slow and cumbersome. This was his opportunity. In merely a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Except for receiving the first strike, Lin Xiao had been evading and defending, avoiding direct confrontation. Not only was his opponent's sword heavy, but his strength was formidable. To take that head-on would be sheer folly. Zhang Kuang wielded his broad sword with relentless vigor, as if his strength were inexhaustible. Lin Xiao felt the heat of exertion in his palms as he retreated 2 more steps. Zhang Kuang's assault was swift, leaving no room for counterattack. In an instant, Zhang Kuang raised his sword again, the force of his strike cleaving through the air toward Lin Xiao. There was no avoiding it. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual power into his long sword, the gathered energy illuminating the blade as he met the attack head-on. The sound of their swords clashing erupted in the courtyard. 2 overwhelming forces colliding, and Lin Xiao was sent staggering back. After retreating several steps, Lin Xiao concentrated his spiritual power into his feet, managing to dissipate the overwhelming force and steady himself. Before he could catch his breath, Zhang Kuang was upon him again, his eyes filled with fierce intent. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that Zhang Kuang regarded him as an adversary, intent on eliminating him. Yet, he was merely practicing with Zhang Kuang, not genuinely employing the Wujiasword technique. Thus, he hastily called out, "Senior brother, we are merely sparring." Zhang Kuang abruptly regained his senses, halting his advance and withdrawing his powers. Chapter 12. Teacher with an awkward smile. Zhang Kuang let his broadsword clatter to the ground, producing a dull thud that shattered the tiles beneath. "I forgot myself when I struck, my apologies. However, junior brother, your skills are indeed impressive, managing to endure against me for so long." Lin Xiao could only shake his head in silence. Their duel had been a mere exchange, and a direct clash had amounted to just 2 strikes. Even now, the tiger's mouth of his right hand still throbbed faintly with pain. Sheathing the Wujiasword, he bowed respectfully to Zhang Kuang. "Senior brother, your prowess is remarkable. I am truly humbled." Just then, a cough resonated through the air. Both Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang turned their gaze to the entrance, where an imposing figure had appeared unbeknownst to them. "Teacher," Zhang Kuang bowed deferentially. Lin Xiao quickly followed suit, offering his own greeting. "Student Lin Xiao pays his respects to the teacher." Du Gui nodded indifferently. "Your strength is commendable, but based on the few moves you displayed earlier, I find it hard to believe you could defeat a practitioner at the 9th level of qi condensation." Caught off guard by such a frank observation, Lin Xiao could only manage an awkward smile. Zhang Kuang looked at Lin Xiao with astonishment, realizing that this junior brother had not even exerted his full strength. Du Gui, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Lin Xiao. "Director Chun has informed me considerably about you. Knowing how to conceal one's capabilities is a virtue, unlike this simpleton, who unleashes all his strength upon encountering a worthy opponent." The simpleton referred, of course, to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang was indeed strong, robust in physique, and aligned with the path of heavy swordsmanship, hailing from the Zhang family. His cultivation was equivalent to Lin Xiao's, both at the 7th level of qi condensation. However, with his sheer brute strength, he could easily overwhelm practitioners at the 9th level of qi condensation. Dugu Yi continued, Zhang Kuang has his swordplay down. As for you, it is essential to contemplate a sword style that suits you. At this juncture, a rare seriousness clouded Dugu Yi's face. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned his gaze back to Lin Xiao. Engage with me without employing spiritual energy, and I shall point out your shortcomings. Lin Xiao did not decline and soon became earnest, grasping the Wujish once more. Dugu Yi noticed the storage ring on Lin Xiao's finger and naturally assumed he had stored the sword within. However, upon seeing the sword, a profound astonishment flickered in Dugu Yi's eyes. This sword, Lin Xiao glanced at the Wujish, its condition somewhat concealed by the Tower Spirit, appearing to the untrained eye merely as a superior blade. Yet, judging by Dugu Yi's reaction, it seemed he had discerned its unique qualities. Dugu Yi quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor once more as he addressed Zhang Kuang. You should focus on your studies from now on. Zhang Kuang nodded and discreetly stepped aside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Over the course of the past 3 days, aside from the necessities of sustenance and rest, Lin Xiao had dedicated himself to rigorous training under the guidance of Dugu Yi. Eschewing the use of spiritual power, he engaged in sparring sessions with Zhang Kuang. Wielding only his sword, Dugu Yi meticulously pointed out Lin Xiao's deficiencies, and he expressed considerable satisfaction with Lin Xiao's progress. During this brief period, Lin Xiao had garnered immense benefits, significantly refining his swordsmanship. Moreover, he had successfully transcended a realm, elevating himself to the 8th layer of qi condensation. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao sheathed his sword, observing the numerous deep gashes etched into the wooden post before him. This post, composed of an indeterminate material, bore the marks of his relentless strikes. Despite its battered appearance, it remained intact. Remarkably, it had withstood the formidable force exerted by Zhang Kuang. Awash with the profound spiritual energy that accompanied his breakthrough to the 8th layer, Lin Xiao felt a surge of elation. At this pace, he surmised that within a month, he would likely have the opportunity to advance to the Yuan transformation realm. To achieve a minor breakthrough in just 3 days, you truly are a prodigy, came Zhang Kuang's voice from behind. Lin Xiao merely smiled, feeling no sense of pride. For him, this was merely the beginning. Brother, shall we continue to hone our skills? Zhang Kuang shook his head. My master has instructed me to take you out for a stroll, as there is nothing more for you to learn today. Lin Xiao paused, realizing that his rapid progress might have prompted this decision, and he did not decline. After donning a fresh robe, he departed the courtyard alongside Zhang Kuang. The division was vast, with a multitude of cultivation systems. Aside from the martial arena, which attracted the most students, there were various other places, such as the Techniques Pavilion. It was not long before Lin Xiao encountered a familiar face. Lin Yue'er abruptly blocked his path, this time displaying no trepidation towards Zhang Kuang, and brazenly directed his gaze at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Lin Xiao frowned, taken aback that Lin Yue'er had come to provoke him once more. Brother, must we not wait for the freshman tournament to engage in combat? Zhang Kuang replied. Freshmen may challenge seniors as well as fellow newcomers. However, Lin Yue'er has issued a regaining his composure. Lin Xiao stepped out from behind Zhang Kuang with a hint of a smile. Lin Yue'er, our contest shall take place during the freshman competition. Your defeat will merely mark the beginning of your downfall. The Lin family does not belong to Lin Yunsheng. I shall reclaim the entirety of the Lin lineage with my own hands. Senior brother, I find myself somewhat hungry. Shall we procure something to eat? Ignoring Lin Yue'er, whose face burned with fury, Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang departed. As he watched their retreating figures, Lin Yue'er's anger intensified. Were it not for Zhang Kuang's presence, he would have surely killed the useless Lin Jin himself. Lin Xiao, I wonder how long you can hide behind Zhang Kuang. The reason Lin Yue'er sought Lin Xiao at that moment was due to the overwhelming pressure from the Lin family, particularly from his father, who was eager for him to eliminate Lin Xiao at once. On their way to the cafeteria, Lin Xiao glanced at the imposing figure beside him. Numerous students made their way to the cafeteria, yet most seemed to harbor a palpable fear of Zhang Kuang, which piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. Chapter 13. Li Lang recalling Lin Yue'er's appearance earlier, it was evident that he too was intimidated by Zhang Kuang. This deepened Lin Xiao's intrigue, prompting him to inquire. Senior brother, why do they all fear you so? Zhang Kuang chuckled sheepishly. It dates back to when I first arrived. A senior attempted to confront me, only to end up severely injured. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, What was the opponent's strength? Ninth level of Qi condensation. No wonder. Lin Xiao realized that Zhang Kuang had already established a fearsome reputation among them. For most freshmen, who were typically at the first or second level of Qi condensation, to have been injured by someone at the ninth level was indeed a formidable deterrent. Suddenly, Zhang Kuang seemed to recall something and promptly asked, "Junior brother, I heard there are long-standing grievances between the Lin and Li families. Is that correct?" Lin Xiao nodded calmly. This matter was no secret in Yun City and was even known by many within the branch academy. What of it? While there are a few from the Lin family who may pose a threat to you, the Li family is far more perilous. The young master of the Li family, Li Lang, is also in the branch academy and, I have heard, has already advanced to the transformation realm, ranking among the top 5 in the academy. Li Lang. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious. He was no stranger to that name. Li Lang was the elder brother of Li Yue'er, the young master of the Li family, once regarded as Yun City's greatest talent, only to be overshadowed by Lin Xiao's emergence. After several years apart, it was surprising that Li Lang had now reached the transformation realm. Given Lin Xiao's past actions against the Li family's steward, he was certain that Li Lang would not let him off easily within the academy. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. I shall take heed. There is no need for such formality. You are my junior brother, and the teacher has instructed me to look after you, Zhang Kuang replied earnestly. Furthermore, according to the academy's rules, only freshmen may challenge seniors. Seniors are prohibited from attacking freshmen. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though someone was watching him. He halted, following the direction of the gaze, but amidst the bustling crowd, there were no suspicious figures to be found. Junior brother, what troubles you? It's nothing, merely an illusion. Lin Xiao gradually withdrew his gaze. He was confident in his perceptions. Indeed, someone had been watching him moments ago, and that sensation left him quite unsettled. During lunch in the cafeteria, Zhang Kuang brought up the topic of the upcoming freshman competition. This event takes place a month after each new cohort is assigned to their respective divisions, with participants randomly allocated. The victors advance, while the defeated are eliminated. The top 100 in the competition receive substantial rewards, primarily consisting of elixirs and resources for cultivation. The rewards for the top 10 are even more generous, including high-level techniques and elixirs. The rewards for the top 3 are particularly bountiful, featuring spiritual artifacts among other prizes. It is the spiritual artifacts that most intrigue Lin Xiao, as the Tower Spirit currently requires such sentient materials. Restoring the Tower Spirit is of utmost importance to Lin Xiao. The top 3 in the competition? I am certain of my victory. In the division's technique pavilion, on the second floor, Lin Yunin arrived with familiarity to a secluded corner. A tall figure had been waiting there for quite some time, a handsome man. Upon seeing him, Lin Yunin felt a twinge of discomfort. For this individual hailed from the Li family, none other than Li Lang. Li Lang, what do you want with me? Lin Yunin inquired. Li Lang smiled faintly, his calm gaze resting upon Lin Yunin. Just that tranquil look sent beads of cold sweat down Lin Yunin's back, a wave of pressure unexpectedly surging within him. Lin Xiao, you have met him, haven't you? He is the target of our interest. Lin Yunin suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled sharply, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I have encountered him. He remains as infuriating as ever. However, during the upcoming freshman competition, I will personally incapacitate him. Li Lang, upon hearing this, chuckled derisively. You? Kill Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao could easily dispatch the steward of my Li family, so eliminating you will be a trivial task. Lin Yunin's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. I have my ways. As long as Lin Xiao is not at the transformation realm, I can certainly defeat him. It seems the Lin family has bestowed upon you some valuable treasure. Li Lang strode over to Lin Yunin's side, producing an exquisite white jade vial from his sleeve. Inside this vial is a berserker pill. Should you find yourself unable to contend with Lin Xiao, consume it. After handing the vial to Lin Yunin, Li Lang departed without another word. Lin Yunin gazed in surprise at the delicate white jade vial in his hand, astonished that Li Lang would entrust him with such a potent elixir. The berserker pill, a 4th-grade elixir, could temporarily amplify one's cultivation dramatically. Yet it came with severe side effects. The milder effects could lead to chaotic blood flow, necessitating months of recovery and potentially a decline in cultivation. The more severe consequences could result in madness, leaving one irrevocably insane. Thus, the berserker pill is forbidden within the division. Once used, regardless of the outcome, the user would be expelled without exception. Li Lang intends for me to kill Lin Xiao, not merely incapacitate him. Lin Yunin grasped Li Lang's true intentions, recognizing that this was a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to discard the bottle, but instead placed it directly into his storage ring. Perhaps it would indeed prove useful in the future. As long as he consumed the fury pill, The only outcome awaiting him would be expulsion from the faction. Taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within, Lin Yunan departed the loft. However, after his departure, Li Lang's figure reappeared, his expression deepening with mockery as he observed the retreating silhouette. "Brother Lang, do you truly believe that this fool Lin Yunan will follow your advice?" inquired a handsome young man. Li Lang replied nonchalantly, "For the sake of the Lin family, he will undoubtedly comply. The first to suffer as Lin Xiao grows stronger will be the Lin family, leaving him with no alternative." The handsome youth pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I recall that after the freshman competition, it seems Qingyang's sect will also send disciples for exchanges, right? Brother Lang, would you be interested?" Li Lang gently shook his head. "My only goal now is to enter the inner court. Matters of exchange are irrelevant to me." Upon leaving the dining hall, Lin Xiao unexpectedly received a series of challenge letters from new students, all of which he declined. For Lin Xiao, his primary concern lay solely with the upcoming freshman competition. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Xiao once again engaged in combat with Zhang Kuang, this time sparing no effort. Clang! The swift sword strikes were like the wind, leaving Zhang Kuang astonished as he struggled to keep pace with the other's speed. Was this truly the real strength of his junior brother? Zhang Kuang was shaken, letting out a loud roar as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his broadsword. Chapter 14. The challenge half a month later. In the small courtyard, a stunning sword aura sliced through the air, and the burly figure finally staggered back. Zhang Kuang looked at his heavy broadsword in astonishment, a noticeable gap evident in its blade. Had he truly lost before his junior brother? At that moment, Lin Xiao sheathed his long sword, which was not the Wajijian but a regular sword exchanged at the behest of his master, Yue'er. As always, he had refrained from using any spiritual power in their swordplay. And this was the first time in half a month he had managed to repel Zhang Kuang purely through sword technique. Zhang Kuang, with his formidable physique, found that the full-force strike had not only driven him back, but also left a faint scar on his shoulder. With an apologetic expression, Lin Xiao said, "I'm sorry, brother." Zhang Kuang quickly regained his composure, smiling nonchalantly. "Junior brother, you have made remarkable progress. I never expected you to become this formidable in just half a month." The injury on his shoulder felt no more significant than a mosquito bite to Zhang Kuang. Lin Xiao smiled in return, noting that their relationship had grown closer over the past month. Zhang Kuang was straightforward, though his only flaw was his excessive honesty in certain matters. Under the guidance of his master, Yue'er, Lin Xiao's sword techniques had indeed advanced at an astonishing rate, attributed not only to the instruction of the true sword cultivator Yue'er, but also significantly influenced by the Wajijian bone within him. In the present day, Lin Xiao possesses the capability to confront even those at the transformation realm. Standing still, Zhang Kuang gazes sorrowfully at the imperfection on his sword, a blemish that has appeared for the first time since it has been in his possession. Noticing Zhang Kuang's distress, Lin Xiao feels a pang of guilt and approaches him, saying, "Brother, I will cover the cost of repairing this sword." Zhang Kuang snaps back to reality and, with a broad grin, shakes his head to decline Lin Xiao's generous offer. "There is no need for that. It merely signifies that my junior's skills are too formidable. I shall return the sword to our master. He will see to its restoration." Just as he finishes speaking, a voice erupts from outside. "Lin Xiao, you coward, come out." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao furrows his brow, pondering why this individual has returned. The one calling out is none other than Lin Yunan. For the past fortnight, Lin Yunan has incessantly sought to challenge Lin Xiao, hurling insults with each encounter, yet Lin Xiao has consistently rebuffed his advances. Today, however, he has returned once more. Zhang Kuang's temper flares, and he thrusts his heavy sword into the ground before striding purposefully toward the door. Upon opening it, he is met with Lin Yunan, who is poised to continue his taunts, accompanied by a few lackeys. The moment Zhang Kuang appears, Lin Yunan's bravado diminishes, and he instinctively retreats a few steps, intimidated by the imposing figure before him. Compared to Lin Yunan, Zhang Kuang towers significantly taller, appearing to him like a mountain. Additionally, Lin Yunan is wary of Zhang Kuang due to his substantial cultivation level, 8th layer of qi condensation. Despite having elevated himself to the 9th layer through resources over the past fortnight, he dares not engage in combat. What a madman. "If you have the gall to challenge me, I shall oblige." With a voice as thunderous as a storm, Zhang Kuang lets out a heavy snort. The sound startles not only Lin Yunan, but also his companions. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Yunan regains his composure and states, "Zhang Kuang, I am here for Lin Xiao, that turtle hiding in its shell. You are irrelevant." He then turns his gaze past Zhang Kuang, shouting into the courtyard, "Lin Xiao, you cowardly turtle." Lin Xiao, with a stern expression, approaches Zhang Kuang's side. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Lin Yunan's confidence resurges, and he mockingly remarks, Lin Xiao? I thought you were too afraid to show your face. You have been evading battle. It seems you are genuinely frightened. Ignoring Lin Yunan's provocations, Lin Xiao remains resolute. Evading battle is merely a strategy to incapacitate Lin Yunan during the upcoming newcomer tournament. Do you truly wish for your demise, Lin Yunan? Lin Yunan smirks coldly. I wish for death, but can you truly end my life? With his audacity, he continues, since they have dared to confront you. Your refusal to engage merely betrays your fear. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the tension. Everyone turns to see Du Guyi approaching, his right hand idly scratching his ear. Teacher. Lin Xiao greets him with a respectful bow, quickly grasping the implication behind Du Guyi's words. Subsequently, he cast a glance towards Lin Yunan. Since you are so eager for me to accept your challenge, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, Lin Yunan was overjoyed. Ha ha, you have finally acquiesced. Then let us meet at the arena tomorrow. Lin Xiao, I shall ensure your downfall with my own hands. Satisfied with the response, Lin Yunan promptly departed with his entourage. Zhang Quan glanced at Lin Xiao, but refrained from saying much. He was well aware of his junior's capabilities. Lin Yunan could hardly be a match for him. Du Guyi approached the two, surveying them before inquiring, how did it fare today? Lin Xiao initially intended to convey that the two remained evenly matched, but Zhang Quan interjected. My junior is formidable. I, however, am somewhat dull and lost a move. Du Guyi regarded Lin Xiao with a hint of surprise. Lin Xiao's extraordinary talent and innate swordsmanship ensured that his victory over Zhang Quan was merely a matter of time. Yet, even Du Guyi had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. In the realm of swordsmanship, a single move can determine life or death. Henceforth, there is no necessity for you two to engage again. With that, Du Guyi clasped his hands behind his back and strode past them into the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the flaw in the broad sword embedded in the ground, his eyes widening in astonishment once more. Over the past fortnight, he had merely guided Lin Xiao in refining his sword technique, yet he had not foreseen such remarkable growth in such a short span. Practical combat will yield the best improvement for you at this stage. What are your plans for the impending battle with Lin Yunan? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao responded. My intention is not to kill him. However, his eagerness for a challenge likely stems from pressure imposed by the Lin family. I will render him incapacitated. Du Guyi was quite pleased with this answer. Challenges can be arranged within the academy, yet killing is strictly forbidden, should you slay Lin Yunan. Regardless of the enmity between you, you would be expelled from the academy. Your approach is sound. Swiftly resolve the battle tomorrow without bringing disgrace to the sword practitioners. Lin Xiao nodded, confident in his ability for the forthcoming duel. Chapter 15. The stakes. The news of Lin Yunan's challenge to Lin Xiao quickly spread within the academy, garnering the attention of many senior students. While duels among newcomers were not uncommon, this particular challenge piqued the interest of the older students primarily due to the connections between the Lin and Li families. Given that the academy is situated within Yun City, most were aware of the prominence of the Lin and Li clans. To offend both families simultaneously is an achievement unique to Lin Xiao. Furthermore, with Li Lang hailing from the Li family, the implications of this confrontation resonated deeply. Not only were the senior students invested, but several instructors also took note. Sword practitioners, though a rare pursuit within the academy, were often looked down upon by these mentors. In fact, there were only 3 sword practitioners within the entire academy. In the pavilion by the lake, Dean Shin set down his teacup, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the figure seated across from him. I have heard that it was you who prompted Lin Xiao to accept the challenge? Du Guyi, have you not always advocated for concealing one's strengths? Du Guyi, with an expressionless face, replied, regardless, this is an inevitable occurrence. For Lin Xiao, only through actual combat can his swordsmanship ascend to greater heights. The knowledge I can impart to him is rather limited. Director Chun gazed at the familiar yet suddenly alien face before him, astonished. Having been friends with Du Guyi for many years, he found it remarkable to hear such words from him. Is this young man truly so formidable? Du Guyi merely smiled faintly, a thought occurring to him as he reached into his sleeve, retrieving an object and placing it on the table. Director Chen looked closer. It was a crystal core, a deep ruby red. A 7th-tier crystal core? Let us make a wager. If Lin Yunan can endure 10 rounds without defeat at the hands of Lin Xiao tomorrow, this 7th-tier crystal core shall be yours. Otherwise, you, Director Chun, shall lose. And the cost will be to provide me with a corresponding spiritual weapon. Director Chen did not respond immediately, pondering deeply, still unable to fully believe Du Guyi's confidence. Are you truly so assured in this, Lin Xiao? Du Guyi remained silent, patiently awaiting his answer. With a smile, Director Chen nodded. It is rare to see you so interested. I shall accept your wager. I possess a defensive spiritual weapon named Thunderstorm Garb. capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a first-tier transformation realm practitioner. What say you? Yue'er nodded in agreement. The spiritual weapon was, of course, not intended for his own use. That night, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes from his meditation, attempting to break through to the 9th layer of qi condensation. Yet, he ultimately failed, feeling that he was still a step short. Reluctantly, he chose to temporarily abandon his attempt at a breakthrough. There is no need to rush with breakthroughs. Given your current strength, even a typical first-layer transformation realm cultivator may not pose a challenge to you. A familiar, cool voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiao recognized it as the voice of the sword spirit within the Wujian sword. The Tower Spirit had fallen into slumber, but the sword spirit remained alert. Elder. He recalled that during the last encounter with Steward's son, he had not drawn upon the Tower Spirit's power, but rather that of the sword spirit. However, he sensed that the sword spirit's power was quite limited. Elder, are you still recovering from your injuries? His words lingered in silence, with no response from the sword spirit. Lin Xiao let out a wry smile. This elder spirit was indeed quite aloof. Dismissing further thoughts, he extinguished the lantern and settled into a tranquil rest. The following morning, the competition arena was bustling with excitement. Outside the venue, betting stations had already sprung up, with astonishing odds. Both senior and junior students favored Lin Yunan. Having entered the division a year and a half prior, Lin Yunan had recently achieved the 9th layer of qi condensation. As the scion of the Lin family of Cloud City, he had both resources and strength, making him the clear favorite in the upcoming duel. In contrast, there were few who placed bets on Lin Xiao. 1,000 taels, I bet on Lin Xiao to win, a voice suddenly rang out among the crowd, capturing the attention of those around. Upon encountering the newcomer, they each suppressed their laughter within. Zhang Kuang had already been tacitly acknowledged as the foremost among the new students. The individual overseeing the betting was an upperclassman, who merely chuckled dryly upon witnessing Zhang Kuang produce 1,000 taels. Confidence is admirable, yet blind self-assurance can lead to folly. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Zhang Kuang left his silver behind and strode directly toward the arena. The vast arena was already teeming with spectators, predominantly new students. Among them sat Li Lang, an upperclassman, positioned conveniently close to the ring. A youth clad in white beside him smiled and quipped, "Lang Guo, what are your thoughts?" "I am merely here to witness how Lin Xiao meets his demise," Li Lang replied nonchalantly, for in his eyes, the outcome of this contest was already determined. Lin Yunan possessed commendable strength and had the advantage of a fury pill. What could Lin Xiao possibly employ to secure victory? Soon, the appearance of Dean Shun and several mentors captured the attention of the audience. It was unexpected that a mere freshman competition could draw the dean himself. How intriguing. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating about the peculiar relationship between Dean Shun and Lin Xiao, with some even suggesting that Lin Xiao was the dean's illegitimate son. Upon hearing such rumors, Dean Chen's expression darkened slightly. How did such a rumor arise? "Dean, who do you favor in this match?" Came a voice from a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes, his face adorned with a smile. Upon the man's arrival, Dean Chen merely smiled in response. "Who I favor is of little consequence. What matters is that both contestants are formidable." The middle-aged man, self-assured, settled beside Dean Chen, casting occasional glances toward Yue'er. His name was Li Hai, a member of the Li family from Yun City, and also Lin Yunan's instructor in the branch academy. Being a member of the Li family, he was well aware of the turmoil Lin Xiao had caused in Yun City. He found it hard to believe that Lin Xiao could have slain Steward's son, perceiving it merely as a matter of pride between the Lin and Li families. However, this was the branch academy, and today, Lin Xiao was destined for defeat. "What does Teacher Yue'er think?" Li Hai inquired, a smile curving his lips. Yue'er, however, chose to ignore Li Hai's words, maintaining a serene gaze upon the arena. Li Hai continued, "I have long heard that Teacher Yue'er possesses a 7th-tier crystal core. How about we wager? If Yunan wins, the 7th-tier crystal core will be mine. If Lin Xiao triumphs, I shall provide you with a 5th-grade pill, the Tian Yuan pill. What say you?" The Tian Yuan pill, a 5th-grade elixir known to enhance one's cultivation, commanded a staggering market price, even exceeding that of a 7th-tier crystal core. As Li Hai's words hung in the air, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him, prompting him to look up. The one meeting his eyes was none other than Dean Shun. Had he misspoken? Li Hai was left in a state of bewilderment. The expression on Yue'er's face finally shifted as he remarked, "Well said. This wager requires Dean Chen's testimony." Dean Chen's countenance was far from pleasant, and he seemed reluctant to provide such testimony. If Lin Xiao were to triumph, Yue'er would undoubtedly reap the benefits of both sides. What a fool Li Hai is. At that moment, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence, their gazes turning towards the arena. On the expansive stage, two figures gradually ascended. As they took their positions, a barrier silently enveloped the entire arena. Lin Yunan, confidently gripping a black spear, cast his gaze towards his opponent, a swordsman, truly befitting to contend with such a worthless foe. The sword in Lin Xiao's hand was not the legendary Wujian, but rather a low-grade spiritual weapon bestowed upon him by Degui. There was no need for him to wield the Wujian against someone like Lin Yunan. In response to Lin Yunan's taunts, Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly. Shall we not waste time with idle chatter and engage directly? Very well, I shall oblige you. With that, Lin Yunan swiftly advanced, his movements as elusive as a specter. To the spectators, all that remained was the afterimage of Lin Yunan. This strange technique was quickly recognized by some. Xian-level skill, Yinqing step. This is likely beyond the reach of a mere freshman, isn't it? Others immediately glanced towards Li Hai, hypothesizing that such a technique could only have been imparted by this instructor. As Lin Yunan's afterimage approached, Lin Xiao slowly raised his sword. In the next instant, he surged forward like an arrow, exuding an astonishing momentum. The clash of sword and spear ignited a shower of sparks. The ease on Lin Yunan's face transformed into sheer astonishment. He felt the tremendous power emanating from Lin Xiao's sword. This was far beyond what a mere 8th-level qi condensation cultivator should possess. After forcing Lin Yunan back with a single strike, Lin Xiao pursued relentlessly, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword for another decisive blow. Lin Yunan steadied himself and, seeing the incoming strike, quickly positioned his spear to block it. The two figures collided, sword and spear clashing violently. On the spectators' platform, Dinshin observed the duel with a shifting expression. While the students in attendance could not discern the true nature of the battle, even some instructors might have overlooked it. However, with his level of cultivation, he immediately perceived the underlying nuances. From the very first exchange, Lin Xiao had refrained from unleashing his full strength, deliberately holding back. Clearly, he regarded Lin Yunan with disdain despite the latter's higher cultivation level. In the arena, Lin Yunan had fallen entirely into a defensive posture, while Lin Xiao's relentless assaults cascaded like an unending tide. After just a few exchanges, Lin Yunan's face flushed with embarrassment, further infuriated by his inability to utilize his full capabilities. Accompanied by a strike that descended like Mount Tai, the two weapons collided. The tremendous force sent Lin Yunan sprawling. Lin Xiao, holding his long sword at an angle, wore a relaxed expression, standing tall like a sharpened blade. It seems you are even weaker than I had anticipated. The audacious words ignited a profound fury within Lin Yunan, causing his spiritual energy to surge like tumultuous waves. The realm of qi condensation at the 9th level erupting in full force at that moment. I could vanquish you before the 10th round, Lin Xiaojian proclaimed, having discerned Lin Yunan's strengths and weaknesses after several exchanges. In comparison to the arrogance displayed, Lin Yunan was significantly inferior. He could even sense the superficiality of Lin Yunan's spiritual power, a consequence of relying on external forces like pills to elevate his cultivation level. Although Lin Yunan possessed the cultivation of qi condensation at the 9th level, his true capabilities fell far short. It is time to conclude this tedious battle. The sword, gathering spiritual energy, summoned forth a fierce gale, reminiscent of countless blades slicing through the air. The sudden shift in momentum instilled an inexplicable pressure within Lin Yunan, who instinctively recalled a particular pill. The thought was fleeting. He clenched his long spear tightly, murmuring to himself, "Even without the frenzy pill, I can still slay you." In an instant, a breathtaking sword light seemed to cleave through space, approaching with alarming rapidity. The sword light, accompanied by the gale, grazed past Lin Yunan, a strand of hair silently falling to the ground. Where the sword light traversed, the earth bore a grotesque scar, nearly bisecting the entire arena. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Yunan's brow as he stood in shock, his eyes trembling in disbelief at the deep gash beside him. The barrier trembled, fissures appearing. The sword light had finally dissipated entirely. Weak in the knees, Lin Yunan knelt on the ground, utterly despondent. He had lost. He was not foolish enough to believe that Lin Xiaojian's sword had merely cut through empty space. Had that strike landed upon him, he would have been utterly defenseless, destined for death. The spectacle stunned not only the new students in the audience, but also sent chills through the seasoned students present. How many among them could withstand such a sword strike? In the crowd, Li Lang's gaze was filled with coldness, his handsome features contorted into a grimace. Initially, he had dismissed Lin Xiaojian entirely, but that recent strike compelled him to take notice of this adversary from the Li family. Lin Xiaojian must perish. Beside him, the youth clad in white turned pale, fear gripping his heart as he pondered. Could such a sword strike truly be executed by someone at the qi condensation realm? Zhang Kuang, relieved, exhaled a breath of relief, Thankful he had not engaged Lin Xiao in a contest of spiritual power directly. The outcome would have been dire. So it turns out, my junior brother has always been superior to me. Dean Chin's lips twitched. It was precisely 10 exchanges. No more, no less. He cast a glance at Dugu, noticing the usually stern figure now adorned with a broad smile. With that one strike, Lin Xiao could have concluded the battle long ago. Yet he deliberately waited until the 10th exchange. A clever ploy on your part, Dugu. Bang. Li Hai slammed his hand on the armrest, rising in fury. His eyes blazing as he glared at the kneeling figure on the arena floor. Lin Yunan, you worthless wretch. I invested so many pills to elevate your cultivation. And you dare to lose in such a manner. In the arena, Lin Yunan gradually emerged from his state of terror, his entire body trembling involuntarily. In a state of panic, he cast a frantic glance around the spectators surrounding the combat stage, all eyes fixated upon the imposing figure before him. Gritting his teeth tightly, a surge of rage welled up within him. No longer hesitating, Lin Yunan cast aside his long spear and retrieved a blood-red pill from his storage ring, the Berserk Pill. His actions immediately captured the attention of onlookers, prompting a cold reminder from someone. That is the Berserk Pill. The utterance snapped the crowd from their astonishment. Chapter 17. Berserk Pill. The headmaster, Chen Fong, rose in indignation, his gaze fiercely directed at Li Hai. Did you provide this? Li Hai quickly shook his head in denial. How could it possibly be me? In stark contrast to Chen Fong, Dugu Yi, Lin Xiao's mentor, appeared remarkably composed. Headmaster. It seems this contest is far from over. A glance exchanged between Chen Fong and Dugu Yi revealed their mutual understanding of the Berserk Pill's effects. Yet, Dugu Yi seemed unfazed. In the arena, Lin Yunan had already consumed the Berserk Pill. As its effects took hold, his skin transformed into a deep crimson hue, and his eyes were veiled with a network of blood vessels. Veins bulged upon his forehead, and in that moment, Lin Yunan resembled a frenzied beast. He had reached the pinnacle of qi condensation, transcending into the transformation realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yunan's cultivation soared to the transformation realm. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, he charged towards Lin Xiao, his limbs propelling him forward like a predator lunging at its prey. Upon witnessing Lin Yunan's ferocity, Lin Xiao's expression turned icy. He was well aware of the Berserk Pill's potency, but was astounded that Lin Yunan possessed such a pill and had chosen to consume it. Transformation realm? A fortnight ago, he would have felt utterly helpless against such an opponent. Yet circumstances had changed. The frenzied Lin Yunan rushed forth at breakneck speed. Leaping into the air with clenched fists, enveloped in violent spiritual energy, and struck down upon Lin Xiao's head with tremendous force. Lin Xiao managed to parry the blow with his sword, the sheer force forcing him to take 2 steps back, but only 2. The face before him was now filled with unbridled fury. Lin Yunan had completely lost control, just as the crowd anticipated a stalemate. The arrival of the individual was none other than Dugu Yi, who merely cast a glance at Lin Yunan before shaking his head dismissively. The fury pill he consumed had issues, and its effects could only last a fleeting moment at the cost of his own vitality. Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended. Recalling the earlier scene, he realized that Lin Yunan, originally at the transformation stage, was only exhibiting the strength of the 9th layer of qi condensation because the fury pill had abruptly ceased to function. Someone was plotting against Lin Yunan. No, it was more accurate to say someone was conspiring against him. In the eyes of certain individuals, it was as if he had not merely severed Lin Yunan's arm, but had taken his life. Lin Yunan was dead, but it was not by his hand. Dugu Yi patted Lin Xiao's shoulder before turning to gaze towards the spectator stands. Dean, there's an issue with the fury pill taken by Lin Yunan. His vitality is in chaos, and he has perished. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in shock. Even Dean Chin's expression turned grim to an extreme, as this was tantamount to challenging the entire branch. Li Hai's countenance darkened further. Lin Yunan's death due to the fury pill inevitably cast the most suspicion on him as the teacher. Yet, he genuinely had no knowledge of the matter concerning the fury pill. Amidst the crowd, Li Lang stood up with an impassive expression. The young man in white beside him looked particularly distressed, having not anticipated Li Lang's ruthlessness. The fury pill had originated from Li Lang's hand. Why would he wish for Lin Yunan's demise? The motive was likely quite evident. It involved the entire Lin family. The martial arena gradually fell silent as the observing students departed, leaving only Dean Shun and a multitude of instructors. Lin Xiao returned to his dwelling. The specific details could only await the conclusions drawn by the dean and his colleagues. In the courtyard, within a room, Zhang Kuang cast a concerned glance at Lin Xiao. Someone had died, which was a significant affair within the branch. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about this incident was peculiar. Junior brother. Why do I have the impression that this matter is rather strange? Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, having already contemplated the entire situation thoroughly since leaving the arena. The Fury Pill was flawed, and Lin Yunan could not possibly possess such a pill. The Fury Pill was a fourth-grade elixir, and neither the Lin family nor Lin Yunan himself could have acquired it. There was only one possibility. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao articulated his suspicion. The Fury Pill that Lin Yunan consumed was given by someone. The moment he ingested it, it marked him as a doomed individual. I was the one who engaged him in combat, and while you all know I did not kill him, it is perceived differently in the eyes of the Lin family. I already harbor enmity with his father. Now that Lin Yunan is dead, the Lin family will naturally direct their wrath towards me. This is precisely the objective of the individual who provided the pill to Lin Yunan, to pit the entire Lin family against me, making us mortal adversaries. Zhang Kuang felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain of Lin Xiao's precise implications. So who is responsible for this? Your teacher, Li Hai? A flash of insight struck Lin Xiao, and he quickly turned to Zhang Kuang. Senior brother, within the branch, who else could possibly possess the Fury Pill? The instructors of the branch, or perhaps some senior students who specialize in alchemy. Alternatively, it could have been procured from outside. The division allows students to go out during the last 3 days of the month. Lin Xiao has already arrived at a conclusion in his heart, that it pertains to the Li family. However, given that Li Hai's intentions are too overt, he cannot be the one. Could it be Li Lang? This thought surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Ultimately, it remains merely a conjecture without substantial evidence. Before long, Du Gui entered the room. Upon seeing the two present, he disclosed the results. It was indeed due to the Fury Pill that Lin Yunan met his demise, with no connection to Lin Xiao. As for the origin of the Fury Pill, the dean has dispatched someone to investigate, and it is highly likely that it came from outside the academy, as no one within possesses the ability to concoct such a pill. Furthermore, the dean has already informed the Lin family to come, and the cause of Lin Yunan's death will be conveyed to them in due course. Du Gui's expression was notably solemn, and after sharing this information, he immediately turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "The Li family bears the greatest suspicion. Do you believe it could be them? Perhaps Li Lang?" Lin Xiao hesitated slightly before shaking his head. "I do not know, but it is certain that the perpetrator is targeting me, and the only possibility lies with the Li family." Chapter 18. Deepening enmity. The death of Lin Yunan caused quite a stir throughout the division. Despite testimonies from Dean Shun and other instructors, the disciples of the Li family within the division still attributed the blame to Lin Xiao. Upon learning this, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, for he had not committed the act. That afternoon, members of the Lin family arrived at the division. Naturally, Lin Xiao, as the party involved, went to meet them. Lin Yunan's body was laid to rest in a small courtyard, where many students from the Lin family had gathered outside. As Lin Xiao arrived alone, the students cast resentful glances his way, some seemingly wishing to rend the former heir of the Lin family to pieces. Nevertheless, this was the division, and no one dared to obstruct Lin Xiao's entrance, allowing him to enter the room unperturbed. While still outside, he could already hear the sounds of weeping. Upon entering the inner room, Lin Xiao beheld the figures within. Aside from Dean Shun and a few instructors, there were Lin Yunsheng and several elders of the Lin family. Lin Yunsheng, filled with grief and indignation, turned to see who had entered as he sensed someone's presence. Upon recognizing the familiar yet infuriating face before him, a mixture of sorrow and rage ignited within his eyes, swiftly transforming into murderous intent. In an instant, an oppressive aura emanating from the transformative realm filled the room. Lin Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. "I did not kill him. Why do you look at me as if I did?" At that moment, Dean Shun spoke gravely. "I have provided an explanation. Lin Yunan brought this upon himself. The instructors present can attest to this, as can the students of the division." Only then did Lin Yunsheng withdraw his menacing aura, his face twisted with resentment as he glared at Dean Shun, gritting his teeth. "But my son ultimately perished during a duel with Lin Xiao. He must bear responsibility for this matter. Please allow Director Chen to hand Lin Xiao over to me." Before Lin Yunsheng could finish his sentence, a cold snort from Director Chen interrupted him. "Master Lin, did you not hear my words? This matter has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. Why should I hand him over to you? Moreover, the violent pill is a prohibited substance, and your son is aware yet still intends to consume it. My branch will not offer any compensation. So I kindly request that you and your people return as you came." The resentment and anger on Lin Yunsheng's face deepened, for this was indeed the branch. Furthermore, the fact that Lin Yunan had consumed the violent pill was undeniable. The Lin family held little weight in front of this branch. Taking a deep breath to calm the flames of fury within, Lin Yunsheng turned once more to Lin Xiao. "I shall remember your brother's demise. Lin Xiao, if you have the capability, remain in the branch for the rest of your life." With that cold remark, Lin Yunxing cradled his son's icy corpse and departed with heavy steps. Just as Lin Yunan reached the doorway, the calm Lin Xiao spoke. The Lin family does not belong to you. I will reclaim it sooner or later. I will also avenge my parents. Lin Yunxing paused momentarily, a bitter laugh escaping him. I await your return. When the time comes, I shall ensure you accompany my son in death. As the Lin family members left, silence enveloped the room. Director Chun then dismissed the teachers, leaving only Lin Xiao behind. Lin Xiao, do you have any idea where the violent pill in Lin Yunan's possession originated? Lin Xiao replied directly, my conjecture points to the Li family. A figure suddenly flashed through Director Chen's mind, prompting a sigh as he shifted the conversation. Your performance today guarantees your place among the top 10 in the upcoming new student competition. The top 10 will receive substantial rewards and the opportunity to challenge the senior students. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not realized that challenging the seniors required qualification. But why do you specifically mention this, Director Chen? Do you wish for me to challenge the seniors? Director Chen merely chuckled without providing an answer, saying, You may return now. Within the branch, neither the Lin nor Li families dare to act too recklessly. Lin Xiao felt it inappropriate to probe further. Offering a bow before turning to leave, just as he exited the courtyard, he encountered an unfamiliar figure. Li Lang had been waiting outside for Lin Xiao for quite some time. Upon finally seeing Lin Xiao emerge, he smiled and directly positioned himself in front of Lin Xiao. You may not know me yet. I am Li Lang of the Li family. Lin Xiao was not surprised by Li Lang's presence. In fact, Li Lang's arrival confirmed a thought that lingered in Lin Xiao's mind. The violent pill had been provided by Li Lang. Your presence here only heightens your suspicion, Lin Xiao remarked. Unfazed, Li Lang replied, in the absence of evidence, what use is suspicion? Lin Xiao, your strength indeed took me by surprise. But the matter of you killing my family's steward is far from over. After the new student competition, I shall await your challenge, a fight to the death. With a smile, Li Lang turned and departed. His words revealed to Lin Xiao another form of challenge, a battle to the death. As he gazed at the receding figure, Lin Xiao's fists gradually clenched. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. This individual possesses a treasure that can aid me in restoring my former strength. It was the voice of the Tower Spirit. Senior, you have awakened? I had awakened during your competition, originally intending to offer my assistance. But your current prowess has left me utterly astounded, the Tower Spirit remarked with a smile. Though you bear the legacy of the infinite, the entire Dezhou dynasty is merely a starting point for you. Young man, your journey is still long. Lin Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he made his way toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, within the small world of the tower, the figure of the Tower Spirit materialized, and the infinite sword floated before him. This young man is progressing far too slowly, the Tower Spirit sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the infinite sword, and a blurred figure appeared. From an external perspective, this sword spirit appeared as a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her features indistinct and unrecognizable. Since you have chosen him, then all must be accepted. The Tower Spirit began, hesitating before letting out another sigh. Originally, Lin Xiao was not his chosen one. Fate merely intervened as the young man happened upon him and exhibited commendable potential. Very well, since he has been chosen, there is no point in regretting it now. The Dezhou dynasty is still too small. I can only hope for this young man's swift progress. The sword spirit interjected, I hold greater faith in him. He is decisive in battle and possesses considerable comprehension. The individual instructing him, though not particularly strong, excels in guiding sword techniques. The Tower Spirit expressed surprise at the sword spirit's unwavering trust. Yet you still have not recognized him as your master, have you? Chapter 19. The invitation upon returning to his modest courtyard. Du Guyi was already seated at the stone table, awaiting Lin Xiao's arrival. As Lin Xiao entered, Du Guyi was the first to speak. Has the dean informed you about the upcoming freshman competition? Lin Xiao nodded. Does the teacher also believe I should challenge the upperclassmen? Du Guyi simply affirmed with a solemn expression. I understand your confusion, but this is an opportunity for you. According to the regulations of the branch, the top 10 freshmen have the right to challenge the upperclassmen. If you can win 3 matches, you will secure a chance to enter the inner court directly. Once in the inner court, given your talent and strength, you will undoubtedly receive superior training. Lin Xiao was thoroughly taken aback. He had not anticipated that challenging the upperclassmen would lead to an opportunity for direct entry into the inner court. This was akin to a shortcut for him. Winning 3 matches was certainly within the realm of possibility. Du Guyi continued, at that time, you will be competing for a place in the inner court against talented disciples from the other 3 branches, and the transformation realm is quite common. Lin Xiao discerned his teacher's intent. He was being urged to swiftly break through to the transformation realm. Only by reaching that stage could he hope to enter the inner court. A light sound echoed, followed by a surge of violent spiritual energy. Lin Xiao turned to see a suit of armor had materialized on the stone table, its composition unknown, yet it was entwined with crackling lightning. The middle-grade spiritual artifact, the Thunder Garment, is capable of withstanding even the most formidable strikes from a cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm. It is indeed a rare protective treasure. A gift from me to you, my dear student. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Middle-grade spiritual artifacts are priceless and exceedingly rare, even in esteemed families like the Lin clan. Yet here, his teacher had bestowed one upon him without hesitation. Teacher, he began, but Dugui merely glanced at Lin Xiao and remarked, "This is yours by right. To say that I am gifting it to you is to misrepresent the truth. It is something you have rightfully earned." Lin Xiao, perplexed, could not grasp the meaning behind Dugui's words. The teacher, however, offered no further explanation and simply retreated into his chamber. With no other option, Lin Xiao accepted the Thunder Garment. Once donned, the wild spiritual energy dissipated instantly, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary clothing. What a treasure! Lin Xiao was immensely pleased with the Thunder Garment, realizing that with it, the prospect of ordinary cultivators in the transformation realm wishing him harm would be a formidable challenge. A visit to the Lin family would have to wait until he had amassed sufficient strength. As dusk settled, Zhang Kuang entered, his face beaming with delight. "Junior brother, this time I have struck it rich." Without delay, he produced several stacks of silver notes. "This is all thanks to your victory in the competition. It is your rightful share." These funds were indeed the result of wagers placed. Lin Xiao contemplated refusing, but Zhang Kuang insisted, forcefully placing the notes in Lin Xiao's hands. Within the academy, points were the currency of choice. However, once beyond its confines, actual money became paramount. After a moment's reflection, Lin Xiao accepted the 2,000 taels of silver. Indeed, once he left the academy, financial resources would become necessary. "By the way, junior brother," Zhang Kuang suddenly appeared serious. "Do you know Yin Xiao? Yin Xiao?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as the name did not resonate in his mind. He shook his head. "Who is she?" "Senior brother?" Zhang Kuang's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Lin Xiao for an extended moment before exclaiming, "Aren't you the esteemed young master of the Lin family? How could you not know of Yin Xiao? She is the heiress of Tianbao Tower, the woman pursued by Li Lang, and ranks among the top on the senior student list. It is said that many in the academy are enamored with her." Only then did Lin Xiao vaguely recall some details regarding Yin Xiao. Though he had never encountered her, he had certainly heard whispers. Back when he was still regarded as the young master of the Lin family, her talents were indeed on par with his own, yet she had always been reclusive, which explained their lack of acquaintance. Tianbao Tower is the largest trading establishment in the entire Dezhou dynasty. Although the branch in Yun City is but a fraction of its grandeur, its stature is not one that the Lin or Li families could dare to offend. Lin Xiao had visited Tianbao Tower several times, and its opulence was far beyond what the Lin family could ever aspire to. However, he had never engaged with Yin Xiao, let alone claim to know her. "Senior brother, why do you bring up Yin Xiao?" Lin Xiao took a seat and poured tea for his older companion, curiosity piqued. Zhang Kuang chuckled and remarked, "The young lady from Tianbao Tower has sought me out through someone, expressing a desire to meet you. Yin Xiao wishes to see me?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, his brows furrowing in confusion, a deeper curiosity brewing within him. "Why does she wish to meet me? How would I know? Perhaps it's a stroke of good fortune for my junior," Zhang Kuang said with an unusual mischievous grin. Lin Xiao naturally dismissed the notion of any romantic fortune, believing himself to lack such allure. However, the idea that Li Lang might be a suitor of Yin Xiao piqued his interest. "Where did she propose we meet?" Zhang Kuang pondered seriously for a moment. "In the pavilion of the back garden. She mentioned she would be waiting there for you tomorrow." The back garden served as a tranquil retreat for students to unwind. After noting the location, Lin Xiao contemplated visiting. The following morning, as usual, his elder brother Zhang Kuang had prepared breakfast. Only Lin Xiao and he were present. Their teacher, Dugui, was absent. The teacher had announced he would be away for a few days, instructing them to practice their swordplay independently. With a bun stuffed in his mouth, Zhang Kuang glanced at Lin Xiao. "Will you go to meet Yin Xiao today?" Lin Xiao nodded, swallowing his food before replying. Knowing someone from Tianbao Tower could be advantageous. Perhaps it might lead to discounts when I shop there. Zhang Kuang's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "What you say makes sense. That is a brilliant idea." Lin Xiao smiled helplessly, realizing that while his elder brother was earnest, he was undeniably a true money enthusiast. After breakfast, Lin Xiao departed the small courtyard and made his way to the back garden alone. Zhang Kuang had intended to follow, concerned that Yin Xiao might pose a threat. But Lin Xiao firmly declined. If it were Li Lang, he might indeed need to exercise caution, but he believed Lin Xiao would not be so formidable. Along the way, many students greeted him. After his remarkable performance in the previous day's battle, Lin Xiao had gained a reputation, becoming something of an idol among the newcomers. Some female students even approached him, initiating conversations. Before reaching the back garden, he was already enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers. Upon entering the garden, Lin Xiao spotted a familiar figure, Li Lang. Lin Xiao was surprised to encounter Li Lang there. Chapter 20. Yun Xiao Li Lang, just emerging from the direction of the pavilion, was equally stunned. He had anticipated meeting Lin Xiao in this place. Instinctively glancing towards the pavilion, his previous speculations vanished. With a half-smile, Li Lang approached Lin Xiao. I didn't expect you to have the inclination to come here. Only came upon invitation, Lin Xiao replied curtly, not wishing to waste time with Li Lang. He sidestepped him and continued towards the pavilion. Li Lang, who had intended to leave, felt his expression stiffen slightly as he noticed the direction Lin Xiao was headed. Yun Xiao wishes to see Lin Xiao? In the pavilion near the lake, a figure in a white dress sat quietly. From a distance, her slender silhouette and cascading hair resembled a waterfall. Even from behind, she was stunningly beautiful, a vision that captivated the eye, carried on the gentle breeze. Not only was there the scent of flowers, but also the delicate fragrance emanating from this enchanting girl. Even Lin Xiao was momentarily entranced, regaining his composure only after meticulously adjusting his robes, before he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Senior sister. Upon hearing his voice, the lady did not turn but remained seated at the stone table, gazing quietly at the lake's surface. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak again, the enchanting voice of the figure finally reached his ears. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. With that, Lin Xiao stepped into the pavilion. Please, take a seat. Approaching Yun Xiao's side, Lin Xiao finally beheld the exquisite visage of this enchanting maiden. Her features were as delicate as a painting. Her brows like distant mountains, her eyes bright as stars, and the smile gracing her lips resembled the blooming of 100 flowers. The young lady appeared to be merely 16 or 17, her figure perfectly proportioned. As Lin Xiao assessed her, Yun Xiao was also appraising him. After a moment of observation, it was Lin Xiao who blushed first. Clearing his throat, he quickly diverted his gaze and inquired, Senior Sister Yun, have you summoned me for a particular matter? Noticing Lin Xiao's flushed cheeks, Yun Xiao chuckled softly and poured him a cup of water. Is it so that one cannot visit their junior brother without a pressing issue? She continued, I have long heard that the once great young master of the Lin family had fallen to waste, yet your battle yesterday suggests otherwise. Even cultivators of the transformation realm might find it challenging to gain the upper hand against you. The water bore a subtle fragrance, and upon drinking it, Lin Xiao felt an invigorating sensation wash over him, dispelling the lingering heat within his heart. His eyes brightened in surprise as he glanced at the now empty cup. This was no ordinary water. The 100 flower dew possessed the effect of calming the mind, offering considerable benefits to those of the qi condensation realm. With her slender fingers delicately swirling the cup, Yun Xiao continued with a gentle smile, I have heard about your situation with the Lin family, but I did not expect you to be so formidable. That steward's son is no easy adversary, especially considering you are still in the qi condensation realm. With the tension in his heart dissipated, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, it was merely that steward's son underestimated me, granting me an opportunity. Yun Xiao merely smiled in response. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt as though he was being scrutinized from behind, an uncomfortable sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Turning around, he saw Li Lang glaring at him from a distance, his eyes filled with venomous intent. Lin Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed Li Lang had taken him for a romantic rival. He would not naively believe that Yun Xiao's invitation to this place was merely coincidental, nor that Li Lang's presence here was by chance. Senior Sister Yun, is it truly appropriate for me to serve as a shield? Lin Xiao gazed at Yun Xiao with a hint of exasperation. Her beautiful eyes remained as clear and serene as the lake, and Yun Xiao gently shook her head. No, I am simply waiting for you. Li Lang came of his own accord. I called you here to discuss a matter. The berserk pill that Lin Yunan consumed came from the Tianbao Tower. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. He did not appear overly surprised, but fell silent for a moment before responding with a soft He had already suspected that the berserk pill originated from Li Lang's hand. Unexpectedly, the information did not originate from the division, but rather from Tianbao Tower. Why did Senior Sister Yun choose to disclose this matter to me? Surely, she ought to have informed the dean instead. Yun Xiao's enchanting gaze once again fell upon Lin Xiao, her smile growing ever more radiant. The Li family has business dealings with my Tianbao Tower. Why would I wish to offend them? Moreover, this matter lacks substantial evidence, and Li Lang could easily deny it. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. recognizing the validity of Lin Xiao's words. Perhaps she had no obligation to assist him after all. Thank you for the information, Senior Sister Yin. I appreciate it. After expressing his gratitude politely, Lin Xiao began to contemplate his departure. At that moment, the back garden had already attracted a considerable number of students, and the sight of the two figures in the pavilion drew the attention of many. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Li Lang's expression darkened further. He had never anticipated that Lin Xiao would be acquainted with Yuan Xiao. The murmurs around him intensified, amplifying the murderous intent gleaming in Li Lang's eyes. Inside the pavilion, as Lin Xiao rose to take his leave, he heard Yuan Xiao speak again. I can help you reclaim the Lin family. Taken aback, Lin Xiao returned to his seat. Senior Sister Yuan, are you serious? Yuan Xiao nodded gently. The Lin family's business in Yun City has not been flourishing in recent years. If it weren't for my Tianbao Tower, they would have long been consumed by the Li family. We can certainly assist you in regaining the Lin family. Lin Xiao smiled, confident in Tianbao Tower's capabilities. However, he was also acutely aware that nothing comes without a price. Senior Sister Yuan, what do you desire in return? I want you to kill Li Lang. The unexpected request caught Lin Xiao off guard, and he noticed a flicker of anger in Yuan Xiao's eyes. Senior Sister, do you have a grudge against the Li family as well? Yuan Xiao did not respond, merely gazing intently at Lin Xiao. The anger in her clear eyes remained unabated, her demeanor serious. Under such scrutiny from a captivating figure, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort and shifted his gaze toward the lake. I appreciate your goodwill, but I will reclaim the Lin family on my own. I will deal with Li Lang, but that is my affair. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao let out a light laugh, the anger in her eyes dissipating in an instant. If you had agreed outright, I would have found it rather dull. Lin Xiao, my interest in you has only deepened. I have high hopes for you. However, at present, Li Lang has already reached the third level of the transformation realm, making it quite difficult for you to kill him. Following this, Yuan Xiao retrieved a jade token from her storage ring and placed it before Lin Xiao. This is a VIP jade token from Tianbao Tower, granting you VIP treatment within. Consider it a token of our first meeting. In response to this gesture, Lin Xiao did not decline and directly stowed it away in his storage ring. He needed materials for the Tower Spirit's restoration, and Tianbao Tower was indeed the best option. Thank you, Senior Sister. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. This time, Yuan Xiao made no effort to stop him. As Lin Xiao stepped out of the pavilion, he immediately sensed hostile gazes directed at him from various corners. It seemed that his adversaries were not limited to Li Lang alone. Ignoring the hostile gazes of those around him, Lin Xiao swiftly exited the back garden. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted and quickly sidestepped. A fierce gust of wind swept in, and a figure landed precisely where Lin Xiao had just stood. Upon meeting the piercing gaze, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smirk coldly upon recognizing the face of his assailant. How shameful for a practitioner of the transformation realm to resort to a sneak attack. The attacker was none other than Li Lang, who at that moment bore a countenance far removed from his usual calm demeanor, now radiating an air of murderous intent. What did Xiao say to you? Lin Xiao felt a surge of intrigue at Li Lang's demeanor. Xiao and I discussed certain matters concerning Tianbao Tower and myself. The moment the name Xiao escaped Lin Xiao's lips, Li Lang's clenched fist struck out once more. Anticipating the blow, Lin Xiao effortlessly evaded the punch. Li Lang, engaging in private combat, could result in expulsion from the branch. At this, Li Lang finally regained some composure, letting out a disdainful snort. Lin Xiao, I will personally ensure your demise. And a word of warning, it would be wise to keep your distance from Xiao. Lin Xiao dismissed Li Lang's threat with indifference, shaking his head as he watched the furious figure depart. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he noted the uncommon absence of his senior brother, Zhang Kuang. Back in his room, Lin Xiao began preparations to break through to the 9th level of qi condensation. Following his battle with Lin Yunin the previous day, he sensed a nascent breakthrough in his cultivation. Yet, despite a night of relentless practice, he found himself unable to advance. Is it possible that actual combat is the most suitable path for my cultivation? As this thought crossed his mind, a familiar laughter echoed in his head. It was the Tower Spirit. Kid, you're not entirely foolish. Your teacher's approach is commendable. You need not engage in combat with others to expedite the advancement of the Wujian sword technique. Practical experience is indeed the best choice. The Tower Spirit continued. The essence of the Wujian sword technique lies in its boundless dominance, striking down foes with a single stroke. A sword embodies ultimate intent. Forsaking the Wujian sword does not diminish your mastery of the Wujian path. Your reliance should be on your own strength, not solely on the sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation, gradually enlightened as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed predecessor. No need for gratitude. But remember to seek out items imbued with spirit, such as high-grade spiritual artifacts. The higher the grade, the better. With that, the Tower Spirit vanished once more. Are higher-grade spiritual artifacts truly superior? Lin Xiao pondered as he retrieved 2,000 taels of silver from his storage ring. What could this modest sum procure? Likely, only a handful of first-grade pills. As for spiritual artifacts, perhaps those lacking in grade might suffice. It seemed he would have to resort to the arena for his advancement. Thus, that afternoon, Lin Xiao made his way to the competition grounds. Upon his arrival, he drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Lin Xiao deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to the 5th stage of qi condensation and ascended the platform. Addressing the gathered crowd, I currently possess the cultivation of only the 5th stage of qi condensation and will accept any challenges from practitioners below the transformation realm. Should I lose, I shall grant you one request. However, if you were to lose, you would have to forfeit silver. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such arrogance was truly unparalleled, as if they held the students in utter disdain. Soon, one individual, brimming with confidence, stepped onto the stage. A practitioner at the 7th level of qi condensation. Just when everyone anticipated a fierce battle, an astonishing flash of sword light emerged. And this 7th level student was grievously injured and cast off the arena, leaving behind 500 taels of silver. The figure standing on the stage, wielding a sword, held nothing more than an ordinary long sword without any discernible rank. Yet, to the eyes of these newcomers, that unranked sword resembled a divine artifact. One after another, challengers ascended the stage, only to meet a swift and humiliating defeat within mere exchanges. This left the newcomers momentarily hesitant to step forward for further challenges. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, still no one dared to approach the stage. This caused Lin Xiao to feel a tinge of disappointment. After several contests, he had accumulated just over 3,000 taels of silver. For him, 5,000 taels was still insufficient. Upon returning to the small courtyard that evening, Zhang Kuang had already been seated at the stone table for quite some time, waiting eagerly. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival, Zhang Kuang promptly inquired, "Junior brother, are you in dire need of money? I have several thousand taels I can lend you." It was evident that Zhang Kuang was already aware of the events at the arena. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Sitting down beside Zhang Kuang and patting his shoulder, feeling deeply touched. His senior brother was indeed commendable. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I merely seek to hone my swordsmanship and enhance my abilities. Earning money is merely a secondary benefit," Lin Xiao replied. Zhang Kuang felt considerably relieved, saying, "If you are ever in need of funds, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you." "Thank you, senior brother." In Yun City, at the Lin family residence, white lanterns adorned the surroundings, and the atmosphere within the grand ancestral hall was heavy with sorrow. Lin Yunsheng knelt in the hall. Appearing pale and feeble, his gaze devoid of color, with deep tear stains lingering at the corners of his eyes. Behind him, several elders of the Lin family, clad in plain garments, stood quietly, none daring to disturb the family head. After a long while, Lin Yunsheng, with the support of one elder, finally rose and took a seat. After a moment's hesitation, one elder stepped forward and spoke. "Family head, the young master cannot simply perish like this. Otherwise, the Lin family may never regain its footing in Yun City." A glimmer of murderous intent gradually surfaced in Lin Yunsheng's eyes as he slammed his palm heavily onto the armrest of the chair. With a crisp cracking sound, the armrest bore a fracture. "I certainly wish to eliminate Lin Xiao, but how can I do so when he is within the branch academy?" The third elder stepped forward confidently, stating, "Family head, Lin Xiao will eventually leave the branch academy. That will be our opportune moment to strike. If you were to speak with the city lord's manor, I believe that eliminating Lin Xiao would not pose any issues." Lin Yunsheng merely cast a glance at the third elder, choosing to disregard his words. The wait had grown too long. "Family head, why not enlist the students from the branch academy to take action against Lin Xiao?" inquired one elder, who happened to be the grand elder of the Lin family. "As long as the price is right, I believe there will be those willing to take risks in our faction." Chapter 22 times swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed, bringing us to the day of the freshman competition. The arena was already teeming with spectators, enthusiasm palpable in the air. The freshman competition spanned 3 days, open to all newcomers who had entered the academy that year, with no restrictions on their cultivation realms, and participants determined by random drawing. From the stands, Dean Shun and several mentors overlooked the scene, where the matches had already commenced. This year's newcomers exhibited significantly stronger abilities compared to previous cohorts, which boded well for our faction. The other mentors nodded in approval, their faces alight with joy. Only Li Hai appeared somewhat displeased, for Lin Yunan had perished. The mentors began to speculate who might emerge as the champion of this year's freshman competition. After exchanging glances, one of them offered an answer, Zhang Kuang, who had reportedly reached the 9th layer of qi condensation. Xiao Jie from Baiyang City was also commendable, having achieved the same level. Similarly, Qin Feng from Tianyang City had also attained the 9th layer of qi condensation. Thus, it was not inconceivable that he could be the one to claim first place. As the mentors engaged in lively discussion, Dean Shin remained indifferent, his gaze fixated on Du Gui, in contrast to the students mentioned by the other mentors. He held a higher regard for Lin Xiao. Du Gu, what level has Lin Xiao reached now? Upon hearing the question, Du Gui could only manage a bitter smile. This lad has secluded himself in his room for some time. I am unaware of his current cultivation level. The others looked at Du Gui with surprise. The scene from half a month prior still vivid in their memories. Lin Xiao's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Just as Dean Shin conversed with Du Gui, Lin Xiao entered the arena with measured steps. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the numerous gazes directed at him, not only from freshmen but also from senior students. Lin Xiao. He turned to see a woman with a strikingly fair complexion and beauty, though she paled in comparison to Yun Xiao. Who are you? I am from Tianbao Tower. My lady asked me to inform you to be cautious of Xiao Jie. With that, the woman departed. Xiao Jie? Lin Xiao did not take the name to heart. He was no longer the same person he had been half a month ago. Before long, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena, calling out his name. Lin Xiao versus Xiao Jie. As Lin Xiao ascended the stage, he felt a momentary pause upon hearing his opponent's name. Having just received a warning from Tianbao Tower, it was rather unexpected that his opponent would be Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie was a slender youth with a slightly yellow complexion, wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, a knife. Raising his weapon, Xiao Jie sneered arrogantly. Lin Xiao, encountering me is truly your misfortune. Lin Xiao, however, remained composed, drawing an ordinary sword from his storage ring, gripping it at an angle, and raising his gaze. Is he one of Li Lang's people? Xiao Jie's expression shifted, and he fell silent, as the referee's voice signaled the commencement of the match. Xiao Jie moved with a ghostly swiftness, a surge of profound spiritual energy emanating from him as he charged forward. 9th layer of qi condensation. Lin Xiao exhaled lightly, his eyes sharpening with determination. In an instant, the atmosphere around shifted dramatically, and the gentle breeze seemed to come to a standstill. The expression on Xiao Jie's face altered abruptly. Even before their confrontation began, he could already sense an overwhelmingly fierce aura emanating from Lin Xiao. This aura instilled a sense of trepidation within him. An unremarkable sword strike descended with astonishing speed, and Xiao Jie suddenly regained his composure, hastily raising his blade in defense. However, upon contact with the sword's radiance, his longsword shattered as if it were made of paper. Shocked and dismayed, Xiao Jie realized it was too late to escape. With a sickening sound, the sword penetrated flesh, blood splattering forth. His disheveled figure was sent careening backward like a marionette with severed strings, tumbling off the stage. With a single strike, all present, be they newcomers or veterans, were left dumbfounded. Among the spectators, Li Lang wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Had Xiao Jie truly been defeated so easily? Surrounded by an adoring crowd, Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with disbelief. Her enchanting lips parted in shock as she gazed at the figure on the platform. Even Dean Shun revealed a rare look of surprise before breaking into a smile, proclaiming that this young man had secured the title of champion among the newcomers. As the faculty members regained their composure, puzzled by the dean's bold assertion, they were taken aback once more by his words. Lin Xiao has already ascended to the transformation realm. What? Some instructors stood up in sheer astonishment, while others appeared utterly flabbergasted. Du Gongyi was immersed in profound shock. While others may not comprehend the power behind that sword strike, he, as a swordsman, understood well that the force of that blow was beyond the capabilities of any qi condensation cultivator to withstand. Remarkably, Lin Xiao wielded an ordinary sword, not a spiritual weapon. On the stage, Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and turned to descend from the platform. Having secluded himself for the past half-month, he had received personal guidance on his swordsmanship from the sword spirit. Consequently, this period of intense training had significantly enhanced his strength, allowing him to break through to the first level of the transformation realm. He could easily slay any qi condensation cultivator, even one at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, with a single strike. As for those in the transformation realm, Lin Xiao was fully confident he could effortlessly vanquish Lin Yunxing. At that moment, a long sigh brought the astonished audience back to reality. Dean Shun had risen. Lin Xiao had indeed broken through to the transformation realm, claiming the title of first among the newcomers. Anyone who disputed this could directly challenge him. The newcomers were left speechless. They were merely at the chi condensation stage. What could they possibly use to confront someone in the transformation realm? In the history of the divisions over the past century, Lin Xiao was the first to reach the transformation realm during the newcomer competition. As Lin Xiao stepped down from the stage, he merely smiled upon hearing this. It was entirely within his expectations and precisely what he desired. Junior brother, you have actually broken through to the transformation realm. Zhang Kuang approached with an expression of delight. Yet I remain stuck at the 9th layer of chi condensation, far behind you. Brother, you jest. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough on my part. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze shifting toward the older students in the stands, quickly locking onto one individual, Li Lang. Zhang Kuang also noticed the direction of Lin Xiao's gaze and immediately surmised his thoughts. Junior brother, you do not intend to directly challenge Li Lang, do you? Lin Xiao replied with a calm smile. It is not a challenge, but rather to eliminate him. Zhang Kuang felt a jolt of surprise, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Xiao, which filled him with a newfound respect. This junior of his was indeed formidable. Hearing that Li Lang had already reached the 3rd layer of the transformation realm and possessed several spiritual artifacts, Zhang Kuang realized that it would not be an easy task for his junior brother to kill him. There was no rush to confront him. Lin Xiao had other matters to attend to. Lin Xiao had indeed formulated other plans in his heart, delaying his intention to kill Li Lang. Zhang Kuang, puzzled, pondered for a long time, but could not grasp what Lin Xiao intended to do next. Chapter 23. Return to the Lin family after witnessing Zhang Kuang's competition. Lin Xiao returned to his courtyard. The freshman competition held no significance for him any longer. Upon his return, a familiar figure was already seated in the courtyard, waiting. Du Gui leisurely set down the wine gourd in his hand and cast a glance at Lin Xiao. You intend to head to the Lin family next, do you not? How did you know, master? Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback, as his next plan was indeed to go to the Lin family. However, he had not disclosed this to anyone. Du Gui chuckled. You finished the competition with a single sword strike. Didn't you want the dean to witness your true strength? In fact, your current prowess surpasses that of many senior students, but during the competition, you will not be permitted to leave the branch. 3 days from now, when the competition concludes, you may come and go as you please. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. His desire to leave the branch for the Lin family was to catch them off guard. Otherwise, if news of his breakthrough to the transformation realm reached the Lin family, they would certainly be on guard, making matters more complicated. Thus, he promptly articulated his thoughts, seriousness etched on his face. Master, I must address the matters concerning the Lin family at once. Du Gui regarded Lin Xiao's resolute gaze and fell silent for a long while. Sigh. A sigh escaped his lips as he nodded. You may depart, but your life and death will no longer be the concern of the branch. Furthermore, you have only today. If you do not return, you will no longer be a part of the branch. Lin Xiao's face brightened with gratitude. Thank you, master. With that, he turned and left. Du Gui shook his head helplessly, his expression complex. Lin Xiao's journey to the Lin family was fraught with uncertainty regarding his survival. Although the Lin family was not as powerful as in the past, it remained one of the prominent families in Yun City, with several individuals at the transformation realm still present. Before long, Lin Xiao arrived outside the branch, evidently having been granted permission by his master, as no one impeded his exit. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar figure. Yin Xiaoxiao, are you waiting for me? Before him stood Yin Xiaoxiao, her hair dancing gently in the breeze, her delicate lips curving into an alluring smile, and her exquisite features captivating the heart. With a gentle flick of her fingers through her hair, Yin Xiaoxiao softly spoke. I know you are heading to Yun City to resolve matters with the Lin family. Coincidentally, I too intend to return to the Tianbao Tower. Lin Xiao harbored no desire to accompany Yin Xiaoxiao, for the motives of this woman were undoubtedly complex. Just as he was about to decline, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice resonated once more. The Lin family possesses considerable strength, with 5 individuals at the transformation realm. Even if you could vanquish them, there remains the Li family. I have heard that there are members of the Qingyang sect among them. Can you contend with that? With his foot poised to step forward, Lin Xiao hesitated and turned his gaze earnestly towards the young lady of the Tianbao Tower. Miss Yin, please articulate your intentions plainly. Yin Xiaoxiao promptly divulged her purpose. It is quite simple. Tianbao Tower will assist you in thwarting the Li family, and in return, you shall owe us a favor. Should Tianbao Tower require your assistance in the future, you must respond favorably. What say you? Does Mississippi Yin place such trust in me? Naturally, Lin Xiao did not refuse. Having acquiesced, he departed the branch estate alongside Yin Xiaoxiao. She had already prepared a carriage, which would expedite their journey to Yun City. At the Lin family estate, the spirit tablet of Lin Yunin remained enshrined in the ancestral hall. Lin Yunxing appeared markedly more haggard, pallid and frail as he sat beside the tablet. traces of tears lingering on his visage. Two elders stood quietly nearby, their expressions filled with resignation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, resembling the sounds of a fierce battle. The faces of the two elders shifted instantaneously, both turning to look at Lin Xiao. Patriarch, could it be that the Li family's faction has launched an assault with the aid of the Qingyang sect? Lin Xiao finally exhibited a flicker of vitality. But after deep contemplation, he shook his head in denial. The Li family would not take action, nor would the Qingyang sect strike at the Lin family. Third elder, please go and investigate. Understood, Patriarch. In the front courtyard of the Lin family, several disciples lay in pools of blood, barely clinging to life, with severed limbs scattered about. Blood stained their white robes as Lin Xiao, sword in hand, approached the Lin family hall with deliberate steps. His countenance was stern, his gaze betraying not a hint of emotion. Surrounding him, the Lin family's guards dared not advance, their eyes filled with trepidation. Strike! The cold command echoed like a profound fissure manifested, nearly piercing the very floor of the grand hall. With a gasp, the third elder spat forth a mouthful of blood, his visage devoid of any color. At this moment, a grievous wound, deep and penetrating, marred his chest, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. An imposing figure approached him. Lin Xiao, towering above with an air of indifference. Where is Lin Xiao? He inquired coldly. Clutching his wound tightly, the third elder struggled to raise his head, terror deepening in his eyes. Lin Xiao, I am the third elder of the Lin family. I was kind to you in your youth. All that responded to him was the chilling descent of a sword glinting with malice. With a dull thud, a severed head rolled onto the ground, thoroughly instilling fear in the Lin family guards present. The esteemed third elder of the Lin family had met his demise in such a manner? Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the white sails fluttering about, striding purposefully towards the ancestral hall. The Lin family was not unfamiliar to him. On his way to the ancestral hall, no members of the Lin family dared to impede his progress, the memory of the third elders grisly and fresh in their minds. Before him, Lin Xiao resembled a harbinger of death itself. Those who obstruct me shall face annihilation. As his cold voice echoed, the Lin family members prudently stepped aside, watching with wide eyes as this embodiment of death advanced toward the ancestral hall. The air was thick with the scent of blood, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 24. Revenge outside the Lin family estate. The onlookers dared only to observe from a distance. The grand gates of the Lin family stood resolutely shut, yet the pungent aroma of blood still wafted from within, causing the surrounding spectators to tremble in fear. The illustrious Lin family of Yun City was being assailed with a sword wielded against them. Meanwhile, a group had already positioned themselves before the Lin family gates. The hurried, chaotic footsteps announced the arrival of the Li family. Leading the way was Li Changfeng, followed closely by over 100 elite members of the Li clan. Each of these elites possessed a minimum cultivation of the 6th layer of qi condensation. Upon learning of Lin Xiao's intrusion into the Lin family, Li Changfeng had hastened to the scene without delay. The death of Lin Xiao would be advantageous for the Li family. However, should Lin Xiao eradicate the Lin family, it would yield even greater benefits, allowing the Li family to reap the rewards. All they needed to do was eliminate Lin Xiao, and the entirety of the Lin family would be theirs. Yet, upon recognizing the figures barring the entrance to the Lin family, a surge of anger ignited within Li Changfeng. Tianbao Tower, what is the meaning of this? The individuals before him belonged to Tianbao Tower. Li family head, I advise you against proceeding with this commotion, a frail, ancient voice interjected as a hunchbacked elder with white hair slowly emerged. His gaunt face and clouded eyes painted a picture of frailty. However, upon the elder's appearance, Li Changfeng's expression darkened further. This was the enigmatic attendant of the Grand Master of Tianbao Tower, the Withered Wood Elder. It was rumored that this elder had attained the 9th layer of the transformation realm. Withered Wood Elder, this matter does not concern Tianbao Tower. Or do you mean to say that Tianbao Tower intends to violate the rules and involve itself in family affairs? The Withered Wood Elder merely smiled faintly. I am here solely to carry out the orders of the young lady, ensuring that no outsiders may enter. Lin Xiao is a distinguished guest of Tianbao Tower, and this is only fitting. Li Changfeng's expression changed. He could not comprehend why Lin Xiao had become such a revered guest of Tianbao Tower after entering the branch. With members of Tianbao Tower intervening, he hesitated to storm into the Lin family estate. After a moment of indecision, he cast his gaze toward the figure emerging from the crowd behind him. A man clad in black robes stepped forward, his brown eyes fixating on the old man, resembling a withered tree. At the pinnacle of the transformation realm, it was evident he was from Tianbao Tower. The old man's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the sudden arrival, instantly deducing his origins. a member of the Qingyang sect. Was he planning to oppose Tianbao Tower? Would the Qingyang sect truly offend Tianbao Tower and the Jixiao Academy for the sake of the Li family? The black-robed man chuckled softly, shaking his head. Of course not. But is a mere Lin Xiao truly worthy of inciting enmity between Tianbao Tower and the Qingyang sect? The old man did not respond, but turned to face the tightly shut gates of the Lin family. If anyone dared to intrude, he would stand firm until the end. With a sullen expression, Li Changfeng glanced at the man from the Qingyang sect, and, upon seeing him shake his head, reluctantly abandoned the thought of breaching the Lin family's defenses. It seemed that this prized piece of meat would slip away. In the Lin family ancestral hall, blood stained the white cloth, as the second and fourth elders of the Lin family sat against the wall, barely clinging to life, their robes soaked in crimson. The elders stood at the front of the hall, and despite being at the fifth level of the transformation realm, he felt a sense of dread when facing Lin Xiao, who was merely at the first level. Instead of attacking, the elder exhibited a complex expression. Lin Xiao, your parents' disappearance has nothing to do with the Lin family. You should not act this way. Lin Xiao halted his steps, the chill in his eyes dissipating somewhat in that moment. Unlike the other elders, the Grand Elder had treated his parents with kindness. Grand Elder, Lin Yunxing seeks to end my life, and the third elder attempted to kill me. It is only natural that I retaliate. Lin Xiao continued, I have merely gravely injured others, not killed them. That is already showing leniency toward the Lin family. With that, he raised the Wajijian, its blade poised toward the Grand Elder's face. Grand Elder, do you intend to stop me as well? The Grand Elder's face reflected a mix of complexity and helplessness. After a long hesitation, he finally sighed deeply and stepped aside. In the ancestral hall, Lin Yunxing, supporting himself with the coffin, managed a weak smile. He regretted not killing Lin Xiao outright back then. Otherwise, the current predicament would not have arisen. If even several elders were no match for Lin Xiao, what chance did he have? Lin Xiao, you killed my son, even if I perish here today. You shall not leave the Lin family alive. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the Qingyang sect? They cannot enter. Members of Tianbao Tower are outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunxing's roar was abruptly cut short, his anger transforming into terror. Impossible. How could Tianbao Tower possibly assist you? Even the Grand Elder looked at Lin Xiao with surprise. Lin Xiao stepped into the ancestral hall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Yunxing. Lin Yunan succumbed to the Fury Pill, a gift from the Li family, orchestrated by them to orchestrate my demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunxing trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse, shaking his head in denial. Impossible. The Li family has not spoken of such things. This information was relayed to me by Miss Yun Xiao of Tianbao Tower, who confirmed that the Fury Pill originated there. With that, Lin Xiao raised his Wujian sword, gazing intently at Lin Yunxing as he solemnly inquired, Where are my parents now? Ha ha ha, I do not know, I do not know. Lin Yunxing, in a frenzied state, appeared utterly deranged. Perhaps they have left the southernly domain. Or perhaps they are already dead. Ha ha. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, observing Lin Yunxing's demeanor, a strange, indescribable feeling welled within him. Had Lin Yunxing truly lost his sanity? The elder, hesitant to speak, simply shook his head. At that moment, Lin Yunxing's deranged expression shifted abruptly. His eyes sharpened, and a dagger slipped into his hand from his sleeve. In the next instant, he lunged at Lin Xiao with lethal intent. The dagger, striking like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's throat. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, a sudden realization struck him, and he looked down in shock to find nothing beneath him. What was happening? Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Yunxing fell to the ground, lifeless. Lin Xiao exhaled calmly. The affairs of the Lin family finally concluded. He had not wished to take the life of his uncle, but Lin Yunxing had brought this upon himself. As for the future of the Lin family, he felt no inclination to return. The elder, witnessing the severed body with a pained expression, felt sorrow, yet he bore no animosity towards Lin Xiao. This fate was of Lin Yunxing's own making. Lin Xiao, what are your intentions now? Just as Lin Xiao was about to depart, he paused, surveying the ancestral hall. The hall was familiar to him, as was the entire Lin family estate. Yet now, he felt no emotional ties to this place. I shall not return to the Lin family henceforth. So I entrust its future to you, elder. I will seek my parents and shall never return to the Lin family. Having spoken, Lin Xiao sheathed his Wujian sword and departed. The moment Lin Yunxing had made his move, Lin Xiao had sensed it. The grand doors of the Lin residence slowly creaked open, and the gazes of all present fell upon them. A thick stench of blood poured forth, revealing a figure clad in white, drenched in crimson. The heavy aura of death dissipated with the gentle breeze as the figure emerged. Upon seeing the visage of the figure, the elder of the withered wood smiled. It seems I have indeed come to the right place. Young master, Your skill and resolve are commendable. I am but a humble elder in your presence. The elder of the withered wood had been previously introduced to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, with a gentle expression, performed a respectful bow. Thank you for your assistance, senior. No need for thanks. If gratitude is to be given, it should be directed to the young lady. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Li family, where he spotted the cold, sullen face of Li Changfeng. It seemed that the head of the Li family was disappointed. I am still alive. Li Changfeng let out a cold snort, stating, I have yet to settle the score for the death of my family's steward. Do not presume that the branch academy can protect you. Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly in response, saying, for every person that the Li family sends, I shall take one in return. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Upon hearing these words, Li Changfeng could no longer contain himself and showed signs of wanting to strike, but was immediately halted by a figure from the Qingyang sect. The man in the black robe regarded Lin Xiao with an air of arrogance. You are Lin Xiao? To reach the transformation realm at such a young age is indeed impressive. Why not join our Qingyang sect? The expression on Li Changfeng's face shifted dramatically. Elder Chen, what do you mean by that? Elder Chen disregarded Li Changfeng's words, his gaze still fixed on Lin Xiao. In the face of the invitation from the Qingyang sect, Lin Xiao merely chuckled. Is the Qingyang sect really that remarkable? Elder Chen's smile instantly froze, replaced by an aura of lethal intent. Boy, I hope you have the courage to utter such words in the future. With a cold snort, Elder Chen turned and left. Li Changfeng, filled with resentment, could only lead the Li family members away from the scene. After the Li family departed, the old man, Ku Mu, turned his attention back to Lin Xiao. Young Master Lin, my lady invites you to visit Tianbao Building as her guest. Lin Xiao did not decline. Had it not been for Tianbao Building's assistance, the Li family would have likely stormed the Lin family directly. While he held no regard for the Li family, he could not allow the Lin family to be so easily surrendered. In the restaurant's private room, the table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and Lin Xiao began to eat heartily without reservation. Yun Xiao, with her graceful demeanor, observed Lin Xiao's manner of eating and, with a gentle smile, set down her chopsticks to watch him intently. Feeling the gaze of the young lady, Lin Xiao had to moderate his eating behavior somewhat. A cough broke the awkward silence, prompting Lin Xiao to change the subject. Thank you, Miss Yun, for your hospitality. Yun Xiao slowly withdrew her gaze, her smile still captivating. It is merely a matter of making a friend, and this hardly constitutes hospitality. Lin Xiao, with the sword you wielded today, I doubt there are many among the old students who could match you. What do you plan to do next? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao articulated his intentions. I intend to challenge 3 old students to gain entry into the inner academy. As for Li Lang, I seek a life and death battle. Yun Xiao looked at him in evident surprise, and after a moment, exclaimed, Li Lang possesses strength at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, and he even wields a mid-grade spiritual weapon along with a top-tier technique. Even those at the 5th level of the transformation realm may not be his match. Are you truly confident in your abilities? Lin Xiao was taken aback by the fact that Yun Xiao had deliberately shared information about Li Lang with him. He could not fathom why this young lady from Tianbao Building would go to such lengths to assist him. Sensing Lin Xiao's confusion, Yun Xiao propped her chin on her hand and blinked playfully. Are you curious why I choose to help you? Indeed, before entering the inner courtyard, one must compete with students from the other 3 branch academies, and only the top 100 gain eligibility for admission. Yun Xiao stated earnestly. I require dependable allies to ensure my entry into the inner courtyard. The Yuncheng branch is the weakest among the 4, and while I do not regard the other seniors highly, I find you quite admirable. Lin Xiao was enlightened, realizing the difficulty of gaining entry into the inner courtyard. I can join forces with you for this endeavor, but I would also like to request your assistance with a matter. Yun Xiao smiled, elegantly lifting her chopsticks to bring a piece of meat to her lips. It pertains to your parents, does it not? After they departed from Yuncheng, Tianbao Tower received word from them, though for reasons unknown, they seem to have left the Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Senior Yun, are you speaking the truth? I have no reason to deceive you. They indeed left the Great Zhou dynasty, but I cannot say where they have gone. Yun Xiao regarded Lin Xiao with seriousness. Tianbao Tower is not omnipotent. Our capabilities are confined to the Great Zhou dynasty. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Lin Xiao as he pondered why his parents would leave the Great Zhou dynasty and where they might have ventured. After much contemplation, he resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. His immediate goal was to gain entry into the inner courtyard, as only then could he access greater cultivation resources and potentially aid the Tower Spirit in its restoration. Shifting his thoughts to the matter of materials, he promptly turned to Yun Xiao. Senior Yun, I wish to purchase some items at Tianbao Tower, such as spiritual artifacts. With that, Lin Xiao retrieved all the money from his storage ring. He wondered what tier of spiritual artifact this amount could procure. Casting a glance at the few silver notes on the table, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. A few thousand taels can only afford a low-grade spiritual artifact. And the most inferior variety at that. Lin Xiao's expression faltered, and he broke into a bitter smile. Given his limited funds, he had not anticipated that he could only acquire a single low-grade artifact. Perhaps it's best to forego this. Just as Lin Xiao was about to reclaim the money from the table, Lin Xiao seized the notes with determination. We are friends, so I shall accept this money. Tomorrow, someone will deliver 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts and 10 low-grade ones to your residence in the branch academy. Lin Xiao was instantly filled with joy, rising hurriedly to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Yun. Do not be hasty in your thanks. Consider this an investment on my part. I look forward to your success in eliminating Li Lang. Chapter 26. The challenge of Li Lang. By the time Lin Xiao returned to the branch academy, dusk was approaching. Upon entering the small courtyard, he was greeted by the rich aroma of wine. In the courtyard, a figure clad in black, Yue'er, sat at a stone table. His face flushed, yet his eyes remained bright and piercing. Seeing Lin Xiao enter, a smile broke across Yue'er's rugged features as he retrieved a jug of wine from his storage ring, placing it upon the stone table. It seems matters have been resolved, and you are still alive. Master. Approaching the stone table, Lin Xiao took the jug and began pouring it into a cup. It was even easier than I anticipated. The trouble has been settled. In a fleeting moment, the once clear-headed Yue'er transformed into a figure reminiscent of drunkenness, bursting into hearty laughter. It's good to have resolved the matter. Your abilities are growing ever more formidable. After consuming the potent liquor, a fiery sensation ignited within him. Once he expelled the heated breath from his abdomen, Lin Xiao felt an exhilarating rush. It was then that he broached a topic of great significance. Master, how much do you know about the world beyond the Southly domain? Yue'er, momentarily taken aback, appeared to regain some vigor. Given your current cultivation level, stepping beyond the Great Zhou dynasty would be tantamount to a dead end. You must understand that this vast Great Zhou dynasty is merely one of the realms within the Southly domain, while the world beyond remains shrouded in mystery. Yue'er did not elaborate further, merely shaking his head. This revelation dissuaded Lin Xiao from his immediate desire to depart from the Great Zhou dynasty. He recognized his own inadequacies. Yue'er continued. Now that the issues concerning the Lin family have been settled, it is time to prepare for the forthcoming challenge. Once you secure a spot, you will have a 6-month period to leave the branch academy. As he spoke, a complex expression gradually overtook Yue'er's face. Your talent is exceptional, and I have little left to impart. Therefore, my suggestion is that you venture out for training during these 6 months, and after that, proceed to report to the inner academy of the Tian. Only then can it truly be determined if you will gain entry into the inner sanctum. As the wine pot fell to the table, Yue'er fixed a serious gaze upon his student, whom he had known for merely a month. Your external training is crucial, and you must ensure you return alive to the inner academy. Lin Xiao was taken aback by his teacher's earnestness, sensing the depth of concern behind those words. Rest assured, Master, I understand. Regarding the impending challenge, Lin Xiao declared, I intend to challenge Li Lang. Li Lang? Yue'er reacted with surprise. This individual is no easy opponent. Possessing the 3rd layer of the transformation realm and numerous techniques and spiritual artifacts. You must be well prepared. I shall be ready, Lin Xiao assured him. Subsequently, Lin Xiao learned about Zhang Kuang's situation from Yue'er. As expected, Zhang Kuang had secured consecutive victories, nearly solidifying a spot in the top 10 among the new students. As night deepened, the small courtyard fell into a serene silence. At this moment, Lin Xiao retrieved a segment of a small tower. While several spiritual artifacts lay upon his bed, gifts from Lin Xiao. Senior, he began, as the half-tower levitated into the air, emitting a mysterious glow that drew the artifacts within its embrace. In the blink of an eye, the artifacts vanished from sight. These artifacts are rather ordinary and offer little assistance to me, voiced the spirit of the tower. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of helplessness. This was the utmost extent of spiritual artifacts he could currently provide. Senior, how do spiritual artifacts compare to materials imbued with spirit regarding their restorative effects? Naturally, the materials are superior, the Tower Spirit replied. I almost forgot. I can provide you with some materials. As the light from the small tower dimmed, Lin Xiao retracted it. The next step for him was to prepare for his challenge against Li Lang. The 3rd layer of the transformation realm could easily spell your demise. The 3 days of the new student competition soon came to an end. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Kuang secured the 2nd position, with Lin Xiao naturally taking the top spot. The rewards for the 1st place were quite generous, comprising several elixirs and a spirit artifact. Lin Xiao naturally kept the elixirs for himself. While he intended to bestow the spirit artifact upon the Tower Spirit, his greatest trump card. The stronger the Tower Spirit, the more formidable his advantages would become. On the vast arena, Lin Xiao stood solitary, his longsword emanating an unsettling chill. The spectators in the stands had yet to disperse, already well aware of the prowess of this freshman champion, whether it was the freshman competition or the recent affairs involving the Lin family of Yun City. His name resonated loudly. However, what were his intentions next? On the stage, clad in a flowing white robe, Lin Xiao slowly raised his longsword. Its tip directed at a figure in the stands, specifically, the direction of the senior students. The crowd turned their gazes, many displaying expressions of astonishment. Lin Xiao aimed his challenge at Director Chen, declaring, "Freshman Lin Xiao challenges Senior Li Lang." Director Chen nodded, unfazed, and then turned his attention towards Li Lang. "Will you accept, Li Lang?" Li Lang had already risen, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he cast a fiery glare at the figure on the arena. "Lin Xiao, you are courting death." With a leap, Li Lang ascended to the stage, confronting Lin Xiao directly. Lin Xiao's countenance was imbued with murderous intent. "It is you who shall perish, Li Lang." With a decisive step forward, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted. "Kill." Li Lang hesitated not for a moment. With a fierce shout, his spiritual energy manifested as a fierce tiger, charging towards Lin Xiao. The technique was a profound-level martial art, the four symbols palm. As their attacks collided, the white tiger illusion was instantly shattered. Li Lang staggered back 2 steps, barely managing to regain his footing when a stunning blade of light surged forth like a tidal wave. His astonishment fleeting, Li Lang swiftly enveloped himself in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, resembling a great bell. A dull thud echoed as cracks rapidly spread across the barrier. Was it so easily breached? The sight of the swiftly expanding fissures left Li Lang astounded. In the stands, amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Yun Xiaoxiao gradually revealed an enchanting smile. "Lin Xiao's strength surpassed my expectations. Li Lang is no match for him." As they exchanged blows, Lin Xiao effortlessly countered Li Lang's ferocious palm techniques. Each strike met with precise swordplay that shattered the incoming attacks with ease. Observing Lin Xiao's composed demeanor, Li Lang inexplicably felt as though he was being toyed with. Retreating 2 steps in anger, Li Lang glared, "Are you toying with me?" From the very beginning, Lin Xiao had merely neutralized his attacks with his sword techniques and had never struck first. It was clear he regarded Li Lang with disdain. Lin Xiao merely smiled lightly, his expression finally turning serious. "Indeed, I am toying with you. I wish for you to experience the sensation of humiliation. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige." With that, spiritual energy coalesced within his longsword, and Lin Xiao's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. The abrupt disappearance left Li Lang momentarily stunned, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him, accompanied by a sword strike. Chapter 27. The trap and astonishing force bore down upon him like a mountain. Li Lang gathered his profound spiritual energy in both hands, conjuring a protective shield to ward off the impending blow. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed, not only fracturing the ground beneath him, but also destroying the protective artifact upon his person. "Li Lang, you are even weaker than I had anticipated." The power of the sword surged, rendering Li Lang incapable of resisting its descent. The sound of bones fracturing followed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the sword finally descended, severing an arm. "Ah!" A wretched scream reverberated throughout the arena. Lin Xiao delivered a forceful kick, sending Li Lang crashing to the ground. "Li Lang, you are nothing but this." Lin Xiao then stomped down on Li Lang's chest, looking down with utter disdain. Li Lang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his furious gaze fixed intently upon the figure before him. "Impossible. I cannot possibly be unable to withstand even your sword." The only response was the slowly descending long sword. Just then, an invisible force, akin to a mighty hand, seized the descending sword tightly. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he glanced towards the stands. The one who intervened was none other than Din Shun. "Lin Xiao, you have emerged victorious. And you have also severed Li Lang's arm. There is no need for further bloodshed." Only then did Lin Xiao's murderous intent gradually dissipate, his gaze softening. He cast aside the sword in his hand, glancing indifferently at the disheveled Li Lang. With a derisive remark, he turned and departed. Struggling to rise, Li Lang clenched his teeth, casting a fleeting glance at the long sword stained with his blood. "Lin Xiao, I will never accept defeat to you, never." In a fit of rage, Li Lang bent down to retrieve the long sword and charged directly at the retreating figure. The expressions of Din Shun and others changed, and they sought to intervene, but it was already too late. Some even attempted to voice a warning. Just as the long sword was about to pierce Lin Xiao's back, he suddenly turned. With effortless precision, he pinched the sword between two fingers, and before Li Lang's horrified gaze, the blade was easily snapped in two. As Lin Xiao stepped closer, the broken tip of the sword plunged into Li Lang's heart with a soft thud. From the moment you sought to kill me, you were already dead. The cold voice echoed in his ears, and despair gradually enveloped Li Lang as he sank to his knees. Dean Chun in the stands shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. This is all of Li Lang's own making. Watching this scene from his seat, Du Guyi smiled faintly. This boy is truly ruthless. It was evident that Lin Xiao had deliberately discarded the sword, intending to kill Li Lang. The moment Li Lang picked up that long sword, it had sealed his fate. Li Lang had brought this upon himself. He deserved his fate. Dean Chen's voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena. Furthermore, it was reported that the berserk pill consumed by Lin Yun came from Li Lang, with irrefutable evidence. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. After Dean Chun concluded his remarks, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiao, refraining from any further commentary. Lin Xiao offered a serene smile before departing the arena. The senior students gazed upon the lifeless body of Li Lang on the stage, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Yun Xiaoxiao's smile deepened, for the situation was even more straightforward than she had anticipated. Li Lang had met his demise. The news of Li Lang's murder caused quite a stir within the branch academy, intensifying the reverence many held for this freshman champion. This incident quickly reached the Li family in Yun City. Inside the Li family's grand hall, a wooden table lay shattered into countless splinters, struck by a furious hand. Li Chongfeng's eyes blazed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. My son, he cried out in anguish, staggering back a couple of steps. Li Hai shook his head in resignation. If Li Lang had not sought that sword, he likely would have survived. However, Li Chongfeng was deaf to such reasoning. His furious gaze slowly turning towards Li Hai. You should have killed Lin Xiao directly. Li Hai, at a loss for words, recalled how he had indeed been present at the scene. Yet, with Dean Chun and others in attendance, any action on his part was simply impossible. Brother, I understand your current feelings, but attempting to kill Lin Xiao within the branch is utterly unfeasible. However, this does not imply that we have lost our opportunity to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Li Chongfeng suddenly regained his composure. What do you mean by that? Li Hai smiled, a newfound confidence illuminating his demeanor. Lin Xiao is no longer suited to remain within the branch. In 6 months, he will participate in the Inner Academy's assessment. During this interim, I believe he will venture outside for training, which presents us with the perfect opportunity to strike. Should a student perish outside the branch, it would bear no implications for us. At this moment, a hint of madness flickered in Li Chongfeng's eyes, and he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Li Hai continued, Brother, we must not act in haste. Lin Xiao is formidable. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the transformation realm may find it challenging to vanquish him. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Perhaps we could consult with the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect? Li Chongfeng, now calm, Lin Xiao? I shall restrain my own cultivation to approximately the 5th layer of the transformation realm. Engage with me earnestly, for I am eager to witness the true extent of your swordsmanship. With a deep exhalation, Lin Xiao's smile gradually took shape. The student had long desired to spar with his teacher, though he humbly requested that the teacher show mercy. He retrieved an ordinary sword from his storage ring. In the next moment, both figures surged forth, their blades clashing and igniting brilliant sparks. The shadows of their swords danced, accompanied by the crisp and melodious sounds of their strikes. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy collided like two mighty waves, causing the courtyard walls to strain under the immense power, gradually revealing cracks. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows for several hundred rounds. Yet neither had emerged victorious. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. It has been ages since I fought with someone like this, truly exhilarating. Chapter 28. The gift. Lin Xiao also noticed the terrifying aspects of Du Guyi's sword technique. Each move deftly evaded the descent of his blade, only to swiftly counterattack with precision. Gradually, Lin Xiao began to feel the strain. With his sword disarmed and falling to the ground, Lin Xiao ultimately faced defeat. The sword resting on Lin Xiao's shoulder was promptly retracted, and Du Guyi, visibly pleased, patted his shoulder. Not bad, not bad. Even someone at the 5th layer of the transformation realm would find it difficult to contend with your prowess. However, in terms of practical experience with the sword, you still lack considerably. Your swordplay is fierce and formidable, each strike a lethal intent, which is commendable. Engaging in external training would be the best course of action. Once your experience is enriched, no one within the transformation realm will be able to threaten you. Lin Xiao clasped his fists in a respectful bow. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I shall remember your words. Yue'er rarely displayed such a broad smile, his usual solemnity completely dissipating. It is not so much guidance as it is a mere reminder. By the way, the dean wishes to see you. Lin Xiao nodded and glanced around the disheveled courtyard, particularly at the walls now in ruin. No matter, I shall have that rascal Zhang Kuang tidy this up later. After all, he is unlikely to depart from the branch as swiftly as you. Typically, new students would remain for at least 2 years before leaving the branch, unless they possessed extraordinary talents like Lin Xiao. After leaving the small courtyard, Lin Xiao made his way directly to the dean's residence. Along the way, he encountered numerous new students, each casting him awestruck glances. The dean's abode was a vast courtyard, adorned with a grove of purple bamboo. The leaves fell gently, enveloping the bamboo forest in tranquility. Dressed in a gray robe, Dean Chen awaited calmly at a stone table, where tea had already been prepared. Following a serene path, Lin Xiao finally arrived at its end. The gentle aroma of tea wafted through the air, instilling a sense of peace. With utmost respect, Lin Xiao performed a formal bow and spoke. I am Lin Xiao, here to see the dean. Dean Chen nodded with composure and gestured for Lin Xiao to take a seat. Lin Xiao, not wishing to be overly formal, sat directly across from the dean. Dean, I have been informed by my teacher that you wish to speak with me. Dean Chen chuckled softly. Yue'er has already shared your matters with me. You are the first newcomer in nearly a century to directly possess the opportunity to enter the inner court for assessment at the division. Henceforth, you may depart from the division and, after a span of 6 months, simply proceed to Tiandu to participate in the inner court evaluation. Lin Xiao nodded, lifting the teacup with both hands and savoring a sip of the tea, which was sweet yet tinged with a hint of bitterness, evoking a tranquil state of mind upon entry. Moreover, it seemed that the tea contained a subtle essence of spiritual energy. Embarking on an external journey is indeed a commendable choice for you, but you must remain vigilant against the Li family. Dean Chen finally adopted a serious demeanor. Li Lang's body has been returned to the Li family, and judging by their attitude, this matter will not be resolved amicably. Furthermore, the Li family has certain affiliations with the Qingyang sect, and should they choose to act against you, it is likely that they will enlist the aid of individuals from the Qingyang sect. Setting down his teacup, Lin Xiao had already contemplated the implications of the Qingyang sect. The Li family would undoubtedly receive news of his intention to depart from the division, which they would perceive as a prime opportunity. However, for Lin Xiao, this too presented a favorable chance. Should they dare to trouble me, I shall ensure they do not leave unscathed. Observing the confident demeanor of Lin Xiao, Dean Chen was somewhat taken aback. If it were merely the Li family, it would be manageable, but the Qingyang sect is, after all, one of the 3 major sects of the great Zhou dynasty. The individuals from the Qingyang sect possess considerable strength, far surpassing that of the Li family's practitioners. Do you truly possess such confidence? Lin Xiao nodded with unwavering assurance. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I am confident in my own abilities. Seeing Lin Xiao's response, Dean Chen ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Subsequently, he retrieved an item from his sleeve, a crystal core. This was the core of a 7th-tier demon beast, the Thunder Tiger, which holds significant value in the outside world. Crystal cores are essential materials for concocting elixirs and crafting spiritual artifacts. Naturally, the higher the tier of the crystal core, the more expensive it becomes. The core of a 7th-tier demon beast is indeed priceless. However, Lin Xiao hesitated to accept the crystal core and politely declined. Dean, this crystal core is quite valuable. I fear I cannot accept it. This belonged to Yue'er, who treasured it greatly, and I did not expect him to offer it to you. As for why he did not present it to you personally, I cannot say. A gift from the teacher? Lin Xiao was taken aback, gazing at the crystal core for a prolonged moment before slowly extending his hand to grasp it. The value of this gift transcended mere words. Having known each other for merely about a month, it was astonishing that the teacher would bestow such a precious gift. With emotions swirling within, Lin Xiao stared at the crystal core, feeling somewhat at a loss for the first time. Dean Chen was equally surprised that Yue'er would offer the crystal core as a gift. It is worth noting that there exists only this singular core within the entirety of Yun City. Only after Lin Xiao accepted the crystal core did Dean Chen speak again. From this day forth, you may leave the division. If your parents were to learn of your current strength, they would surely be filled with pride. Upon hearing Dean Chen mention his parents, Lin Xiao was stirred, and he couldn't help but eagerly inquire, Dean, do you know where my parents are? Dean Chen shook his head directly. Although my relationship with them was amicable, by the time I learned of their whereabouts, they had already departed from Yun City. Thus, I remained unaware of their destination. Lin Xiao could not help but feel disappointed. Dean, I shall take my leave now. Dean Chen nodded in acknowledgement. As Lin Xiao stepped out of the dean's courtyard, he soon encountered someone who had been waiting outside for him, Yin Xiao Xiao. Dressed in her customary white gown, her enchanting visage radiated a gentle smile. "It seems you truly are leaving the branch academy," she remarked. Lin Xiao offered a faint smile in return. "Are you here to bid me farewell, senior sister Yin? I, too, shall be departing from the branch academy, but I came here to convey important news," Yin Xiao stated earnestly. On the night before last, Su Mu, an outer elder of the Qingyang sect, took residence at the Li family estate. He possesses the strength of an 8th-level transformation realm practitioner, and I fear he may attempt to take your life. 8th-level transformation realm? Lin Xiao silently etched Yin Xiao's words into his memory and gazed once more at the captivating senior sister. "Thank you for the warning, senior sister. May I inquire about your plans? I will remain at the branch academy for another 2 days before heading directly to Tiandu. Should you arrive in Tiandu, you may find me at Tianbao Tower," she replied. After committing her words to memory, Lin Xiao took his leave, needing to return to his small courtyard to express his gratitude to his esteemed teacher. Chapter 29. The ambush in the small courtyard, within the main hall. Zhang Kuang was in tears, his eyes brimming with reluctance. The wine jug on the table lay empty. Wiping his tears, Zhang Kuang grasped Lin Xiao's hands tightly. "Lin Xiao, you will always be my junior brother." Faced with this unexpected display of affection, Lin Xiao felt a sense of discomfort and found it difficult to extricate himself from Zhang Kuang's grip. Du Gui frowned in displeasure and promptly kicked Zhang Kuang. "What kind of sight is this? A grown man crying like a child? Lin Xiao is merely going out to train, not departing for the afterlife." Zhang Kuang sobbed, reluctantly releasing his hold. "Teacher, it's just that I fear I won't see my junior brother again." Du Gui shot him an exasperated glance, but his expression softened as he turned to Lin Xiao. "The dean should have given you your belongings, right?" Lin Xiao nodded, a look of guilt crossing his face. "Teacher, is this gift not a bit too extravagant?" Du Gui waved his hand dismissively. "Material possessions are of little consequence. I have always regarded you as my most promising disciple. Although we have only known each other for about a month, I hold high hopes for you. In an age where sword cultivation has waned and practitioners are scarce, I believe I may yet witness you rise to become the foremost swordsman in the world." With that, Du Gui fell silent, pouring himself a jug of wine and tilting it to his lips. Lin Xiao observed closely, noting the glistening tears that slid down the normally stern teacher's cheeks. "Teacher, one day, I shall become the most formidable swordsman in existence." Du Gui smiled, genuinely and joyfully. Time slipped away, and before long, the wine jug lay empty. 2 figures slumped over the table, fast asleep. Lin Xiao had consumed little alcohol and felt no inebriation. He gazed at the two for a long while before rising to bow respectfully to each of them. Though the 3 had only spent a little over a month together, 2 of them had become Lin Xiao's closest companions. Had it not been for the guidance of his mentor, Du Gui, his progress and strength would not have been so rapid. "Brother, I shall await your arrival in Tiandu," Lin Xiao declared before turning to exit the hall. As he departed from the courtyard once more, the sky had already darkened. Clad in a black robe, he cast a lingering glance back at the familiar courtyard before finally leaving. Departing under the cover of night was indeed the wisest choice. He had already delivered the 7th-tier crystal core to the Tower Spirit, which had promptly consumed it. The spiritual energy contained within this 7th-tier core was truly extraordinary, and the old man felt himself rejuvenated considerably. "Young one, where do you intend to go next?" echoed the voice of the Tower Spirit in his mind. "Naturally, I shall await the Li family's attempt to eliminate me," Lin Xiao replied with a calm smile, his eyes glinting with an ominous intent. The division was enveloped in silence as Lin Xiao's departure went unchallenged. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the division, he felt as if he were being watched. Upon looking back, he found the division as silent as ever, devoid of any other presence. Dismissing the thought, he hastened his steps. The ink-like night concealed any trace of stars. As the outline of the division faded into the distance, Lin Xiao gradually slowed his pace, having now entered a grove. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not even the whisper of the wind could be heard. Lin Xiao halted, his gaze serene. "Since I have arrived, I shall not hide." No sooner had he spoken than a sound of air being sliced through broke the stillness. He swiftly shifted, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past him. The rustling of movement soon echoed around him, indicating that someone was traversing the woods. The Wajijian silently materialized in his hand, his fingers gripping the hilt firmly, his sharp gaze attuned to the surrounding changes. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged towards him. Lin Xiao promptly swung his sword to the side, the invisible sword light cleaving through the darkness. Trees fell, releasing a wave of bloodlust into the air. Lin Xiao scoffed disdainfully, staring into the darkness ahead. "Those at the condensation realm should not even think of making a move. You cannot withstand even a single strike from me." Immediately, The sounds around him quieted before Li Changfeng and the others could make a move. Lin Xiao vanished from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he appeared not far from the second elder, unleashing a sword strike that sliced through the air. The second elder reacted swiftly, enveloping his fist in a dense surge of spiritual power and launching a counterattack. A dull thud resounded as the second elder was forced to retreat awkwardly, prompting the others to immediately spring into action. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao found himself besieged by the group. As his sword tore through the fabric of his robe, what was revealed was not flesh and blood, but a hard object. Li Changfeng's face displayed astonishment. A spiritual weapon? After forcing several adversaries back, Lin Xiao glanced at his arm. Beneath the torn robe lay the protective heavenly thunder garment. He had been wholly focused on dealing with the elders of the Li family, unaware that Li Changfeng had seized the opportunity. Fortunately, with the heavenly thunder garment shielding him. Otherwise that strike could have severely wounded him from Li Changfeng's ambush. You will have no more chances. A surge of murderous intent flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. His target still the second elder of the Lin family. The second elder, panic-stricken and aware of his inferiority, could only dodge desperately. The swordsmanship was fierce, the blade gleaming with lethal intent. After kicking aside a Li family elder who had entangled him, Lin Xiao struck again. This time, the second elder could not evade in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword. The bloodied Wajijian was withdrawn, and in the darkness, Lin Xiao charged once more towards the Li family members. His swordplay was swift, as if tearing the very fabric of space. The descent of his blade resulted in the death of another Li family elder. Li Changfeng's expression contorted, staring at the fallen figure beside him. He had never anticipated that a mere Lin Xiao, beset by multiple attackers, would not yield even the slightest advantage. Elder Su, if you do not intervene soon, we shall all perish at this boy's hands. Reluctantly, Li Changfeng had to call out in a grave tone. Head of the Li family, I shall assist. But the price must double. This lad does not resemble a mere first-stage Huayuan practitioner. Thus, the cost must reflect that. Chapter 30. The arrival of Dugu. As long as you can slay this boy, half of the Li family's assets shall be yours. In a bid to eliminate Lin Xiao and avenge his son, Li Changfeng offered an exorbitant price, just as he sought assistance. A terrifying sword aura cleaved a Li family elder in two, the stench of blood rapidly enveloping the area. Li Changfeng's expression turned ghastly. He could not comprehend why. In this era of declining sword cultivators, the swordsman before him possessed such formidable prowess. What kind of sword technique was this, capable of transcending realms, or even surpassing several minor stages to take lives? The remaining Li family elders dared not advance any further. In their eyes, Lin Xiao had transformed into a veritable harbinger of death, his robe stained with blood, and his sword exuding a chilling aura. Lin Xiao sensed the spiritual power within him gradually waning. With his own strength, he had already slain 3 of their number. Yet, this was insufficient. After a brief respite, Lin Xiao slowly raised his sword, pointing it at Li Changfeng. Tonight, I shall use you to hone my swordsmanship. With that, Lin Xiao prepared to strike once more. Indeed, young man, you possess remarkable strength, surpassing even the most capable disciples within my sect. A voice echoed softly from the shadows. Upon hearing this voice, Li Changfeng exhaled in relief. The forces of the Qingyang sect had intervened, sealing Lin Xiao's fate. Lin Xiao turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. It was Su Mu, the outer elder of the Qingyang sect, at the 8th level of the transformation realm. Su Mu did not immediately strike, but regarded Li Changfeng with a penetrating gaze. Li Patriarch, you must honor your word. Li Changfeng's demeanor brightened as he smiled. Rest assured. Once he is eliminated, half of the Li family's assets shall be yours. Su Mu's smile deepened as his attention shifted to Lin Xiao. A surge of profound spiritual energy emanated from him, and his right fist clenched tightly. Lin Xiao, do not blame me. Lin Xiao readied himself, feeling the weight of the vast disparity in their realms for the first time. Yet, not a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He had gathered his spiritual energy within his Wuji sword. Just how great could their difference be? Frankly, he yearned to find out. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng and his companions stealthily advanced, emboldened by Su Mu's presence. As tension mounted, a jovial laughter abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Su Mu, what gives you the right to harm my student? A voice resounded, and in the next instant, a silvery light sliced through the darkness, hurtling directly towards Su Mu. Su Mu's eyes narrowed as he concentrated his spiritual energy into his fist, launching it toward the oncoming brilliance. Bang! His fist intercepted the descending light, revealing it to be a sword. The force of his spiritual energy erupted, sending the sword flying. From the shadows, a hand grasped the sword, and a figure stepped forth. Upon seeing the face of this figure, Lin Xiao's expression brightened. Teacher. Dugu acknowledged with a slight nod, swiftly positioning himself beside Lin Xiao. I always had my doubts about you. Trouble seems to have found you nonetheless. The scent of alcohol lingered heavily around him, yet he exhibited no signs of inebriation. Glancing at Lin Xiao, Dugu furrowed his brow. You clever rascal, did you get us drunk to spare us heartache? Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly. His intentions were not to shield them from sorrow, but rather to avoid parting with them. Dugu, a voice, laced with venom, interrupted their exchange. Sumu glared icily at the sudden arrival. Dugu smirked coldly, clearly familiar with Sumu. This matter does not concern the Qingyang sect. You dare to threaten my student, showing utter disregard for me? Surprisingly, Sumu fell silent. Li Chongfeng's expression shifted as he recognized that Sumu had no intention of striking. With Sumu's restraint, the fate of the Li family hung precariously in the balance. Consequently, he turned towards Sumu in desperation. Elder Su, you promised you would take action. Sumu shot a frigid glare at Li Chongfeng. He has reached the Dan Formation realm. If you wish to perish here, I certainly do not. The Dan Formation realm. Li Chongfeng and the others were taken aback. Even Lin Xiao cast a surprised glance at Dugu. It turned out that his teacher was indeed a formidable cultivator of the Dan Formation realm. Li Chongfeng gritted his teeth, a troubled expression on his face. The presence of a cultivator at the Dan Formation level was more than sufficient to annihilate all of them, especially with Lin Xiao also present. However, at this moment, Sumu represented their only chance for survival, the sole opportunity to escape with their lives. Looking back at Sumu, Li Chongfeng made a resolute decision. If Elder Su was willing to take action, the entirety of the Li family's resources would be at his disposal. Sumu, who had intended to leave, felt a stir of interest upon hearing this. Really? Indeed. It was genuine. Li Chongfeng secretly exhaled a breath of relief, already formulating other plans in his mind. As long as Sumu could hold off Dugu, the others could manage to restrain Lin Xiao, providing him a chance to flee. With his cunning, no one would be able to catch him. Just as he was plotting, Dugu voice rang out. On what grounds do you believe that anyone here will leave alive today? Dugu stood tall, shielding Lin Xiao behind him, his murderous intent intensifying. As a sword cultivator, Lin Xiao was compelled to continually surpass his limits, confident that his sword could slay all foes. A powerful sword cultivator could kill without even wielding a sword. With the blade embedded in the ground, Dugu raised his right hand, pointing a finger. In that moment, dense spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible long sword. With a flick of his finger, the formless sword shot forth with lethal intent. Sumu's complexion shifted, his fists crossing protectively before him as spiritual energy transformed into a shield. Bang! The sword collided with the shield formed by the spiritual energy, unable to advance even an inch. However, Sumu's expression was grim. He turned to look at Li Chongfeng and the others. If we do not act together, we shall all perish here. Gritting his teeth and cursing the uselessness of his companions, Li Chongfeng immediately directed his gaze to the other members of the Li family. What are you all waiting for? Attack! The elders of the Li family had no choice but to act, as retreat was not an option. Lin Xiao, I leave these few to you. Lin Xiao nodded, and, wielding the infinity sword, charged towards them. At that moment, the shield of spiritual energy surrounding Sumu shattered. And as the invisible sword descended, he turned and fled without hesitation. Dugu let out a cold laugh, swiftly drawing the sword from the ground and pursuing Sumu like a dragonfly skimming water. Dugu's speed was astonishing, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Sumu's expression was grim as he felt Dugu relentlessly pursuing him. Dugu, if you dare to kill me, the Qingyang sect will never let you go. Sumu, you intend to kill my branch's students. It is only natural for me to kill you. Sumu gritted his teeth in rage. Chapter 31. Resolving the Li family, the sword energy surged, accompanied by a fierce wind. An elder of the Li family was caught off guard and had his head severed by the sword energy. The other two elders were filled with trepidation, their hearts gripped by fear. Lin Xiao, after an arduous battle, exuded an even more terrifying aura. It seemed as though this individual was wholly unfamiliar with fatigue, and the spiritual energy within him appeared inexhaustible. Lin Xiao felt a transformation within himself, reminiscent of his encounters with Zhang Quan. There were moments when, despite being utterly drained, he continued to engage Zhang Quan without tapping into his own spiritual power. It was as if his spiritual energy was being restored once more. After vanquishing an elder of the Li family, Lin Xiao set his sights on another elder of the same clan. At this juncture, Li Chongfeng was thoroughly terrified. He recognized that with the few members of the Li family at his disposal, vanquishing Lin Xiao was an impossibility. From the very beginning, they had been the prey, not Lin Xiao. This young man was honing his swordsmanship at their expense. Gritting his teeth, Li Changfeng resolved to act. While Lin Xiao was embroiled in combat with two other elders of the Li family, he turned and vanished into the shadowy depths of the forest, making his escape. The other two elders promptly noticed the head of the family fleeing, their expressions shifting dramatically. Li Changfeng, you shameless scoundrel. You wretched cur, come back here. Abandoned. The two remaining elders quickly lost their will to fight, distancing themselves from Lin Xiao and sheathing their weapons. Lin Xiao, we harbor no enmity towards you. We are merely the Li family's vassals. Allow us to leave, and we shall relinquish all that is valuable, O Lin Xiao. You lack the courage to take my life. My daughter has already joined the Qingyang sect. Should you dare to kill me, she will undoubtedly seek her vengeance upon you. You are merely at the transformation origin realm, and could never hope to contend with the entirety of the Qingyang sect. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, but did not act immediately. Observing this, Li Changfeng's smile grew even more arrogant. Suddenly, a flash of white light cut through the air. His smile froze in an instant as he staggered back, terror evident in his eyes, frantically clutching at his neck. Blood seeped through his fingers. He could hardly believe that Lin Xiao truly had the audacity to kill him. Wiping the blood from his Wuji sword, Lin Xiao spoke calmly. From the moment you ambushed me tonight, you became a dead man. The Qingyang sect? If their members dare to lay a hand on me, I can just as easily bring them down. Li Changfeng slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, ultimately drawing his last breath. At that moment, Du Guyi arrived. He showed no surprise upon seeing Li Changfeng's corpse and smiled with satisfaction. Truly worthy of being my student, you have not disappointed me. He continued. You may now depart with peace of mind. As for the Qingyang sect, they are merely the Li family, far too inflated in their self-importance. Lin Xiao nodded, reluctantly glancing at Du Guyi. Master, there is no need for thanks, Du Guyi interjected, continuing, as long as your strength is formidable enough, nothing will pose a challenge. I eagerly anticipate how far you will grow in the next 6 months. Approaching Lin Xiao, he gave a hearty pat on the shoulder before departing with a smile. As Lin Xiao watched his figure gradually fade into the darkness, he felt a significant sense of relief. Upon leaving, he thoroughly searched the bodies of several elders from the Li family, uncovering a few low-grade spiritual artifacts, some first and second-grade medicinal pills, and a small fortune in silver. He did not spare Sumu either. To Lin Xiao's surprise, this outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect proved unexpectedly affluent. A vial of 4th-grade medicinal pills, 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and a storage ring brimming with riches, silver, and various precious materials in abundance. As night gradually gave way to dawn, several figures hastened toward the dense forest, and corpses began to emerge within their sight. Father! Li Yue'er cried out in distress, racing toward one of the bodies. Upon confirming its identity, she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Li Changfeng's lifeless form. Father, I am too late. I have come too late. Behind her, a handsome young man in white calmly observed the scene, his star-like eyes betraying no emotion. At that moment, a disciple of the Qingyang sect approached his side. Young lord, Su Mu is dead. It appears he was slain by a sword. The young lord merely nodded, seemingly indifferent. At that instant, Li Yue'er turned in anger to face him. Young lord, you must avenge my Li family. To her astonishment, the young lord scoffed, slowly replying, Li Yue'er, do you genuinely believe I would risk offending the Jishao Academy for your sake? You may seek your own vengeance. Granting you entry into the inner sanctum of the Qingyang sect is already a concession. Li Yue'er shuddered, gazing incredulously at the handsome young sect master before her. What did you say? You overestimate your own worth. I am but a mere plaything to you. Su Mu perished from his insatiable greed, and as for you, foolish woman. Chapter 32, City of Tianya City, the closest settlement to Yunqing, surpasses it in opulence and is home to the esteemed Tianbao Tower. Lin Xiao made his way directly to Tianbao Tower, presenting the VIP token bestowed upon him by Yun Xiao, and swiftly proceeded to the VIP room. The staff received him with utmost courtesy and respect. In the tranquil confines of the VIP room, Lin Xiao retrieved several thousand taels of silver, along with a few bottles of first and second-grade elixirs and several low-grade spiritual artifacts, each a bounty he had collected. The silver could be exchanged for spirit stones within Tianbao Tower, which are essential for cultivators to procure items imbued with spiritual energy. While Yunqing predominantly uses silver, outside its borders, exchanging for spirit stones proves to be the most prudent choice. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. Entering was a middle-aged man with graying hair, adorned in an opulent brocade robe, exuding an air of insincere charm. He greeted Lin Xiao with a polite bow. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you wish to purchase or sell these items? The man's gaze had already settled on the various items on the table, quickly deducing the guest's intentions. The silver was to be converted into corresponding spirit stones, while the remaining items would all be sold for the same. The man chuckled, nodding in understanding, and began to lightly tap the items on the table. In but a moment, he completed his assessment. The market price for a first-grade healing elixir is merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. A first-grade vitality elixir, also 2 low-grade spirit stones. In total, esteemed guest, this amounts to 123 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao nodded, pleasantly surprised by the valuation. The prices for the second-grade elixirs and spiritual artifacts were notably higher. I require a map and some materials, he subsequently stated. These materials were essential for the Tower Spirit, though Lin Xiao was uncertain of their costs. Upon hearing his request, Lin Xiao noted the man's countenance darkened considerably. Realizing something, Lin Xiao smiled and remarked, "It seems the spirit stones may not suffice." The man nodded, maintaining a facade of a smile. "Indeed, but that is not the entirety of the matter. These materials are quite costly and exceedingly rare, even if the guest had enough spirit stones. We could only provide 1 or 2 types." Lin Xiao understood that he had indeed underestimated the price of these materials. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Then, what is the finest technique I could acquire with these spirit stones?" The middle-aged man replied directly, "You could only obtain a low-grade Shin-level technique. May I inquire what area of expertise the esteemed guest desires?" "Something related to body techniques, preferably compatible with swordsmanship." Lin Xiao recalled the battles from a few days prior. What he most urgently needed were techniques pertaining to agility. "The esteemed guest may wait momentarily. I shall prepare forthwith." Half an hour later, Lin Xiao emerged from the Tianbao Tower, having acquired a low-grade mystical technique known as Dabu. Subsequently, he opted for a tranquil inn to rest. In the serene confines of his room, Lin Xiao once again entered the small world within the tower. As the 7th-grade crystal core was absorbed by the Tower Spirit, he was granted a fleeting opportunity to traverse this inner realm. After consuming a 3rd-grade spirit-gathering pill, Lin Xiao commenced his cultivation anew. He intended to utilize this time in the small world to master Dabu, aspiring at the very least to achieve a substantial level of proficiency. Time within the small world seemed to flow at an agonizingly slow pace. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. With the aid of the spirit-gathering pill, he had successfully ascended to the 2nd layer of the transformation realm, and his technique, Dabu, had progressed to a significant level. Before him, as spiritual light surged forth, the figure of the Tower Spirit materialized, clad in a flowing white robe, with hair as white as snow and a countenance radiating vitality. The Tower Spirit stroked his long beard, nodding in evident satisfaction. "Your progress is commendable. The Wajijian bone suits you well. What do you intend to do next?" This was Lin Xiao's first encounter with the visage of the Tower Spirit, likely a result of the 7th-grade crystal core. He had long since formulated a plan for the forthcoming endeavors. "The forest near Tianya City is rife with numerous magical beasts, and I intend to hunt them to procure their crystal cores." As he spoke, he once again directed his gaze towards the Tower Spirit, who instantly comprehended his intent and chuckled, shaking his head. "Your good intentions are appreciated, but the grades of crystal cores I require are far too high. Lower-grade cores hold no value for me. Given your current circumstances, engaging in battle is indeed the only way to advance in the Wajijian path. Hunting magical beasts to hone your swordsmanship is a commendable approach. My advice is to refrain from using spiritual power to slay the beasts and to confront them solely with your sword technique." Lin Xiao nodded, affirming, "That is also my intention." The next morning, he departed from Tianya City at dawn, arriving at the edge of the nearest forest. The expanse before him was boundless and filled with the unknown. Just as he prepared to enter the woods, he suddenly sensed the presence of cultivators within, prompting a change in his expression as he realized that others might be hunting magical beasts. As he contemplated entering from a different location, a sound of something slicing through the air abruptly echoed. The Wajijian appeared in his hand, and with a single strike, Lin Xiao severed the flying object. It was a low-grade spiritual weapon. "You dare to destroy my spiritual weapon!" a furious voice exclaimed, and in the next moment, a young man clad in a blue robe stepped forth from the forest. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, noting the 2 characters emblazoned on the young man's chest. Qingyang. This individual was unexpectedly from the Qingyang sect. "What a coincidence," Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. "It was you who struck at me first. I merely acted out of instinct." However, the youth dismissed Lin Xiao's explanation and immediately retrieved another spiritual weapon from his storage ring, a long spear. "Today, this place is restricted to outsiders. Members of the Qingyang sect are engaged in the hunt for demon beasts within. You merely needed to vacate this area, but alas, you have damaged my spiritual artifact, and thus, recompense is required. Surrender all the treasures upon you." and I may consider sparing your life." As he spoke, the youth's fervent gaze fixated on the Wu'er sword in Lin Xiao's hand. A sword capable of severing a low-grade spiritual artifact is akin to a treasure in itself. Realizing the intensity of the stare directed at him, Lin Xiao understood that leaving would not be a simple matter. "I wish to avoid conflict with the Qingyang sect," he declared. The youth scoffed coldly, brandishing his spear and charging directly at Lin Xiao. In response, Lin Xiao sheathed the Wu'er sword, performing a series of swift, graceful steps that left fleeting afterimages, and in an instant, he stood before the youth, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent him flying. Wiping the blood from his knuckles, Lin Xiao smirked derisively. Only at the 7th level of qi condensation. Chapter 33. Encountering members of the Qingyang sect again, the youth steadied himself, fury surging within him as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes ablaze with rage. "You dare lay a hand on me? Do you not realize that provoking the Qingyang sect leads to certain death?" Lin Xiao chose to disregard the youth's threats, striding towards the forest. The youth, now hesitant to act, retrieved a jade token from his storage ring and crushed it. Lin Xiao, observing this action, furrowed his brow, sensing that trouble was imminent. As anticipated, mere moments after the token shattered, a terrifying aura erupted from the forest. In the next instant, a figure emerged. Lin Xiao retaliated with a punch, their blows colliding. He was staggered 2 steps back, while the figure, upon landing, also retreated several paces. It was a 4th-level transformation realm practitioner. Lin Xiao noted that this individual, clad in the attire of a Qingyang sect disciple, appeared somewhat older and more robust than the previous youth. Rubbing his knuckles, the man grinned broadly. A 2nd-level transformation realm practitioner exhibiting such strength is indeed surprising. "You are not from this Tianya city, otherwise, you would not be unfamiliar with us." Lin Xiao maintained an impassive expression, glancing past the man to see several more figures emerging from the forest. Among them were both men and women, including 2 middle-aged men exuding a formidable presence. Their cultivation levels at least at the 8th level of transformation realm. "Are the disciples of the Qingyang sect out here for training?" Lin Xiao pondered. Realizing that his aspirations to enter the forest and hunt demon beasts to refine his swordsmanship would not be easily fulfilled today, the earlier youth, upon witnessing the arrival of several others, eagerly approached and embellished the situation. One of the serious-looking middle-aged men reached out, grasping the broken sword with formidable spiritual power. Inspecting the clean break. To sever a low-grade spiritual artifact with a single strike, you must either possess exceptional cultivation or wield an extraordinary treasure. The other members of the Qingyang sect regarded Lin Xiao with intense curiosity. However, Lin Xiao's demeanor remained largely unchanged as he stated. "It was your Qingyang sect's members who first initiated the confrontation. I had no intention of provoking you. Since entry is prohibited here, I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Xiao turned away, contemplating his departure. However, as he pivoted, a figure had already obstructed his path. It was the individual who had just attacked him. Observing the blockade, a chill gradually settled in Lin Xiao's gaze. "What? Does the Qingyang sect intend to prevent my departure?" The middle-aged man, his expression grave, stepped forward. "I am Wang Yuan, an elder of the outer sect of Qingyang. We may set aside the matter of our injured disciple. I merely wish to befriend you." The other members of Qingyang looked on in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the elder's unexpected overtures. Lin Xiao, however, remained unconvinced by Wang Yuan's words. "No need for friendship. I simply wish to leave. You are overstepping your bounds." Another elder could no longer contain his fury, charging forward. Lin Xiao let out a cold snort, turning back and delivering a powerful punch. The 2 fists collided, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling through the air. As Lin Xiao revealed his cultivation level, the members of Qingyang were taken aback, particularly the middle-aged man who had attacked, who withdrew and created distance after the exchange of blows. "How can one so young reach this level of mastery? Are you from Yinshan sect or Jixia Academy?" Lin Xiao remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on the elder who had attacked. Under that scrutiny, the middle-aged elder felt an inexplicable chill. At that moment, Wang Yuan stepped forward, saying, "My friend, this is all a misunderstanding. We shall not obstruct your departure, but you cannot enter this place today." Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, Lin Xiao turned and departed. Only after he had completely left did the attacking elder approach Wang Yuan, his expression serious. "This young man possesses formidable strength. If he truly hails from Jixia Academy, why not eliminate him directly?" Wang Yuan cast a detached glance at him and replied, "This individual has achieved such prowess at a young age. His background must be extraordinary. To kill him would be rather perilous. And we are here to allow them to complete their trial." The other elder nodded, his gaze growing fervent as he watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, quickly discerning the elder's thoughts. Are you intrigued by the sword he wields? Indeed, that sword is likely remarkable, possibly a mid-grade spiritual weapon. We, having served as elders in the outer sect for so long, possess only a handful of low-grade spiritual weapons. Wang Yuan merely shook his head in response. Exercise caution in this matter. If you truly intend to kill him, it is best not to act within the city, and ensure that it is done discreetly. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xiao instructed the waiter to prepare a jug of wine before retreating to his room. Why did you not simply kill those individuals? The voice of the Tower Spirit echoed. They harbor murderous intent towards you, and the beasts they hunt are undoubtedly of considerable caliber. Lin Xiao calmly shook his head. No, I know nothing of their circumstances. Acting recklessly would only invite danger. However, there is only one person among them who truly harbors ill intent. Lin Xiao was referring to the individual who had dared to strike at him last. This person appeared to be an outer sect elder, possessing strength at the 7th level of the transformation realm. The Wajijian, after all, could not be wielded recklessly, lest it attract considerable trouble. The Tower Spirit chuckled softly. I presume you have been awaiting this person's approach. With a mere 7th level of the transformation realm, there was a 5-level disparity between them. Do you feel confident? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao nodded with assurance. It may pose some challenges, but eliminating him should not be insurmountable. He possessed the Wajijian, a weapon of once divine caliber, though its quality had diminished over time. The Tower Spirit seemed quite pleased with this response. To transcend boundaries and slay foes. That is the essence of the Wajijian's path. Fear not to strike. Should you find yourself in dire peril, I shall intervene. My current restoration grants me the capability to act. Dispatching a junior of the transformation realm will be quite effortless. With the Tower Spirit's assurance, Lin Xiao felt emboldened. However, he did not intend to rely on the Tower Spirit's power against his adversary. Now, it remained to be seen if the opponent would indeed come to him. A day swiftly passed, with Lin Xiao remaining in the inn, not departing. As dusk approached, he learned from the innkeeper that someone was indeed inquiring about him. So, they have come after all. Chapter 34. Luring out in the inn's main hall, Zhang He, an outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect, sat in a corner, distractedly consuming his meal while casting glances towards the staircase. He awaited a particular individual. Since discovering that the young man was alone, he had resolved to procure that sword at all costs. Within the Qingyang sect, the title of outer sect elder, while seemingly prestigious, paled in comparison to the status of an inner sect disciple. Should he succeed in acquiring that sword, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon, and his standing within the sect would rise accordingly. Suddenly, a look of delight crossed his face as he finally spotted the figure he had been eagerly anticipating at the staircase. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang He stood and waved towards the approaching figure. Young brother, we meet again. Lin Xiao, upon seeing this person, was not taken aback. He merely smiled faintly and approached. I am Lin Xiao, outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect, deliberately waiting for you here. Lin Xiao maintained his smile and took a seat. The esteemed outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect has been waiting here specifically for me? Zhang He nodded with a smile, confirming, indeed, I have been awaiting your arrival. Primarily to forge a friendship with you. Friendship? Lin Xiao was not inclined to believe that the elder's intentions were so straightforward. Casting a glance at the modest meal before them, he feigned disappointment. Is this the fare befitting an esteemed elder? Zhang He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered and summoned the innkeeper to arrange for a more lavish spread, ensuring that the remnants of his previous meal were cleared away. And several jugs of fine wine were brought forth. With fervor, Zhang He poured a fine wine for Lin Xiao, then inquired, young brother, may I ask where you hail from? At such a tender age, possessing such remarkable talent, you must surely belong to a prominent family, am I correct? Lin Xiao raised his cup, downing the exquisite drink in one swift motion, and replied nonchalantly, I merely come from a modest family. It is but a stroke of fortune that has led me to this point. Fortune. The intensity in Zhang He's gaze was unmistakable, and delight illuminated his countenance. What sort of fortune might that be? He blurted out, only to swiftly realize his indiscretion and forced a sheepish smile. I am merely curious, of course. Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate, but instead filled his cup once more. Zhang He felt a swell of impatience within him. Yet he understood that matters such as these required patience. Thus, he engaged Lin Xiao in light-hearted conversation. Lin Xiao grew increasingly aware of Zhang He's ulterior motives, as his inquiries subtly probed into Lin Xiao's background and cultivation. Naturally, Lin Xiao was not foolish enough to divulge specifics. He offered only vague responses. It was only then that Zhang He broached the main topic. Young brother, I noticed the sword you wielded earlier is quite impressive. Might it also be a product of your fortune? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. That fortune is invaluable to me. so I can share it with you, senior. But please do not disclose it to others. Zhang He's heart leaped with joy, realizing that his visit had not been in vain, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young brother, since you consider me a friend, I will not speak of this to anyone else. However, I must confess my interest in that sword of yours. Would you be willing to part with it? At last, the moment had arrived. Lin Xiao feigned contemplation, appearing hesitant for a brief moment before meeting Zhang He's gaze. Senior, I fear I cannot sell this sword. Zhang He immediately responded, young brother, I assure you, I will not let you suffer loss. I can offer you spirit stones and techniques. You will not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, should you sell it to me, it would create a bond of goodwill, and I would be obliged to assist you in the future. Lin Xiao displayed a conflicted expression. Would you truly facilitate my entry into the Qingyang sect? Such an opportunity exists. Zhang He's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. Gaining entry into the Qingyang sect is certainly feasible, and I have connections within the inner sect that could allow you to join directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao appeared intrigued and nodded in agreement. In that case, would it be possible for you to wait for me outside the city tonight? If you can grant me entry into the Qingyang sect, I am open to negotiations. Of course. Moments later, Lin Xiao returned to his room. Are you truly prepared to eliminate him? The voice of the Tower Spirit echoed. Are you not concerned that others might follow? Lin Xiao, with an air of calmness, sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers upon its surface, exuding confidence. His greed is insatiable. He would never think to bring others along. To him, I am merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The Tower Spirit's laughter resonated as Lin Xiao made preparations for the night's endeavor. The opponent, after all, possesses the formidable strength of the 7th layer of the transformation origin realm. Bridging the gap of several minor realms is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Without the assistance of the Tower Spirit or the Sword Spirit, it would prove exceedingly difficult for him to vanquish his adversary. After a moment of contemplation, it became evident that the most prudent course of action would be to harness the power of the venerable Tower Spirit. As night descended, the entire city of Tianya gradually succumbed to silence. The rendezvous point designated by the two was the same place where they had first met. The forest under the cover of darkness was eerily quiet, fraught with unknown dangers. Upon arriving, Lin Xiao found no trace of anyone else. Senior, I have arrived, he called out. Almost immediately, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from the shadows, and Zhang He, clad in a green robe, appeared. Under the luminous moonlight, the warmth and enthusiasm that characterized his demeanor at the inn had vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. Boy, I never imagined you would dare to come here alone. Zhang He sneered, no longer concealing the murderous intent that radiated from him as he advanced toward Lin Xiao. Your appearance indicates you are a disciple who has just emerged from your clan, utterly inexperienced. Strangers are not so easily trusted. Surrender that sword along with the opportunities you possess, and I might consider sparing your life. Lin Xiao responded with a mocking laugh, shedding his pretense. Then how can you be so certain that I am not deliberately luring you out? As the spiritual light surged from his hand, the infinity sword materialized. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's intent to engage, Zhang He could not help but erupt into derisive laughter. Boy, I concede that your strength is not negligible. But I am at the 7th layer of the transformation origin realm. Killing you is as easy as pie. In response, Lin Xiao made a provocative gesture. Feel free to give it a try. Zhang He scoffed, brandishing a straight blade as he charged at Lin Xiao. The clash of sword against blade erupted in a shower of sparks. As the sword technique unfolded, a domineering sword aura sliced through the air. Zhang He's expression shifted, losing its earlier ease as he recognized that this youth was far from the easy target he had presumed. Chapter 35. Slaying the fierce sword aura swiftly tore through Zhang He's robe, blood oozing forth. He distanced himself from Lin Xiao, somewhat startled as he glanced at his shoulder. The clear wound and sharp pain jolted Zhang He into a state of heightened awareness. He realized that the young man before him was not as feeble as he had imagined. Blood dripped from the sword, and Lin Xiao wore a disdainful smile. It seems this outer sect elder is not so impressive after all. Boy, I shall kill you. Zhang He roared in fury, charging at Lin Xiao with renewed vigor. Waves of blade energy surged forth like a tempest. Lin Xiao adeptly employed the stacked steps technique, swiftly evading the onslaught of lethal strikes. In the next moment, Zhang He had closed the distance, unleashing a downward strike imbued with ferocious wind. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly raised his sword to block. The immense force drove him deep into the earth. Boy, today I will flay you alive. Lin Xiao summoned all his strength, channeling spiritual energy into the infinity sword. Preparing for the fierce BA in an instant, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from the Wuji sword, forcefully propelling the figure before him. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he grasped the sword with one hand and advanced with swift, gliding steps, determined to deny his opponent any respite. Before Zhang He could touch the ground, Lin Xiao had already lunged forward, unleashing a strike imbued with sword qi. The sound that resonated upon impact with Zhang He was not one of flesh being cleaved, but rather a crisp crack. Under the cover of night, the sound rang out sharply. Boom! Zhang He was heavily driven into the ground, leaving behind a gaping crater. Lin Xiao halted, gazing at the Wuji's sword in his hand. The recent sharp sound alerted him to the presence of a protective spiritual artifact on Zhang He. Otherwise, that strike would have surely inflicted grave injuries. A cold chuckle echoed as Zhang He, disheveled, staggered to his feet from the crater. Beneath his tattered robe lay a shattered suit of armor, glimmering with a silvery hue. What a domineering strike! It managed to obliterate the protective artifact I painstakingly obtained. With resentment burning in his eyes, Zhang He once more unleashed his spiritual energy, gripping his long blade as he leaped from the pit. In midair, he swung down with ferocity, the blade qi morphing into a fierce tiger, jaws agape, descending upon Lin Xiao. Unfazed, Lin Xiao retaliated with a decisive sword strike. The overwhelming sword qi collided with the tiger's blade qi, resulting in a fierce clash. As the air settled, the two figures engaged in close combat, their weapons clashing with ferocity, leaving only fleeting shadows for the onlookers. At that moment, Lin Xiao had to concede that Zhang He was indeed the most formidable opponent he had encountered recently. To eliminate this adversary would not be a simple task. Channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword, a familiar, chilling voice resonated in his mind. Sword Spirit. After forcing Zhang He back with a strike, Lin Xiao acted upon the Sword Spirit's guidance. As his spiritual energy fused with the Wuji's sword, he sensed an even more terrifying power emanating from it. With a single stroke, he unleashed a wave of sword qi that darkened the skies, sweeping forth like a crescent moon amidst a tempest. Zhang He, struck with dread, felt the paralyzing fear of death creeping in. This strike was insurmountable. As the sword qi descended, it carved a gaping scar into the ground, reminiscent of an abyss. Lin Xiao felt as if his entire reservoir of spiritual energy had been drained and hastily retrieved a pill from his storage ring, consuming it to restore his waning energy. Ultimately, he had invoked the power of the Sword Spirit, as the gap in cultivation between him and Zhang He was still too vast. Exhaling deeply, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to the end of the sword scar, where a figure wavered, covered in deep wounds. Zhang He, with disheveled hair and a panicked expression, looked toward Lin Xiao. The force of that strike was beyond what this youth could wield. Who exactly are you? With his spiritual energy partially restored, Lin Xiao advanced step by step towards Zhang He, sensing that this was the opportune moment to strike now that his opponent lay grievously injured. You still wish to kill me? Zhang He roared, his voice filled with anguish and fury as he fought through his pain, charging forward with his blade drawn. Once again, the two engaged in a fierce battle, but this time, Zhang He was no match for Lin Xiao. With a series of swift strokes, Lin Xiao, light on his feet like a nimble spirit cat, inflicted numerous wounds upon Zhang He. The heavily injured Zhang He retaliated with diminishing speed, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air. With a sharp sound, Zhang He's arm holding the blade fell, and before he could utter a cry of pain, the cold glint of the sword severed his throat. Blood gushed forth as Zhang He knelt on the ground. The light in his eyes extinguished. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, his inner garment thoroughly soaked, his spiritual energy once again nearing depletion. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. You are still too weak, he remarked with a hint of resignation. After a brief moment of rest, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Tianya City. Their battle had persisted for too long. The disciples of Qingyang's sect would likely arrive soon. With no time to recuperate, Lin Xiao hastily looted Zhang He's belongings, even taking the blade, before making a swift exit. It was clear he could not linger in Tianya City any longer. Shortly after Lin Xiao departed, a figure emerged gradually from the night's shadows. Wang Yuan soon caught the scent of blood, a wave of unease washing over him as he followed the trail. Before long, he came upon the kneeling figure, battered and bruised. Wang Yuan's expression changed drastically as he approached the lifeless body, his breath quickening. Zhang He was dead. Observing the numerous wounds, he quickly deduced they were inflicted by sword energy. How could such a mere boy possess the strength to kill Zhang He? Wang Yuan could hardly believe it, and he began to scan his surroundings. The area was in disarray, littered with evident signs of struggle. Who dares to kill a member of Qingyang's sect? They seek death. At that moment, several young disciples of Qingyang's sect arrived behind Wang Yuan, and upon seeing Zhang He's corpse, shock overtook their expressions. Zhang He, an outer elder of Qingyang's sect, had met his end in such a manner? Elder Wang. Why was Elder Zhang here? One young man could not restrain himself from asking. Wang Yuan's expression darkened, and he merely cast a cold glance at the youth without offering any explanation. The young man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further. Return to Tianya City and uncover any information related to the boy we encountered earlier. Regardless of his origins, we must identify him. The group nodded in agreement, their minds already reaching a conclusion. The boy had killed Elder Zhang. Zhang He's body was hastily buried, while Wang Yuan's heart was filled with a thirst for vengeance. He also realized that the boy must possess some secret, perhaps a formidable legacy. Boy, you cannot escape the grasp of Qingyang's sect. Chapter 36. How dare you kill them in the private room of Tianbao Tower? The proprietor stood respectfully behind the screen. His head bowed slightly. Miss, Zhang He is dead. A voice from behind the screen responded with astonishment. Wasn't he a cultivator of the 7th layer of the transformation realm? The shopkeeper nodded gently, feeling quite astonished himself. The youth was merely at the 2nd layer of the transformation realm. It was incomprehensible how he could have slain Zhang He if he were indeed alone. A soft chuckle emanated from behind the screen. He always manages to surprise people. Keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Qingyang sect, and inform me immediately should any news arise. Understood, Mississippi. As the day gradually dawned, within the forest outside Tianya City, Lin Xiao concealed himself in a cave. After a night of recuperation and the assistance of several medicinal pills, he finally restored his vitality. To his surprise, the battle from the previous night had allowed him to break through to a minor realm, now at the 3rd layer of the transformation realm. After tidying his disheveled robes, Lin Xiao stepped out of the cave. The blinding sunlight struck him, and it took a moment for him to acclimate before departing. The individuals from the Qingyang sect would surely deduce his whereabouts swiftly. Before long, Lin Xiao had dispatched several first-tier demon beasts. In the southernly region, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, materials, talismans, and demon beasts were categorized into 7 grades and 4 tiers. The first-tier demon beasts corresponded to cultivators at the Qi condensation realm. Dozens of demon cores were deposited into his storage ring. After wiping the blood from his sword, Lin Xiao glanced back. Given his current strength, he was still not a match for Wang Yuan, the outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect. To refine his swordsmanship, only higher-tier demon beasts would serve as suitable opponents. Thus, he resolutely ventured deeper into the forest. There had been reports from the Tianbao Tower that a mid-tier 3rd-grade demon beast dwelled in the depths of the forest. A mid-tier 3rd-grade demon beast possessed the strength of a cultivator at the 4th or 5th layer of the core formation realm, far beyond Lin Xiao's current capabilities. The 7th-tier beast core he had acquired from the Director Chun was, in fact, from a 3rd-grade demon beast. 3 days had swiftly passed. Wang Yuan finally led a few members of the Qingyang sect into this perilous forest. Elder, we have a discovery. Upon hearing the call from one of his companions, Wang Yuan and the others hurried over. Before them lay the corpses of numerous demon beasts, including several 4th-tier ones. After carefully inspecting the condition of these demon carcasses, Wang Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. What on earth does this boy intend to do? With the strength of the 2nd layer of the transformation realm, it was not difficult for him to slay these beasts. Yet, it seemed as though he was merely using them as sparring partners. Realizing this, Wang Yuan's expression shifted as he instantly surmised the boy's intentions. Is he honing his swordsmanship? Wang Yuan then gazed deeper into the forest and immediately commanded, everyone, follow me deeper into the forest. This boy is alone. He was uncertain how the youth had killed Zhang He, but based on the evidence left on the demon corpses, it was evident that he was indeed alone. The members of the Qingyang sect gradually ventured deeper into the forest, dispersing into smaller groups of 2 or 3 for a more efficient search. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao had already set his sights on one of the teams. Senior brother, what do you think that person is? How could he possibly have killed Elder Zhang He? A woman turned to the handsome young man beside her, her eyes brimming with curiosity. The young man rubbed his nose, momentarily at a loss for words to explain. Suddenly, a fierce aura surged forth, and in the next instant, a flash of sword light swept towards them. The young man reacted swiftly, pushing his companion aside and drawing his sword to block the unexpected onslaught. Crack! At the moment he intercepted the sword light, terror gripped him as he noticed cracks forming along the blade in his grasp. An overwhelming force surged, propelling him away violently. He coughed up blood as the sword light pierced through his body, rendering him powerless to rise. When he looked up again, the sister who had been by his side was now lifeless. Lin Xiao, wielding the Wuji sword, advanced towards him step by step. The young man recognized this figure immediately and instinctively wished to call out for help. However, Lin Xiao would not grant him such an opportunity. With a single stroke, He dispatched the young man and proceeded to search his belongings before moving on to another location. At that moment, Wang Yuan continued his search for Lin Xiao, accompanied by 2 disciples. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, Wang Yuan began to sense something amiss. If their opponent possessed the strength to kill Zhang He, then how could the other disciples of Qingyang's sect possibly be a match? The disciples he had brought along for training were merely at the qi condensation stage. Abruptly halting his steps, Wang Yuan's expression turned grim. "Elder, what is happening? I have been careless this time. The others have likely encountered misfortune," he said anxiously. The 2 behind him were taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of his words, and a sense of dread began to settle in. "Elder, what should we do next?" Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, reluctantly concluding that leaving was the best choice. "You 2, follow me directly out of here. We can only wait for the others from the sect to arrive." Just as they prepared to depart, a noise suddenly emerged from deep within the forest. The sound instantly tensed their expressions, and Wang Yuan cautiously peered into the depths of the woods. "Do not move. I will check it out first." The 2 nodded nervously. Wang Yuan promptly headed towards the source of the noise. Shortly after Wang Yuan left, the 2 waiting behind suddenly felt an overwhelming chill. A figure appeared before them like a wraith, and before they could react, a silver flash descended. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground. The assailant was none other than Lin Xiao, who, having slain the 2 disciples of Qingyang's sect, chose not to depart, but instead stood quietly with the Wuji sword in hand, his gaze fixed on the path Wang Yuan had taken. After a brief moment, Wang Yuan's furious figure finally emerged. Upon seeing the 2 corpses behind Lin Xiao, his rage boiled over. "You brat, how dare you kill them? Do you truly not fear completely offending my Qingyang sect?" In response, Lin Xiao merely scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. "I have slain everyone else. Now, only you remain. This predicament is of your own making." With a roar of fury, Wang Yuan charged towards Lin Xiao, his fist descending with the force of a mountain. Lin Xiao managed to parry the strike with his sword, yet the tremendous power compelled him to retreat 2 steps. If the Qingyang sect were to learn that these individuals were slain under the protection of their outer sect elder, what do you imagine their reaction would be? The scornful words only fueled Wang Yuan's rage, prompting him to unleash another devastating blow at Lin Xiao. Wang Yuan's martial prowess was overwhelmingly dominant, and he showed no signs of faltering against the sword in Lin Xiao's grasp. Lin Xiao sensed that Wang Yuan was even more formidable than Zhang He, and such an opponent only heightened his excitement. Chapter 37. The outer sect elder is not so impressive after all with the Wuji technique in play. The air was filled with shimmering sword shadows and overwhelming sword energy. At this moment, Lin Xiao shifted from defense to offense, forcing Wang Yuan to adopt a purely defensive stance. The outer sect elder of the Qingyang sect appeared to be nothing extraordinary. With another strike, Lin Xiao finally inflicted a deep wound upon Wang Yuan. Unlike Zhang He, Wang Yuan possessed no protective talismans. The gaping wound on his chest was a gruesome sight, but the pain brought a strange calmness to Wang Yuan. He finally understood why this young man was capable of killing Zhang He. Possessing such power made the act of slaying Zhang He unsurprising. "I am not that worthless fool. If you wish to kill me, it will not be so simple," Lin Xiao replied with a serene smile. Having ascended to the 3rd layer of the transformation realm, he was confident he could defeat Wang Yuan. All that was needed was time. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. "Show me whatever abilities you possess." With an enraged roar, Wang Yuan charged like a rampaging beast once more. Lin Xiao's smile widened. This time, he would give his all. Meanwhile, within Tianya City, the inn where Lin Xiao had resided was now completely occupied by members of the Qingyang sect. At the helm was an elderly man with white hair, a hooked nose, and deep-set eyes that glimmered with a chilling gaze. Unlike the other disciples of the Qingyang sect, he donned a dark purple robe, a garment reserved for inner sect elders. Reporting to the elder, Wang Yuan and his group have just departed Tianya City. Furthermore, outer sect elder Zhang He has been killed, a trembling outer sect disciple reported. The inner sect elder displayed no sign of anger. His frail fingers gently caressed the rim of his cup, emanating an aura of coldness. Could it be that an outer sect elder was slain in a place like Tianya City? After a prolonged silence, the inner sect elder finally spoke. The outer disciple, terrified, knelt before him, trembling even more violently. "Elder son, I only know that a few days ago, Elder Zhang left Tianya City alone. I truly do not know where he went." Elder son furrowed his brow, a twinge of suspicion forming in his mind. "Zhang he left alone? Quickly recount the events as they transpired. I may consider sparing your life." The outer disciples did not dare to hesitate for even a moment and immediately recounted the events that transpired. Upon learning of the incident, Elder Sun's eyes glimmered with an intensified coldness. What a cunning Zhang He! attempting to hoard the treasure for himself. However, the audacity to slay a member of the Qingyang sect could not be overlooked. Elder Sun set down the cup in his hand and rose, casting his gaze toward the other inner disciples. Everyone, follow me to confront this audacious individual who dared to kill a member of the Qingyang sect. I am eager to discover who this person is, possessing such remarkable boldness. In the depths of the forest, the battle had drawn to a close, and tranquility had returned. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiao gazed at the lifeless figure beneath his sword, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Wang Yuan was indeed far more formidable than Zhang He. Had it not been for his Wujin sword, he might not have emerged victorious. Slaying Wang Yuan was considerably more troublesome than vanquishing Zhang He. It was quite satisfactory that he managed to do this without assistance. The voice of the Tower Spirit echoed in his mind with praise. Lin Xiao merely smiled and, out of habit, proceeded to loot Wang Yuan's belongings. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed an unsettling presence and turned around, on high alert. May I inquire as to who you are, senior? No wonder you are a friend of the young lady. Even Wang Yuan has fallen to your blade. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, revealing none other than the manager of Tianbao Pavilion. The manager wore a benevolent smile, and no trace of spiritual energy was discernible. It is you? Lin Xiao recognized him instantly, but was surprised that the manager of Tianbao Pavilion would appear here. Is the young lady you speak of Yin Xiao? The manager did not respond to the question, but instead stated directly, I have come to inform you to leave this place promptly. Members of the Qingyang sect have arrived. The one who comes is the inner sect elder, Sun Wutian, who has already reached the core formation stage. The mention of the core formation stage caused Lin Xiao's expression to shift slightly, for this information was crucial to him. Quickly regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully to the manager, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the warning. I shall depart at once. The manager, with a satisfied smile, watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, his admiration deepening, as expected of someone favored by the young lady. With that, the manager flickered and vanished. Merely half a stick of incense later, Sun Wutian arrived with a group of inner disciples from the Qingyang sect. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's corpse, Sun Wutian's expression remained largely unchanged. Having followed the traces, he had already surmised that Wang Yuan was likely not a match for his opponent. Now, witnessing the scene confirmed his suspicions. Elder, I have heard this person is several years younger than us. Who would have thought he could slay Elder Wang? One of the inner disciples voiced his speculation. Sun Wutian disregarded the disciple's words, focusing instead on the remnants of the battle scattered around. The sword marks were distinctly visible, with even the scars on the massive stones delving several inches deep. With his eyes slightly squinted, Sun Wutian exclaimed in astonishment, this individual's swordsmanship is extraordinarily domineering. Wang Yuan is a body cultivator, yet this person dares to confront him head-on. This young man is using Wang Yuan as a whetstone. The chill in his gaze deepened as he coldly snorted and turned to the inner disciples behind him. Let this matter serve as a lesson for you all. Anyone who harms a member of the Qingyang sect must face death, regardless of where they flee. Judging by the traces of battle here, that young man should not have gone far. After finishing his words, traces of anger finally appeared on Sun Wutian's face. What are you all dawdling for? Search this area thoroughly. Are we truly going to allow that young man to escape? The inner disciples finally regained their senses and hurriedly ventured into the depths of the forest to search. At that moment, Lin Xiao had already employed the shadow step technique. Swiftly approaching the edge of the forest, the innkeeper's warning made him realize that the troubles ahead would be quite formidable. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible to kill a formidable opponent at the core formation stage. Elder, if I were to engage a core formation expert, would you be able to assist me? Naturally, I do not regard a core formation expert with disdain, but given your present condition, you would not withstand our power. The Tower Spirit's voice promptly resonated. However, it will not be so easy for them to take your life. Young man, you must strive to grow even faster. Chapter 38. Entering the Forbidden Zone within Tianya City, numerous bounty notices for Lin Xiao were plastered everywhere. Inside the Tianbao building, the innkeeper stood by the window, quietly observing the figures in azure robes on the streets below. The number of disciples from the Qingyang sect had markedly increased compared to 2 days prior. Innkeeper, there is a guest outside claiming to be an acquaintance who wishes to meet with you. An acquaintance? The innkeeper felt somewhat surprised, his brow furrowing slightly. Innkeeper, it is good to see you again. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. The innkeeper's heart jolted, and he quickly turned around. His expression filled with shock as he beheld the familiar figure at the door. He swiftly composed himself and glanced at the attendant beside this figure, saying, You may leave. Today as affairs must not be disclosed. The attendant bowed and promptly departed. After watching the attendant leave, Lin Xiao entered the room and casually closed the door behind him. The innkeeper sighed helplessly. Why have you not yet left Tianyang City? The Qingyang sect has increased their manpower to locate you. Lin Xiao chuckled nonchalantly as he approached the table and took a seat. I am merely here to discuss a business deal with you. But I wonder if you dare to engage? The innkeeper's interest was piqued, and a smile crept across his face. Pray do tell. Lin Xiao retrieved a prepared storage ring from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Innkeeper, take a look. Curiosity getting the better of him. The innkeeper picked up the storage ring, and the moment his consciousness merged with it to inspect its contents, his expression changed dramatically. Several low-grade spiritual artifacts, along with a vast quantity of medicinal pills. What is this? Lin Xiao smiled silently, observing the chief innkeeper of Tianbao building. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper smiled and shook his head, having guessed the origin of the treasures within the storage ring. Accepting items belonging to a senior elder of the Qingyang sect was no simple matter. However, as you are a distinguished guest of the Tianbao Tower, it is only fitting that I accept these items. Dear guest, please hold on for a moment. Lin Xiao nodded. And after the shopkeeper left the room with the storage ring, he awaited in silence. Not long after, the head of Tianbao Tower returned, still holding the storage ring. The items inside were not particularly valuable, but the fourth-grade rejuvenation pill was a coveted treasure among the wealthy. Currently, the price we can offer at Tianbao Tower is 1,300 low-grade spirit stones. I wonder if this price meets your approval? The surprise he felt internally did not manifest outwardly. Such a price indeed exceeded his expectations. 1,300 low-grade spirit stones could procure many things. Please have the shopkeeper convert it into spirit stones for me. The shopkeeper immediately complied and arranged for the conversion. Then, he turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, when do you plan to depart from this place? Is the shopkeeper eager for me to leave Tianyang City? Lin Xiao smiled. Or are you concerned that I might bring trouble to Tianbao Tower? The shopkeeper laughed awkwardly. Rest assured, having dealt with these items, I shall be leaving shortly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper visibly relaxed. Although Tianbao Tower was indeed not afraid of the Qingyang sect, they would not offend them over a mere youth. In the ensuing time, Lin Xiao lingered at Tianbao Tower until deep into the night before finally departing from Tianyang City. Despite the late hour, a solemn atmosphere still pervaded the city. With the assistance of Tianbao Tower, Lin Xiao exited the city. Young man, where do you intend to go next? It is said that there exists a forbidden zone in the Great Zhou dynasty, teeming with ferocious beasts, where even the disciples of the three major sects rarely venture. Lin Xiao had already formulated plans. That location was a forest, rumored to be inhabited by savage beasts, with creatures above the fourth tier found in abundance. Given his current condition, entering this area to hone his swordsmanship would be the optimal choice. Moreover, he might even stumble upon rare celestial materials and treasures. Half a month later, within the forbidden zone of the Great Zhou dynasty, lay an unknown forest, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Standing before this endless expanse of woodland, the depths appeared as an abyss of unending gloom, instilling a sense of trepidation. This place holds some intrigue. Suddenly, the voice of the Tower Spirit echoed in his mind. Senior, what do you think of this place? Quite remarkable. Honing your swordsmanship here will undoubtedly yield unexpected rewards. Lin Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Summoning the Wuji's sword into his hand, his figure darting into the dark forest like a wraith. A silver streak of sword light cleaved through the darkness, and a colossal beast collapsed with a resounding thud, trees around it succumbing to the impact. The second-grade mid-tier beast, the white jade mammoth, was slain with a single stroke to its neck. Lin Xiao adeptly extracted the crystal core from the mammoth's body, holding the core, as pristine as white jade, in his hand. Another second-grade crystal core. With Lin Xiao's current prowess, slaying an ordinary second-tier demon beast is far from a daunting task. The next challenge lies in confronting the upper echelon of second-tier demon beasts. Although these formidable creatures may seem to be only a slight elevation above their mid-tier counterparts, the disparity in strength is significant. Mid-tier second-tier demon beasts equate to cultivators at the mid-stage of the transformation origin realm, whereas upper-tier second-tier demon beasts possess the formidable might of cultivators at the 7th level or higher of the late stage of the transformation origin realm. As Lin Xiao wiped the blood from his sword, preparing to venture deeper into the forest, a terrifying aura suddenly locked onto him. His expression shifted immediately as he gazed ahead. The trees were crushed, and a colossal serpent emerged into view. Its vertical pupils glowed a menacing crimson, and its razor-sharp fangs were bared. In the eyes of this massive serpent, Lin Xiao felt himself reduced to mere prey. The upper-tier second-tier demon beast, the primordial giant python, had undoubtedly been lured by the scent of blood. Regaining his composure swiftly, Lin Xiao charged at the serpent, sword in hand. The python, undeterred, opened its gaping maw wide and lunged at him. An epic battle commenced between man and serpent. The python's attacks were straightforward, yet its scales acted like impenetrable armor. Even with Lin Xiao's utmost effort, his sword could only leave shallow marks upon its layered scales, which proved to be a considerable challenge. While the serpent's strength may not rival that of Wang Yuan, its defensive capabilities far surpassed anything Wang Yuan could muster. I refuse to believe your insides are equally resilient. As the python opened its bloodied maw once more, Lin Xiao boldly dashed into its mouth. The python was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that a human would dare undertake such an audacious act. However, it quickly succumbed to panic, thrashing in terror. Lin Xiao unleashed a flurry of sword energy that effortlessly sliced through the creature's belly, piercing from within. Blood splattered as its once impenetrable scales were no longer invulnerable. With flesh exploding, Lin Xiao landed firmly, his body splattered with gore. In his other hand, he held a verdant crystal core, the essence of the upper-tier second-tier demon beast. It appeared that such creatures were not as formidable as they seemed. Only those at the pinnacle of first tier could produce a beast core, which is relatively small and referred to by cultivators as a first-tier beast core. The cores from second to fourth tiers are born from second-tier demon beasts, while those of fifth tier and above belong solely to third-tier and higher demon beasts, possessing considerable value. Chapter 39. The Academy's personnel time within the confines of the Forbidden Zone passed swiftly and imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. By the clear lake's edge, Lin Xiao sat, washing the blood that marred his face. During these 3 months, he had relentlessly hunted demon beasts, honing his swordsmanship. This relentless pursuit had propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, bringing him to the 7th level of the transformation origin realm. Throughout this period, he had refrained from entering the tower's inner world for training. The boundless sword path had not disappointed him. He had made significant progress, having successfully cultivated the sword aura. As for his current strength, he was now confident in his ability to vanquish even the most elite second-tier demon beasts. In a radius of 100 miles around the lake, no demon beast dared to approach him. You truly are a remarkable being. The voice of astonishment echoed as the ethereal apparition of the Tower Spirit materialized beside him. Lin Xiao was not taken aback by this. He had long anticipated it. A month prior, the Tower Spirit had already manifested in a phantom form, albeit briefly. After wiping the moisture from his hands, Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards the Tower Spirit. "Senior, I wonder if my current strength allows me to learn more about you?" he inquired with a hint of eagerness. This question had always lingered in his mind. Ever since his encounter with the little tower, his own weakness had prevented him from uncovering the true origins of the Tower Spirit and the Sword Spirit. Compared to several months ago, he had undergone significant transformation and believed he was now afforded the opportunity to learn the truth. The Tower Spirit chuckled softly, hands clasped behind its back. "You have yet to achieve the Golden Core stage. Do you truly believe yourself formidable?" It shook its head. "To the outside world, your progress is indeed rapid. Yet, in our eyes, it remains woefully slow. Lin Xiao, you have 2 months to reach the Golden Core stage." With these words, the Tower Spirit's form gradually faded away. 2 months to attain the Golden Core stage? Lin Xiao clenched his fists, infused with determination. The vast majority of the demon cores he had hunted over the past few months had been absorbed by the Tower Spirit, and his stock of medicinal pills in his storage ring was perilously low. Glancing at his tattered robes, Lin Xiao felt grateful for his prior preparations. Otherwise, he would now resemble a wild man. Gripping the Wuji sword once more, he charged deeper into the forest. With only 2 months to break through to the Golden Core realm, his only option was to continue hunting demons, particularly those of a higher tier. Days passed, and Lin Xiao found himself in a secluded valley. After a few steps, he spotted the figures of other humans. Concealed behind a tree, he observed a group of 5, an elderly man with white hair and 4 younger individuals. From their attire, it was apparent that they were not disciples of the Qingyang sect. Moreover, their strength was not to be underestimated. Among them, only the elderly man's power was unfathomable, while the others hovered around the 7th layer of the transformation realm. Are they disciples of a noble family? Lin Xiao speculated. In the great Zhou dynasty, apart from the royal family, the 3 major sects, and the Jixiao Academy, only the scions of prestigious families could possess such strength at such a young age. Lin Xiao was uncertain of their specific origins. At that moment, the elderly man clad in gray frowned slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp as he turned to face Lin Xiao's direction. "Who goes there, hiding in the shadows?" Golden Core realm. As the terrifying aura emanated from the elder, Lin Xiao finally discerned the true extent of his power. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao resolved to confront them directly. He stepped out from behind the tree. The others, upon catching sight of Lin Xiao's youthful visage, exhibited expressions of surprise. Who would have thought that they might encounter another so young in this place? The individual appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet he stood alone in this place. The elderly man with white hair regarded him with profound vigilance, his eyes fixed upon the emerging figure with a predatory glare. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, he inquired, "May I ask from where you hail?" Before the old man could respond, a strikingly handsome youth stepped forward. Tiandu, Qi family. Indeed, they were not members of the Qingyang sect. Lin Xiao was unfamiliar with the Qi family. However, their willingness to disclose their origins suggested that they were no ordinary clan. "I am from the Jixiao Academy, Lin Xiao." "You are also from Jixiao Academy?" The handsome youth expressed surprise, but quickly dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. "No, you must be lying. When has Jixiao Academy had a disciple as young as you dare to tread here?" Instantly, the group grew more guarded, and the old man's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that they too hailed from Jixiao Academy. Thus, he promptly clarified, "I indeed come from Jixiao Academy, but merely as a disciple of the branch campus in Yun City." "The Yun City branch?" Qi Tao displayed astonishment, exchanging glances with the others, momentarily at a loss to ascertain Lin Xiao's background. The Yun City branch did exist, yet its disciples were of mediocre talent and would scarcely be found in such a place. Noting their lingering skepticism, Lin Xiao reiterated, "I am a disciple of Yue'er." This revelation not only altered Qi Tao's expression, but also affected the white-haired elder. "You are a sword practitioner?" Lin Xiao nodded, and subsequently produced a long sword from his storage ring. This sword was not the Wuji sword. Upon witnessing this, the elderly man's belief wavered. "If you are indeed a disciple of Yue'er, why do you find yourself here?" "Esteemed elder, I have come to this place solely to refine my swordsmanship before entering the inner academy for assessment." Suddenly, the old man appeared to recollect something, murmuring to himself. After a brief moment, he inquired with a measure of uncertainty, "Are you a specially recruited student of the Yun City branch?" The mention of specially recruited student took Qi Tao and his companions by surprise. To be a specially recruited student destined for the inner academy implied exceptional qualities. Observing the youth before them, it seemed reasonable that someone of such tender years could possess the strength to warrant such a distinction. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard the headmaster mention anything about being a specially recruited student. Thus he was unaware of it. However, the elder's demeanor suggested he possessed knowledge of Lin Xiao's circumstances. The headmaster never mentioned it. Suddenly, the white-haired elder burst into laughter, his earlier wariness dissipating entirely. "It appears you are indeed the one. The matter of specially recruited students is reported specifically by the branch head and then confirmed by the heads of the inner academy. It is entirely reasonable that you are unaware. Given your age and prowess, it is indeed fitting for you to be a specially recruited student. I am Wang Yanting, a mentor at Jixiao Academy." These individuals were also students of Jixiao Academy, present here to undergo their own trials. Qi Tao and his companions had long since lowered their guard. It seemed that henceforth they would gain a remarkable junior. Chapter 40. Forging connections. As both parties became acquainted with each other's identities, their relationship transformed into one of greater amicability. Lin Xiao had become aware of certain matters pertaining to the Qi family. The Qi family was a prominent clan in Tiandu, rivaling the imperial family in stature. The other individuals accompanying him were merely friends of Qi Tao from the academy, united in their endeavors for training. Lin Xiao recounted the events he had experienced with the Qingyang sect, as they were indeed relevant to the sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanting stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Ah, it is merely a trivial matter. You need not concern yourself with it. The actions taken were indeed improper on the part of the Qingyang sect. They have only brought ruin upon themselves. When I return to the inner court, I shall inform the higher-ups of the academy, and they will ensure your protection." With this, Lin Xiao's only lingering worry dissipated entirely. Initially, he had feared that the academy would refrain from offending the Qingyang sect on his behalf, but it appeared he had been overly anxious. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yanting shifted the conversation. "Lin Xiao, would you be willing to train alongside Qi Tao and the others? This would facilitate your entry into the inner court." Lin Xiao glanced at Qi Tao and his companions. Indeed, training together would be a commendable choice. However, regarding the refinement of his swordsmanship, he felt otherwise. Thus, he respectfully declined the elder's invitation. "I sincerely appreciate your kindness, esteemed elder. But my mentor has advised me that solitary training is the most effective means for enhancing my strength and honing my swordsmanship." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Wang Yanting's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you are indeed worthy of being a student of that reclusive fellow." With that, he prepared to take his leave, but his demeanor grew serious. "Exercise caution, however, while this area is deemed a forbidden zone. Both the three major sects and the academy utilize it as a training ground. We find ourselves at the periphery of this forbidden territory, and you may encounter disciples from other sections. It is best to avoid conflict while you are alone, as it could prove perilous. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly in response. Thank you for the warning, esteemed elder. As they departed, Chi Tao presented Lin Xiao with several bottles of medicinal pills, proclaiming them to be a token of friendship. Lin Xiao graciously accepted them, recognizing his current need for such elixirs. Moreover, he had formed a favorable impression of Chi Tao. Once he left the valley, Lin Xiao examined the contents of the bottles. The pills exuded a delightful fragrance, and some bore intricate patterns. These were top-tier second-grade gathering spirit pills, capable of significantly replenishing one's spiritual energy upon consumption. The voice of the tower chimed in, top-tier second-grade pills. This was Lin Xiao's first encounter with such high-quality elixirs, making him reluctant to use them. 2 bottles of gathering spirit pills and another 2 bottles of second-grade pills. Indeed, the offspring of a prestigious family were generous in their offerings. After stowing the pills in his storage ring, Lin Xiao swiftly selected a direction and set off. Days later, a second-grade top-tier beast lay lifeless in a pool of blood, slain by Lin Xiao with a single stroke of his sword. Extracting the core, Lin Xiao wore a satisfied smile, sensing that a breakthrough in his cultivation was imminent within him. Indeed, only through real combat can my realm advance more swiftly. It is time to test myself against third-grade lower-tier beasts. The third-tier lower-grade demon beasts already possess the strength of the core formation realm. However, according to Chi Tao and others, these third-tier demon beasts are found deep within the forbidden zone. Once one ventures too far, they may encounter not just lower-tier beasts, but possibly even mid-tier, upper-tier, or even top-tier beasts. Should Lin Xiao encounter these more formidable creatures, given his current prowess, his only option would likely be to flee. While Lin Xiao was lost in thought, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Intrigued, he made his way toward the source of the commotion. Within the forest, 2 factions were embroiled in a fierce clash. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by familiar faces, Chi Tao and his companions, whom he had parted ways with only days prior. Their adversaries were none other than the members of the Qingyang sect, clad in azure robes. Lin Xiao was taken aback to witness this confrontation between the 2 groups. It seemed that some conflict had arisen between them. Wang Yanting, wielding a crescent-shaped blade, had just forced back a middle-aged man from the Qingyang sect. With a grim expression, he declared, "Do not underestimate the people of the Jixia Academy. This place, abundant with spiritual herbs, was discovered by us." The repelled Qingyang sect member merely smirked, an expression rife with disdain. And what of it? This is a forbidden zone, where the notions of precedence hold no sway. Whoever seizes the herb first shall claim it as their own. Wang Yanting's countenance darkened further. Though he and his opponent both shared the same realm of core formation, their levels were closely matched. Yet, the situation was dire for his companions. With only 4 of them against 8 from the Qingyang sect, they were outnumbered 2 to 1. Despite all being in the transformation realm, achieving victory would be a formidable challenge. Chi Tao and the others were ensnared in the fray. The Qingyang sect member, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "If you Jixia Academy members depart now, I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, you may escape unscathed, but what of them?" Wang Yanting tightened his grip on the blade, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. The spiritual herb they had discovered, known as the Crimson Fire Lotus, was a third-tier herb. While most were merely lower grade, this particular specimen measured 3 feet and had matured for over 3 centuries, attaining the rare status of top tier. To relinquish such a precious find was utterly intolerable. "Chi Tao?" A sudden shout shattered his hesitation, and Wang Yanting turned sharply to see Chi Tao surrounded by 3 assailants, gravely injured and collapsed on the ground. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce fury within him. Chi Tao and his companions could not perish here. He had to account for them to the academy and the Chi family. The middle-aged man's smug smile deepened as he discerned Wang Yanting's indecision. Clearly, this individual held a significant status, capable of invoking such concern. "Subdue him," he commanded, prompting the 3 Qingyang sect disciples to advance toward Chi Tao. The other 3 disciples of the academy were unable to provide support, as the disciples of Qingyang sect were relentless in their pursuit. Wang Yanting instinctively attempted to rush forward to offer aid, but was obstructed by a middle-aged man standing in his way. This is dire. Just as the 3 disciples of Qingyang sect were about to capture Chi Tao, a terrifying sword aura pierced through the air, resulting in one disciple being grievously injured and sent hurtling backwards. An arm was severed, and the wounded disciple crashed down, shattering several large trees. This sudden turn of events immediately drew the attention of all present. including the two formidable Golden Core realm experts beside Wang Yanting, who looked on in astonishment. Especially the elder from Qingyang's sect, whose eyes suddenly flared with deep fury. Who dares to appear here at such a moment? Who has the audacity to lay hands on a disciple of Qingyang's sect? Is there a desire to become our enemy? Chapter 41. Astonishing everyone. Qi Tao, rising to his feet in a disheveled state, noticed a deep scar etched into the side of a tree. A sword mark. Could it be Lin Xiao? He chuckled softly. After all, the disciples of Qingyang's sect were not without blood on their hands. With a light laugh, Lin Xiao emerged slowly from behind the trees, the cold gleam of his sword shining even brighter. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's appearance, Wang Yanting and others were taken aback. Meanwhile, the elder of Qingyang's sect was profoundly shocked. To be able to sever the limb of a disciple in the transformation realm was an impressive feat, yet it was executed by such a young individual? Who are you? I am Lin Xiao, a disciple from the branch of Jixia Academy. A branch disciple. The man was even more astonished, never anticipating that this would be a mere branch disciple. At that moment, a disciple from Qingyang's sect stepped forward, sword in hand. Elder Bai, leave this one to me. The elder nodded in agreement, having abandoned any intentions of continuing his battle with Wang Yanting. He was now even more curious about the capabilities of this young man. Wang Yanting could not help but feel anxious. That previous sword strike seemed more like a sneak attack. However, the Qingyang sect disciple was an inner sect member, possessing the strength of the 7th level of the transformation realm. Lin Xiao, do not worry, senior, he is no match for me. Lin Xiao replied confidently, noticing the Qingyang sect disciple charging at him with sword drawn. Coldness radiated from his eyes as spiritual energy gathered in his right hand gripping the sword, gradually merging with the Wujin. Can you withstand this strike? With that, he unleashed a sword strike. The sword aura that passed through seemed to rend the very fabric of space, instantly severing trees in its wake. The Qingyang disciple was horrified, attempting to counter the oncoming sword aura with his own strike. Yet, the sword aura shattered his blade, crushed his hands, and obliterated his entire being. A mist of blood filled the air. Such a scene once again left everyone present in shock. A disciple of Qingyang's sect at the 7th level of the transformation realm was unable to withstand even a single strike, being utterly annihilated. Elder Bai's lips twitched as he felt an inexplicable sense of dread from the sword strike wielded by the youth before him. This individual is truly a mere branch student? Elder Bai struggled to believe this, as it seemed utterly impossible in his eyes. Qi Tao, supported by a few others, made his way to stand behind Wang Yanting, equally astonished by this spectacle. Teacher Wang, is this fellow truly at the transformation stage? Someone inquired instinctively. Wang Yanting found himself at a loss for words, feeling that this youth resembled more of a monster than anything else. The Jixia Academy was destined to witness the emergence of such a creature. Such a domineering sword strike was a sight I had never encountered in my lifetime. The sword cultivators are surely on the brink of rising to prominence. Lin Xiao cast a disdainful glance towards Elder Bai of the Qingyang sect, pondering that although he had not encountered a 3rd-grade demon beast, it would not be entirely unwise to test his mettle against a core formation expert. Why don't you give it a try? Arrogant. Elder Bai erupted in fury, ready to take action. However, a figure suddenly interposed before him. It was Wang Yanting. What honor is there in a core formation expert bullying someone at the transformation stage? Allow me to be your opponent. Elder Bai's countenance darkened to an extreme, his anger palpable. In the next moment, he turned to several other disciples of the Qingyang sect. You all, join forces and eliminate that boy. The remaining disciples of the Qingyang sect, shaken from their stupor, felt a surge of trepidation. That sword strike had been overwhelmingly terrifying. To claim they were not afraid of such an adversary would be a blatant falsehood, yet they dared not disobey the elder's command. He is but one. Surely we can overwhelm him together. One spoke to bolster their courage, and the others nodded in agreement. Qi Tao glanced at the disciples of the Qingyang sect, determined not to allow those 6 to confront Lin Xiao. He immediately turned to the 3 beside him. You 3, distract the Qingyang sect's disciples. Under no circumstances must they engage Lin Xiao. The 3 nodded in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons as they charged towards the Qingyang sect's members. The chaos of battle erupted once more. With 3 holding their ground, only 3 disciples from the Qingyang sect advanced towards Lin Xiao. As for the 2 core formation experts, they refrained from intervening immediately. Lin Xiao, facing 3 opponents, exhibited remarkable ease, deftly navigating their exchanges. As the clash of profound spiritual energy resonated, Lin Xiao suddenly unleashed a sword strike at one of them. Perhaps haunted by the fear of that earlier strike, the man hastily drew a 2nd-grade defensive artifact. Crack! The shield-like artifact shattered instantaneously, and the sword aura surged through. The man was taken aback, utterly unprepared for his defensive artifact to be so effortlessly breached. By the time he attempted to evade, it was already too late. In the next instant, the sword aura pierced through his body, cleaving him in two. The trees behind him were likewise obliterated by the sheer ferocity of the sword strike. Another one fell. The two others, poised to attack, were instantly paralyzed with terror at the sight. They no longer dared to confront this youth, fearing they might be the next victims of his lethal blade. Elder Bai's eyes flickered. When had such a monster emerged from the Jixiao Academy? Lin Xiao showed no signs of halting. With a swift movement, he unleashed two more strikes, dispatching the remaining two with the same ease as chopping vegetables. In the next moment, Lin Xiao charged directly towards Elder Bai with his sword raised. Witnessing the inevitable demise of his position and confronted by this crazed assailant, Elder Bai let out a heavy snort. Boy, the Qingyang sect will remember you. After casting down such a harsh remark, the elder of the Qingyang sect made a hasty retreat. As for the other disciples of the Qingyang sect, they were left in bewilderment. Elder Bai? The disciples of the Qingyang sect were utterly astonished, never anticipating that the elder would abandon them in such a manner. Wang Yanting was also taken aback. It was only after the elder fled past him that he fully comprehended the situation. How could an entity at the core formation stage be frightened away by a mere youth at the Qi transformation stage? Lin Xiao was eager to pursue, but Wang Yanting swiftly intercepted him. It is unwise to chase a desperate foe, especially when there may be other members of the Qingyang sect lurking nearby. Thus, Lin Xiao halted his steps and turned his gaze toward the remaining three disciples of the Qingyang sect. Witnessing the inevitable turn of events, the three wasted no time in kneeling to plead for mercy. Lin Xiao contemplated ending their lives, but with the presence of the academy's instructors, he refrained. Senior, should we execute them? Wang Yanting replied with a cold smile. No need for that. We shall take them back to the academy. If the Qingyang sect wishes to rescue them, they must pay the price. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Lin Xiao smiled knowingly. His initial intention was merely to save lives, while also seeking to gauge his own strength amongst those of the same realm. It appeared that the recent honing of his swordsmanship had indeed yielded remarkable results. Amongst peers of the same cultivation level, none could rival him. Wang Yanting patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, expressing his astonishment. I never imagined your power to be so formidable. No wonder you dared to venture here alone. Today, thanks to you, the ensuing matters would have been quite troublesome otherwise. This Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus rightfully belongs to you. The Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus? Wang Yanting nodded, succinctly recounting the events. This rare spiritual herb was devoid of leaves, featuring only 8 flame-like petals. Chapter 42. The Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus. As Wang Yanting spoke, Lin Xiao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Wasn't the Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus one of the essential materials needed to restore the Tower Spirit? How fortunate to encounter an 8-petaled Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus in this place. A voice of astonishment echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Indeed, your luck is quite remarkable. Lin Xiao smiled and turned to Wang Yanting. This Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus is exceedingly precious. It may be too much to ask for it directly. He glanced at Qi Tao and the others. They clearly understood the value of the Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus, their expressions reflecting hesitation. Only Qi Tao stepped forward, a broad smile on his face. Lin Xiao, were it not for your assistance this time, we would have perished here. Thus, this Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus rightfully belongs to you. Wang Yanting nodded in agreement. As for the reluctance of others, it mattered little. He then retrieved the Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus from his sleeve. The petals, resembling flames, numbered 8 and were no larger than a human head. A scorching aura emanated, casting a faint red glow. The others beside Qi Tao gazed at it with intense yearning, but they could only watch as Lin Xiao secured the Qi Fire Heavenly Lotus within his storage ring. Thank you all. However, I must continue my training. Farewell for now. Having unexpectedly reaped a bountiful reward, it was only natural for him to urge the spirit of the tower to swiftly refine the celestial lotus. Wang Yanting smiled as he watched the departing figure. Only after Lin Xiao had completely vanished did someone express their displeasure, exclaiming, "That crimson fire celestial lotus is a priceless treasure. How could we have given the entire plant to him?" Qi Tao cast a cold glance at the individual, retorting, "Were it not for Lin Xiao's intervention, we would likely have perished here. That crimson fire celestial lotus would have become a prized possession of the Qingyang sect. If you possess the capability, feel free to seize it yourself." The person reluctantly lowered their head, too intimidated to counter. Wang Yanting's smile faded as he regarded the dissatisfied individuals. Bestowing the celestial lotus was, on one hand, a token of gratitude for Lin Xiao's life-saving efforts, and on the other, a prudent measure for your benefit. With Lin Xiao's prodigious talent and strength, his return to the inner court will undoubtedly yield astonishing feats. Should you require assistance there, This bond of friendship may prove invaluable. Furthermore, we have not left empty-handed this time. With that, Wang Yanting directed his gaze towards the lifeless bodies of several Qingyang sect disciples. These disciples predominantly hailed from the inner sanctum of the Qingyang sect, and the treasures within their storage rings will certainly hold value for you. The atmosphere among them began to improve as they eagerly set about scavenging the fallen. Chi Tao, however, showed little interest in these spoils and approached Wang Yanting. Teacher, what are your thoughts on Lin Xiao? His swordsmanship is formidable, and he wields lethal intent with great finesse. He is indeed a remarkable talent, Wang Yanting praised, the image of Lin Xiao's earlier display of skill vividly replaying in his mind. For those at the early stage of the core formation realm, it would be no simple task to vanquish him. Chi Tao, this individual cannot be coerced. He is one to be befriended. Chi Tao nodded in agreement, his gaze following Lin Xiao's retreating form. He had originally hoped to recruit Lin Xiao into the Qi family, but Wang Yanting's words served as a timely reminder that such a figure could not be held against his will. Seated cross-legged atop a massive stone, Lin Xiao engaged in tranquil cultivation. The celestial lotus had already been absorbed by the spirit of the tower. How it would be refined remained a mystery to him. In his hands, he held 2 petals of the celestial lotus, which floated and layered upon his palms, the fervent spiritual energy merging into his being. A searing sensation enveloped him, the heat circulating through his meridians and bones. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the darkness within the forbidden zone appeared to deepen further. As Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickered within them. It seemed that the aura within him had grown more imposing. No wonder the spirit of the tower urged me to absorb this crimson fire celestial lotus. Merely 2 petals have elevated my internal energy to such a remarkable extent. Moreover, this energy aligns perfectly with the boundless sword Tao. The only regret is that I could not seize the opportunity to break through to the next minor realm. Be content. Once this crimson fire celestial lotus is refined, not only will it cleanse your meridians, but it will also enrich your internal spiritual power compared to before. The ethereal figure of the tower spirit manifested beside him, appearing more distinct than before. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the spirit continued. Even a typical cultivator at the early stage of the core formation realm may not stand as your equal. Lin Xiao scratched his head, realizing that he had indeed underestimated the situation. However, he also sensed a change in the aura of the tower spirit, which was noticeably stronger than before. Has the elder also regained some strength? The tower spirit nodded, a smile gradually appearing on its face. The arrival of this crimson fire lotus was indeed timely. It had restored some vitality, yet it was still insufficient. Lin Xiao nodded, his expression serious as he gazed deep into the forbidden zone. To seek out additional materials, he would perhaps need to venture deeper and rely on luck. Suddenly, a warning from the tower spirit echoed. Someone is coming, intent on killing you. At this, Lin Xiao quickly pinpointed the emergence of a presence and turned his gaze to the left. The tower spirit had vanished. A figure swiftly traversed the forest, exuding a murderous intent. As the distance closed, Lin Xiao discerned the identity of the individual. It was Elder Bai from the Qingyang sect. Kid, you are all alone here now. Let us see who will come to your rescue. He hurled an object from his hand, a short sword that transformed into a streak of light. In an instant, Lin Xiao drew the Wujian sword and slashed forth. The short sword was instantly severed. In the next moment, Elder Bai had arrived before the massive stone, unleashing a fierce strike. The clash of blades erupted, their energies colliding. In the face of this nascent soul elder, Lin Xiao surprisingly held his ground. This is just what I desire. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with fervor. Such combat exhilarated him further. His swordsmanship was formidable, each strike seemingly infused with the power of thousands of pounds. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this moment, Elder Bai sensed something amiss. The opponent did not seem merely to be at the transformation realm. He appeared more akin to a nascent soul cultivator. This is impossible. As he became distracted, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, inflicting a deep wound on Elder Bai with a single strike, then delivering a kick that sent the elder tumbling from the giant stone. The stone beneath them was battered and seemed on the verge of cracking. Lin Xiao retrieved a pill and swiftly consumed it. The intense energy surged forth, and as he felt his internal spiritual power gradually restoring, a flicker of excitement crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. What a thrill! Engaging with a nascent soul expert is incomparable to battling mere beasts. He leaped down from the giant stone, charging directly at the now rising Elder Bai. The elder quickly ingested another pill and resumed the fight with Lin Xiao. Several spirit artifacts flew forth, akin to sharp swords aiming at Lin Xiao. With a flourish of his sword, Lin Xiao effortlessly shattered the incoming artifacts. Chapter 43. Slaying the Nascent Soul Elder observing the scattered fragments of spirit artifacts. Elder Bai's expression darkened. Was this person truly at the transformation realm? Could it be that this young man hailed from beyond the realms? At this moment, aside from astonishment, all that remained was panic. He had initially sought to salvage his pride and exact revenge, but unexpectedly, this esteemed elder of the Qingyang sect found himself outmatched by the youth before him. With his confidence shaken, Elder Bai instinctively took 2 steps back. As his feet fell, a domineering sword aura swept forth, slicing past him. The wind from the passage of the aura left deep gashes upon his face like the marks of a blade. As a venerable elder of the Qingyang sect's inner sanctum, could it truly be that your capabilities are so limited? Elder Bai felt a profound humiliation, gritting his teeth as he cast an intense gaze towards Lin Xiao. Who exactly are you, boy? Lin Xiao smiled, sensing the tremor of fear in the elder's voice. If you could slay me, you would surely discover the answer. Like an arrow released from its bow, Lin Xiao once again surged forward with his sword, a torrent of sword energy trailing behind him. Elder Bai, his face ashen, could only brace himself and confront the onslaught, unleashing the full might of his core formation power. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled outward like a crashing tide. Trees around them came tumbling down. However, as Elder Bai exerted himself fully, the wounds he incurred began to tear further apart, yet he dared not withdraw his blade, pressing on with unyielding determination. Crack! The sudden, crisp sound made Elder Bai's complexion shift dramatically. He witnessed the blade clashing against his sword begin to develop cracks. This was a 3rd-grade lower-tier artifact. Impossible, this cannot be. The only reply he received was the complete shattering of his long knife, and with the blade no longer able to withstand the assault, Lin Xiao's sword descended unimpeded. Blood and flesh splattered forth, accompanied by agonizing cries of despair. Gathering all his remaining strength, Elder Bai finally managed to land a punch that sent Lin Xiao staggering back. With no time to dwell on the pain of his severed arm, Elder Bai turned and fled in a disheveled manner. He was desperate to distance himself from this monster. After retreating a few steps, Lin Xiao steadied himself and glanced at his trembling right hand, feeling the pain in his palm. The force of that punch was astonishing. Yet, it was evident that Elder Bai, now drained of spiritual energy, was merely a shadow of his former self. The core formation realm was not as formidable as it appeared. After a brief moment of respite, Lin Xiao raised his sword and pursued. Elder Bai was gravely injured, and it took only a short while for Lin Xiao to catch up to him. Gazing upon the tall and handsome figure before him, Elder Bai's heart sank into despair. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Qingyang sect will never let you go. If you allow me to leave today, I swear I shall not breathe a word of this, and I can offer you many benefits. Lin Xiao shook his head, a calm smile gracing his lips. Have you forgotten where we are? Even if you were to die here, those who hear of it would merely assume you fell to a beast. After all, your body would soon be consumed by the very creatures of this land. Elder Bai's eyes flickered, and his fear surged to new heights. He realized that Lin Xiao was resolute in his intent to kill him. If you wish for my demise, then I shall take you down with me. Suddenly, Elder Bai's body radiated a scorching crimson hue, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy boiling within him. Boy, kill him at once. He intends to self-destruct. The voice of the Tower Spirit rang out urgently. Lin Xiao understood immediately, and without hesitation, he swung his sword. Swish! In a flash, blood erupted as Elder Bai's head was severed, and the amassed terrifying spiritual energy dissipated instantly. Thus, a core formation elder met his end. Lin Xiao sheathed his Wuji sword, exhaling a long, searing breath, before retrieving a pill and swallowing it down. The effects of the 2nd-grade elixir swiftly permeated Lin Xiao's body, invigorating his spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, commencing his recuperation. After approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, Lin Xiao removed the storage ring from Elder Bai, discovering within it several mid-grade spiritual artifacts. There were nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and a dozen mid-grade spirit stones. Among the elixirs, he stumbled upon a 3rd-grade blood spirit pill, capable of significantly enhancing one's strength for a brief period at the cost of vital essence. Had the individual consumed this blood spirit pill earlier, it would have likely proved challenging to eliminate him. The ethereal figure of the Tower Spirit manifested beside him, bearing a serious demeanor. Lin Xiao silently transferred the items from the storage ring into his own, subsequently destroying Elder Bai's ring, mindful of the potential trouble posed by any sect markings it might contain. Senior, are the spiritual herbs within this fellow's storage ring of no use to you? The Tower Spirit cast a casual glance at Lin Xiao, replying, they hold some utility for me. However, the lowest grade must be at least 4th grade spiritual herbs. Ordinary herbs do little for my recovery unless in substantial quantities. It is a pity you lack the alchemical skills. Otherwise, these herbs would serve splendidly in potion crafting. Do you possess such abilities, Senior? The Tower Spirit chuckled softly, shaking its head. I am merely a Tower Spirit. Alchemy is beyond my purview. How do you feel after vanquishing the core formation realm cultivator? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, reflecting earnestly. He was formidable, had he not been momentarily distracted. I doubt I would have succeeded so easily. My sword remains insufficiently powerful. Indeed, you performed admirably, considering the vast disparity in realms. A look of satisfaction finally graced the Tower Spirit's visage as it gazed deeper into the Forbidden Zone. This individual possessed merely the strength of the first layer of core formation, a third-grade lower-tier demon beast, with strength ranging from the first to third layer of core formation, is naturally far more formidable. Are we truly to confront a third-grade lower-tier demon beast? Lin Xiao nodded with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed upon the depths of the Forbidden Zone. His purpose was clear, to hone his swordsmanship against a third-grade lower-tier demon beast. Only in this manner could he maximize his chances of breaking through to the core formation realm before venturing to the heavenly capital. The more challenging the demon beast, the better. Subsequently, Lin Xiao made his entrance into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, deliberately waiting until the corpse of Elder Bai had been devoured by the demon beasts before proceeding. In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, the darkness thickened, as if all perception was obstructed by an imperceptible force. Upon stepping into this area, Lin Xiao felt as though he had entered an ice cellar, the chills seeping into his very bones. This unsettling atmosphere gradually instilled a sense of unease within him, as if he were being stalked by a wild beast. This is most peculiar. Young one, you have drawn the attention of a demon beast, came the Tower Spirit's warning. Lin Xiao smiled wryly, for he had already spotted the beast fixated upon him. In the darkness ahead, two crimson orbs of light flickered into existence, resembling lanterns. It was a colossal demon beast, its massive form lurking within the shadows, partially obscured. Heavy footsteps resonated as it approached, step by deliberate step. Each step reverberated through the ground beneath, trembling with the weight of his presence. The third-tier lower-grade beast, the four-armed demon ape. Chapter 44, Ascend. Its colossal fists descended like mountains. Yet Lin Xiao skillfully executed his elusive footwork, narrowly evading the onslaught. In the face of such a formidable third-tier lower-grade beast, Lin Xiao appeared as insignificant as an ant. Furthermore, the defensive prowess of this four-armed demon ape was astonishing, as if cloaked in an invisible armor. Despite wielding the infinite sword, Lin Xiao could only inflict superficial wounds upon the beast's tough hide. Should this continue, he would inevitably succumb to the creature's might, the voice of the Tower Spirit warned. Lin Xiao was sent sprawling by a mighty punch from the four-armed demon ape, crashing against a towering ancient tree before coming to a disheveled halt. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his very organs had sustained grave injuries. This four-armed demon ape was far more formidable than the Elder Bai he had previously vanquished. Unless he transcended to the core formation realm, he stood no chance against this beast. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the third-tier lower grade, equivalent to a cultivator at the third layer of core formation. The Tower Spirit's voice echoed once more, marking the first moment Lin Xiao contemplated retreat. The beast's power resembled that of a third-layer core formation cultivator, a force beyond his current capabilities. It was evident he was not yet sufficient. Reluctantly, Lin Xiao resorted to his elusive footwork, hastily retreating with a battered form. The four-armed demon ape, however, had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed, relentlessly pursuing him. Only upon fully exiting the depths of the Forbidden Zone did the creature finally cease its chase. Finding a secure location, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, consuming medicinal pills to expedite his recovery. Fortunately, he possessed an ample supply of high-grade pills. Otherwise, rapid recuperation would have been a daunting task. Though he had been defeated in a most disheveled manner, this battle offered him valuable insights. Meanwhile, the Tower Spirit observed Lin Xiao's recuperation silently, a satisfied expression gracing its features. His progress surpassed my expectations, which is quite commendable. This rekindles hope within me. You share in this sentiment, do you not? The Tower Spirit smiled, its figure gradually fading from view. A month later, deep within the Forbidden Zone, a sword aura sliced through the darkness, and the immense figure of the four-armed demon ape was splattered with a blood-red mist. After retreating a few steps in disarray, it turned and vanished into the deeper shadows. Upon witnessing the fleeing beast, Lin Xiao had no intention of pursuing it further. Having successfully inflicted serious injuries upon the four-armed demon ape, he had exerted all his strength. However, the task of slaying the beast remained formidable. Throughout this month, he had relentlessly challenged the four-armed demon ape, fleeing with all his might whenever he found himself overmatched. Despite the creature's immense strength, it was evidently outpaced by Lin Xiao's speed. After a month of unwavering challenges, he had finally succeeded in gravely wounding the four-armed demon ape. Suddenly, an internal surge of energy coursed through Lin Xiao, and he felt a significant increase in his strength. He had reached the 8th layer of the transformation realm. Familiar with the power that accompanied this newly attained level, he turned to gaze towards the edge of the forbidden zone. It was time for him to depart from this place. Although he was still some distance from the Golden Core realm, the time left to him was dwindling. Moreover, today's battle had already demonstrated the level of power he had achieved. The infinite sword path had progressed further. At the edge of the forbidden zone, several tents were pitched, and at the center of these tents hung a flag bearing the emblem of the Qingyang sect. A month prior, several inner elders and elite disciples of the Qingyang sect had vanished within the forbidden zone. Following this incident, the sect had immediately dispatched individuals to search for them. Aside from finding remnants of tattered garments, no corpses were recovered. This could only imply that the elders and disciples who had entered the forbidden zone were deceased. Consequently, the Qingyang sect sent more individuals to the edge of the forbidden zone, seeking to uncover who had slain their elders and disciples. Within the central tent, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance placed a black chess piece upon the board, casting a glance at the figure seated opposite him. The area where Bai Zheng resided could not possibly harbor third-tier demon beasts. Thus, this served as evidence of his demise at the hands of others. Sun Wutian, upon hearing this, responded with a cold smile. Since this is the will of the sect master, we need only to deal with this matter at ease. However, based on the current information, it is most likely that those from the Jishao Academy were involved. Just half a month ago, they encountered Wang Yanting and others exiting the forbidden zone. The elderly man shook his head dismissively. Impossible. Wang Yanting has only recently broken through to the Golden Core realm. He is incapable of killing Bai Zheng. There must be others still within the forbidden zone. We need only wait for him to emerge. Sun Wutian's gaze remained fixed upon the chess pieces on the board, his own piece lingering in his hand. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head, placing the white piece down. This time, I have lost once again. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the tent. Elders, another person has emerged from the forbidden zone. Sun Wutian furrowed his brow in surprise. Only one person? Yes. Before long, Sun Wutian, guided by a disciple of the Qingyang sect, encountered the individual who had exited the forbidden zone. The man was robust in stature, appearing to be in his 30s. His face was unfamiliar, yet inexplicably, Sun Wutian felt a sense of familiarity. However, the aura emanating from this man led Sun Wutian to shake his head in disappointment. 8th layer of the transformation realm. He is not the one we seek. You may leave. The man raised his calloused hand in a salute to Sun Wutian before departing. At that moment, a young disciple approached Sun Wutian's side, and, noticing the elder's unwavering gaze fixed upon the departing figure, curiously inquired, Master, is there something amiss with this person? Sun Wutian's brow knitted in concern, his eyes filled with uncertainty. This individual appeared to be merely a practitioner who had entered the forbidden zone for training, someone he had never encountered before. Yet inexplicably, he sensed a profoundly familiar aura emanating from him. However, this individual is merely at the transformation stage, rendering it impossible for him to have slain Bai Zheng. After considerable contemplation, he could not fathom why this person seemed so familiar to him, and thus decided to set aside his thoughts. He instructed his men to continue monitoring, emphasizing that should anyone emerge from that location who is a core formation cultivator, they should inform him directly. Understood, Master. Having distanced himself from the Qingyang sect's encampment, the man concealed himself behind a tree. Once he confirmed that the members of Qingyang sect had indeed not followed him, he reached up to his face. A human skin mask was peeled away, revealing none other than Lin Xiao. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Lin Xiao finally relaxed, recalling the perilous encounter he had just experienced. He had not anticipated that the old rascal, Sun Wutian, would appear. Fortunately, the elder had prepared him in advance. Chapter 45. Arrival at Tiandu City. Before leaving the forbidden area, he had already encountered disciples of the Qingyang sect. Fortunately, they did not take action, and upon seeing that he was merely at the transformation stage, they only posed a few simple questions before allowing him to depart. Subsequently, the Tower Spirit advised him to alter his appearance. Thankfully, that elder possessed a type of elixir within his storage ring, an alteration pill. This potion could change one's appearance, although its effects were time-limited. In retrospect, his caution had proven entirely justified. The presence of Qingyang sect members near the edges of the forbidden area was likely due to the individuals he had slain from their ranks. Soon after, Lin Xiao swiftly departed from the area. Regardless of the circumstances, reaching Tiandu was his only path to safety. However, shortly after his departure, Sun Wutian and his companions appeared. With rage etched across his face, Sun Wutian headed straight for the nearest city. Just moments ago, he had suddenly recalled the familiar aura of that individual. The oppressive energy radiating from that person was unmistakably akin to that of the one who had previously slain Wang Yuan. Furthermore, considering that Baijian's corpse bore no traces of a storage ring, it suggested that someone had taken the items from within it. Coupled with the aura of that individual, it was not difficult to surmise that he had employed some form of disguise. Yet, despite the pursuit, that person was nowhere to be found, further solidifying Sun Wutian's suspicions. Though he found it hard to believe, how could it be that just months ago this brat was at such a low realm? Now, he was on the verge of reaching the core formation stage. Regardless of the cost, he must locate that fellow. Tiandu, the most prosperous city within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, also served as the capital. By the time Lin Xiao arrived in Tiandu, it had already been half a month. The grand city, with its towering walls stretching endlessly, was a sight to behold. Even the soldiers guarding the city gates possessed an impressive cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi gathering. Entering the city required a fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Once inside Tiandu city, Lin Xiao was met with expansive streets bustling with throngs of people. On either side of the streets stood magnificent buildings, exuding luxury. Having entered Tiandu city, Lin Xiao finally felt a sense of genuine safety. For the past half-month, he had been evading the pursuit of the Qingyang sect, and it was only upon entering Tiandu that he felt secure. After some inquiries, Lin Xiao finally located the whereabouts of the Tiandala. The Tianbao Tower before him was exponentially more opulent than its counterpart in Yunqing, bustling with a multitude of visitors. This grand 6-story pavilion was a sight to behold. As Lin Xiao approached the entrance, he was promptly halted by the guard stationed there. With an expression of disdain, the guard remarked, "This is Tianbao Tower. Not just anyone can enter." Lin Xiao glanced down at his attire, realizing that the weariness of his recent travels had left him looking rather disheveled, especially given his tender age of merely 16. Acknowledging this, he promptly produced the VIP token bestowed upon him by Yun Xiao. Upon citing the token, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. After a thorough verification, the guard refrained from obstructing him, even adopting a markedly more respectful attitude. Upon entering Tianbao Tower, Lin Xiao was awestruck by the lavish surroundings. The hall was lined with shelves brimming with a myriad of elixirs, treasures, and spiritual artifacts. Before he could take in the wonders around him, a man suddenly approached. "Might I inquire if you are Lin Xiao, young Master Lin?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face before him. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a round belly and clad in a dark, brocaded robe. "Do you know me?" Lin Xiao asked. In response, the man beamed with enthusiasm. "My young lady encountered you earlier upstairs and specifically instructed me to escort you." Realization dawned upon Lin Xiao. The young lady in question was none other than Yun Xiao. It became evident that her esteemed status within Tianbao Tower commanded a great deal of respect. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao followed the man up the staircase. As he ascended, the atmosphere gradually quieted. The escort occasionally glanced back at Lin Xiao, seemingly intrigued by how he had garnered the friendship of such a prominent figure, and how he came to possess a VIP token. After leading Lin Xiao to the entrance of a private chamber, the man took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xiao then knocked on the door. "Come in," a familiar, melodious voice resonated. Lin Xiao's remaining apprehension dissipated as he pushed the door open. A delicate fragrance wafted towards him, and a screen obstructed his path. Closing the door behind him, he navigated around the screen, finally setting eyes on the lady of Tianbao Tower, Yun Xiao. She was adorned in her signature white silk dress, yet her enchanting visage was partially concealed by a veil that shrouded half of her face. The glimpse of her beautiful eyes added an alluring charm to her presence. "Lin Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. Yet, your transformation is quite astonishing," she remarked. Lin Xiao was compelled to avert his gaze, his thoughts swirling chaotically within him. Each encounter with Yun Xiao seemed to evoke such a tumultuous feeling. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Xiao took a seat and said, "Half a year has passed, and it seems you have undergone significant changes as well, senior sister Yun. Please, just call me Xiao. I am merely a few years your senior," she replied, gracefully pouring him a cup of steaming tea with her delicate, jade-like hands. In Lin Xiao's eyes, everything seemed to be just as it had been 6 months ago in the branch academy. Yun Xiao remarked, "I have come to learn a few things about your situation. I am curious to know the extent of your current realm, for even I cannot discern it." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon entering the capital city of Tiandu, Lin Xiao had deliberately concealed his true level of cultivation. "I am at the 8th level of the transformation realm. What about you?" A profound astonishment flickered across her eyes. And after a moment of disbelief, Lin Xiao exclaimed, "In merely half a year, you've reached the 8th level of the transformation realm. What manner of prodigy are you? As for me, despite ample resources, I have only attained the 7th level." Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly. He did not consider himself a prodigy. This was merely the natural order of things. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he directly inquired, "I have some items I'd like to sell. I wonder if you could assist me?" Frowning slightly in displeasure, Lin Xiao huffed softly before responding. "If these are items from the Qingyang sect, I'd rather not. The last time, at Tianya City, Tianbao Tower encountered quite a bit of trouble. Had it not been for the Qingyang sect's reluctance to offend Tianbao Tower, the situation would have been quite troublesome." Lin Xiao was taken aback, not realizing that the previous incident in Tianya City had caused complications for Tianbao Tower. Rest assured, this time it is merely some materials from demon beasts and a few crystal cores. Chapter 46. Astonishing wealth. As Lin Xiao retrieved the demon beast crystal cores from his storage ring, Lin Xiao was instantly taken aback, rising in shock. Her captivating gaze was firmly fixed on several of the cores before her. Among them were numerous cores from high-grade second-tier demon beasts, as well as 2 cores from peak second-tier demon beasts. "Lin Xiao, where did you acquire these demon beast crystal cores?" Lin Xiao inquired, her face a mask of surprise. Such high-grade crystal cores were typically sold in Tianbao Tower, but they originated from high-ranking cultivators, not someone at the transformation realm. Lin Xiao nonchalantly explained, "Sister, you jest. I obtained these naturally by hunting demon beasts from the Forbidden Zone." The Forbidden Zone. Lin Xiao stared at him as if he were a monster, her gaze lingering on Lin Xiao for a considerable time before she finally averted her eyes. Realizing her own loss of composure, she quickly regained her emotional balance. "These crystal cores are of considerable quality. From my perspective, they are worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao interjected, "Sister, I also have plenty of demon beast materials that I intend to sell, along with some excellent spirit herbs." Lin Xiao was once again taken aback, looking at Lin Xiao as if he were an extraordinary being. Feeling somewhat bashful under her intense gaze, Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and asked, "Sister, why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Xiao asked earnestly, "Where exactly have you been for the past 6 months?" The presence of these demon beast crystal cores and the materials Lin Xiao mentioned was sufficient evidence that he had experienced extraordinary events during this time. Without concealing anything about the Forbidden Zone, Lin Xiao spoke candidly. "Bang! Who dares to speak?" With a surge of indignation, Lin Xiao slammed her palm onto the table and rose to her feet. "Lin Xiao, with your meager abilities, how dare you venture into the Forbidden Zone? Are you courting death?" The sudden outburst left Lin Xiao momentarily stunned, perplexed as to what had provoked this senior. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's bewildered expression, Lin Xiao's fury dissipated like mist. "Do not overthink it. I merely believe you should not enter the Forbidden Zone alone. I will ensure that your belongings are taken care of, and all the spirit stones obtained from their sale will belong to you." Lin Xiao instinctively inquired, "Isn't there a handling fee?" Lin Xiao shot him a sharp glance. "No need. After all, you are my junior, and this handling fee can easily be waived." Before long, Lin Xiao summoned a few individuals to carefully examine the crystal cores. As for the other items, Lin Xiao directly handed over a storage ring. While they waited, Lin Xiao even arranged accommodations for Lin Xiao at the Tianbao building. Just then, the tranquility of the room was once again disrupted. A servant from the Tianbao building appeared from behind the screen. "Miss, young Master Zhao Tianlan has arrived and wishes to see you." Lin Xiao's displeasure was palpable, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated disdain. "Why is this bothersome fellow here again? Do not let him in. Tell him to leave." Lin Xiao, observing the situation, began to speculate about the identity of this young Master Zhao. Could he possibly be a suitor of his senior? As the servant was about to retreat, he suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" "The miss is entertaining guests and cannot." Before he could finish, a disdainful voice interrupted. "How dare a mere servant obstruct me? Do you wish to die?" Emerging from behind the screen was a striking young man clad in resplendent robes, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile upon seeing Lin Xiao. "Xiao, I heard you returned from your training and came at the first opportunity." Lin Xiao maintained her icy demeanor, lacking even a glance in his direction. Coldly, she replied, "I truly appreciate young Master Zhao's concern. However, now that you have seen me, you may take your leave." Naturally, Zhao Tianlan had no intention of departing so easily. His gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, and his smile abruptly faded. Xiao, is this the guest you are entertaining?" As Lin Xiao attempted to rise, a delicate hand gently pressed down on his shoulder, holding him in place. "This is my junior from the branch academy, and he is my guest. What is the issue? Is he not worthy of being entertained?" With a courteous smile, Zhao Tianlan quickly replied, Xiao, how could that be? I merely worry that some individuals may harbor ill intentions and approach you with ulterior motives. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in discontent. The remark felt rather off-putting. At that moment, Yun Xiao finally turned her gaze towards Zhao Tianlan. It seems the person with ill intentions is you, does it not? You have seen him. I believe you can leave now. Zhao Tianlan's smile vanished. Xiao, I shall return another time. As he departed, he cast a cold glance at Lin Xiao, lingering on him for a moment longer. The gaze directed at Lin Xiao was as though he were a mortal enemy. With a resigned touch to his nose, Lin Xiao bitterly remarked, Senior, it seems I have inadvertently attracted quite a significant trouble. From just the first glance, he could surmise that Zhao Tianlan's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yun Xiao stifled a laugh, appearing utterly unconcerned. As long as you remain within the Tianbao building, he cannot harm you. Zhao Tianlan, a member of the imperial family of the Great Zhou, had already attained the 7th level of the transformation realm by the tender age of 20. The imperial family. Lin Xiao's expression shifted, realizing he had indeed stirred up considerable trouble. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the imperial family held unparalleled strength, making them the most dangerous to provoke. Rest assured, it is forbidden for anyone to engage in combat within the city, even those of the imperial lineage, she assured him, unless you permit it. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, feeling a wave of anxiety dissipate. Before long, the spiritual stones acquired from his sales were delivered. All the stones were placed within the storage ring Lin Xiao had provided. As the attendant announced the number of stones, Yun Xiao was taken aback. 3,500 superior spiritual stones. After a lengthy pause, she recovered from her astonishment and shot Lin Xiao a reproachful glance. You truly are a madman. Even the beasts in the forbidden zone might be eradicated by you. Lin Xiao eagerly probed the storage ring with his consciousness. The 3,000 superior spiritual stones piled into a small mountain, representing an astonishing fortune. Senior, you jest. However, I do wish to acquire a few more items. Saying this, Lin Xiao produced the list of materials that the Tower Spirit had previously compiled for him. Upon receiving the list, Yun Xiao scrutinized it for a brief moment before her brow furrowed tightly. Some of these items are simply not available within the Tianbao building. Their rank is too high. Perhaps the entire Great Zhou dynasty lacks them. Regarding Yun Xiao's comment, Lin Xiao was not surprised. The Tower Spirit itself was no ordinary entity, and certainly not something that could be found in a place as modest as the Great Zhou dynasty. No matter, purchase as many as you can. I appreciate your efforts. Senior, there is no need for such formality. You will require my assistance for the inner courtyard assessment, she replied. After exiting the elegant chamber, Lin Xiao was guided by the attendant to the lavish room prepared for him. The room was opulent, exuding an antique charm. This was the 4th floor of the Tianbao building. From the window, he could observe the bustling streets nearby. The figure of the Tower Spirit appeared beside him, its transparent form bearing an expression of mild exasperation. This dynasty is even less impressive than I had anticipated. There is less here than in the Forbidden Zone. Lin Xiao smiled serenely. My current strength is still insufficient. I shall have time to venture into the Forbidden Zone in the future. The Tower Spirit nodded. Having no excessive expectations of Lin Xiao, focus on your cultivation. Entering such an academy should be greatly beneficial for you. Lin Xiao gazed out at the azure sky, filled with anticipation for the inner courtyard assessment, though there remained a full half-month before it would take place. The following morning arrived. Lin Xiao departed from the Tianbao Tower early, opting to wander through the bustling streets of Tiandu City while inquiring about news related to the Jixia Academy. The streets were filled with people adorned in diverse attire, among whom he noticed several disciples presumably from various sects, including a fair number from the Qingyang sect. As his visage was unfamiliar to members of the Qingyang sect, Lin Xiao felt reassured that he would not be recognized. To outsiders, the Jixia Academy was known to exist somewhere nearby, yet the specific details remained obscure to most. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao found himself on an opulent street, where he came across a shop bearing the name of the Qi family. This prompted a recollection of an individual he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone, Qi Tao. Given Qi Tao's demeanor that day, it was evident that he held a significant position within the Qi family. Thus, Lin Xiao entered the establishment without hesitation. The shop offered a vast array of garments, including various furs from mystical beasts. Garments crafted from such furs possessed a degree of defensive capabilities. Upon entering, a servant approached him, inquiring politely, "Esteemed young master, what might you wish to purchase? We possess the finest fabrics in all of Tiandu City. I seek an individual." Lin Xiao interjected, not allowing the servant to finish. "I am looking for Qi Tao. I am his friend." The servant furrowed his brow in confusion, responding, "Ah, you are in search of the second young master. However, you should visit the Qi residence for that. Why have you come here?" It appeared that Chi Tao was not present in the shop. Lin Xiao offered an awkward smile and quickly explained. I have traveled from afar and am unaware of the Chi family's location. The servant, realizing the situation, did not mock him but rather provided directions before resuming his tasks. Lin Xiao did not linger in the shop and promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the shop. Observing the figure that gradually faded into the crowd, a smirk of disdain crossing his face. Who would have thought the second young master could still have friends? His standing within the Chi family is quite precarious these days. After wandering through the city, Lin Xiao finally located the Chi family residence. Upon explaining his purpose to the guards, he was met with a dismissive laugh as one of them reluctantly departed. This attitude struck Lin Xiao as peculiar. How could a mere guard display such insolence toward the second young master of the Chi family? Had something befallen Chi Tao? Before long, the guard returned from within the Chi residence and led Lin Xiao inside, albeit through a side entrance. This only solidified Lin Xiao's suspicions regarding Chi Tao's standing within the family, suggesting it was far from favorable. Guided by the guard, Lin Xiao entered a secluded courtyard, eerily quiet, devoid of any servants. After escorting Lin Xiao to this place, the guard departed, his gaze filled with mockery. It was only upon entering the courtyard that Lin Xiao finally spotted a figure by the edge of a small pond. Young Master Chi, he called out. As Chi Tao cast the feed into the small pond, he was momentarily startled by a sound, turning his head to discover Lin Xiao's presence. His expression quickly morphing into one of surprise. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Ah, the inner courtyard assessment is about to commence. So it is only natural for you to be here. Please, have a seat. Discarding the feed, Chi Tao approached with urgency. Taking a seat on the slightly cool stone bench, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze, surveying the courtyard. The surroundings appeared desolate, resembling a neglected garden long forgotten. It seemed that life as the second young master of the Chi family was not as enviable as one might presume. With a bitter smile, Chi Tao understood the implication of Lin Xiao's words. I apologize for the state of affairs. Please refrain from calling me second young master. Just address me by my name. It is indeed a regrettable situation, a consequence of past troubles. Due to being framed, my identity as the second young master of the Chi family has been rendered null until matters are clarified. Although Lin Xiao was curious, he recognized the inappropriateness of pressing further on the subject and deftly shifted the conversation. Do you happen to know the location of the Jixia Academy? Chi Tao, taken aback by the title Big Brother, regarded Lin Xiao with a complex expression. It was evident that those he once considered friends had distanced themselves following his misfortunes. Yet here was Lin Xiao, a mere acquaintance, still willing to regard him with respect. Regaining his composure, Chi Tao replied earnestly. The Jixia Academy is not located within the capital of Tiandu, but rather in a sacred place. Only disciples of the inner courtyard are permitted entry. So revealing its location to you at this moment would be futile. Lin Xiao was astonished to learn that the academy was not situated in Tiandu. At that moment, a scornful laugh echoed through the air. Second brother, I hear you have a friend visiting. Why did you not inform your elder brother? Chi Tao's expression soured as he rose to confront the figures entering from outside the courtyard. Elder brother, it is merely a friend who has come to see me. Lin Xiao turned to observe the newcomers. There were 3 individuals. The one in front donned a green robe and bore a resemblance to Chi Tao, albeit with an air of arrogance. The 2 behind him appeared more like attendants, their faces adorned with mockery as they regarded Lin Xiao. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao quickly surmised the nature of the situation. The arrival of Qi Yun elicited a derisive snort. I thought you had a noteworthy friend. Turns out it is just a young pup. Boy, be wise and leave the Qi residence immediately, or I shall ensure your demise here. Chapter 48. Unable to compete upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows knitted together. Despite being from a prominent family, they exhibited such disgraceful behavior. If they were discourteous, there was no need for him to extend any courtesy in return. A cold smirk graced his lips as he rose to his feet. Chi Tao, with a dark expression, stepped forward to shield Lin Xiao, saying, Elder brother, I have made it clear that he is my friend. I implore you to treat him with some respect. I have adhered to your instructions. Do not push your luck. However, Qi Yun dismissed Chi Tao's words with a contemptuous laugh, not taking him seriously at all. Do you truly believe you are still the once great genius of the Qi family? At present, you have become a jest within the Qi family. Were it not for you, how could we have endured such humiliation? Chi Tao's expression darkened to an extreme, his head bowed slightly, with a profound fury simmering in his eyes. Lin Xiao also perceived that something must have transpired with Chi Tao to provoke such a reaction, yet the current circumstances rendered it inappropriate to inquire further. At that moment, Qi Yun noticed Lin Xiao lingering and discreetly signaled to the 2 individuals behind him. The two promptly understood and advanced towards Lin Xiao with an intimidating aura. Seeing this, Qi Tao's countenance shifted. Elder brother, are you truly going to proceed with this? Second brother, our father instructed me to keep an eye on you. Thus I cannot allow you to associate with him. Qi Yun replied, his face full of arrogance. Since he fails to recognize the situation, I shall escort him out. Lin Xiao glanced at the two men, noting their mere cultivation at the third tier of the transformation realm. However, this was, after all, the Qi family, specifically Qi Tao's courtyard. Qi to go, may I take action? Qi Tao instantly grasped Lin Xiao's intent, and, after a brief look at the two men, merely nodded. It would be of no consequence to eliminate these two attendants. Qi Yun narrowed his eyes, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Then you two may simply dispose of that brat. Before the two could take action, Lin Xiao's figure flickered as he darted from behind Qi Tao, his right hand raised, and two palms swept forth. The two attendants had no time to react before the shadow of Lin Xiao's palm struck them, sending them flying and causing them to spew blood. This scene left Qi Yun in a state of shock, as he suddenly realized that the youth before him was far from the simpleton he had imagined. Lin Xiao, with an air of nonchalance, dusted off his hands and turned to Qi Tao. Qi to go, may I take my leave? Qi Tao, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the visibly enraged Qi Yun, feeling inexplicably elated, and nodded with a smile. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you this time. I shall treat you next time. Lin Xiao smiled and cast a glance at Qi Yun. If you wish to eliminate me, feel free to attempt it. With that, Lin Xiao turned and departed. To Lin Xiao's disappointment, the young master of the Qi family did not pursue him. Even upon exiting the Qi family, he noticed that the guards did not take action. At this moment, within the courtyard, Qi Tao returned to his stone bench, observing his elder brother Qi Yun, who stood there seething with rage. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, I address you as elder brother out of respect, but you should understand that once the matter is clarified, I remain the same as I ever was. Elder brother, you are not my match, so I advise you against laying a hand on my friends, lest I become inclined to cripple you. Qi Yun glared in anger, clenching his fists before storming off. After leaving the Qi family, Lin Xiao lost interest in further exploration and returned directly to Tianbao Tower. However, upon entering, he was intercepted by an elderly hunchbacked man, whose keen eyes betrayed no discernible cultivation level. Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable depth to this old man. Who are you? He inquired. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely know that someone has sent me to inform you to keep your distance from Miss Li Yun. There is no need to invite trouble. This is Tiandu City. After coldly casting aside a word of warning, the elderly man departed. At that moment, Lin Xiao naturally deduced the man's origins, the imperial family of the Great Zhou. Indeed, trouble had arrived. Lin Xiao could only manage a resigned smile. Within the confines of his chamber, Lin Xiao had consumed several spirit-gathering pills, yet he remained unable to break through to the 9th layer of the transformation realm. With no other options, he reluctantly chose to temporarily abandon his efforts. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. As the door opened, a somewhat portly middle-aged man with a kind demeanor entered. Upon entering, the man displayed a warm smile and respectfully bowed to Lin Xiao, presenting a storage ring. Young Master Lin, this is your storage ring. It contains items you require, and presently, there are only 2 types available in the Tianbao Tower. The remainder consists of spirit stones. Lin Xiao accepted the storage ring with a nod, refraining from inspecting its contents, and inquired, might I ask where Sister Yin is? The affairs of Tianbao Tower require the young lady's attention. If young Master Lin wishes to see her, I could inquire on your behalf. Thank you for your assistance. You are too kind, young Master Lin. Once the door closed, Lin Xiao immediately ventured into the small world within the tower. In the familiar realm, he retrieved the 2 materials he had purchased, a vibrant blue spirit herb and a piece of dark golden ore. The tower spirit appeared, taking the spirit herb into its possession. The heavenly ice grass, though it is but a single specimen, is quite remarkable, it remarked. As for this ore, known as night gold stone, it is essential for the restoration of my tower structure. However, this piece is rather small. The tower spirit expressed mild disappointment, but accepted the night gold stone nonetheless, recognizing that having something was better than having nothing at all. Do you plan to cultivate here next? Lin Xiao nodded. I wish to attempt a breakthrough to the core formation realm. The tower spirit smiled, offering no further words as its form gradually faded. By the time Lin Xiao exited the small world within the tower, night had fallen. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, only then noticing a gnawing hunger in his belly. Glancing at the dim sky outside, he resolved to procure some food. As he opened the door, a familiar figure came into view. Sister Yin, how long have you been here? Yin Xiao replied softly, I just arrived a short while ago. I heard you hadn't gone out and assumed you were cultivating, so I decided to wait for you. Coincidentally, I was planning to go out for a bite. Do you have time? Of course I do. I'm quite hungry. As the two walked side by side into the hall of Tianbao Tower, they attracted considerable attention. Lin Xiao merely smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the gazes upon them. Conversely, Lin Xiao felt somewhat self-conscious. He had forgotten that Lin Xiao was the esteemed young lady of Tianbao Tower, admired by countless suitors. In that moment, it appeared many had already perceived him as a rival. As Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao stepped outside Tianbao Tower, he quickly sensed a malevolent gaze directed his way. One suffused with murderous intent, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, a chill gradually manifesting within them. At that moment, Lin Xiao calmly remarked, "Do not pay them any mind. They dare not act here. However, it seems that I have inadvertently implicated you." Chapter 49. The ambush on the long street in a luxurious restaurant. Within a tranquil private room, Lin Xiao gazed at the figure beside her, devouring his meal with fervor, and her smile deepened. Noticing her unwavering gaze, Lin Xiao felt a touch of embarrassment and restrained his movements. "Senior, aren't you going to eat?" Lin Xiao gently shook her head. "I am not particularly hungry. Please enjoy your meal." She then revealed a gift she had prepared for him, retrieving an item from her storage ring and placing it before Lin Xiao. Curious, Lin Xiao leaned in to inspect it, realizing it was a sword technique entitled 13 Waves of the Cloud. With genuine interest, Lin Xiao explained, "This technique is of the upper tier of the profound grade. Knowing your affinity for swordsmanship, I procured it for you." Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous gift. Unsure whether to accept it, he hesitated, aware that techniques of this caliber were exceedingly valuable, especially one of the upper tier. "Senior, is it truly appropriate to give me something so precious?" "What does that matter?" Lin Xiao replied dismissively. "I have stated that this is a gift for you. Simply accept it." After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao ceased his refusals and took the technique, perusing it earnestly. 13 Waves of the Cloud, he read. Noting its unique practice of layering sword energy, akin to the surging waves of the sea, with each strike more formidable than the last. Mastery of this technique required profound comprehension of swordsmanship and sword energy. Lin Xiao's voice broke through his thoughts once more. This technique has been stored in the Tianbao Tower for quite some time, yet no one has been willing to purchase it, largely due to its high difficulty and the scarcity of sword cultivators. Intrigued, Lin Xiao encouraged her to continue, and she patiently elaborated. This technique is said to have been created by a legendary sword immortal. Although it comprises 13 layers, aside from this immortal, no one has ever managed to reach the 8th layer. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. A technique based on layering sword energy was indeed rare. His own understanding of swordsmanship was substantial, bolstered by his unique Wuji sword bone, making this technique particularly suitable for him. "Thank you, senior." Lin Xiao furrowed her brow in discontent. "Why do you still call me senior?" Reluctantly, Lin Xiao grinned and responded, "Sister Xiao." Satisfied, she nodded and a sweet smile graced her lips. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. His keen hearing had already discerned one voice among the commotion. "Sister Xiao, it seems your admirer has arrived." Lin Xiao froze at his remark, her smile instantly vanishing, replaced by a chilling glare in her eyes. Moments later, the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open, revealing Zhao Tianlan, accompanied by several guards of the transformation realm. The fierce expression on Zhao Tianlan's face swiftly morphed into a solicitous smile as he turned his attention to Lin Xiao. "Xiao, why didn't you inform me when you came out? If I hadn't happened to be dining here, I might still be unaware." Lin Xiao remained unconvinced by his explanation and let out a cold snort. "It seems unnecessary for me to report my comings and goings to you, doesn't it?" Zhao Tianlan immediately retorted, Xiao, I am merely concerned that you might associate with dubious individuals who could deceive you." Hearing the veiled insinuation, Lin Xiao frowned in displeasure. Lin Xiao's gaze grew colder as she lifted her eyes to Zhao Tianlan, stating, "Zhao Tianlan, do not speak too excessively." Zhao Tianlan chuckled, his previous cordiality replaced by a hint of malice, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. "Kid, it appears you have forgotten the warnings I previously issued regarding you." Lin Xiao raised his eyes calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Why should I remember?" Zhao Tianlan, angered yet smiling, nodded repeatedly. "Very well. You are the first to speak to me so audaciously in this city. Be cautious tonight. The Tianbao Tower cannot protect you." After delivering his warning, he cast a glance at Lin Xiao before departing with his entourage. Lin Xiao's expression softened, and she turned to Lin Xiao, assuring him, "Do not worry. Within the Tianbao Tower, he would not dare to act." Lin Xiao responded with a tranquil acknowledgement, a subtle smile playing on his lips. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager for the trouble that might come his way. As they exited the tavern, night had already fallen, and Lin Xiao summoned a carriage from Tianbao Tower. However, Lin Xiao showed no inclination to board. Lin Xiao's complexion shifted slightly as she quickly guessed Lin Xiao's thoughts. You do not intend to pursue Zhao Tianlan, do you? Lin Xiao merely smiled in silence. A look of concern crossed Lin Xiao's face as she bit her lip. Though Zhao Tianlan's cultivation level is merely at the 7th layer of the transformation realm, his guards are another matter. Come back with me to the Tianbao Tower. They would not dare to act there. Lin Xiao, brimming with confidence, replied. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Xiao, but I will return to the Tianbao Tower, just not at this moment. This left Lin Xiao in hesitation, but after a moment, she nodded in agreement. Then be careful. After all, this is Tiandu City, and they would not dare to send experts at the core formation stage to strike. Lin Xiao nodded, watching the carriage grow distant. The tranquility of Tiandu City under the night sky was palpable, with only the silhouettes of patrolling soldiers visible along the streets. As Lin Xiao walked, he gradually slowed his pace, sensing something amiss in the surroundings. From the moment he stepped onto this street, an unusual silence enveloped the area, and not a single patrolling soldier was in sight. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stillness like thunder. Lin Xiao turned toward the noise, and from the depths of the darkness ahead emerged a figure. The individual appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a black robe, and carried a large knife marked with teeth-like scars on his back, each step heavy as if laden with 1,000 pounds. You should have left with the young lady of Tianbao Tower, otherwise you would not meet your end here. The peak of the transformation realm. Lin Xiao discerned the man's cultivation level at a glance, a smile forming on his face. Everything was as Lin Xiao had said. Core formation practitioners within Tiandu City did not act lightly. Otherwise, he would be facing a core formation expert now. With the infinite sword drawn, Lin Xiao glanced at the man, his gaze lingering on the large knife for a moment. You ought not to be here. For I intended to slay a cultivator of the core formation realm. The man scoffed, but merely an 8th layer of the transformation origin realm? What arrogance! With that, he gripped his large blade at an angle and strode forth with great strides. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, both hands clutching the blade, and descended heavily towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao positioned his sword horizontally before him. The descending blade struck down like a mountain, shattering the ground beneath him. Compared to someone I know, your strength is feeble, Lin Xiao remarked nonchalantly, his grip on the sword tightening as he unleashed his power. A resounding clash echoed as the overwhelming force sent the man and his blade staggering backward. Chapter 50. Sword practice before the retreating man could regain his footing. He was met with a wave of sword energy crashing towards him like a tempest, layer upon layer. His expression shifted as he infused spiritual energy into his legs, stabilizing himself in an instant. He then swung his large blade, attempting to deflect the oncoming sword energy. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The sword energy surged forth with increasing potency, each successive wave stronger than the last, gradually pushing him back. 6 layers of sword energy. This was the 13 swords of layered clouds that Lin Xiao had encountered at the tavern, possessing unparalleled sword intent. His comprehension of any sword technique was astonishing. Having observed it merely twice, the principle of this layered sword energy became clear to him. Yet, his current strength could only manifest this technique up to 6 layers. All 6 waves of sword energy were successfully parried by the man's blade, but just as he was about to break through, he suddenly sensed something. His expression changing dramatically. A silver light pierced through the darkness before him, the sword accompanied by a howling wind descending. The first form of the 4 extremes sword technique. The Fury Sword Style. This was a mid-tier profound sword technique exchanged for spirit stones during his time at Tianbao Tower, which he later practiced within the inner world of the tower. The Fury Sword Style was domineering, converging one's spiritual power into the sword, making each strike as heavy as a mountain. Clang. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the street, as this strike was once again blocked by the man. The force astonished him, and in the next moment, he unleashed terrifying power, sending Lin Xiao flying. You brat, I shall turn you into mincemeat. The enraged man roared as he charged forward, terrifying spiritual energy surging around him. Lin Xiao, landing gracefully, smiled disdainfully, and raised his sword to meet him. The sword danced, shadows swirling around. The second form of the 4 extremes sword technique, the Wind Sword Style. Using the sword like the wind, overcoming rigidity with softness. This unique sword technique could neutralize the force of his opponent's brute strength, precisely countering aggressive blade techniques. The man quickly sensed something was amiss. Each of his strikes sank into silence, their power dissipating instantaneously. How can this be? Each of my strikes contains over 1,000 pounds of force. Countless cultivators of the transformation origin realm have perished beneath my blade technique. This blade technique was a mid-tier profound style. In the blink of an eye, after several exchanges, the man found himself forced to retreat repeatedly by this gentle swordplay. The simplicity of his blade technique was rather uninteresting. Lin Xiao shook his head, angling his sword upward, sending a spray of blood flying. The man's heavy body crashed against the wall, a deep sword scar on his chest strikingly visible. Lin Xiao gently shook the Wajijian in his hand, dislodging a smear of blood. A cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation realm was no longer a match for him. This thought brought to mind the third-grade lower-tier demonic beast he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone, whose strength was at the core formation stage. In comparison, the man before him seemed woefully weak. Suppressing the pain from his wound, the man awkwardly rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage, yet overshadowed by fear. The disparity in their strengths was evident. He was no match for Lin Xiao. As this realization dawned upon him, a sense of trepidation began to take root. Lin Xiao had already noticed the shift in his demeanor and smirked disdainfully. You cannot escape. Why not fight with all your might? Let me see just how formidable a peak transformation realm cultivator like you can be. The man's anger flared at Lin Xiao's words, and he gripped his large blade tightly. Advancing with great strides, Lin Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, lowered his waist, and clenched the Wajijian firmly. Just as the man approached, Lin Xiao's figure erupted forward in an instant. A streak of silver sword light cleaved through the surrounding darkness, and the man collapsed with a thud. The heavy blade fell to the ground, and Lin Xiao wiped the blood from the Wajijian, calmly glancing at the figure on the ground. The man's breath was fading. The peak of the transformation realm was but this. Lin Xiao cast a cold glance at the corpse before turning away, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the shadows. The quiet street gradually filled with the scent of blood. A figure appeared silently on this street, moving like a specter. It was a man wearing a half-mask. His long hair streaked with gray. Dressed in a black robe, he crouched down to examine the body of the man on the ground. When he lifted the heavy blade, a crisp sound suddenly rang out as the blade was split in two. The clean cut was made by a sharp weapon in an instant. How could a magical artifact be so easily destroyed? The masked man slowly rose, his sharp gaze directed toward the direction Lin Xiao had departed, revealing an intent to kill. Upon returning to the Tianbao Tower, Lin Xiao found someone waiting outside, the slightly plump man he had encountered earlier. Young Master Lin. Miss specifically asked me to wait for you here. Lin Xiao nodded, aware that Yun Xiaoxiao was worried about his safety. I have caused Sister Xiaoxiao concern, he replied. Wang Qian's lips twitched at this, now even more convinced of the unusual nature of their relationship, a smile immediately spreading across his face. Young Master Lin. Hot water has been prepared for you. Thank you. After bathing, Lin Xiao once again entered the small world within the tower. The sword techniques of the 13 swords of cloud stacking were vivid in his mind as he practiced them repeatedly in this small realm. Yet his progress was slow. He could only achieve the 6th sword chi. The power of the 7th sword chi eluded him, unable to accumulate. This sword technique required both speed and precision, but currently, his sword chi was only precise, while his speed remained insufficient. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and a blurred figure clad in red appeared before him. Lin Xiao immediately sheathed his sword and respectfully bowed to the figure clad in red. Sword Spirit, esteemed elder. The Sword Spirit nodded gently and continued. Practicing sword techniques alone proves exceedingly difficult. I shall accompany you in your training. Remember, the essence of this sword technique lies in grasping its critical components. Beyond speed and precision, the sword energy is not merely a simple accumulation. You must comprehend it through the trials of battle. With the Sword Spirit's guidance, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before raising his Wuji sword. Please instruct me, esteemed elder. With that, Lin Xiao unleashed waves of sword energy. 6 strands of sword energy surged forth, each more potent than the last. The Sword Spirit slowly raised his right hand, and an invisible force radiated outward, effortlessly shattering the accumulated sword energy. Your power is insufficient. Within the same realm, it may seem formidable, but against those of a higher realm, this sword technique is utterly futile. Awakening from his reverie, Lin Xiao promptly adjusted his stance and again struck with waves of sword energy. This time, the power imbued within was markedly stronger, yet it was still effortlessly dispelled by the Sword Spirit. Continue. This cycle repeated countless times, and Lin Xiao lost count of how many times he had employed the sword technique. At last, he unleashed the 7th wave of sword energy, its momentum akin to the cumulative force of the preceding 6. Though still easily neutralized, this time it was met with a nod of approval from the Sword Spirit. Excellent. Just as it should be. Feel free to employ all other sword techniques with utmost effort. Yes, esteemed elder. Chapter 51. Master of Tianbao Tower. When Lin Xiao emerged from the small world, it was already the following dawn. The exhaustion enveloping him began to dissipate after consuming several pills. His diligent practice of the sword techniques bore fruit. As he successfully broke through to the 9th level of the transformation realm, his strength now far more profound than before. It was essential to continue honing his skills alongside the sword spirit. With the sword spirit's companionship and instruction, Lin Xiao's mastery of the sword techniques experienced a qualitative leap. He had fully mastered all 4 forms of the 4 extremes sword technique, each reaching a level of great accomplishment. In the 13 overlapping swords, he could successfully execute 7 overlapping strands of sword energy. Although only a night had passed in the outside world, Lin Xiao had rigorously practiced sword techniques for several months in the small world. After resting for a brief moment, Lin Xiao finally opened the door. Upon doing so, he encountered a familiar figure, Wang Qian. Having conversed with him the previous night, Lin Xiao was aware that Wang Qian was a steward within Tianbao Tower. Steward Wang, did Miss Xiao send you to wait for me? Wang Qian smiled and shook his head. Young Master Lin, my master requests your presence. Master? Lin Xiao immediately surmised that the master Wang Qian referred to must be the owner of Tianbao Tower, Yuan Xiao's father. However, why would such a distinguished individual wish to meet him personally? Regaining his composure, Lin Xiao nodded. I would be grateful for your guidance, Steward Wang. No need for formalities. Young Master Lin. Following Wang Qian, Lin Xiao ascended to the 6th floor of Tianbao Tower, where there was but a single room. After escorting him to this location, Wang Qian departed. Please, come in. The voice was steady, imbued with an intangible sense of pressure. Upon pushing open the door, a sight of neatly arranged shelves flooded the senses, adorned with an array of rare and exquisite treasures. At the center of the shelves sat a middle-aged man at a table, embodying poise and grace. As he raised his head, his gentle gaze met the visitors, accompanied by a warm smile. There is no need for formality, Brother Lin. Please take a seat. Lin Xiao nodded, surveying the room for a moment before approaching the table to sit. In his eyes, the proprietor of Tianbao Tower appeared less imposing than he had anticipated. The faint aroma of tea wafted through the air, as if the steaming brew on the table had just been prepared. While Lin Xiao appraised the owner of Tianbao Tower, the man reciprocated the scrutiny. After a brief moment, Yuan Anshan nodded in satisfaction, stating, You are even more handsome than what Xiao described. Might I inquire if you are married? Lin Xiao's expression stiffened, taken aback by the unexpected question. He had no qualms about his marital status. He had been married once, but it had long been annulled. Ah, Yuan Anshan responded calmly. The Li family of Yin City, correct? To Lin Xiao's surprise, Yuan Anshan continued. It seems the Li family has indeed been short-sighted. Your accomplishments have truly surprised many. He added, We have crossed paths once in Yin City. Lin Xiao paused, his gaze lingering on Yuan Anshan's features for a considerable time, yet he felt no recollection. We met. Yuan Anshan nodded with a subtle smile. It is quite normal for you not to remember. After all, you were quite young at that time. When I accompanied Xiao to Yin City, I met your parents as well. Realization dawned on Lin Xiao. He had indeed encountered the man before. I wonder if the esteemed senior has summoned me here regarding the inner courtyard assessment. I seek your assistance for Xiao to pass. Yuan Anshan's demeanor grew serious. The royal family has long sought to claim Tianbao Tower. During the inner courtyard assessment, there will undoubtedly be those who target Xiao. You are her chosen ally. And knowing some of your circumstances, I place my trust in you. Should you assist her in passing the assessment, I shall reward you generously. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, replied earnestly, Senior, I will certainly help Sister Xiao pass the assessment, as I have promised her. Thus, I do not require any reward from you. Yuan Anshan appeared somewhat surprised, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Your relationship with Xiao has already grown this close. Lin Xiao hesitated, suddenly realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely. He was about to clarify when Yuan Anshan waved a hand to halt him. No need for explanations. Since it is Xiao's choice, I shall not pry further. I heard someone sought to take your life last night. Lin Xiao affirmed. And regarding why the assailant was aware of this matter, he felt no astonishment. After all, this was Tiandu City, and given Tianbao Tower's influence, it would be easy for them to learn such information. It was Zhao Tianlan who intended to kill me. Yuan Anshan nodded, then sighed in resignation. His father is the current emperor's younger brother, and he has long desired to arrange a marriage with Xiao, hoping to gain control over Tianbao Tower. However, I rejected him. Yet, he remains undeterred and has resorted to sending others to do his bidding. You may reside peacefully within the Tianbao Tower. Even if his father were to arrive, he would not dare to impose upon you. Lin Xiao nodded, for he held little concern regarding Zhao Tianlan's matters. His sole focus was on swiftly enhancing his own strength. Observing that Yuan Anshan was engrossed in his reading and no longer paying him any heed, Lin Xiao discreetly rose and quietly exited the room. Just as he closed the door, he encountered Yun Xiao. Sister Xiao, he greeted. Yun Xiao appeared particularly cautious, placing her finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, nodding to Lin Xiao as a signal to leave this place for further discussion. Lin Xiao understood her intent, and together they descended from the 6th floor, moving softly. In the silent room, a figure silently emerged from behind a shelf, concealed from view. Shadow, what are your thoughts on this young man? Yuan Anshan inquired, leisurely placing the book he held aside. The man known as Shadow was draped in a black robe, his face obscured, revealing only a pair of keen, penetrating eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow replied, "This boy is difficult to gauge. Yet I sense he is far from ordinary. I observed last night's battle. I fear that even the average cultivator of the 1st or 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm would not stand a chance against him. In terms of swordsmanship, I believe he surpasses even the formidable Yue'er." A flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Anshan's face, and after a brief moment of reflection, he could not help but smile. It seems that Xiao has quite the discerning eye. I intend to bestow upon him some gifts. What are your thoughts? Shadow nodded in agreement, then retreated behind the shelf, as if he had never been there at all. Yuan Anshan's smile deepened, with admiration evident in his gaze. He held a favorable opinion of Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Yun Xiao arrived at a secluded chamber on the 4th floor. As anticipated, Yun Xiao inquired about the events of the previous night. Lin Xiao responded candidly. "You killed a peak transformation realm practitioner, just like that?" Lin Xiao replied with a hint of disappointment. Unfortunately, he was not a cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Chapter 52. The feast at Hongmen. As the time for the entrance examination to the inner courtyard drew nearer, the city of Tiandu became increasingly lively. The streets were filled with individuals from various sects and factions. Standing by the window, Lin Xiao quietly observed the throng of figures on the street, among whom were disciples of the Qingyang sect. Within this group, he recognized a familiar face, Elder Sun Wutian of the Qingyang sect. Will the Qingyang sect also participate in the inner courtyard examination? Lin Xiao could not help but inquire aloud. In the adjoining room, Yun Xiao sat at the table, dressed in a shimmering gown, diligently perusing a ledger. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, she set the ledger aside and patiently explained, "The members of the Qingyang sect are merely here to observe the inner courtyard examination. They are spectators, not participants. It is worth mentioning that the Qingyang sect harbors a grudge against the Jixia Academy." Lin Xiao's interest was piqued, and he turned to face her. "A grudge?" he asked. Yun Xiao nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It pertains to your master, the esteemed Dugu." This revelation stirred Lin Xiao's curiosity, for he knew little of his master's past. "It is evident that my teacher is far from ordinary, particularly in terms of cultivation, which remains inscrutable. In the past, the venerable Dugu, driven by his unwavering love for a woman, stormed into the Qingyang sect, wielding a sword that instilled fear across the entire sect. It was only due to the direct intervention of the sect's ancestral figure that Dugu was gravely injured. Subsequently, the woman he cherished seemed to vanish without a trace, leading Dugu to leave the inner courtyard and eventually arrive in Yun City, where he became a sword instructor at a branch academy. Lin Xiao was left astounded. He had not anticipated that his teacher's past could be so remarkable. To dare to confront the Qingyang sect single-handedly is a feat that few could achieve. The narrative of his teacher was indeed surprising. Yun Xiao, too, was filled with admiration, recalling her initial desire to become a disciple of Dugu. Unfortunately, he only accepted students who were sword cultivators. The assessment for entry into the inner courtyard attracted students from various branch academies of the Jixia Academy across the Great Zhou, totaling over 100, yet only 30% would ultimately gain admission. Yun Xiao shifted the conversation, noting that not only was the difficulty immense, but the assessment itself was fraught with peril. Though killing was prohibited, severe injuries could still be inflicted. Lin Xiao, now seated, was curious as to how this senior sister was so well informed about the examination. "Sister Xiao, how come you know so much about the assessment?" With a subtle smile, Yun Xiao placed a medium-grade spirit stone on the table. "As long as one possesses wealth, nothing is insurmountable." Lin Xiao chuckled, finding wisdom in her words. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the voice of the steward, Wang Qian. "Young Master Lin, young Master Zhao Tianlan request your presence at the Tianxian Tower." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Was this a banquet of intrigue? Yun Xiao, displeased, knitted her brows, as anyone could sense that there was something amiss. "There is no need to attend. Since I have been invited as a guest, how can I decline?" Lin Zhao's confident smile returned, but he soon noticed the concern etched on Yun Xiao's face. "Sister Xiao, fret not. I shall exercise caution." The Tianxian Tower is renowned as one of the most illustrious taverns in Tiandu City, rumored to be a royal establishment. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several elegantly dressed beauties, their laughter echoing in the air. Was this truly not a brothel? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao noticed someone approaching him. The figure, clad in tight-fitting attire and appearing to be in his early 20s, exuded an aura of menace. "Are you Lin Xiao?" The newcomer inquired directly. Lin Xiao frowned. The aura emanating from this individual felt oddly familiar. He, too, was a sword cultivator. "Yes, and you are?" Lu Juanxiu. "Also a sword cultivator, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm." The man spoke coldly, his eyes betraying a deeper disdain. Under such a gaze, Lin Xiao felt decidedly uncomfortable. However, this individual would not appear here without reason. He was presumably sent by Zhao Tianlan. In Tiandu City, cultivators at the core formation stage are forbidden from taking action. Would this person dare to strike him? Lin Xiao remained silent, merely following behind Lu Juanxiu as they ascended to the upper floor. The upper level was a private room, significantly quieter compared to the first two floors, and the presence of women was notably scarce. Soon, under Lu Juanxiu's guidance, Lin Xiao entered a refined chamber. The octagonal table was adorned with a lavish array of mountain and sea delicacies, their rich aromas wafting through the air. Zhao Tianlan had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose face bore an expression of lethal intent. As Lin Xiao stepped inside, the middle-aged man raised his head, his gaze sharp as a sword. Simultaneously, an aura of profound power emanated from him, hinting at his peak status in the transformation realm, and Lin Xiao sensed that this man was also a swordsman, his fierce aura akin to that of a blade. Two peak transformation realm cultivators, both skilled in swordsmanship. Indeed, this was a banquet of peril. "Lin Xiao, I never imagined you would dare to come here alone," Lu Juanxiu remarked. Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly, approaching the table and without hesitation, began to feast. Witnessing his audacity, the coldness in Lu Juanxiu's eyes deepened, a clear intent to strike emerging within him, yet Zhao Tianlan restrained him. Observing Lin Xiao devour his meal, Zhao Tianlan chuckled. "Lin Xiao, are you not concerned that this might be your last supper?" At this, Lin Xiao finally set down his utensils and swallowed the morsel in his mouth. Were these two not here to take his life? It seemed that the previous encounter with a knife-wielding foe was insufficient, and now they had sent more to deliver his head. Such arrogance. With a mocking expression, Lu Juanxiu retorted, "I see you are merely putting on a brave front." Zhao Tianlan, with a playful grin, turned to Lin Xiao. "What do you think? Are you not afraid that I might bring the entire building down if we engage in a fight here?" Unfazed, Lin Xiao replied, "Zhao Tianlan, you lack the courage to act here. Otherwise, you would have already unleashed these two upon me. Let me guess, you intend to keep me away from Sister Xiao Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlan's insincere smile froze, replaced by an intense murderous glare. "Who allowed you to address her that way?" The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an impending clash. Taking a sip of fine wine, Lin Xiao leisurely gazed at Zhao Tianlan. "Do you truly believe these two can kill me?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly, slamming his palm onto the table. A terrifying surge of spiritual power descended like a mountain, causing the table to shatter and the food to scatter across the floor. "You are rather presumptuous," Zhao Tianlan sneered, rising and positioning himself behind Lin Xiao. His voice cold as ice. "That night was merely an appetizer. Whether you survive until the inner courtyard assessment remains to be seen." Chapter 53. Lu Juanxiu and Zhang Yunhe. In the face of Zhao Tianlan's threat, Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He had spent considerable time within the Tianbao building and doubted that his adversaries would dare to act with such boldness within its confines. As for the two swordsmen before him, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of interest. "Lin Xiao, if you possess the courage, accompany me outside the city." Zhao Tianlan was about to depart, when suddenly, he heard Lu Juanxiu's voice resonate. With a furrowed brow, the displeased Zhao Tianlan cast a cold glance at Lu Juanxiu. "Do not forget, you are my attendant." However, Lu Juanxiu appeared utterly indifferent, his fervent gaze still fixed upon Lin Xiao. At that moment, a middle-aged man also rose, directing his attention toward Lu Juanxiu. "It is I who should be the first to challenge him." Zhao Tianlan's expression darkened further. He indeed intended to use these two to temper Lin Xiao's audacity. Yet, he had not anticipated their sudden defiance of his plans. Lin Xiao leisurely stood up, a smile gracing his lips. "Why not have you both come at me together?" This incident swiftly spread throughout Tiandu City, capturing the attention of many. Lu Juanxiu's reputation within the city was somewhat notable, rumored to have once been a disciple of a sword cultivator, later pursuing solitary cultivation. It remained a mystery why he had entered the royal residence and become Zhao Tianlan's attendant. His renown stemmed from having slain a formidable opponent at the core formation stage. Inside Tianbao Tower, upon returning to his room, Lin Xiao was met with the fierce entrance of Yun Xiao. Lin Xiao, have you truly lost your mind? Challenging Lu Juanxiu is one thing, but why include Zhang Yunhe? Lin Xiao merely chuckled dismissively, unperturbed as he approached the table to sit down, pouring a glass of water for Yun Xiao. Sister Xiao, do you truly doubt me so? What do you know? Yun Xiao's anger intensified, her resolve to remain standing unwavering as she continued. Zhang Yunhe is far from an ordinary pinnacle of the transformation stage cultivator. He has claimed the lives of several at the core formation stage. I've heard he is always seeking an opportunity to break through to that level. You plan to confront both of them at once. Are you courting death? How can you be so certain that I cannot defeat them? Or that I cannot handle a core formation cultivator? His composed words instantly calmed Yun Xiao. In her eyes, Lin Xiao's cultivation was still merely at the 8th level of the transformation stage. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly possessed such confidence? Rest easy, Sister Xiao. Since I dared to accept the challenge, I naturally have the assurance of victory. After hearing this, Yun Xiao fell silent, filled with anticipation for Lin Xiao's performance. This matter had garnered the attention of many, including those from the Qingyang sect. Within the secluded residence of the Qingyang sect, elder son Wu Tian, upon hearing of the event, could not help but express profound interest. Why does the name Lin Xiao sound so familiar? Senior, could it be you've forgotten? This is the same Lin Xiao from the Lin family in Cloud City, mentioned by the young master. A youth behind him remarked with a smile. Elder son Wu Tian immediately understood, a cold smile forming on his lips. Tomorrow, we shall go and observe. Yes, Elder Sunday. In the grand hall of the Chengwangfu, Zhao Tianlan slowly turned his gaze toward Lu Juanxiu and the other man, his countenance far from pleasant. Although these two had disregarded his directives, events were still unfolding as he required. The fool Lin Xiao had indeed accepted the challenge. How confident are you two in killing him? Outside the city, even if a core formation cultivator were to act, no one would dare to utter a word. Lu Juanxiu spoke with unshakable confidence, declaring, with my strength, I can vanquish him alone. I discerned his aura, merely that of the 8th layer of the transformation realm. Zhao Tianlan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yunhe, who appeared more composed in comparison to Lu Juanxiu. Zhang Yunhe, arms crossed and a tranquil expression adorning his face, remarked, a 2-on-1 confrontation is not the conduct of a swordsman. If he proves to be my match, I shall intervene. Zhao Tianlan felt a wave of reassurance. With these two ready to strike, Lin Xiao's demise seemed inevitable. Eliminate Lin Xiao, and I shall double the promised rewards, he proclaimed. Both men nodded with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the steward of the Wang residence, clad in dark robes, entered the hall and bowed slightly. Young master, the Jixia Academy has sent word. They permit Lu Juanxiu and his companion to engage, but no cultivators of the core formation realm are allowed to participate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlan furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would Lin Xiao, who had yet to enter the inner courtyard, garner such concern from the Jixia Academy? Nevertheless, even without the involvement of core formation cultivators, eliminating Lin Xiao should pose no challenge. Understood. Tianbao Tower. After Yun Xiao departed, Lin Xiao had already entered the small world within the tower. Once again, his opponent was the sword spirit. Waves of sword energy surged forth, exuding an impressive momentum. The sword spirit, with a mere flick of its hand, unleashed an invisible force akin to a tempest, effortlessly shattering the onslaught of sword energy. Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to this. Although the sword spirit was incomplete, its prowess still far surpassed his current capabilities. The sword spirit resumed its earnest critique. With these 8 layers of combined sword energy, an ordinary transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand. Furthermore, with the infinite sword technique, tomorrow, those two shall undoubtedly falter before you. Continue. Lin Xiao nodded, propelling himself upward with newfound vigor, sword aura trailing behind him as he descended. The sword spirit raised its right hand and effortlessly pinched the descending infinite sword between 2 fingers, dissipating the force instantaneously. Insufficient power, try again. Time and again, Lin Xiao was bested, yet he persistently wielded his sword and charged forward. Thus began his training within the small world. The following morning, a multitude had gathered outside Tianbao Tower, eager to witness the young man daring enough to challenge 2 opponents. However, to their surprise, the first to emerge from the tower was none other than its proprietor, Yun Anshan. Close behind him were a young man and woman, Lin Xiao and Yun Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Is this Lin Xiao? He appears even younger than we imagined. This will undoubtedly be a challenge. Indeed, either Lu Juanxiu or Zhang Yunhe could easily slay a core formation cultivator. How could this lad possibly contend with them? The murmurs reached Lin Xiao's ears. Yet he merely smiled serenely, unfazed. Beside him, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow in displeasure. Two carriages pushed through the crowd, halting before the trio. As Lin Xiao was about to board Lin Xiao's carriage, he heard Yun Anshan, already seated inside, say, "Lin Xiao, you shall accompany me in this carriage." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and stepped inside. Chapter 54. The Seventh Sword Chi. The carriage moved smoothly, devoid of even the slightest tremor. A gentle smile graced Yun Anshan's face as he remarked, "This matter does not solely concern you. It is somewhat related to my Tianbao Tower as well. Lin Xiao, do you truly have confidence in eliminating these two?" Lin Xiao did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question. "What do you think, uncle?" Yun Anshan appeared taken aback by Lin Xiao's sudden inquiry, but after a moment's pause, he shook his head with a smile. "I do not know. Yet I believe that since you dared to accept, you must possess assurance. Rest assured, with me present, the Golden Core experts from the Wangfu will not dare to take action." "Thank you, uncle." Lin Xiao lifted one side of the carriage curtain and gazed outside. The bustling street drew the attention of the crowd towards him. The appointed duel location was atop a mountain outside Tiandu City, where a massive circular stone platform stood, seemingly prepared expressly for battle. However, in reality, it was constructed for challenges by an emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and since then, it had served as a venue for contests. The platform was fortified with array formations, ensuring that battles below the condensed spirit realm would not damage it. Upon arriving outside the stone platform, Lin Xiao found the area teeming with spectators. Scanning the crowd, he recognized several familiar figures, including Sun Wutian from Qingyang's sect, as well as Qi Tao and Zhao Tianlan, whose disdainful expression still radiated triumph. On the platform, Lu Juanxiu awaited silently, cradling a long sword. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, he sneered mockingly, "Lin Xiao, you truly dare to come here." "Lin Xiao, be cautious," Yun Xiao warned from behind, her concern evident. Yun Anshan looked at his daughter in surprise. When had she ever shown such concern for another? "Do not worry, Sister Xiao," Lin Xiao replied confidently, flashing a smile as he stepped onto the platform. He drew a sword from his storage ring. However, it was not the Wajijian, but merely an ordinary magical artifact. Seeing the sword in Lin Xiao's hand, Lu Juanxiu's mocking smile deepened. "I thought Tianbao Tower would provide you with some treasure. I did not expect it to be merely a second-tier artifact. Do you know that my Frostblade is a mid-tier third-grade artifact?" Lin Xiao slowly raised his sword. "Is there really so much to say?" Lu Juanxiu's expression turned icy as he unsheathed his sword, an instant chill enveloping the surroundings, frost forming beneath his feet. "Lin Xiao, prepare to meet your demise." Ice blade slash. With a single stroke, a fierce, icy roar erupted from the sword chi. Waves of sword energy combined to easily shatter the fierce ice. As the frost scattered, the two figures on the stone platform engaged in combat. The sword light was chaotic, leaving only afterimages in their wake. First form of the four extremes, sword technique, wrathful sword style. Lin Xiao's swordplay suddenly erupted with ferocity. The power contained within his strike crashing down like a mountain, instantly forcing back Lu Juanxiu's figure. Lu Juanxiu swiftly stabilized his form, and with a flick of his sword, an array of icy shards coalesced, transforming into a torrential rain of ice blades cascading from above. Lin Xiao, gripping his sword with one hand, effortlessly shattered the descending deluge of blades. Among the onlookers, Yun Anshan nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "This lad is truly remarkable. That must be the four extremes sword technique, right? Does his father know of this swordplay?" Beside him, Yun Xiao inquired with curiosity. Yun Anshan responded affirmatively. "This technique comprises only four forms, yet each possesses astonishing power. Among the profound sword techniques, the four extremes is quite commendable." As soon as his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted from the stone platform. The icy shards scattered like blooming ice flowers, and at the center of this spectacle stood Lin Xiao, impervious to the surrounding chill. In stark contrast, Lu Juanxiu appeared pallid, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a deep gash marring his right arm, and his robe in tatters. Third form of the four extremes sword technique. The chaotic blade form, Lin Xiao observed calmly, raising his sword once more. "Are you still not going to unleash your true strength?" Lu Juanxiu, gritting his teeth to wipe the blood from his lips, sneered, "Very well, I admit I underestimated you. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it." The surrounding chill intensified, and Lu Juanxiu's figure was lifted by the cold air, soaring into the sky. With both hands grasping his sword, he positioned it before his eyes, while a colossal phantom sword began to coalesce behind him. The overwhelming sword intent, infused with profound coldness, plunged the atmosphere into an even deeper chill, as if it sought to freeze all in its vicinity. This is a top-tier profound sword technique, The extreme ice sword technique. From below, someone recognized the technique and gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiao, the cultivator who once reached the golden core stage, perished under my sword. As Lu Juanxiu unleashed his strike, the giant sword phantom descended slowly, bringing an immense pressure that shattered the ice beneath him instantly. Fourth form of the four extremes sword technique, the overbearing blade form. Lin Xiao gripped his sword with both hands, his spiritual energy erupting forth, a terrifying force accompanying his strike. The domineering sword energy surged forth. Its momentum magnified several-fold compared to the earlier attacks. Before the eyes of the crowd, the fearsome sword energy effortlessly shattered the descending giant blade. Lu Juanxiu, suspended in midair, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could my sword be so easily thwarted? That figure below is merely at the 8th layer of the transformation realm." In response, waves of sword energy surged forth relentlessly. Lu Juanxiu parried each oncoming wave with his blade, but soon sensed an unsettling shift. The power of the third wave of sword energy began to multiply exponentially. Under the strain of the 6th wave, he found himself laboring, his hands trembling violently around the hilt. What kind of sword energy is this? As astonishment washed over him, the 7th wave crashed in like a tempest. His expression shifting to one of dread, Lu Juanxiu hastily raised his sword to block. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound resonated as the sword in hand could not withstand the formidable force contained within the sword energy, shattering into fragments. The remnants of the sword energy mercilessly carved wounds upon his body, rendering the armor beneath his robes as fragile as paper. Blood seeped forth, and the intense chill swiftly dissipated. His figure plummeted from midair, crashing heavily onto the platform. A gasp escaped Lin Xiao's lips as he glanced at the sword he held, then noticed the falling shards of armor, prompting a smile. "So you possessed a protective spirit artifact. No wonder the 7th sword energy could not slay you." The sword spirit had once proclaimed that the 7th sword energy was sufficient to severely injure a cultivator at the early stage of the core formation realm. Indeed, the 13 swords of cloud overlapping were formidable. As Lu Juanxiu struggled to rise from the ground, a cold sword hovered ominously before his face. "You are nothing exceptional." In a fit of rage, Lu Juanxiu spat a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards the figure below the platform. "It is your turn." Chapter 55. The 8th sword. As Lu Juanxiu was carried away, the spectators gradually regained their composure from their astonishment. Concurrently, many eyes fell upon Zhang Yunhe. As a peak cultivator at the transformation realm, how did he measure up against Lin Xiao? Zhao Tianlan's expression was grim. Lu Juanxiu's defeat was entirely unforeseen. He could hardly believe that Lu Juanxiu would fall so swiftly. It is worth noting that Lu Juanxiu not only possessed a higher cultivation than Lin Xiao, but was also a ruthless swordsman capable of challenging those above his level. Yet, such a figure was ultimately vanquished by Lin Xiao. What extraordinary talent this youth must possess. It seems that only a cultivator at the core formation realm could hope to eliminate Lin Xiao. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Zhao Tianlan cast a worried glance at Zhang Yunhe. He cared not for Zhang Yunhe's fate. His primary concern was the necessity of eliminating Lin Xiao. Otherwise, should he fail, what face would he have left in the city of Tiandu? Yuan Anshan observed the figure standing proudly on the platform with a smile, having anticipated Lin Xiao's victory. Yet he had not expected it to be achieved with such ease. "Xiao, your judgment this time was quite astute." Yuan Xiao smiled in satisfaction, but suddenly sensed a deeper meaning in her father's words, her brow furrowing slightly. "Father, it is not as you think." Yuan Anshan chuckled in amusement. At that moment, a brooding Zhang Yunhe ascended the platform step by step, feeling cornered. Lin Xiao's strength exceeded his expectations. "Lin Xiao, it appears I have indeed underestimated you." He retrieved a long sword from his storage ring, measuring over 3 feet, adorned with intricate patterns. This sword, named Longyin, was forged from dragon horn and had attained the status of a spirit artifact. "It was with this sword that I once felled a core formation cultivator." As he spoke, a fierce killing intent gradually surfaced in Zhang Yunhe's eyes, the blade glinting coldly. "Enough of your prattle," Lin Xiao scoffed, and with that, he swung his mid-tier second-grade sword, unleashing a domineering sword energy that shattered the air, one strike following another. Zhang Yunhe dared not display the slightest hint of negligence. He had gained some understanding of these sword energies and deduced their origin. Without hesitation, he wielded his sword to defend himself. As he shattered one wave of sword energy, another, layered wave surged forth. The onslaught of sword energies came one after another, each imbued with increasing power, leaving Zhang Yunhe no opportunity to catch his breath. Below the stage, Yuan Anshan wore an expression of utter astonishment as he turned to his daughter beside him. How could you have given him the 13 swords of overlapping clouds? Lin Xiao also appeared bewildered. She had not recognized the sword technique she had gifted earlier. But the terrifying accumulation of sword energies now made it clear to her. But how could it be so soon? Father, I never expected Lin Xiao to master the 13 swords of overlapping clouds in such a short time. Yuan Anshan's astonishment lingered, gradually dawning upon him the true nature of this extraordinary individual. It was not only this father and daughter who were shocked. Many others in the crowd shared their astonishment. Although the 13 swords of overlapping clouds was merely a mystical sword technique, it had been created by a legendary sword immortal, thus garnering considerable renown. Yet, how many people could unleash the 7th or even 8th wave of sword energies? Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. All eyes turned back to the stage as the 8th wave of sword energy surged forth, accompanied by shattered tiles, resembling a roaring dragon in its fury. Zhang Yunhe's expression turned grim. Having already expended considerable spiritual energy to block the first 7 waves, he was now confronted with an 8th. An 8th wave? I can withstand it. With a roar, Zhang Yunhe swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a strike. The sword energy transformed into a silver-white dragon. Cutting through the air with a fierce cry, the dragon collided with the sword energy, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that spread in all directions. The 8th wave of sword energy was thus thwarted, but Zhang Yunhe was sent sprawling by the residual force. The stone platform lay in disarray. Lin Xiao, having expelled the stale air from his lungs, was somewhat surprised. The 8th accumulated sword energy was sufficient to slay a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment. Yet Zhang Yunhe had managed to block it with a single strike. Stumbling to the ground, Zhang Yunhe's sword bore cracks, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled broadly. I concede. I am completely convinced. Your sword technique surpasses mine. With that, Zhang Yunhe clasped his fists towards Lin Xiao and, dragging his weary form, leaped off the platform, the fear in his eyes fleeting. He was afraid that if he lingered, his opponent might truly take his life with a single strike. You useless fool. Zhao Tianlan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, Zhang Yunhe paid him no heed, departing the scene on his own accord. On the stage, Lin Xiao showed no intention of sheathing his sword. His gaze gradually settled on a figure within the crowd. Young Master Zhao, it is your turn. The assembled crowd was in a state of shock, turning their attention to Zhao Tianlan. His face turned a shade of deep displeasure. He had not expected Lin Xiao to dare challenge him. Although his strength could not compare to that of Zhang Yunhe or Lin Xiao, he was, after all, a prince, a genuine prince. Could Lin Xiao truly be oblivious to the implications of his identity? At that moment, a figure emerged from behind. Youngster, having triumphed over Zhang Yunhe and his companion, you should be content and not overreach. Zhao Tianlan immediately turned, and upon seeing the man's face, he let out a sigh of relief, his expression visibly brightening. It is good that you are here. Although Lin Xiao did not recognize the speaker, he sensed an overwhelming wave of terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him, a manifestation of the Golden Core stage. Yuan Xiao recognized the individual instantly and whispered, "Isn't that the head of the royal guards, Shimin Nan?" Yuan Anshan chuckled silently, his narrowed eyes still fixed on Lin Xiao on the platform. He was intrigued to see how Lin Xiao would respond next. On the stage, Lin Xiao glanced at the man and then inquired, "Can you speak on his behalf?" "He sent someone to kill me. If he cannot do it himself, he should take action personally." Shimin Nan snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and turned to the side. "Young master, may I take care of this person?" "Eliminate him," Zhao Tianlan ordered directly, a triumphant expression returning to his face. Although Shimin Nan was merely at the early stage of Golden Core, his strength was formidable. Dealing with someone in the transformation realm was a trivial task for him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shimin Nan proceeded toward the stone platform. Seeing this, Yuan Xiao's anger flared. "Shimin Nan, as a Golden Core cultivator, do you have no shame in taking action?" Shimin Nan dismissed her concern. "This brat is exceedingly arrogant. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will think the royal house is easy to bully. Fear not, Miss Yuan, I will leave him with a complete corpse." Yuan Xiao was ready to retort, but Yuan Anshan stopped her. "There is no need for worry. Lin Xiao has yet to unleash his full power. His ability to effortlessly slay Zhang Yunhe and his companion indicates that his strength can rival that of a Golden Core cultivator." As Shimin Nan ascended the stage, Lin Xiao had already consumed 2 spiritual pills, and his depleted spiritual energy was rapidly replenishing. Chapter 56. Confrontation with Shimin Nan. Shimin Nan paid no mind to Lin Xiao's consumption of pills, confidently wrapping a white cloth around his right hand. "I am a practitioner of the fist, belonging to the physical cultivation sect among cultivators. In my presence, I believe that any matter can be resolved with a fist." As their fists collided, a deep sound resonated, accompanied by a surge of terrifying spiritual energy. I am indeed at the golden core stage. I will allow you to wield your sword to prevent any claims of me bullying you. As his spiritual energy restored, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to unleash a barrage of sword energy. For waves of sword energy converged. Shimin Nen showed no intent to evade. Only when the first wave approached did he strike out with a punch. The terrifying force effortlessly shattered the first wave of sword energy, followed by the second and third. In an instant, all 4 waves of combined sword energy were easily dispelled. In the next moment, another 4 waves of sword energy gathered, far more ferocious than before. Shimin Nen still did not flinch, meeting them head-on with his fists. It was not until the 8th wave of sword energy that Shimin Nan's figure finally retreated a step. A sinister smile emerged, and a glimmer ignited in Shimin Nan's eyes. This final sword chi is commendable, yet alas, it remains too feeble for me. Below the stage, Zhao Tianlan displayed a look of triumph, perceiving Lin Xiao as nothing more than a lifeless entity. As the captain of the royal guards, Shimin Nan had recently transcended to the core formation realm, his physical prowess deemed nothing short of terrifying. Cultivators who rely solely on physical strength represent a unique class among all practitioners. When a swordsman engages such an opponent in close quarters, defeat is inevitable. Moreover, there existed a vast chasm in their respective realms. Yun Xiaoxiao was engulfed in worry, her heart heavy with the fear that Lin Xiao might falter. Should he succumb, the outcome would likely be grim. Death awaited him. Father, please send someone to assist Lin Xiao, she implored, glancing anxiously at the tranquil figure beside her. The only one capable of rescuing Lin Xiao was the master of Tianbao Tower. However, Yun Anshan seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the duel unfolding on the stage. On the platform, the 9th sword chi surged forth, a colossal sense of pressure enveloping the air. Shimin Nan's expression grew serious as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the incoming sword chi. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a ferocious wave of energy. The compounded 9th sword chi was instantly obliterated, spiritual energy rippling violently around them. Now it is my turn to strike, he proclaimed, his figure lunging forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. His clenched right fist descended menacingly towards Lin Xiao's forehead. Lin Xiao had already positioned his sword defensively before him. At the moment of impact, it felt as though an immense mountain was crashing down, causing his feet to sink into the ground. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering resonated, the sword disintegrating into fragments almost instantaneously. As the shards rained down, Shimin Nan's unyielding fist followed suit. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened, acknowledging the formidable strength of a core formation cultivator. In the next instant, he crossed his arms before him, bracing himself against the weighty blow. His figure recoiled like a kite severed from its string, retreating swiftly. Shimin Nan refrained from delivering another punch, astonishment etched across his features. The force he struck seemed akin to that of an unyielding iron block, a sensation far removed from that of human flesh. You too are a body cultivator? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise as he regarded the now stabilized figure of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao brushed off his arms, the pain gradually subsiding. Were it not for the presence of the infinite sword bone, that punch might have shattered his bones. Core formation warriors are indeed formidable, but this is merely the beginning. The infinite sword silently appeared in his grasp as he executed the stepping sword technique. Only an afterimage remained in his wake, and in the next moment, Lin Xiao stood before Shimin Nan, delivering a thunderous strike with his sword. Overbearing sword technique. Shimin Nan's grin widened, madness gleaming in his eyes as he did not evade, but instead retaliated with a heavy punch. The clash of sword and fist resounded like metal striking metal. Yet this time, Lin Xiao's sword did not shatter. Shimin Nan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he immediately launched another punch. Lin Xiao sidestepped the blow, simultaneously slashing with his sword, a sword aura slicing through the air and narrowly missing a lock of Shimin Nan's hair. As he gazed at the cascading strands of hair, Shimin Nan was instantly engulfed in fury, his fist striking out with the ferocity of a tempest. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiao wielded the Wajijian, the sword spinning rapidly like a top, deftly parrying each of Shimin Nan's thunderous blows. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. Who was Shimin Nan? If not a formidable figure, a true cultivator of the Jedon realm, a master of physical prowess? Yet, the ferocious assault of such a powerful being was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Xiao. Terrifying, a prodigy, an undeniable marvel. Zhao Tianlan wore a face of disbelief. How could someone of Shimin Nan's overwhelming strength fail to subdue Lin Xiao with ease? Was Lin Xiao truly merely a cultivator of the Huayuan realm? Yun Anshan squinted slightly, his gaze igniting with intensity. Throughout the encounter, Lin Xiao had only exhibited the prowess of an 8th-tier Huayuan cultivator. But could it truly be that this was the extent of his capabilities? Moreover, as the head of the Tianbao Tower, he discerned the extraordinary nature of the sword in Lin Xiao's grasp. It was evident that this blade surpassed the rank of an ordinary spiritual weapon. What was this young man's true origin? At that moment, Shimin Nan, too, sensed something amiss, noting the peculiar nature of Lin Xiao's sword. After exchanging hundreds of blows, he had unleashed a multitude of punches, yet the sword remained utterly unscathed, a feat beyond even a 4th-tier spiritual weapon. Suddenly, Lin Xiao transitioned from defense to offense, his swordsmanship growing increasingly domineering, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword qi. Shimin Nan was taken aback, forced into a passive defense against the deluge of sword qi raining down upon him. The sword qi shredded the white cloth wrapped around his hand, slicing through the flesh on the back of his hand, blood oozing forth. The pain elicited beads of sweat from Shimin Nan, compelling him to continue his relentless defense. The Wajijian's sword qi. Shimin Nan found himself firmly suppressed by the overwhelming sword qi, his figure retreating steadily. Below, Zhao Tianlan instinctively contemplated intervening, but a sudden cough interrupted him. Yuan Anshan's voice resounded, a Jedon cultivator facing a Huayuan cultivator. This is nothing short of a farce. Do you intend to summon other Jedon cultivators to intervene, young prince? Zhao Tianlan's countenance darkened to an extreme, while a companion behind high with bloodshot eyes. He merely scoffed at the words of Yuan Anshan, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao. In my current state, I can barely last as long as it takes to brew a cup of hot tea, but I suspect that will suffice for me to eliminate you effortlessly. He was at the 3rd layer of the core formation realm. A deafening roar erupted, and in the next instant, the entirety of Shimin Nan came crashing forward. Lin Xiao could only muster all his strength, and at that moment, his own realm suddenly erupted. He stood at the peak of the 9th layer of the transformation realm, the 1st layer of the core formation realm. As the spiritual power within him coalesced into a core, his realm stabilized completely. Shimin Nan looked on in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that the individual before him could instantaneously break through to the core formation realm. So, you have been suppressing your own cultivation all along. You have long since surpassed the core formation stage. At that moment, the crowd beneath the stone platform, witnessing this battle, was equally astounded. Some were left utterly dumbfounded. Zhao Tianlan, with a face full of trepidation, beheld Lin Xiao's true prowess and fully recognized his grave misjudgment. From the very beginning, Lin Xiao had not exerted his full strength. Lu Juanxiu and Zhang Yunhe had barely registered in his eyes. How could this be? How could someone so young have attained the core formation realm? The astonishment in Yuan Anshan's eyes gradually faded, though he had harbored such suspicions beforehand. Nevertheless, witnessing this scene left him profoundly shocked. Glancing at Yuan Xiaoxiao beside him, who wore an expression of disbelief and surprise, it was evident she too was unaware of Lin Xiao's breakthrough to the core formation realm. It seems this young man has indeed concealed his abilities well. Yuan Anshan chuckled softly, shaking his head, his admiration for Lin Xiao deepening. Among the crowd, Zhang Yunhe, who had yet to depart, was left utterly speechless at this moment. It became clear to him that Lin Xiao had never fought earnestly from the very start. In retrospect, it felt as though Lin Xiao had deliberately controlled his own realm to practice swordsmanship against him and Lu Juanxiu. At this moment, his pride lay in ruins, and he couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. This is the gap, the disparity. His despondent figure gradually retreated, fading into the crowd. On the platform, Lin Xiao felt the unrestrained power within him, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He had already broken through to the core formation realm while in the small world. This occurred when he mastered the 9th layer of overlaid sword energy, aided by the sword spirit, which allowed him to successfully form his core and step into the 1st layer of the core formation realm. Suppressing his own realm was a deliberate action he had orchestrated with the assistance of the Tower Spirit. Originally, he had only intended to contend with 2 opponents, Lu Juanxiu and Zhang Yunhe. Even Shimin Nan, at this moment, had only revealed his true abilities due to a surge in power from his techniques. Now that we are both in the core formation realm, let us see how this unfolds. As Lin Xiao's voice fell, a tempestuous aura surged forth, and the seemingly uncontrollable figure charged at him. A punch came forth, the raging spiritual power swirling like a howling gale. Lin Xiao responded by slicing through the air with his sword. The fist and blade collided once more, and this time, it was Shimin Nan who was forced to retreat. Angry sword style. Once more, he executed a sword strike, the sword energy trailing behind him. Shimin Nan swiftly reacted, shielding his head with both hands, enduring the impact of the sword. The blade struck as if against iron or stone, failing to penetrate even a fraction. To kill me. You are still insufficient. Is that so? A disdainful voice echoed, as Lin Xiao struck again with his sword. The infinite sword aura, imbued with the power of the core formation realm, was exponentially more potent than the previous strike. Finally, the sword aura effortlessly sliced through the seemingly impenetrable flesh. Blood splattering everywhere. An arm was severed cleanly. In agony, Shimin Nan's eyes turned entirely bloodshot, and in a frenzy, he swung his left fist towards Lin Xiao. To Lin Xiao, Shimin Nan now resembled a spent force. Dodging the punch like a wraith, Lin Xiao thrust his sword directly towards Shimin Nan's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced deep, and in that moment, the surrounding chaotic energy fell eerily silent. The crimson hue faded rapidly from Shimin Nan's eyes as he gazed in disbelief at the sword embedded in his belly. He had actually lost. Young Master Lin. Shimin Nan has indeed been defeated. As he is a member of the Wangfu, might I beseech you to show mercy? Suddenly, a voice emerged from beyond the stone platform. Lin Xiao did not relent. Instead, he pressed the sword further into Shimin Nan's wound before turning to observe the crowd below. They parted to reveal a modest man clad in a gray robe. His demeanor tranquil. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Tianlan was taken aback, for he recognized him as the steward of the Wangfu. What brings you here? The steward merely cast a calm glance at Zhao Tianlan, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Wangfu's eldest son, and then directed his attention to the figure atop the platform. Young Master Lin, your prowess is extraordinary. Shimin Nan's defeat is just. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to withdraw. At that moment, Yun and Shan interjected, Lin Xiao, the steward of the Wangfu speaks true. This battle is yours. He then turned to the steward, Steward Su. Does this mean the Wangfu now owes Lin Xiao a favor? Steward Su smiled and nodded, indeed. Yun and Shan's words finally tempered Lin Xiao's murderous intent, prompting him to withdraw his sword. Shimin Nan collapsed like a deflated balloon, utterly defeated, having brought shame upon the entire Wangfu. Henceforth, he would no longer be able to remain within its walls. Lin Xiao wiped the blood from his face and glanced at Zhao Tianlan below. He noticed Zhao Tianlan appeared to fear the steward. No, it seemed the fear resided with others. Realizing something, Lin Xiao quickly turned to look behind Steward Su, where a luxurious carriage awaited at the end of the singular path leading up the mountain. It was the arrival of the prince. Lin Xiao sheathed the infinite sword and descended the platform nonchalantly, making his way toward Yun and Shan and his daughter. Zhao Tianlan intended to intervene, but found Steward Su had already approached him. Young master, the prince has arrived. Like a thunderclap, Zhao Tianlan trembled, terrified as he glanced towards the distant carriage. He understood. With a reluctant glance at Lin Xiao, Zhao Tianlan finally departed with Steward Su. As for Shimin Nan, he was unceremoniously carried away by the soldiers of the Wangfu. The crowd remained in a state of shock for a long time after the battle. It was clear that Lin Xiao's name would soon echo throughout the entirety of Tiandu City. Among the onlookers, Sun Wutian's eyes harbored a deeper killing intent, as he had confirmed that Lin Xiao was indeed the person he had been seeking. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Xiao had already reached the Foundation establishment realm, bolstered by the support of Tianbao Tower and the Jixia Academy. One day, I shall have the opportunity to personally end your life. Chapter 58. The attitude of Yun Anshan. Lin Xiao continued to share a carriage with Yun Anshan as they gradually made their way toward Tiandu City. Setting down his warm tea, Yun Anshan remarked with a smile, a foundation establishment at such a young age. How many can be found in the entire Great Zhou dynasty? His gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, filled with admiration. Lin Xiao, what do you think of Sister Xiao Xiao? Feeling somewhat bashful, Lin Xiao lowered his head, understanding Yun Anshan's implication. Sister Xiao Xiao is quite remarkable, but I am still young. Yun Anshan laughed heartily, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Age is but a number. I have great faith in you. Suddenly shifting his tone, Yun Anshan asked earnestly, Lin Xiao, do you know why I advised you not to kill Shimin Nan? Lin Xiao too became serious and nodded. The prince has appeared. Yun Anshan nodded in agreement. After all, this is Tiandu City. Offending a prince is ill-advised. I suspect that your displayed strength will certainly attract the attention of those old fellows from the Jixia Academy. Lin Xiao acknowledged with a thoughtful hum. Today's challenge served a dual purpose. One was to teach Zhao Tianlan a lesson, and the other was to draw the attention of the Jixia Academy. The support of Tianbao Tower alone would not suffice. It was inevitable that the Qingyang sect would come calling one day, with the 13 swords of cloud stacking. Can you truly only unleash 8 sword energies now? Yun Anshan inquired suddenly. At my current level, 8 sword energies are indeed the limit. Lin Xiao replied with a hint of helplessness. His ability to execute 8 sword energies was achieved only through the guidance of the sword spirit. Were it not for the Wajishan sword bone, the Tower Spirit world, and the sword spirit's direction, he he might have been limited to merely 3 or 4 sword energies. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. "My lord, the people from the Qingyang sect are blocking the way," the driver announced. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he realized that the Qingyang sect had come specifically for him. Beside him, Yuan, who had previously been puzzled, deduced the cause of Lin Xiao's change in demeanor. With a slight smile, he reassured, "Just stay inside the carriage. The Qingyang sect wouldn't dare to act." Lin Xiao nodded in relief. In truth, with his current strength, he had no fear even if he were to confront members of the Qingyang sect. Yuan elegantly descended from the carriage, and upon seeing the members of the Qingyang sect before him, he greeted them with a calm smile. "Isn't this elder son from the inner sect of the Qingyang sect? What brings you here to reminisce with me?" Sun Wutian responded with a sinister smile, "Lord Yuan, I am not here for you. I wish to meet the one in your carriage." Yuan glanced back at the carriage behind him. "Lin Xiao is a friend of my Tianbao Tower. If he does not wish to meet you, then he shall not." A cold light flickered in Sun Wutian's eyes as he suppressed the urge to act. "He has killed several members of my Qingyang sect. Does Tianbao Tower truly wish to offend my sect over an outsider?" In the face of the elder's threat from Qingyang sect, Yuan remained unfazed. "It seems that Qingyang sect is the weakest among the 3 sections. Why should my Tianbao Tower be in fear?" Before Sun Wutian could respond, several furious members of Qingyang sect surged forward. "Yuan, do not overstep." Sun Wutian's expression darkened, his icy gaze directed at them. Yuan chuckled, appearing far from angered. "Elder son, your Qingyang sect continues to be so rude. Advise your people to tread carefully within the city, or they may not even know how they met their demise." Having said this with a smile, Yuan chose not to engage further with the members of Qingyang sect and boarded the carriage. Just as they were about to strike, Sun Wutian once again halted them. "Do you wish to die here? Yet, elder son, does Yuan not regard us at all?" Sun Wutian exhaled deeply, his gaze following the retreating carriages, the chill in his eyes intensifying. "Our target is Lin Xiao, not to offend Tianbao Tower in the process." Upon returning to Tianbao Tower, Lin Xiao exchanged a few words with Yun Xiao before retreating to his chamber. Entering the small world within the tower, he once more encountered the figure of the Tower Spirit. "Senior Sword Spirit." The spirit nodded gently, a hint of a smile seemingly emerging on its indistinct visage. "Your progress is commendable, yet this is merely a starting point. For you, the foundation building stage is just the beginning. Continue onward. I shall assist you in swiftly unleashing the 9th layer of sword energy, perhaps even advancing further." Lin Xiao nodded, then grasped the Wujin sword, slicing through the air with successive layers of sword energy. It was not until nightfall that he finally emerged from the small world, weary. The 9th layer of sword energy was exceedingly challenging to consolidate. He felt as though he was missing something vital. After a brief respite, a sudden knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Yun Xiao. "Ah, it's Sister Xiao. Please come in." Quickly calming his disordered breath, Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air. As the door opened, Yun Xiao entered, her face adorned with a gentle and captivating smile. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiao immediately noticed something amiss. "Sister Xiao, have you perhaps broken through to the 9th layer of the transformation realm?" Yun Xiao, visibly disappointed, replied, "I had intended to tell you in person, but you discovered it at a glance. I just broke through not long ago. I felt some insights during today's battle. However, it seems unlikely that I will reach the foundation building stage before the internal assessment." She sat beside Lin Xiao and shot him a playful glare. "You should have informed me of your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. I worried for nothing." Lin Xiao offered an awkward smile, quickly explaining, "Had it not been for Shimin Nan's intervention, I would not have revealed it. I must express my gratitude to Sister Xiao. Had it not been for her bestowal of the sword technique, I doubt I would have reached the core formation stage." Yun Xiao felt considerably relieved, and then withdrew a book from her sleeve. "This is a gift from my father for you, intended as an investment in your future." Curious, Lin Xiao accepted the book and was astonished to discover it was a manual titled Yin Yang Sword Formation. A sword formation, arranged through unique methods, possesses unimaginable power. Lin Xiao had only encountered such concepts in literature. However, mastering a sword formation is exponentially more challenging than practicing sword techniques. And the methods for sword formations are rare and hard to come by. "Sister Xiao, is this not a bit too extravagant?" Yun Xiao smiled and shook her head. "This is merely a lower-tier Earth-grade sword formation technique, and it is only a fragment of a complete formation. Thus, its value is significantly diminished. Sword cultivators are already scarce, let alone a flawed sword formation like this. If I do not give it to you, it would likely become a mere pile of worthless debris in the Tianbao Tower." A lower-tier Earth-grade sword formation. Lin Xiao could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly perused the Yin Yang sword formation. one yin and one yang. Requiring two swords to form the array, they must interact and regulate one another, using the swords as the formation's core. Chapter 59. Studying the sword formation. After Lin Xiao departed, Lin Xiao began to delve into this sword formation alone. Unlike sword techniques, sword formations require a certain familiarity with array methods. After much study, Lin Xiao felt as though he were a headless fly, utterly bewildered, resigned to his plight. He chose to abandon his solitary study and entered the small world within the tower. The ethereal figure of the Tower Spirit appeared. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's troubled expression, it burst into laughter. Such a trivial sword formation has you so distressed? Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a glimmer of hope and eagerly inquired, Senior, do you possess knowledge of this sword formation? The Tower Spirit chuckled and shook its head. I do not, but she does. As soon as the words left its mouth, the ethereal figure of the sword spirit materialized. This sword formation is flawed, yet for me, it is not difficult. With your Wuji sword bone, learning this formation should not pose a challenge. The key lies in the depth of your comprehension of the sword formation. As the sword spirit spoke, it gently raised its right hand. In an instant, two long swords coalesced and circled around it. Accompanied by the swirling swords, an array formed beneath their feet, gathering spiritual energy, gradually revealing the silhouettes of other swords around the sword spirit. Countless swords materialized, floating around its body, their sword energy akin to raging waves. Using yin and yang as the core of the formation and condensing real swords from spiritual energy, as long as your spiritual energy is abundant, the swords within this formation can be endless. With a light drop of its right hand, the sword spirit commanded a simultaneous release of myriad swords that rent the void. The astonishing momentum caused countless sharp swords to fly past, leaving Lin Xiao astounded, while he diligently noted the sword spirit's teachings. By integrating the knowledge from the sword formation with the insights he gained, Lin Xiao experienced a moment of epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted, illuminating his understanding. The Wuji sword floated gracefully before him, as he summoned his spiritual energy with both hands. A rich essence began to coalesce into a spectral sword on the right side of the Wuji sword. Thanks to the sword's inherent qualities, the formation of the sword was remarkably swift. With spiritual energy, he outlined a sword array, using the two swords as focal points to activate the entire formation. Within him, the spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting into countless sharp blades. The Tower Spirit gazed in astonishment at this scene. The complexity of the sword array was evident. Yet Lin Xiao had grasped its intricacies with mere guidance. A satisfied smile graced his face as he turned to observe the sword spirit beside him. How remarkable was his talent! Acceptable, indeed. However, the Tower Spirit was skeptical of such a conclusion. He understood that Lin Xiao had now gained the sword spirit's approval. As dozens of swords converged around him, Lin Xiao willed them to charge toward the sword spirit simultaneously. Yet, with a mere flick of the sword spirit's hand, the swords crafted from spiritual energy vanished into nothingness. Having just mastered the sword array, his current might was insufficient. Only through rigorous practice could he hope to vanquish those of similar caliber. While Lin Xiao felt elated, he recognized his shortcomings and diligently began to practice the yin-yang sword array repeatedly. Perhaps this array could serve as a formidable trump card in the upcoming inner courtyard assessment. With merely 2 days remaining until the examination, the city of Tiandu buzzed with excitement, and the Tianbao Tower was perpetually crowded. Following Lin Xiao's recent bout of fame, an influx of visitors sought his presence, yet all were politely declined. From the various branches of the Jixia Academy, representatives from the other 3 branches had also arrived. In a private room of a tavern, the members of the Qingshan branch gathered. Lin Xiao's prowess is indeed impressive. Who would have thought that this once declining Yun City branch would harbor such talent? One remarked in awe. He's merely at the core formation stage. He is not the only one, another retorted, as all eyes turned toward the tranquil figure standing by the window. The young man, merely 18 or 19, possessed striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, an epitome of handsomeness. His name was Yang Feng, at the second level of core formation, hailed as the foremost individual of the Qingshan branch. Sensing the attention of the crowd, Yang Feng calmly stated, he is formidable, yet to enter the inner courtyard, he must first be eliminated. Laughter erupted from the assembly. The Yun City branch had only 10 slots, with the special recruit totaling 11. In contrast, the Qingshan branch boasted 30 members, including 3 at the core formation stage. Eliminating the Yun City branch would be a trivial task, and many nodded in agreement with mirth. However, Yang Feng's expression remained serious. In the royal palace, 2 individuals from the Luoqing branch arrived and encountered the illustrious young prince, Zhao Tianlan. Zhao Tianlan greeted them with great warmth. It is truly an honor for you both to grace me with your presence. The duo from the Luoqing branch smiled in response. The robust young man among them chuckled. Your Highness, you flatter us. It is our honor as siblings. The woman beside him, a year or two younger, appeared petite in comparison to her burly counterpart, her features exuding charm and her figure elegantly curvaceous. Even Zhao Tianlan found himself captivated by her beauty, allowing his gaze to linger upon her for quite some time. The figure before him bore no resemblance to that of a typical 17-year-old girl. After a brief moment, he withdrew his heated gaze and hastily invited the two to take a seat. The robust young man exchanged knowing smiles with his sister, both fully aware of the unspoken understanding between them. Zhao Xiaowang, I wonder what your true intentions are in summoning my sister and me here? The young man inquired directly as soon as they sat down. Zhao Tianlan candidly revealed matters concerning Lin Xiao. I wish to request your assistance in eliminating Lin Xiao during the inner courtyard assessment, or at the very least, ensuring he loses his chance to enter. In return, I can offer 2 mid-tier 4th-grade elixirs and 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What say you? The young man, named Li Chun, felt a stir of temptation. 4th-grade elixirs were treasures of astronomical value, not to mention the additional 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He was a student from the Luoqing branch, and notably, the only cultivator at the core formation stage participating in this inner courtyard assessment. His sister, Li, possessed a 9th-level strength in the transformation realm. Li, what do you think? Li chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her alluring gaze darting towards Zhao Tianlan. Since it is the young prince's request, we shall naturally comply. However, Lin Xiao is at the core formation stage. He may possess unforeseen trump cards, and thus, the price may need an adjustment. Zhao Tianlan was taken aback and instinctively asked, what additional requirements do you have? Feel free to state them. 2 upper-tier profound body refinement techniques. Zhao Tianlan immediately smiled. Consider it done. As long as this matter comes to fruition, I can agree to your terms. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, young prince. The Yunqing branch should not exist at all. My sister and I will handle it. Lin Xiao will not withstand our might. Zhao Tianlan promptly stood and bowed to them. I shall await your favorable news within the inner courtyard. Chapter 60. Acquaintance in the Tianbao building. Lin Xiao pondered over the list of branch students sent by Yun Xiao. The Yunqing branch was the weakest among the 4 branches, with only 10 spots available for the inner courtyard assessment, and he was the sole special recruit in recent years. In contrast, the other 3 branches had 30 spots each, excluding special recruits. Among the students at the core formation stage across the 3 branches, there were 6 in total, 3 from the Qingshan branch, 1 from the Luoqing branch, and 2 from the Tianhai branch. Unlike the other branches, Tianhai was the only one situated near the Eastern Sea, and its cultivation methods diverged from those of the other 3. Based on the information provided by Yun Xiao, it seemed likely that the inner courtyard assessment would take the form of a grand melee. Thus, Yun Xiao had already intended to partner with him for the assessment. The presence of 6 cultivators at the core formation stage posed a significant challenge for Lin Xiao. The specifics of how the inner courtyard assessment would unfold remained unknown. Before long, Yun Xiao entered, her expression far from pleasant. Lin Xiao inquired with concern, Sister Xiao, what troubles you? I have received word that the Li Qin siblings from Luoqing have visited the Wangfu. Sitting beside Lin Xiao, Yun Xiao's face was etched with deeper worry as she continued. I fear Zhao Tianlan may incite them to take action against you. Lin Xiao gazed at the list in his hand, noting that Li Chun was the sole core formation cultivator in Luoqing. Li Chun followed the path of physical cultivation, and achieving the core formation stage at such a young age undoubtedly indicated formidable strength. His sister, on the other hand, had remarkable prowess as well. The list did not provide any details on disciples below the core formation stage. Yun Xiao nodded gravely. Li, at the 9th layer of the transformation stage, was adept in the art of seduction, and there were rumors that she had practiced the technique of yin-yang harmonization, her power rivaling that of early core formation. Lin Xiao set the list aside, unperturbed by the situation. Zhao Tianlan would not easily swallow this indignation. Presently, the internal assessment was his most opportune moment to take action. No matter, as long as they dared to come, he could ensure their return was not guaranteed. Observing Lin Xiao's unwavering confidence, Yun Xiao felt her worries diminish. She had faith in him. Sister Xiao, how many have arrived from our branch? Lin Xiao distinctly recalled that the accommodations for the Yun City branch had been arranged personally by Yun Xiao, though not within the Tianbao Tower. I am acquainted with those few, yet our relations are not particularly close. This time, Dinshin personally brought them here, and he mentioned that if you have time, you might want to meet him. Very well, I shall go meet Dinshin and the others. The lodging arranged for the Yun City branch was indeed a tavern under the Tianbao Tower's name. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Zhang Kuang had also arrived here. Upon meeting, Zhang Kuang embraced him warmly. Good brother, I have long heard of your exploits. Who would have thought that in just half a year, you have already attained core formation? After the embrace, Lin Xiao scrutinized his former senior brother closely. Beneath his robes, the sheer musculature was impressive, and he seemed to have grown considerably taller since 6 months ago, standing like a small mountain. Transformation stage, 8th layer. Zhang Kuang said, somewhat bashfully, Junior brother, I do not possess your innate talent. I have only reached the 8th layer of the transformation stage. Senior brother, you jest. Such strength is no less than that of the older students, Lin Xiao replied before casting his gaze into the tavern. The atmosphere within was somewhat desolate, with only a couple of individuals glancing at the two newcomers. Senior brother, where's the master? The master has long since arrived in Tiandu City, but his exact whereabouts remain unknown. He has been in Tiandu City for quite some time. How come I have yet to see him? Lin Xiao felt perplexed. Moreover, the master had not sought him out. Junior brother, follow me upstairs. The dean has been waiting for you for quite a while. Lin Xiao nodded and followed Zhang Kuang into the tavern. Upon entering, they immediately heard a derisive voice. I thought the special recruit would be impressive, but he is merely a fledgling. Zhang Kuang abruptly halted, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Shall I demonstrate my abilities against you? Zhang Kuang, you are not even qualified to engage with me. The speaker adopted a more arrogant demeanor, retorting, wait until you have the qualifications to participate in the internal assessment before you speak such words. Fury surged within Zhang Kuang, and he was on the verge of taking action to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Lin Xiao intervened to prevent the impulsive Zhang Kuang from acting rashly, smiling as he directed his gaze toward the man, exuding an air of ease. Mock me, will you? Speak again once you possess the capability to slay a core formation cultivator. At this moment, you are unworthy. The man felt a surge of anger, rising abruptly. Lin Xiao, do not be so arrogant. If you wish to engage in conflict here, I won't mind if one less spot is available for the branch. Lin Xiao, unaccustomed to indulging such individuals, merely smiled lightly. The senior's expression darkened instantly, attempting to retort, but was swiftly restrained by two companions who urged him back into his seat. Zhang Kuang, observing the defeated group fall silent, felt a rush of satisfaction. He had no doubt that his junior disciple would not shy away from confrontation. Once the group ceased their chatter, Lin Xiao ascended the staircase with Zhang Kuang. On the second floor, outside a private room, Zhang Kuang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dean, Lin Xiao has arrived. Come in. As the door swung open, Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement to Zhang Kuang before entering the private room. Inside, the atmosphere was serene. Chunfang sat calmly at the table, sipping tea. Upon Lin Xiao's entrance, Chunfang's face brightened with a warm smile. I did not anticipate that in just half a year, you would develop to such an astonishing extent. Reaching the core formation stage took me over a year. Lin Xiao, you have brought honor to the branch of Yun City. In response to Chunfang's praise, Lin Xiao humbly smiled. Dean, you flatter me. I am merely a beneficiary of your guidance. Chunfang chuckled softly, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, regarding the internal assessment, how confident are you in securing a spot in the top 10? As Lin Xiao settled into a chair, he was momentarily taken aback by Chunfang's words. Why the top 10? Chunfang nodded solemnly. I am aware that the prospects for others in the branch are dim, but you have broken through to the core formation stage. Only the top 30 students in the internal assessment gain entry to the inner academy. The rest merely become ordinary students, receiving limited cultivation resources. Those in the top 10, however, acquire extraordinary resources, including high-grade pills and spiritual herbs. Additionally, they benefit from dedicated mentors, propelling their cultivation to new heights. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The top 10 should not be a problem, but the other 3 branches will undoubtedly make it challenging for me. Indeed, the Yun City branch had long been marginalized by the other 3 branches. Lin Xiao, your potential to enter the top 10 or even achieve first place in the assessment is crucial to determining the necessity of the Yun City branch's existence. Chunfang mused after Lin Xiao departed, his fingers tracing the warm cup's surface. Why not meet him? No sooner had he spoken than a hidden door on one side of the room opened, revealing a figure clad in black. Yue'er. Yue'er smiled appreciatively. My presence in Tiandu City must remain unknown to the Qingyang sect, otherwise it would cause him considerable trouble. It is essential that my grievances with the Qingyang sect are resolved first. Chunfang sighed in resignation. You, with this unresolved knot in your heart, will find it impossible to break through your current realm. Furthermore, Lin Xiao has also incurred enmity with the Qingyang sect. Yue'er remained silent as he approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the figure that gradually vanished into the crowd below. Chunfang also refrained from speaking, his expression revealing a profound complexity. Chapter 61. Inner Gate Assessment. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On a verdant mountain not far from Tiandu City, the expansive martial arts platform bore the scars of blades and axes, exuding an air of ancient desolation. This platform was marked by the traces left by exceptionally talented individuals during previous inner gate assessments, and to leave one's own mark here, one must at least be at the core formation stage, and among the elite at that. The martial arts platform had been temporarily transported from the inner courtyard of the Xiao Academy, specifically for the disciples aspiring to enter the inner gate to engage in combat. A throng of spectators, including dignitaries and various cultivators, filled the surrounding area. The 4 deans of the Xiao Academy's divisions sat together on a high platform, surveying the martial arts arena below. Brother Chen, does your Yunshan division wish to meddle in this affair? The dean of the Luoqing division inquired with a smile. Chen Fong maintained a stoic expression, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Noticing Chen Fong's silence, the Luoqing dean became increasingly caustic. Brother Chen, I see no necessity for the existence of your Yunshan division. Before he could finish his statement, he was met with Chen Fong's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk. Undeterred, the Luoqing dean continued, what are you staring at? Am I speaking falsehoods? How many times has your Yunshan division failed to place a disciple in the top 10? As Chen Fong listened to these words, his complexion darkened further, yet he found himself unable to retort, for indeed, in recent years, the Yunshan division had been on a decline. Once the premier among the 4 divisions, it had now fallen to the bottom tier. Perfect timing. Our rise in the Yunshan division will depend on the disciples from your Luoqing division. Chen Fong suppressed his frustration and managed to smile again. Let us not dwell on this. Every division has its purpose. Before the Luoqing dean could counter, an elderly man in a white robe, with a youthful appearance despite his white hair, opened his eyes, revealing a pair of spirited orbs. The other 4 present, including Chen Fong, fell silent upon hearing his words. The elderly man held a distinguished status, and even the deans of the 4 divisions could not afford to disregard him. Today marks the trial for recruiting inner gate disciples at our Xiao Academy. The participants are exceptional talents selected from various regions of the Great Zhou dynasty by the 4 divisions, and I eagerly anticipate their performances. A well-proportioned middle-aged man stood on the platform addressing the crowd. Many present seemed unperturbed, as if familiar with him. This man was Zhou Shoren, who had presided over the inner gate assessments for 3 consecutive terms. In this assessment trial for our inner disciples, there is little distinction from previous years. Structured into 3 rounds. The first round is the illusory trial, primarily designed to test the most crucial aspect of a cultivator, their willpower. Without a heart as steadfast as rock, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle. After uttering this with a smile, Zhou Shoren abruptly gestured, and a massive cavern suddenly manifested in a nearby clearing. The entrance of the cave was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the gaping maw of an ancient beast poised to devour. Lin Xiao squinted slightly. Merely this display suggested that Zhou Shoren was no ordinary figure. It was no wonder he had presided over the entrance assessments at Xiao Academy for several consecutive sessions. He was undoubtedly qualified for such a role. This illusory trial, also known as the Heart's Inquiry, rewards those who break free from the illusion the quickest with higher rankings. It is vital to remember that of the more than 100 prodigies present, a third will be directly eliminated. Zhou Shoren's lips curled slightly as he observed the eager talents, his heart filled with mockery. Talents? No matter how gifted, a third of these prodigies will face elimination, leaving them ineligible to participate in the second round of trials. Their only recourse is to diligently cultivate and await the next assessment for inner disciples. Senior Zhou, I have 2 questions, if I may. Yang Feng, the foremost talent from the Qingshan branch, stepped forward to address Zhou Shoren. Among the 4 divisions, Qingshan undoubtedly stood as the strongest, having brought over 30 participants, including 3 in the core formation stage. Among the more than 100 prodigies, there may be hidden core formation talents, but overtly, they possessed 6, dominating half of the count. What inquiries do you have? My duty is to clarify your doubts. Feel free to ask me directly, Zhou Shoren replied with a slight nod and a smile directed at Yang Feng. What precisely does this Heart's Inquiry entail? Yang Feng inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. An excellent question. Allow me to elaborate. The Heart's Inquiry seeks to unearth what each of you fears most deeply. Alternatively, it examines whether, when confronted with cherished persons, you can steadfastly maintain your resolve, choosing to navigate through adversity rather than linger in comfort. I understand. Then my final question is, if none of the over 100 participants succeed, will all be eliminated? Indeed, not just anyone can enter the inner disciples of Xiao Academy. Zhou Shoren's grin morphed into a sinister smile, shedding his earlier amiability. Yang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He clasped his hands in respect towards Zhou Shuren, his spirit momentarily wavering but quickly regaining composure. His resolve was unwavering. Otherwise, he could never have become the top disciple of the Qingshan branch, which bore its own immense competitive pressure. Aside from this, does anyone else have questions? Zhou Shuren surveyed the aspiring prodigies with a cheerful demeanor. The crowd shook their heads in unison, prompting Zhou Shuren to declare, "In that case, let us proceed into the heart's inquiry. I shall meticulously track the time to facilitate your rankings." Lin Xiao stood alongside Zhang Kuang and Yun Xiao, along with 10 disciples from the Yunshan branch. They exchanged glances and stepped into the Heart's inquiry gate together. Upon entering, Lin Xiao sensed an immediate transformation in his surroundings. Simultaneously, all memories associated with the Heart's inquiry gate began to swiftly dissipate until they were entirely forgotten. Yun City. Lin Xiao entered the Lin family estate from the bustling streets. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance respectfully clasped their hands and greeted him in unison. "Greetings, young master." Lin Xiao smiled warmly and nodded slightly before proceeding through the grand entrance. Navigating the familiar paths with ease, he arrived at a secluded courtyard, where his father's study was located. His father often spent time in this room. "Xiao, you're back? In 3 days. You are to wed the eldest daughter of the Li family, Yue'er. You ought to refrain from wandering about these days." Chapter 62. A childlike heart listening to his father's words. Lin Xiao felt a momentary disorientation, an inexplicable sense of oddity rising within him, though he could not articulate its origin. "Yes, father, I understand." He suppressed the discomfort within and nodded, returning to his own room. "Young master, are you there?" A familiar voice soon called from outside his door. "Uncle Tian." Lin Xiao opened the door, gazing at Lin Tian with a hint of confusion. "What brings you here?" "Uncle Tian, I heard from the master that you are to be married in 3 days. I have nothing else to offer you, so I asked my wife to handcraft a wedding garment for you." Lin Tian's face bore a gentle smile as he gestured to the vibrant red attire in his hands, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and concern. In an instant, Lin Xiao comprehended Lin Tian's sentiment. The Lin family was a prominent clan in Yun City, lacking for nothing, least of all a new garment. Uncle Tian was merely apprehensive that Lin Xiao might reject the somewhat ordinary craftsmanship of the outfit. "I will accept the garment. It is getting late now. You should return home, Uncle Tian." Lin Xiao looked at him with a warm smile, accepting the clothing from Lin Tian, who bowed slightly before departing. Suddenly, rain began to lash against the window panes, the rhythmic sound of raindrops filling the air. Inside the room, a solitary lamp flickered amidst the storm. Lin Xiao sat at the table, gently caressing the red wedding robe that Lin Tian had brought. Each stitch was crafted with care. Though the workmanship was modest, the material was exquisite and felt comforting to the touch. "Yue'er, married in 3 days?" Lin Xiao murmured to himself, his tone tinged with confusion. Everything seemed to be in order, yet why did he feel this sense of strangeness? Lin Xiao felt as though he were unwell. From his memories, all of this appeared entirely natural. He was the pride of Yun City, having firmly held Li Lang of the Li family beneath him, destined to ever look up to him. Naturally, the city's most beautiful maiden, Yue'er, would be enamored with him. His father had accomplished much for the Lin family, and given his profound cultivation, it was only fitting for him to be the head of the family. Lin Tian had always been by his father's side, caring for his daily needs since childhood. Now that he was about to embark on the journey of matrimony, he gifted himself a splendid wedding attire. Everything seemed to flow seamlessly, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within him. It is not common for one to feel such oddities, especially for someone like me, a practitioner. Such spontaneous whims must surely be attributed to some underlying cause. Lin Xiao's murmurs echoed. Zhang Kuang gripped his heavy sword, slashing it down towards the figure of Du Gui before him. "Why would you strike at me? I am your mentor. You are betraying your teacher." Du Gui gazed at Zhang Kuang in disbelief, raising his voice in inquiry. "You are not my mentor." "Well, you are my mentor, but also not my mentor." Zhang Kuang fixed his intense gaze upon Du Gui and declared loudly. Du Gui paused, seemingly perplexed by the meaning behind Zhang Kuang's words. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Du Gui retorted coldly. "Mentor, do not say you do not understand me. I do not even understand myself." Zhang Kuang bellowed in frustration, raising his sword high before bringing it down with ferocity. It appeared less like a sword strike and more akin to a blunt weapon used to crush. Nevertheless, even in such a manner, his aura remained formidable. After cleaving through Du Gui's form, Zhang Kuang found himself engulfed in confusion, witnessing a vast sea of people. Warm sunlight cascading over him as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Initially, there was silence, followed by incredulous cheers. The sudden emergence of an obscure dark horse, largely unknown to the masses, invariably incited applause. For them, the frontrunner's appearance warranted little excitement. Conversely, the unexpected arrival of a dark horse was truly worthy of celebration. Upon the high platform, the dean of the Luo City branch cast a profound glance at Chen Fong, softly remarking, "I never anticipated that the first to emerge would be a disciple from your Yunshan branch." Chen Fong's gaze followed Zhang Kuang's figure, momentarily lost in thought. He had envisioned Lin Xiao being the first, perhaps even Yun Xiao, but never Zhang Kuang. As the dean of Yunshan branch, Chen Fong might not know every disciple. Yet he remembered those with potential, and the more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Zhang Kuang indeed stood out among this cohort of newcomers. Being one of only two to receive the coveted invitation for recruitment to the Inner Academy, alongside Lin Xiao. Initially believing Lin Xiao to be the sole prodigy, he was taken aback by the delightful surprise that Zhang Kuang presented. Such a long face indeed. The expressions of the other branch deans mirrored his astonishment. Though the 4 branches of the Jixiao Academy are subordinate institutions, competition among them has always been fierce. A straightforward truth remains: the more prosperous a branch, the greater the number of disciples participating in the inner door assessments, as exemplified by the Qingshan branch, boasting over 30 slots, while Yunshan branch held merely 10. In addition, the resources allocated annually by the Jixiao Academy to the 4 major branches are intrinsically linked to the quality of their disciples. Currently, the rise of the Yunshan branch has naturally displeased the other 3 branches, for the more resources Yunshan consumes, the less remains for them. However, this is merely a stroke of luck. True merit will be revealed in the second challenge, the martial intent steel, and the third challenge, the secret realm trial. The head of the Qingshan branch stated coldly. The heads of the Luoqing and Tianhai branches nodded in agreement. It is indeed a matter of substance. The outcomes of the second and third challenges are paramount. For the first challenges, singular victory bears little significance. Chen Fong merely chuckled lightly, possessing considerable confidence in this round of inner sect assessments. Nearby, observing from the high platform, Elder Sun Wutian of the Qiang sect remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Only a fool would emerge from the heart's inquiry so effortlessly." "A fool, you say? We prefer to call that a heart of innocence. I have heard that your Qiang sect's founding ancestor, centuries ago, was also a formidable cultivator possessing such a heart. Was he not?" Chen Fong replied with a genial smile, deftly placing an unwelcome label upon Sun Wutian. It is worth noting that the current ancestor of the Qiang sect is the direct grandson of that original founder. Should this remark reach the Qiang sect, Sun Wutian may not fare well. Sun Wutian was momentarily speechless, refraining from further commentary. For the audience on the observation platform included not only the Qiang sect, but also the imperial family of the Great Zhou, 2 other sects, and numerous influential families from Tiandu City. It could be said that the most powerful cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty, perched at the apex of the social hierarchy, were gathered at this moment on the observation platform. Under such circumstances, Sun Wutian could only acquiesce. Chapter 63, Zhang Kuang Me? It is difficult to believe that the first to emerge from the heart's inquiry was Zhang Kuang of the Yunshan branch. Furthermore, he shattered the record, becoming the first cultivator in the history of Jixiao Academy to break through the illusion in merely half the time of an incense stick. Zhou Shoren proclaimed loudly. The surrounding cheers grew increasingly fervent. They were witnessing history today. "Huh, me?" Upon hearing Zhou Shoren's words, Zhang Kuang pointed at himself, his tone laced with incredulity. He really broke through the heart's inquiry? It wasn't particularly challenging. After entering, he simply attacked his mentor, Duga Yi, in a frenzy and unexpectedly found himself outside, breaking the record in the process. It seems Zhang Kuang, despite shattering the record, was still in disbelief. However, this is understandable, as he is regarded as the most resolute cultivator in centuries. We all bear witness to history at this moment. Zhou Shoren's voice grew more impassioned, amplified by spiritual energy, resonating throughout the mountain, clear to all ears. "Me? The most resolute cultivator in centuries?" Zhang Kuang exclaimed with delight. "Falsehoods, all falsehoods." Lin Xiao's eyes reddened. His expression contorted in rage as he rode upon a pure white steed, its coat unblemished by any other hue. The surrounding common folk gathered along the streets, observing with rapt attention. Though he had not regained his memories, the strange sensation within him rendered Lin Xiao restless. Soon, on the night of the grand wedding, Lin Xiao entered Yue'er's chamber with a smile, adorned in resplendent crimson attire. The bride, her head veiled in red, sat with an air of elegance. Lin Xiao delicately lifted the veil with his jade scepter before unsheathing his sword. "Husband, what are you doing?" Yue'er inquired, puzzled by his action. "I must slay you. Only in this manner can I sever the demons that plague my heart." Lin Xiao felt a dissonance within himself, as if the scene before him was a mere figment of his dreams. undeniably anticipated, yet inexplicably unsettling. Four sword cultivators. The sword they grasp is the only truth they can trust. Why must you exorcise the demons of your heart? Is this not what you have longed for? A strange smile adorned the Yue'er's face. Your father is the head of the Lin family, and you are its young master, beloved by all. Lin Xiao, who has cared for you since childhood, stands beside you in safety. And me, our betrothal has been in place since our youth. Marrying me is not your cherished dream? Her smile twisted further, as she recounted the visions of Lin Xiao's dreams. No, marrying you has never been my aspiration. Your presence merely evokes discomfort. Can you comprehend that? Lin Xiao swung his sword violently, blood splattering upon his visage, the metallic scent grounding him in reality. Is one death not sufficient? He murmured to himself. What is a demon? It is the need to annihilate all that one holds dear, for only then can one shatter the illusion. Lin Xiao's aura began to rise. His cultivation at the core formation stage now evident. In that moment, he stood as the most powerful in Yun City. Indeed, everything felt so surreal. If it were real, how could I possess such cultivation? A sinister expression crossed his face. No cultivator is indecisive, for all are stained with the deep crimson of blood. Resolute, he exited the bridal chamber, slaying any who crossed his path with a single stroke of his sword. The boundless sword chi enveloped him, and those who dared approach were reduced to a torrential downpour of blood. That night, the Lin family transformed into a realm of torment. The family members, elders, and guests who had come to celebrate, along with Lin Xiao, who had cared for him for years, fell victim to his wrath, until Lin Xiao stood before his father. Lin father observed him, dragging his sword, his bright red attire shining vividly, with a serene expression. Xiao, may I inquire why you are doing this? Lin father asked calmly. Without the madness Lin Xiao had anticipated, only tranquility and indifference. You are an illusion. All of this is a facade. My purpose is to rectify it. Lin Xiao's voice softened, gaining a semblance of calm. Is that so? So I am but a figment. Lin father gazed at his wrist, and upon Lin Xiao's revelation, his form rapidly dissipated into countless specks of starlight. Lin Xiao's eyes reddened further, yet his body stood resolute like a spear, unwavering in its stance. As the sunlight bathed Lin Xiao, his memories began to resurface. The disciple from the Yunshan branch emerged from the Wenqin Pass, securing the 7th position. Standing on another high platform, Zhou Shuren's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the area. 7th place, you say? Lin Xiao momentarily paused, yet he felt no disappointment. He was not one to chase after 1st place. As long as he could enter the inner academy, he was indifferent even if he ranked last. Junior brother, over here. Zhang Kuang called out eagerly upon seeing Lin Xiao's arrival. Not far from Zhang Kuang stood the graceful Yin Xiao. You all made it. Which place did you come out in, senior brother? Lin Xiao inquired, glancing at Zhang Kuang and nodding at Yin Xiao. I was the first to emerge. Zhang Kuang exclaimed, his face brimming with joy, resembling a child eager to boast about a good exam result to his family. Moreover, our Zhang senior brother is now celebrated as the one with the most steadfast Dao heart in the past few centuries at the Jixia Academy. Yin Xiao chimed in with a giggle, covering her mouth. Really? Lin Xiao questioned, doubting his hearing. While Zhang Kuang's Dao heart was indeed stable, elevating him to the status of the most resolute in centuries felt somewhat excessive. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. Not quite. Zhang Kuang truly shattered the record at Jixia Academy, taking merely half a stick of incense to successfully navigate the Wenqin Pass. Yin Xiao gently clarified. Senior brother. That is impressive. Lin Xiao praised sincerely. Despite his own exceptional talent and combat prowess, he recognized that he could not achieve what Zhang Kuang had accomplished. At least not in surpassing the record of the Wenqin Pass. Under normal circumstances, junior brother, you wouldn't have taken so long, would you? Yin Xiao asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. She was well acquainted with Lin Xiao and believed his Dao heart to be resolute. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into the forbidden zones of the Great Zhou dynasty during his time in the transformation realm. Chapter 64, A Ray of Light Indeed. Upon entering the Wenqin Pass, I sensed something peculiar shortly thereafter, yet I lingered for a while longer, for it was a life I had long dreamt of experiencing. A bittersweet smile graced Lin Xiao's lips as he closed his eyes, seemingly savoring everything from the Wenqin Pass. Seeing Lin Xiao in such a state, Yin Xiao felt a twinge of sympathy. She recalled that despite his youth, Lin Xiao had already encountered the world's malice. Lin junior brother, all of this is behind us. We must look forward. Yin Xiao spoke softly. Sister Xiao is absolutely right. It is indeed time to move ahead. Lin Xiao nodded, smiling. Lin Xiao gathered insights about those who had emerged earlier and realized that none of the so-called favorites were among them. Individuals like himself, Li Chun from the Luoqing branch, and Yang Feng from the Qingshan branch were not the first to exit. Instead, several unfamiliar names began to shine. These individuals are destined to achieve greatness in the future. In the depths of Lin Xiao's contemplation, he pondered that while innate talent plays a significant role in determining a cultivator's future, the strength of one's heart on the path is equally vital. A formidable individual may lack extraordinary talent, yet without a steadfast heart, they can never ascend to true power. As another incense stick burned away, most cultivators had emerged from the heart-questioning pass, with renowned golden core cultivators stepping forth without exception. Presently, approximately one-third of the cultivators remained within the heart-questioning pass, having been eliminated. Those who successfully passed the first trial would proceed to the second challenge at the martial intent steel, proclaimed Zhou Shuren loudly. Among the eliminated third, nearly 40 individuals, including several highly capable disciples, were found. Under Zhou Shuren's guidance, the 70 or so cultivators who had triumphed over the heart-questioning pass gathered at the foot of a mountain. Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings and noticed 3 towering stone steels, each exuding an ancient aura, inscribed with a multitude of characters. These steels represented the martial intent steel, containing sword techniques chronicled by sword cultivators, physical cultivation methods recorded by formidable body cultivators, and the final steel detailing a unique movement technique. Zhou Shuren glanced at the assembly with a smile, inquiring, "What is it that we must do?" The curious Zhang Kuang posed the question. "You are to select one of the martial intent steels, transcribe the knowledge inscribed upon it, and then ascend the 1,000 stone steps to reach the summit platform." Zhou Shuren explained. "Is it truly that simple?" Zhang Kuang responded, puzzled. "It is certainly not merely that easy. Before you complete the ascent of the 1,000 steps, you must at least grasp the essence of what you have read from the martial intent steel. I do not expect you to achieve full mastery, but you must attain a foundational understanding." Zhou Shuren smiled lightly. "How many shall be eliminated this time?" Someone inquired, perplexed. "Well, there are approximately 70 of you remaining now. I do not intend to eliminate too many this time. A reduction of 20 will suffice." Zhou Shuren chuckled. A chill ran through everyone as they realized that the first 2 trials had already halved their number. Additionally, all were aware that only 30 would gain entrance to the inner academy in the final trial, a long-standing rule of the Jixia Academy. Each entrance examination to the inner academy has historically seen a rejection rate of 70 to nearly 80%, ensuring that every generation of disciples possesses abilities that exceed the minimum standards. However, I must offer you one piece of advice. The 1,000 steps are not to be underestimated," Zhou Shuren remarked, a smile playing on his lips. The disciples could sense a hint of mockery in his tone. Lin Xiao approached the martial intent steel, instinctively drawn to the sword technique. One line of heaven? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This sword technique, named One Line of Heaven, was created by a powerful sword cultivator during their time as a disciple at the Jixia Academy. After thorough evaluation by experts, it had been confirmed as a high-grade mysterious sword technique. The essence of this sword technique lies in the moment the sword is drawn, unleashing an unparalleled surge of sword energy, formidable in might, and possessing a lethality that rivals the profound tier sword techniques. In terms of sheer destructive power, this technique, known as a line of sky, is not inferior to certain low-grade earth-tier sword arts. Lin Xiao gazed hungrily at the inscriptions etched upon the martial intent steel, his current most profound sword technique being the 13 waves of overlapping swords, which, without a doubt, is exceedingly powerful. Particularly, the 12th and 13th strikes possess a killing force even more formidable than that of a line of sky. Yet, the drawback of this technique is its lengthy execution time, necessitating a strike that begins from the first sword. What I currently lack is precisely the instantaneous lethality exhibited by a line of sky. Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming joy within him, as if he had been gifted a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Those who practice the sect's sword techniques experience progress without retreat. Once a sword is drawn, each must accept their fate. Before long, Lin Xiao committed the entirety of this sword technique to memory. "Junior brother Lin, how are you finding it? Have you memorized it all?" Zhang Kuang inquired. Glancing at Lin Xiao, "I have memorized it. The text of this sword technique is quite succinct, comprising only a few hundred characters." Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Zhang Kuang continued, "This technique suits me well. My strength is formidable, and with this sword art, my power will only amplify." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of envy towards Zhang Kuang, whose physical strength was so impressive that he resembled a martial artist more than a swordsman. One might even question if he was a body cultivator. However, such prowess cannot be acquired through envy alone. It is contingent upon one's innate talent. "What is Sister Xiao Xiao studying?" Lin Xiao inquired curiously. "I am learning a body technique," also of profound tier upper grade. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. The upper grade profound tier is no trivial skill. Within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, few possess it. Even Lin Xiao, the young lady of the Tianbao Tower, lacks an upper grade body technique. Noticing that Zhou Shoren had not yet urged them, the three gathered to converse. Sister Xiao, you are well informed. Do you know what the third challenge entails? Lin Xiao asked. I am unaware of the specifics, based on past conventions. The third challenge is either a competition for rankings on the martial platform or an entry into a small world opened by a powerful being, where one hunts beasts and gathers spiritual herbs to earn points. Lin Xiao shook her head and explained. The former involves individual combat, while the latter requires teamwork, with points determining the victor. Lin Xiao pondered thoughtfully, glancing at the distant martial arena. It should be a competition on the martial platform. Given that it has been set up, he suggested. Not necessarily. The mere presence of the martial platform does not imply that we are to engage in combat. Each internal assessment requires the platform to be brought out. Lin Xiao countered. So, is this martial platform merely a ruse? Lin Xiao smiled. Indeed. It is highly likely a diversion. Even Zhou Shoren does not know if the third challenge will be an individual or team battle. Lin Xiao chuckled. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and surveyed their surroundings, perplexed. Is it true that only the three of us remain from the Yunshan branch? Indeed. We are the only three left. The others were eliminated by the first challenge, the Heart's Inquiry. Beside him, Zhang Kuang remarked with bravado. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. He had initially intended to observe the prowess of several of his former disciples from the past few days, yet to his dismay, they all fell at the first hurdle. It was no wonder that the Yunshan branch consistently ranked at the bottom. Given the quality of its students, anything else would have been surprising. Suddenly, Lin Xiao sensed a gaze brimming with malice directed at him. Following the line of sight, he beheld a burly man, who ominously gestured across his neck with his hand. Next to this imposing figure stood a woman with an alluring figure, yet possessing an innocent countenance, contrasting sharply with her demeanor as she flirtatiously posed beside him. Who are they? Lin Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. That is Li Chun from the Luoqing branch, and the other is his sister, Li, replied Lin Xiao. Casting a discerning glance, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. I have not encountered them personally, but I recall their profiles. Li Chun is the only core formation cultivator from the Luoqing branch. Although his sister is at the 9th level of the transformation realm, she possesses combat abilities akin to the early stage of core formation. Indeed, with your inclusion, there are a total of 7 core formation cultivators this time. Marking this cohort as the most prestigious in recent intersect assessments, Lin Xiao whispered. That is of no concern. He previously visited the Wang residence, where Zhao Tianlan intended to deploy individuals against me. I have accepted this challenge. By the third round, I shall deal with both of them. A sinister smile crept across Lin Xiao's face as he cast a glance at the Li siblings, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As a swordsman, one must cultivate a measure of malice within before engaging in swordplay. Only then can one be deemed a true swordsman. This Lin Xiao is rather formidable. I sense a chilling aura about him, Li remarked, instinctively shuddering at the murderous gaze emanating from Lin Xiao. Although she had faced core formation cultivators before, encountering Lin Xiao at the early stage felt akin to confronting a fearsome primordial beast. Fear not, he is a core formation cultivator and a renowned prodigy at that. His strength is to be expected. For the sake of that body tempering technique and the spirit stones, we cannot retreat. Li Chen's expression grew increasingly fierce. He was not the type to falter in the face of a formidable opponent. After all, he too was perceived as quite fearsome by others. Brother's right. Li gritted her teeth and nodded resolutely. Aside from the Li siblings, core formation cultivators from the Qingqing and Tianhai branches had also taken notice of Lin Xiao. Their eyes filled with animosity towards this rising disciple from the Yunshan branch. None wished to see their own branch's quotas diminish, and thus, they silently conspired to suppress Lin Xiao, ensuring that the Yunshan branch returned to its rightful place. It appears you have garnered quite a bit of attention. Lin Xiao mused with a smile, though a hint of worry marred her features. With so many watching Lin Xiao, the third round would indeed be challenging. Fear not. To evoke jealousy is the hallmark of a genius. Do I truly care for this mere stepping stone? Lin Xiao declared confidently. At that moment, he resembled a resplendent divine sword, sharp and imposing. As the gathered crowd seemed to have memorized the inscriptions on the martial intent steel and were now engaged in idle chatter, Zhou Shoren announced that they should begin ascending the steps, stating that he would await them at the top. After his declaration, he departed from the scene. Lin Xiao, accompanied by Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang, commenced their ascent. The stone steps were notably spacious, allowing 60 or 70 individuals to climb together while still appearing rather desolate. Upon Lin Xiao's first step onto the stairs, his expression subtly altered. The ascent proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. As soon as he reached the first tier of the stone steps, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. No wonder there was a need to experience the martial techniques inscribed on the steel while simultaneously resisting this formidable pressure. Lin Xiao murmured to himself before proceeding to the second tier. The journey up the stairs was not as effortless as one might envision. With a total of 1,000 steps, there were 10 layers of oppressive force, each growing increasingly intense. By the later stages, these prodigies would scarcely have time to contemplate the martial techniques. Zhou Shoren stood upon a high platform, where a vast luminous screen materialized before him, reflecting the figures of cultivators steadily ascending the steps. This was the reflection stone, a precious artifact capable of displaying real-time conditions within the arena, which would also be utilized in the forthcoming third challenge. Zhou Shoren's words illuminated the minds of the dignitaries and cultivators present in the stands. It became evident why the Jixiao Academy stood apart from the three major sects. Its internal assessments were significantly more rigorous than those of the so-called three sections. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the relative strengths of various factions were unmistakable. At the pinnacle were the royal family and the Jixiao Academy, followed by the three major sects, with various noble families scattered throughout the dynasty trailing thereafter. The Jixiao Academy has always adhered to the principle of inclusivity in education. As long as one possesses aspirations and the aptitude for cultivation, they may enroll their children in the branches located throughout the land. Zhou Shoren began to promote the Jixiao Academy. An elderly man with a youthful visage, seated atop the platform, struggled to maintain his composed demeanor upon hearing Zhou Shoren's remarks. Was it necessary for Zhou Shoren to be so forthright in his recruitment efforts? His bluntness might lead one to believe that the Jixiao Academy was devoid of new disciples. Director Chun, the disciples participating in this inner gate trial possess exceptional qualifications, especially that Lin Xiao, who I hold in high regard. The elder directed his gaze toward Chen Feng, his face breaking into a warm smile. Starting next year, we will increase the cultivation resources allocated to the Yunshan branch by 50%. Thank you, Vice President. Chen Feng exclaimed, filled with delight. The Yunshan branch had been languishing in recent years, partly due to the inadequate qualifications of newly recruited blood, but also as a result of the declining cultivation resources provided by the Jixiao Academy. The essence of cultivation lies not merely in talent or determination, but in the availability of resources. Without sufficient cultivation resources, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. The Vice President's declaration solidified this promise. After all, within the Jixiao Academy, while the President held the highest position, everyone knew that it was the Vice President who wielded true authority, with the President often secluded in solitary cultivation. Certainly, apart from the Cloud Mountain branch, the Green Mountain branch is also commendable, and the Sky Sea branch has improved compared to previous years. However, the city of Los Academy remains unchanged. The words of the Vice Dean floated lightly into the air. Chapter 66, a declaration to all upon hearing the Vice Dean's remarks. The President of the city of Los branch turned pale, his lips quivering as if he wished to voice a protest, yet found himself at a loss for words. The Vice Dean regarded him and gently inquired, "If you have any grievances, please feel free to express them, as all four branch presidents are present here." "No, Vice Dean. I have no grievances," the President of the city of Los branch hastily replied. "Very well, since there are no grievances. The training resources for the city of Los branch will be reduced by 30%, and 10 slots for inner disciples will be allocated for the Cloud City branch. Do you have any objections to this?" "No." He quickly shook his head. The Vice Dean's inquiry regarding his objections was not a request for feedback, but rather a notification. The consequences of dissent were unimaginable. Since there are no objections, let us continue to observe the performance of this generation's new blood as they ascend. The Vice Dean spoke softly, his profound gaze directed toward the stone steps. The pressure from the first to the 100th stone step was uniform. At this stage, the cultivators ascending faced minimal pressure, allowing them to contemplate the techniques they had seen on the martial intent steel, with some even able to execute them while ascending. As they began to approach the 200th stone step, some found it challenging to maintain dual focus. "This ascension is rather intriguing," Lin Xiao remarked, his expression largely unchanged. Thus far, the ascent had not posed significant pressure upon him. At least the first 9 levels of steps do not exert much pressure on a cultivator of your caliber in the core formation realm. Yun Xiaoxiao commented. "The first 9 levels? Aren't there a total of 1,000 stone steps?" Zhang Kuang asked, somewhat perplexed. "Every 100 stone steps is considered a level. This is a commonly accepted understanding," Yun Xiaoxiao clarified. being the young mistress of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. She possessed a greater knowledge of the Jixiao Academy than Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang. However, I am not feeling much pressure this time. The movement technique on the martial intent steel suits me quite well. I can barely execute it now, but it should suffice, Yin Xiao continued, glancing around. Many cultivators from the other branches fared worse than she did, with some turning pale after just reaching the second level. While her innate talent may not rival Lin Xiao's, she was still comparable to Zhang Kuang, who was regarded as the most gifted disciple of the Cloud Mountain branch in recent years. Sister Xiao, if the third challenge is a personal battle, I fear I may not be of much assistance to you, Lin Xiao said apologetically as he continued his ascent. That's all right. Lin Xiao, please do not underestimate me. I am also a cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm, Yuan Xiao declared, her aura rising dramatically, revealing her cultivation level. Lin Xiao sensed the newfound energy emanating from Yuan Xiao and was somewhat astonished. Prior to the inner trials at the Jixiao Academy, she had only been at the 8th level of the transformation realm, yet she had ascended to the 9th level in such a short period. It seems that Sister Xiao is under considerable pressure, Lin Xiao remarked. I have compelling reasons to become an inner disciple of the Jixiao Academy. A hint of determination graced Yuan Xiao's delicate visage. Lin Xiao fell into a momentary silence, fully aware of Yuan Xiao's motivations for aspiring to join the inner circle of the Jixiao Academy. Previously, Yuan Anshan had confided in him that the imperial family had set its sights on Tianbao Tower. To evade the imperial gaze, Yin Xiao, as the esteemed young lady of Tianbao Tower, must inevitably secure her position as an inner disciple of Jixiao Academy. Only in this way would the imperial family regard Tianbao Tower with caution. Tianbao Tower has established an extensive network throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, with branches in every major city. It is immensely wealthy and houses a myriad of rare treasures, many of which the imperial family does not possess. Under such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for Tianbao Tower to attract attention. Furthermore, there is Zhao Tianlan, a member of the imperial family, who has been particularly attentive to Sister Xiao, likely driven by envy towards Tianbao Tower. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, coming to a realization. As a member of the imperial family, Zhao Tianlan cannot be underestimated. No royal would overlook the opportunity to ascend to the throne, and with the backing of Tianbao Tower, his chances of becoming emperor would significantly increase. As long as it is not a personal duel, I shall exert every effort to assist you, Sister Xiao, in entering the inner sanctum of Jixiao Academy. Lin Xiao spoke softly. Thank you, junior brother Lin, Yuan Xiao replied, unable to suppress a smile. Sister Xiao, brother Zhang, I shall strive with all my might. Lin Xiao displayed a smile as he spoke. Go forth, junior brother Lin, Yuan Xiao said, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Junior brother Lin, seize the first place, and let the other branches, the imperial family, the 3 great sects, and all the dignitaries witness that our Yun City branch shall not languish at the bottom this year. Zhang Kuang bellowed fiercely. His voice attracted the attention of other cultivators ascending the steps. Some laughed, others appeared indifferent, while some displayed shock or disdain. Yet, regardless of the gazes, none could sway Zhang Kuang, nor could they affect Lin Xiao. I will proclaim to all that the Yun City branch shall no longer be the tail end of the 4 major branches. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Whether it be Dugu, Yi, or Chen Fong, he treated them both favorably. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was only natural for him, as a specially recruited student of the Yun City branch, to emerge as the top candidate in this inner disciple assessment. Moreover, the rewards for achieving first place are exceedingly generous. Lin Xiao effortlessly ascended the 3rd and 4th tiers, feeling little pressure. He had now secured the 3rd position, with the 2 ahead of him being Yang Feng from the Qingqing branch, hailed as the most talented cultivator in its history, and Li Chun from the Luoqing branch. Although Li Chun was the sole core formation cultivator in this assessment, this did not imply weakness. Yang Feng was currently on the 6th tier, climbing towards the 7th set of steps with little to no hindrance, while Li Chun remained on the 5th tier, appearing equally untroubled. Lin Xiao's expression remained impassive, yet his pace quickened with each step. The narrow passage suited him perfectly. He required no time to comprehend while ascending. After a mere glance, he was able to apply what he had seen. Although mastery eluded him, achieving a foundational understanding was hardly a formidable task. It was reasonable to assume that Yang Feng and Li Chun shared Lin Xiao's aptitude, as they were all the most talented disciples from their respective divisions. Could they possibly accelerate further? Li Chun's countenance darkened slightly as he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao's increasing speed from the corner of his eye. If he were to surpass me, wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? Chapter 67. Flee for your life. Li Chun found this outcome unacceptable, as did everyone from the Luo City division. It was well known that, aside from the Yun City Division, the Luo City Division languished at the bottom. Should Lin Xiao overtake him, the Luo City Division would suffer a tremendous embarrassment in this internal trial. Resolute, Li Chun gritted his teeth and, disregarding the turbulent energy within him, pressed forward with greater speed. The moment he accelerated, Yang Feng, who had been leading, felt the pressure as well. What is happening? Why does everyone seem to be frantically trying to catch up to me? Yang Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. He was already at his limit, and any further acceleration would jeopardize his stability, risking injury. The Qingqing division had secured first place for several consecutive sessions. It was unthinkable that, during this era of their most exceptional disciple, they would lose their standing. With a sigh, Yang Feng resolved to follow Li Chun's lead, willing to endure the risks of instability and injury to hasten his pace. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded before all. The top 3 climbers exerted all their strength to ascend, while those behind them climbed at a sluggish pace. Lin Xiao was surely destined not to claim first place, the members of the Qingyang sect remarked. I too believe Lin Xiao cannot achieve first. I assure you with the perspective of our royal lineage. Zhao Tianlan asserted fervently. With a gentle smile, Chen Feng remarked. I care not whether Lin Xiao can secure first place. I only hope our Yun City division does not finish last this year. The pressure he had faced was immense, especially after the Yun City division's continuous bottom placements, to the extent that voices within the Jixiao Academy had called for the dissolution of the Yun City division. Such a result was intolerable to him. At last, he could finally sleep soundly. The head of the Tianhai division felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. Despite ranking second in the number of core formation disciples, they had no presence in the top 5. The 4th and 5th positions were occupied by disciples from the Qingqing division. Regardless of the circumstances, our Tianhai division has produced 2 disciples of core formation. It surely cannot be us who finish last, the head of the Tianhai division said with a smile. Subsequently, all eyes on the observation platform turned toward the head of the Luo City division. What do you think I mean by this? Although our Luo City branch this year boasts only 1 cultivator at the dance stage, which pales in comparison to previous years, we still rank second. The director of the Luo City branch's expression darkened slightly as he spoke coldly. What do you mean by ranking second? The director of the Qing City branch retorted with dissatisfaction. Indeed, we at the Yun City branch hold the first position in the Heart Wisdom Gate. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng chimed in, reveling in the unfolding drama. The director of the Luo City branch contemplated a rebuttal, for it could be argued that Li Chen currently ranks second among the ascending candidates, yet the words stuck in his throat. The reason was simple, apart from Zhao Tianlan. All present were powerful cultivators capable of discerning each other's depths at a glance. Although Li Chun presently ranks second, he appeared to be faltering, seemingly injured and bearing the backlash of the oppressive force from the stone steps. The 3rd challenge has yet to commence. Even if the performance is lacking now, it does not signify that our Luo City branch has truly exhausted its capabilities. The director of the Luo City branch declared with a darkened expression. How can a cultivator's potential be judged solely by immediate circumstances? Such sentiments poured forth in a rush. In a state of agitation, the director of the Luo City branch grew desperate. The gathered luminaries, well aware that the director's bravado was merely a facade, erupted in laughter, filling the air with a light-hearted atmosphere. On the 9th tier of the steps, the 3 contenders had now reached the final tier. Their previous gaps reduced to less than 10 stone steps. Leading the trio was Yang Feng, who, without a doubt, is the most formidable genius in the history of the Qing City branch, maintaining his lead until the 9th tier where the distance began to close. Yet, even he wore a pained expression. The pressure at this level was formidable, causing even this prodigy to pale slightly, though his breath remained steady. Second was Li Chun, whose complexion had turned a ghastly white, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. His breath a chaotic mess. Following him was Lin Xiao, whose expression remained largely unchanged. The pressure, while somewhat obstructive, was not as burdensome as he had anticipated. The boundless sword bone bestowed upon him remarkable resilience against pressure. After all, he was often mistaken for a physical cultivator during battles. And while his physique may not rival that of a pure physical cultivator, it was certainly beyond that of an ordinary sword cultivator. Li Chun, I hear you've entered Zhao Tianlan's royal residence, seeking to contend with me, yet now you appear on the brink of collapse. As if you could fall at any moment, Lin Xiao taunted, calm and collected. He was not a magnanimous individual. Having wronged him, one should not expect forgiveness. For he held firm to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Xiao, you are not faring any better, Li Chun retorted, turning his head, his expression rigid as he swallowed the words he intended to speak. Lin Xiao was indeed not suffering. Among the 3, he displayed the most composure. seemingly unaffected by the mounting pressure. Hey, Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, uttering no words yet conveying much. He calmly passed by Li Chun and stood before him. Do not worry. In the second round, striking is prohibited, so I shall await you in the third round. At that time, feel free to escape for your life. Who knows, I might suddenly show mercy and spare you. Lin Xiao smiled, his pearly white teeth appearing to Li Chun like a gaping maw. Li Chun's complexion grew even paler, but he quickly regained his resolve, declaring fiercely, Lin Xiao, I am a body cultivator, and you are a sword cultivator. Indeed. Among all cultivators, sword cultivators possess the greatest lethality. However, should we body cultivators seize an opportunity, a mere punch can easily dispatch a sword cultivator. This was not mere bravado from Li Chun. Within the realm of cultivation, what he said held true. But can you catch me? Lin Xiao slightly turned his head, glancing back at Li Chun, chuckling softly before continuing his ascent. Young Feng, I have long heard of your great name. On my very first day in Tiandu, I was told you are the dark horse of this round. Now, I see that indeed, the title is well-deserved. Lin Xiao remarked calmly, his demeanor towards Yang Feng markedly more amiable compared to his confrontational stance with Li Chun. Is that so? I find your words more akin to mockery. Ever since you emerged, the praises once lavished upon me now seem to deride me, Yang Feng replied, his expression serene. For he too was a sword cultivator and could sense the terrifying sword intent emanating from Lin Xiao. Thus, when others from Qingcheng Academy spoke of easily eliminating the Yun City Academy, a solemnity crossed his face. No, facing me, your defeat is not a disgrace. Lin Xiao's lips curled upward slightly, his confidence palpable. It seems only natural for someone like you to possess such sword intent. Yang Feng, upon hearing Lin Xiao's tone, felt no anger. A sword cultivator must possess the sharpness of a fine blade and an indomitable spirit. Otherwise, how could one be deemed a worthy sword cultivator? Lin Xiao's demeanor indeed resembled that of a sword cultivator, and Yang Feng was no less formidable. Given your current state, you could still accelerate, couldn't you? Why not hasten and seize that first place? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. Unlike Li Chun's desperation, Yang Feng still retained ample will and stamina. He could indeed attempt to vie for first in the second round. It is meaningless, even if the weights of the first and second rounds are combined. They do not surpass that of the third round. As long as I claim first in the third, I shall be the victor. To risk injury for a slim chance at first place now seems foolish to me, Yang Feng replied with a calm demeanor. In this inner academy assessment, I find you quite impressive, the most talented individual I have encountered. The accolades from your academy have not been exaggerated, Lin Xiao softly stated, then surpassed Yang Feng. As the pressure escalated to its peak, Yang Feng gazed at Lin Xiao with fervent intensity, murmuring to himself, in the presence of such a formidable creature as you, to contend with you is a worthy endeavor. Even death would be without regret. Since his arrival at the Qingcheng branch, Yang Feng had encountered no rivals. He had anticipated that the forthcoming examination in the inner academy would follow suit, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiao emerged like a comet, igniting a rare spark of battle spirit within Yang Feng, who had long been devoid of pressure. As they ascended the final 9 levels of stone steps, Lin Xiao's expression turned fierce, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The sound of his bones cracking echoed around him. He endeavored to stabilize his breath, yet his vital energy began to falter uncontrollably. Truly, this was the second trial of the Jixia Academy, a pressure of such magnitude. Lin Xiao grinned widely, disregarding the cries of his body as he pressed onward. This torment was trivial to him. Only 3 steps remained. He must advance. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Xiao's internal spiritual energy roared. A formidable aura surged upwards like a sharp sword, cleaving through the omnipresent pressure and creating a narrow rift. With a series of rapid steps, he ascended to the summit platform. The oppressive weight suddenly lifted, and Lin Xiao felt as if his body had grown significantly lighter. Momentarily taken aback by the sensation, once he regained his composure, Lin Xiao cupped his hands in respect toward a middle-aged man. This man was responsible for overseeing the techniques they had studied on the martial intent steel during the second trial. Senior, I have learned the technique known as Skyward Line, Lin Xiao stated. Then demonstrate it before me. A sword cultivator of your caliber is a rarity not only within our Jixia Academy, but throughout the entire great Zhou dynasty. The middle-aged man responded kindly, nodding at Lin Xiao. Having witnessed the entire ascent, he regarded Lin Xiao favorably, confident that upon entering the inner academy, Lin Xiao would soar to great heights. The inner academy of Jixia Academy, in comparison to the 4 major branches, far surpasses them in terms of instruction, resources for cultivation, and breadth of knowledge. He had observed many prodigies from the branches, witnessing them topple the talents nurtured within the inner academy since childhood. Indeed, aside from the 4 branches, If the mentors of the inner academy discover promising individuals, they would bring them directly into the inner academy for cultivation. Moreover, the elite from various esteemed families would also utilize their connections to secure placements in the inner academy. After all, the realm of cultivation is not solely about combat. It is also steeped in human connections and social intricacies, and even the seemingly transcendent Jixiao Academy is not exempt from such norms. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, then drew the low-grade spiritual weapon bestowed upon him by Dugu Yi, unleashing a swift strike. A terrifying sword aura radiated with a sharp gleam, cleaving forcefully through the empty space ahead, dissipating only after traveling a considerable distance. His understanding was commendable, and the power he exhibited was formidable, comparable to that of a sword cultivator who had practiced this technique for a month. Satisfied with Lin Xiao's demonstration of skyward line, the middle-aged man nodded approvingly, recognizing that this year had indeed brought forth several promising talents. I share the same surname as you, Lin, and my name is Lin Yufan. I serve as a mentor in the inner court, primarily instructing conventional cultivators. If you wish to join me here, you are most welcome. Lin Yufan smiled at Lin Xiao. Mentor Lin, I am a sword cultivator, Lin Xiao replied awkwardly. He found it absurd to seek guidance from Lin Yufan, who taught conventional cultivators. What could he possibly learn there? It's unfortunate. However, the inner court does have a sword mentor, though I am uncertain if he would accept you. As he is somewhat reclusive, Lin Yufan mused without showing any irritation. Only one. A hint of disappointment crossed Lin Xiao's face. Indeed, just one. It is well known that our great Zhou dynasty is severely lacking in sword cultivators. Young man, do you know how many sword cultivators we have in this inner door assessment? Lin Yufan's words became more abundant, possibly due to his favorable impression of Lin Xiao. 10. Lin Xiao contemplated before responding. Among the more than 100 disciples, there must surely be 10 sword cultivators, right? 3. 2 from the Yun City branch and 1 from the Qing City branch. Only the 3 of you possess the qualifications of a sword cultivator, though this is already commendable compared to previous years. Lin Yufan lamented. For reasons unknown, sword cultivators in the great Zhou dynasty have always been scarce. In past years, there were even instances where not a single sword cultivator existed, and some sword cultivators chose to transition to conventional or body cultivators. Such circumstances are unavoidable, as the inner court's sole sword mentor may not necessarily desire new students. Without a teacher's guidance, transitioning to another path becomes the only option. Standing behind Lin Yufan, Lin Xiao felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, sensing that perhaps the unfavorable feng shui of the great Zhou dynasty contributed to the scarcity of sword cultivators. During his time at the Yun City branch, there was only the solitary sword mentor, Dugu Yi, who had joined the Yun City branch partway through. Although many cultivators wield swords, this does not equate to being a sword cultivator. Without the innate talent for swordsmanship, no amount of effort would suffice. This explains Lin Yufan's assertion that this cohort comprises merely 3 sword cultivators. Lin Xiao, Zhang Kuang, and Yang Feng. Only these 3 possessed the qualifications of a sword cultivator. Soon after, Yang Feng arrived, exhibiting a more chaotic aura than Lin Xiao. After regaining his composure, he attempted the celestial sword technique. Though both his speed and power fell short of Lin Xiao's, akin to a sword cultivator practicing for half a month, as per Lin Yufan's assessment. Nevertheless, even this was a rare sight. When the third cultivator, Li Chun, stepped forward, he barely managed to execute a set of techniques practiced by body cultivators before collapsing. After inspecting him, Lin Yufan shook his head slightly, stating his spirit was impacted, coupled with anger and injury, which led to his fainting. A night's rest will suffice. With that, Lin Yufan administered a blood-replenishing pill to Li Chun, continuing to stand there as Li Chun remained unconscious. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. The fourth individual to step forward surprised Lin Xiao. It was Yun Xiao. Sister Xiao? Lin Xiao inquired curiously, gazing at Yun Xiao. Ascending the ranks is far from equitable. For the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the impact endured. It is noteworthy that apart from the top 3, there are 4 others whose cultivation exceeds that of Yun Xiao. I have previously mentioned my compelling reasons for aspiring to become an inner sect disciple. The better one performs in the first 2 trials, the greater the chance of being admitted to the inner academy, even if one falters in the third, is it not? Yun Xiao's complexion was exceedingly pale, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Had she ascended gradually, even in a state of disarray, she would not have bled. Subsequently, Yun Xiao executed the movement techniques she had mastered, prompting Lin Yufan to offer a commendable assessment. She certainly surpassed Li Chun, who lay incapacitated. Then came other cultivators at the core formation stage, until a voice shattered the tranquility. Brother, what has happened to my brother? Lili cried out, her hair disheveled upon seeing Li Chun unconscious on the ground. Her once pure and charming visage was now ashen, her aura diminished to the utmost. Lin Xiao's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Li, while Yang Feng's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Xiao, unwavering. Why do you keep staring at me? I assure you, I possess no unsavory habits. Lin Xiao replied cautiously. The intensity of Yang Feng's gaze was becoming unbearable, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. I wish to challenge you in the third round. May I? Yang Feng stated, his eyes locked on Lin Xiao. You want to challenge me in the third round? Of course, but could you refrain from that piercing gaze? It might lead others to misunderstand our intentions. Lin Xiao remarked, casting a glance at Yang Feng. What misunderstanding? Yang Feng queried, perplexed. What are you two discussing? My brother is in this state, and you still engage in idle chatter? Li seethed, her fury igniting upon witnessing Lin Xiao and Yang Feng conversing casually. Both Lin Xiao and Yang Feng exchanged a glance with Li, yet chose to ignore her, maintaining their stoic positions behind Lin Yufan. Enough. Your brother is in this condition due to his own arrogance. Had he not been so reckless, he would be fine. Lin Yufan stated, furrowing his brows. After his words, Zhang Kuang arrived, his physique robust, and his breathing stable as he did not rush. Lin Yufan observed Zhang Kuang's application of the technique, a glimpse of heaven, and nodded slightly, saying, well executed. It seems you have a strong affinity for this swordsmanship. Lin Yufan then announced, first place, Lin Xiao from Yun City Branch. Second place, Yang Feng from Qing City Branch. Third place, Li Chun from Luo City Branch. Fourth place, Yun Xiaoxiao from Yun City Branch. This year, the Yun City Branch has indeed outperformed previous years significantly, a testament to the efforts of Dean Shun. Upon hearing the rankings, the Vice Dean smiled at Chen Fong. Among the top 10, 3 hailed from the Yun City Branch, with 1 securing the first place. The first trial, the Heart's Inquiry, and the second trial, the Martial Intent Tablet and Heavenly Ladder, were dominated by the Yun City Branch, indicating that this year may hold the greatest promise for them yet. Listening to the words of the Vice President, Chen Fong appeared as if he had savored an exquisite vintage wine, a smile gracing his face as he hastily gestured. It is all thanks to the Vice President's wise guidance. What do you mean by my wise guidance? I have no ties to the Cloud City Branch. It is your own merit that has brought you here. The Vice President replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. The expressions of the other 3 major branches were increasingly grim, with only the Tianhai branch maintaining a semblance of normalcy, as they had long grown accustomed to their middling status. Zhao Tianlan's countenance was particularly grim. He had just heard that Yun Xiaoxiao had secured the 4th position. As long as she did not encounter a core formation expert in the final challenge, her entry into the inner court was virtually assured. If Yun Xiaoxiao were to enter the inner court, I would be even further from obtaining her, and without her, I would lose the support of Tianbao Tower. A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Tianlan's eyes. He knew he had to take decisive action. As per tradition, the first day consisted of the Heart's Trial and the Martial Will Monument, while the third trial would commence the following day, allowing him some time to maneuver tonight. Not to mention, as the favored grandson of the current emperor, he had access to considerable resources within the royal palace. The members of the Qingyang sect were also looking notably dismayed. The more brilliant Lin Xiao shone, the more uncomfortable they became, as if he had already vanquished several of their elders. Sun Wutian's expression darkened further. If Lin Xiao were to falter, he could privately exert pressure on the Jixiao Academy to relinquish Lin Xiao. He was confident that, should Jixiao Academy possess any sense, they would not jeopardize their standing for the sake of a mere average disciple. Suddenly, Sun Wutian caught a glance. He and Zhao Tianlan exchanged knowing looks. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let Zhou Shuren announce that today's trials will come to a temporary halt, with the third challenge commencing tomorrow. The Vice President declared before vanishing from sight. In the heavenly capital, at Yanlai Tower, a favored establishment of the royal family, renowned for its privacy and cherished by the nobility, Zhao Tianlan smiled as he addressed elder son. We share a common adversary. I believe collaboration would be mutually beneficial. What kind of collaboration? Sun Wutian poured himself a drink, non-committally replying. You provide manpower, and I will furnish intelligence. Tonight, we take the opportunity to eliminate Lin Xiao. Zhao Tianlan asserted fiercely. Once Lin Xiao is dead, Yun Xiaoxiao will have no support in Jixiao Academy, and then, it will be my domain to command. Young prince, are you jesting? The heavenly capital has explicitly prohibited such actions. Fighting in the core formation realm is not permitted here, a rule established by your royal family. Do you intend to lead the way in defiance? Sun Wutian said, a smile tinged with irony. What does it matter? These rules are designed for the commoners, not for someone of my exalted lineage. Moreover, these laws were instituted by my family. They do not apply to me. Zhao Tianlan laughed heartily. If this is the extent of your sincerity, then there is no need for us to cooperate. Sun Wutian retorted coldly. Who are you referring to as commoners? Are cultivators to be considered commoners? If the royal family dared to make such an announcement, the following day, the entire sect of the great Zhou dynasty would surely revolt. As for Zhao Tianlan, has he been masquerading as a dandy for so long that he believes everyone else to be a fool? It seems Elder Sun is also a perceptive individual. However, I reiterate, Elder Sun can arrange for someone to assassinate Lin Xiao, and I shall ensure a safe retreat for your people, so they will not be captured. Zhao Tianlan grew serious and declared, I have agreed to your proposal. Sun Wutian nodded in response. After tonight, I shall disavow this matter. Zhao Tianlan sipped his tea and remarked. Chapter 70. The assassination that night. The air was as cool as water. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in his room at the inn, his internal energy circulating as he sought to calm the turbulence within. After a considerable time, he exhaled a breath of stagnant air, finally achieving a semblance of tranquility. The ascension was indeed a staple of the inner sect assessments at the Jixiao Academy, Lin Xiao mused. It was likely that all cultivators who participated in the ascension tonight would need to thoroughly stabilize their chaotic and restless energies. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. Just moments ago, he had sensed a trace of killing intent that had been inadvertently released, though faint. It was still discernible to him. Cowardly vermin, do you not dare to show yourselves? Lin Xiao exclaimed sharply, having endured countless assassination attempts from Yun City to Tiandu, rendering him particularly sensitive to murderous intentions. A disdainful snort abruptly pierced the air from outside the window, followed by a palm strike condensed from spiritual energy hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Perceiving the force behind this strike, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, swiftly drawing his sword. A beam of golden sword energy shot forth, clashing with the palm strike in midair, resulting in a mutual cancellation of their powers. At least a cultivation level of the fourth layer of the Golden Core realm or higher, Lin Xiao deduced almost instantaneously from the might of the strike. The Tiandu did not permit cultivators above the Golden Core realm to act. Did they wish to forfeit their standing in the Great Zhou dynasty? Lin Xiao coldly inquired. To kill you, any price is worth paying. Besides, who would oppose me for the sake of a dead man? The voice, imbued with spiritual energy, rendered it unintelligible as to who uttered these words. Humph, cowardly vermin. Lin Xiao scoffed, unleashing the 13 waves of swordplay in rapid succession, each strike more formidable and terrifying than the last. As the sword energy shattered the window frame, Lin Xiao finally beheld his assailant. Clad in dark attire, the figure wore a mask that obscured their face, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. Die! The cloaked figure evaded a sword strike that sliced through the air, accelerating towards Lin Xiao with astonishing speed. With a powerful palm descending, they bellowed, 7-star palm. A brilliant radiance erupted, illuminating half the street as if it were daylight, momentarily dazzling Lin Xiao. Yet, almost instinctively, he pivoted, dodging the strike as his sword arced in an unusual trajectory, slicing open a gash at the assailant's waist. You, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the core formation realm, have chosen to serve as a mere pawn for others, engaging in the despicable act of assassination. Are you not fearful of retribution from the academy? Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. The assassin before him was undoubtedly a practitioner at the mid-stage of core formation. Likely a fifth-layer powerhouse, for such formidable presence could not be feigned. The royal family? An envoy sent by Zhao Tianlan? Or perhaps someone from the Qingyang sect? Lin Xiao distanced himself from the adversary, sheathing his sword and gazing intently at it. Beyond these two factions, he could scarcely fathom who else would resort to such measures. A dead man knows far too much, and that is seldom a blessing. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. It must be quite uncomfortable for you. Unable to utilize your signature techniques, and instead relying on lesser arts, your own strength diminished by a third. Do you still consider yourself my equal? Lin Xiao inquired softly. Before the assassin could respond, Lin Xiao suddenly sprang into action. His mastery of the stepping technique was unparalleled, perfectly suited for explosive, short-distance dashes. As he approached the cloaked figure, Lin Xiao drew his sword, a profound surge of spiritual energy emanating from his being, icy words escaping his lips. Heaven's line. This was the most potent sword technique he could currently wield. Much like the 13 waves of the sword, it required the accumulation of the preceding 12 strikes. Yet often there was no opportunity to execute them. As for the yin-yang sword array, it necessitated preparation and time. Thus, the only technique that could be unleashed in an instant, Heaven's line, became Lin Xiao's swiftest means of striking down his foe. With a resounding clash, the sword blade met the sheath, and a golden sword chi erupted forth. The assassin's pupils constricted. He had no chance to evade. Resolutely, he stood his ground, channeling his own formidable aura. Explosive fist, he bellowed, as the fabric of his garment tore apart. His once ordinary right arm swelled ominously, veins pulsating grotesquely. The fist he struck managed to mitigate much of the sword's lethal force, yet it still carved a deep wound into his chest, revealing bone beneath. In the next instant, the cloaked figure flickered, employing a technique to escape. Think you can flee so easily? Lin Xiao scoffed, his own reservoir of spiritual energy still abundant, enabling him to unleash Heaven's Line once more. Heaven's Line. The golden sword chi surged forward, but just as it was about to strike the assassin, a phantom of a long spear pierced through the air, obliterating the sword chi. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. That formidable attack that had just extinguished his sword energy bore the unmistakable aura of a late-stage core formation practitioner. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? In the Zhunnan Wang residence, Zhao Tianlan knelt. His father, the Zhunnan Wang, sat grim-faced, articulating his words with deliberate weight. Father, I had no choice. Next year, the great Zhou dynasty will designate a crown prince. If I do not act, our Zhunnan Wang residence will truly have no hope. Zhao Tianlan implored, tears streaming down his face. Are you aspiring to usurp the crown prince's position? Do you wish for your father to meet his demise? The countenance of the king of Zhunnan grew increasingly grim. The position of crown prince in the Dazhou dynasty had remained vacant for a decade, with several princes vying to alleviate their father's burdens, yet the will of heaven was inscrutable. The current emperor had reached the pinnacle of political cunning, leaving no one to fathom his true intentions. Father, we are not yet at that juncture. If we can secure the support of Tianbao Tower, it is conceivable that your grandfather may designate you as crown prince. Zhao Tianlan fixed his gaze upon the king of Zhunnan and articulated his scheme. The king maintained a stoic expression. He had always kept a vigilant eye on his son, Zhao Tianlan, who was adept at concealing his ambitions. I am aware of your recent activities. None of your subtle maneuvers have escaped my notice, the king remarked calmly, observing Zhao Tianlan. Father, Zhao Tianlan attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by the king. Come with me to the palace to offer your apologies. The king commanded, adjusting his dragon robe. If your little schemes cannot elude my gaze, do you think they could possibly deceive your grandfather? Chapter 71. The Black-Clad Guard's junior brother. What just transpired? Zhang Kuang hurriedly approached Lin Xiao, his expression anxious. I was just attacked, Lin Xiao replied, his demeanor largely unchanged. Attacked? Zhang Kuang's countenance shifted dramatically, for he had sensed an aura far surpassing that of the transformation realm. Was it an assassin from the core formation realm? He inquired, his voice laden with concern. Indeed, it was from the core formation realm. Look, are those not the ones approaching? Lin Xiao gestured, and Zhang Kuang turned to behold a group of individuals clad in black garments, brandishing sabers at their waists. The black-clad guards. Zhang Kuang's eyelids twitched slightly. The black-clad guards? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The black-clad guards are an institution solely loyal to His Majesty, obeying only his commands. The lowest among them possesses at least the strength of the transformation realm, Zhang Kuang elucidated. Is that not precisely the case? In the very heart of the Emperor's domain. It is indeed remarkable that someone would dare to defy the iron laws with an assault from a core formation cultivator. Should we not expose these black-clad guards? That would truly be a rarity. Lin Xiao gestured for Zhang Kuang to retreat, proceeding towards the black-clad guards himself. Lin Xiao from Yun City Academy? A middle-aged man. The leader of the black-clad guards, inquired, though his tone conveyed certainty rather than question. That is I, Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. Bizenfu, came the response. This was the stronghold of the black-clad guards, located in the eastern city of Tiandu, where an ominous aura pervaded the air. Do you have any enemies capable of sending a core formation cultivator to assassinate you? A captain from Bizenfu queried. Can I disclose that? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Of course you may. Here, everything can be said, for there is nothing that Bizenfu cannot address. A man clad in a flying fish robe stepped forward, grinning. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qiu Tianzi, the commander of Bizenfu. Here, one can speak freely, from nobility to commoners. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. Qiu Tianzi seated himself before Lin Xiao and spoke. Very well. Let me name those who harbor animosity towards me. One is the young prince Zhao Tianlan of the southern town Prince's Manor, and the other is the Qingyang sect. Lin Xiao responded directly. Qiu Tianzi's expression grew grave as he produced a sheet of white paper and, wielding a brush, inscribed several lines upon it. Who do you believe orchestrated this? Qiu Tianzi inquired without raising his head, continuing to write. I suspect it was a collusion between the southern town Prince's Manor and the Qingyang sect. If memory serves me correctly, the inn where I reside should be under military surveillance. Yet despite my prolonged struggle, I have seen neither officials nor soldiers, Lin Xiao stated. Qiu Tianzi's hand momentarily faltered. He lifted his gaze to Lin Xiao and asked solemnly, can you confirm this? If it is a false accusation, what do you mean by that, Commander Xiao? A false accusation? I was nearly assassinated in broad daylight by a practitioner of the core formation realm, and they seem to disregard the ironclad decree of His Majesty. Are you still insinuating that I am making false claims? Lin Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. He was uncertain whether Zhao Tianlan or the Qingyang sect was responsible. Yet what did it matter? He readily placed the blame squarely upon their shoulders. Xiao Tianzi fell into a brief silence, clutching the paper on which he had written. Eventually, he said, "Then, young Master Lin, please return to the inn. I shall inform His Majesty of this matter. It would be prudent to do so. You are aware that I am soon to become an inner disciple of the Jixia Academy, and this incident will undoubtedly provoke ire from the Academy as well." Lin Xiao remarked before departing from the Northern Town Pacification Office. After Lin Xiao's departure, Xiao Tianzi released the paper with a sense of helplessness. He could no longer fulfill the promise he made to Zhao Tianlan. "Young prince, do not hold this against me. This matter has escalated beyond my control, and I cannot bear the burden, nor can you." Xiao Tianzi murmured to himself, before resolutely declaring, "Prepare the horses. I must seek an audience with His Majesty." The following day, Lin Xiao and several individuals from the Yun City branch made their way to Qingliang Peak. This peak served as the venue for the third trial of the Jixia Academy, located 30 miles north of Tiandu, a mere incense stick's journey for cultivators. Upon their arrival at Qingliang Peak, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity. Carts were ensnared in traffic, and numerous pedestrians thronged the roads. The third trial of the Jixia Academy naturally attracted attention from various factions. Today, we from the Jixia Academy proclaimed Zhou Shoren from the high platform, while below, Chen Fang located Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you were attacked last night. I heard it was by a mid-core formation cultivator." Chen Fang's expression was grave. "Indeed, it was a mid-core formation cultivator. I sustained a significant wound to my chest and a graze across my waist," Lin Xiao replied. "I understand. We will exert pressure on the royal family regarding this matter. Focus on your competition. Today's third trial involves team battles in a small world, scored by points." Chen Fang reassured him, giving Lin Xiao's shoulder a pat before departing to report this new information to the Vice Dean. "Junior brother Lin, how did you come to be attacked? By a mid-core formation cultivator, no less?" Yun Xiaoxiao has only just learned of Lin Xiao's assassination attempt. "Why didn't you mention it to me?" "There is nothing to discuss, Sister Xiaoxiao. The third trial is not a solitary contest, but rather a team challenge. It seems I can fulfill my promise now," Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. He had previously assured Yun Anshan that, should the opportunity arise, he would assist Yun Xiaoxiao in entering the inner academy. "Junior brother," Yun Xiaoxiao bit her lip, gazing at the smile on Lin Xiao's face, momentarily lost in thought. How could he be unconcerned about the assassination attempt, prioritizing instead whether he could enter the inner academy? The realization made her chest feel constricted, a mix of discomfort and other emotions surging within her. Today, the third trial at the Jixia Academy entails entering a small world for the team challenge, which accommodates groups ranging from 2 to 5 individuals. In addition, the spiritual herbs and magical beasts within the small world will serve as points, recorded on the scorecards that will be distributed shortly. Zhou Shoren's lips curled slightly as he continued, stating that apart from spiritual herbs and magical beasts contributing to points, defeating other teams would also allow for the plundering of their scores. "To our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, do not worry, even once inside the small world. You may observe the projections we cast from the outside." Upon hearing Zhou Shoren's words, the others felt a sense of relief, having journeyed so far. It would indeed be a grave loss to miss witnessing the clash of talents. Chapter 72. Formulating Strategies. Lin Xiao glanced at the scorecard he had just received. Its texture smooth and warm, inscribed with a numerical 0. This number on the scorecard denotes points, he pondered. He then approached the registration desk and declared, "Team from Yun City Academy, Lin Xiao, Zhang Kuang, and Yun Xiaoxiao." Moments later, Lin Xiao, along with Zhang Kuang and Yun Xiaoxiao, stepped into the teleportation array, which would transport them to the small world. As the teleportation commenced, all three experienced a profound sense of dizziness, and before long, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. "I possess some knowledge about this small world. The magical beasts here are primarily released from the outside and have since thrived within this small world. The magical beasts possess a minimum rank of second tier, with the majority being lower second tier, some mid-tier, and a few upper second tier. A lower second tier magical beast is worth 100 points, a mid-tier 200 points, and an upper second tier 300 points. It is said that a rare few third-tier magical beasts exist within this small world, although their numbers are scant and encounters are not guaranteed. One such beast would yield 2,000 points. Yun Xiaoxiao elucidated to Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang. No sooner had she finished speaking than a magical beast suddenly leaped forth from the distance. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a rabbit, yet its legs were remarkably robust, exuding a faint dark hue. The iron-legged rabbit, a lower second-tier magical beast, possesses legs capable of effortlessly shattering boulders, Lin Xiao explained. Furthermore, the legs of the iron-legged rabbit are highly coveted for their exquisite meat, which is rich in spiritual energy and greatly beneficial to cultivators. Receive my sword. With a slight crouch, Zhang Kuang unleashed a formidable force from his legs. In that fleeting moment, he embodied the very essence of an iron-legged beast. In a single bound, he positioned himself before the iron-legged rabbit, his heavy sword descending with the grace of a feather, blood splattering as he cleaved the creature in two. Be careful not to shatter the crystal core, Zhang Kuang. Otherwise, we shall be unable to tally our points, Yuan Xiao urged. Zhang Kuang scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin, Fear not, I am quite aware. I avoided the core nestled within the rabbit's head. Subsequently, Yuan Xiao located the crystal core and placed it upon Lin Xiao's recording plate. Instantly, the 0 displayed transformed into 100. Yet, the crystal core appeared unchanged. Once this recording plate logs the core, it becomes ours to sell, Yuan Xiao declared with a smile. Yin sister, how long shall we remain in this small world? Zhang Kuang inquired as he skillfully skinned the iron-legged rabbit. We are to stay for a total of 3 days, during which we must be wary not only of the beasts but also of the disciples who entered with us, Yin Xiao replied. I feel that seeking out the beasts may prove rather cumbersome, Lin Xiao remarked, surveying the surroundings. Besides the iron-legged rabbit just discovered, no other traces of beasts were evident. Shall we search for spiritual herbs instead? Zhang Kuang suggested, his eyes brightening. Spiritual herbs are even rarer than the beasts. Not only do we cultivators seek them, but the beasts also consume them. Yuan Xiao responded with a hint of exasperation. Who says we must hunt for beasts and herbs? We could simply seek out other individuals instead, Lin Xiao said with a slight smirk. The other two were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao in unison. Lin Xiao glanced at them curiously, stating, Did not Senior Zhou mention earlier that when we defeat other teams, their recorded points would transfer to us? Is that not the case? Indeed, that is what you suggested, Yuan Xiao replied, her lips parting in surprise. Momentarily at a loss for words due to the multitude of potential comments. I believe Lin Shidi is quite right. Perhaps the beasts in this small world have grown wise. Do they not hide away during each intersect assessment? Zhang Kuang could not help but exclaim, having just skinned the iron-legged rabbit. He mused that had they been in the forests or mountains of the outside world, beasts would have surely emerged at the scent of blood. Yet in this small world, the beasts remained vigilant, with no trace of any others aside from the clumsy, iron-legged rabbit. It does seem as Zhang Shidi suggests. I observed that in recent intersect assessments, the points for those who face trials in this small world have indeed dwindled with each passing generation, Yuan Xiao contemplated. Then, Sister Xiao, do you possess any techniques to mark our opponents, allowing us to track them for a period? Lin Xiao inquired. He intended to discreetly mark several teams in advance, so that when the time came, he could approach them directly. Although I have not studied such techniques, I recall that I seem to possess a particular method in my storage ring. After pondering for a while, Yin Xiao finally spoke up. Her storage ring contained numerous treasures, many of which she herself was unaware. The technique, wandering through 10,000 miles, allows the practitioner to leave a scent that only they can detect, lasting for 3 days. Yin Xiao produced a tome of a high-grade yellow tier technique, stating, This method is generally rather trivial, yet it holds some utility now. I glanced at it a few times before. It appears quite easy to learn. Give me 2 hours, and I should master it. Remarkably, Yuan Xiao did not even require the full 2 hours. After brazenly preparing rabbit legs, she had already perfected the technique. The trio hastily consumed a meal and then departed in search of others. Wandering through 10,000 miles can be executed from a certain distance. And due to the relatively small nature of their world, Lin Xiao's team swiftly located another group and employed the technique. Approximately 50 individuals participated in the third round, with team sizes ranging between 15 and 20. As long as we can plunder the majority of the smaller teams, we can secure the top score, Lin Xiao remarked, eyeing a distant team that remained oblivious to their presence. The highest cultivation level in this team was an 8th-layer practitioner of the transformation realm, comprising a total of 4 members. Junior brother Lin, shall we commence our harvesting on the 2nd or 3rd day? Yin Xiao inquired. The 3rd day, I believe, by then. Their points should be at their peak, Lin Xiao contemplated before responding. Is there enough time? Yin Xiao asked hesitantly. Of course, there is ample time. As long as your wandering through 10,000 miles remains effective, we will be just fine, Lin Xiao replied with confidence. Chapter 73, deceptive actions faced with Lin Xiao's assurance. Lin Xiao chose to trust him, believing in his judgment. Lin Xiao's confidence was not unfounded. He had observed all the core formation practitioners during this inter-academy assessment, and they posed no threat to him. Perhaps there were hidden talents among them, but Lin Xiao did not regard them as formidable, for none could surpass him. The only one capable of garnering his respect was Yang Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's deceptive actions left the outside world in a state of confusion. On Qingliang Peak, everyone could observe through the massive crystal, witnessing Lin Xiao's team as they seemingly searched for other teams. Upon locating one, they would halt at a distance, allowing Lin Xiao to employ wandering through 10,000 miles. Subsequently, Lin Xiao's team would depart, often neglecting to engage even when encountering demonic beasts, allowing them to escape unscathed. What is going on? It is noteworthy that Lin Xiao's team now stood as the last remaining group in the Qingqing branch, and they were also the greatest dark horse of this inter-academy assessment. Zhou Shoren stood upon the high platform, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, ensuring that everyone could hear him. It is widely acknowledged that Zhang Kuang of Lin Xiao's team has shattered records in the first trial, the Heart's Inquiry, and in the second trial, the Martial Intent Steel. Lin Xiao also secured the top position. The last member, Yun Xiao, the young lady from the Tianbao Tower, undoubtedly possesses formidable strength, thus raising questions about the motives of this unexpected dark horse. Zhou Shoren persistently stirs the surrounding suspense. Those who have come to Qingliang Peak to observe have all paid spirit stones to the Jixia Academy, and as the host, Zhou Shoren is naturally expected to exhibit the most basic decorum, such as enhancing the suspense. Although he remains uncertain about Lin Xiao's true intentions, he believes that simply building anticipation suffices. This young man is indeed intriguing. What do you think, Zhao Yi? The vice president, seated on the high platform, cast a cheerful glance at a man beside him, who possessed a valiant visage yet an aloof demeanor. The man, referred to as Zhao Yi, cradled an ancient longsword, his gaze sharp. Upon hearing the vice president's words, he merely glanced at the crystal and remarked, "Is this the disciple you have found for me? No. This is not merely my selection. You must accept these 3 sword cultivators, as it is the dean's directive. You have not taken on any sword cultivators for 3 consecutive sessions." The vice president's expression grew serious. "Let us observe for now. If they possess the requisite qualifications, I shall accept them. If not, I shall not extend even the dean's favor." Zhao Yi yawned nonchalantly. The vice president, hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. It was not only he who found Zhao Yi challenging, but even the dean had no effective means to sway him. As the first night of the small world descended, a blue luminescent screen emerged against the pitch-black sky, displaying the current scores of each team. "Why does Lin Xiao's team only have 100 points? Yang Feng inquired, gazing at the screen with a furrowed brow. His own team boasted 1,000 points, ranking first, comprised of 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the transformation realm. "Brother Yang, why are you so concerned about Lin Xiao?" one team member queried, perplexed. "He is my only rival in this intersect assessment. The others do not measure up," Yang Feng replied calmly. "Brother, I sense something amiss with Lin Xiao," Lili remarked, scrutinizing the screen and turning her serious gaze towards Li Chun. "Something is indeed awry. We all know Lin Xiao's strength is certainly not inferior to mine. How could he rank last?" Li Chun concurred with his sister's observation. "This afternoon, I felt Lin Xiao's presence, but when I followed it, I found no one." Lili expressed her doubts. Li Chun pondered momentarily before stating, "No matter. He will inevitably reveal his true colors by the 3rd day, so it is of little consequence." By the campfire, Lin Xiao inquired while savoring freshly hunted beast meat, "Sister Xiao, how many teams have we located today?" "Approximately 10 teams have been found. We have tracked both Yang Feng's and Li Chen's teams and marked them. Among these 10 teams, we have also identified several cultivators at the core formation stage." Yun Xiao remarked without a moment's hesitation. "In other words, among the remaining teams we have yet to locate, they are all cultivators of the transformation realm, and thus, they are hardly worth our concern?" Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. "Precisely, that is the implication. Within this small world, those of the transformation realm cannot possibly hunt any formidable beasts. Our primary focus should be on the core formation realm cultivators. If we can seize their points, we shall secure our position at the top." Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us wait for another day. At dawn on the 3rd day, we shall take action." Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. They had traversed nearly half of the small world that day, meticulously documenting the most formidable teams. On the following day, speculation regarding Lin Xiao's actions began to circulate among the outside observers. Those with even a modicum of intelligence surmised that Lin Xiao's intent was to plunder the points of other teams. This revelation thrilled the onlookers, who relished the prospect of impending chaos. Anticipation for the third day grew palpable. Meanwhile, within the small world, as night fell on the second day, other teams, having noticed Lin Xiao's stagnant score, began to grasp his intentions. Compared to the tranquility of the first day, the second day in the small world was far more tumultuous, with teams launching assaults on one another in a bid to seize points. The leaderboard for the second night's points continued to be displayed across the sky. First place, Yang Feng's team, 4,300 points. Second place, Li Chen's team, 3,100 points. Third place, Lin Xiao's team, now ranked 15th. 15th place, Lin Xiao's team, 200 points. How did we drop to 15th place? Zhang Kuang expressed his bewilderment. They had only slain a low-tier beast today, primarily to satiate their hunger. Last night, their team had been in 18th place, the lowest-ranked team. Yet, inexplicably, they had ascended 3 ranks by the following night. It was indeed perplexing. It must be that the 3 teams at the bottom had their points plundered by others, leaving them with fewer points than us, Lin Xiao reasoned after some contemplation. This was the only explanation that made sense. Let us rest well tonight. Come morning, we shall begin our harvest. Lin Xiao grinned, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He had long awaited this opportunity for reaping. Chapter 74. The Harvest at the Break of Dawn. As the Golden Crow ascended, Lin Xiao, accompanied by 2 companions, sought out the nearest team. This particular team boasted a core formation cultivator from the Qingqing branch, named Yin Zheng, who excelled in marksmanship, with a total of 4 members. Their score stood at a mere 2,000 points. Yun Xiaoxiao readily divulged this information. I see, Lin Xiao mused, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us extend them a greeting. In the next instant, a barrier enveloped both teams, within which the swirling energies of Yin and Yang were subtly discernible. Yin-Yang sword formation. Lin Xiao smirked subtly. He had reached a rudimentary understanding of this formation, enabling him to manifest it during combat. The formidable aspect of this sword formation lies not in its individual lethality, but in its capacity for mass assault. When faced with numerous adversaries, this formation proves remarkably effective in eliminating lesser foes. The pervasive black and white energies are, in truth, manifestations of sword qi, and merely witnessing them evokes a piercing discomfort in the eyes. Who is it? Yin Zheng almost instantaneously sensed the shift in his surroundings, and in the next moment, he beheld a grayish barrier enveloping them overhead. Lin Xiao? Yin Zheng spotted Lin Xiao standing not far off, poised with his sword, and he immediately shouted. What do you want? Lin Xiao asked, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he raised his sword. In an instant, the previously tranquil black and white energies erupted violently, churning restlessly. Yin Zheng's 3 companions, all at the 8th layer of the transformation origin realm, suddenly found themselves drenched in blood, collapsing to the ground. Yin Zheng himself bore several fresh sword wounds. If this is the extent of your power, you needn't worry about me intervening personally. You will. Lin Xiao's words were abruptly cut short as Yin Zheng coughed up blood and fell to the ground. His aura diminished to its nadir. Lin Xiao swaggered over to Yin Zheng, observing the numerous sword wounds adorning him, and expressed mild astonishment. Is a core formation cultivator so easily defeated? With a flicker of consciousness, Yin Zheng heard Lin Xiao's words and, in a fit of rage, spewed another mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. He had always considered himself a prodigy, but the first blow to his pride came when he encountered Yang Feng. During their skirmish in the small world against Lin Xiao, he found himself utterly powerless. The opponent had not even lifted a finger, yet he could not withstand the pressure. Furthermore, compared to Yang Feng, Lin Xiao's words seemed even sharper. Very well, I shall accept your points. Lin Xiao shook his head, retrieved a record plate, transferred the points to his own, and departed in search of his next fortunate target. Junior brother Lin, they are not dead, are they? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. No. They are all disciples of the Jixia Academy. What purpose would there be in killing them? There is no deep-seated enmity. Lin Xiao replied casually. His intent to kill during this inter-sect assessment was directed solely at the Li Chen siblings, since they had entered Zhao Tianlan's royal residence. Their intentions towards him were anything but benevolent, leaving Lin Xiao with no choice but to end the threat with lethal force. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, for the injuries sustained by Yin Zheng's team appeared truly horrific. Each member of their squad was riddled with countless sword marks, blood seeping profusely, rendering them akin to blood-soaked gourds. However, Sister Xiaoxiao, the yin-yang sword formation you entrusted to me has proven somewhat beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, due to its incomplete nature, I am not entirely familiar with its workings, Lin Xiao remarked, a hint of helplessness and even amusement in his tone. As the caster of the yin-yang sword formation, Lin Xiao found himself perplexed by its intricacies. For instance, why had Yin Zhong, a core formation cultivator, and his companions so effortlessly lost consciousness? Lin Xiao had not divulged the details regarding the incomplete formation, and Lin Xiao speculated that perhaps the black and white energies, transformed from sword qi, possessed additional effects. Brother Lin, during my journey this time, I shall have Tianbao Tower exert its utmost efforts to search for the remaining components of the Yin-Yang sword array for you, Yun Xiao stated earnestly. The might of the Yin-Yang sword array was a sight she had never witnessed before, indeed exceeding her imagination. Thank you, Sister Xiao. This Yin-Yang sword array is somewhat daunting, particularly in its consumption of spiritual energy. Just a few moments ago, I exhausted half of my spiritual energy, Lin Xiao could not help but remark. It must be due to the incomplete nature of the formation. The silhouettes of the three gradually faded away. What was that just now? Zhou Shuren exclaimed. Lin Xiao's team defeated another team, also led by a core formation expert, within 10 breaths. It turns out Lin Xiao's team intended to seize points from other teams rather than seek out demonic beasts. The audience below erupted with enthusiasm. The extreme aesthetics of violence and peculiar thought processes were precisely what they relished. Zhao Yi, does this swordsman not yet qualify to be your disciple? The vice dean chuckled. He already does. Zhao Yi inhaled deeply. He was a prodigious swordsman, renowned as the most gifted swordsman of the great Zhou dynasty. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's execution of the sword array, he finally began to regard Lin Xiao with respect. The sword array was not the focus. Rather, it was Lin Xiao's youth and his ability to effortlessly wield such a formation. Dean Shun, your branch in Yun City has truly excelled this time, presenting such a promising talent to the inner academy. The vice dean turned to Chen Fong, smiling broadly. Thank you for your praise, Dean. Chen Fong's face crinkled with delight. Although conversing with the vice dean, he still referred to him as Dean, which further enhanced the vice dean's smile. Such is the nature of human relationships. Should the Yun City branch secure first place this time, their cultivation resources would double for the next 3 years, as encouragement from the inner academy. The vice dean gestured grandly. Chen Fong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, his smile widening, for he could finally hold his head high. In the small world, Lin Xiao had successfully raided 3 teams, accumulating a total of 5,200 points. Notably, this was achieved in less than an hour, most of which was spent traveling. Next, it seems the team closest to us is that of Li Chan. I can already sense their aura. Yin Xiao closed her eyes, analyzing for a moment before speaking. Li Chan. A fierce expression crossed Lin Xiao's face as he advanced with his sword. I shall cut down Li Chan. What gives him the audacity to believe he can contend with me? Today, I shall make him experience the disparity of the world. With that, Lin Xiao hurried towards Li Chen's location, seemingly anxious that Li Chen might escape. Chapter 75. Lin Xiao versus Li Chen. Having just hunted a beast, Li Chen's expression shifted as he sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura approaching him. Following his instincts, he looked into the distance and saw a figure rapidly closing in on him. Lin Xiao's expression changed as Li Chen made a gesture, signaling Li to step back. I thought you would seek me out in the 3rd round. But to my disappointment, you did not come. Lin Xiao stood with his sword drawn, a grin spreading across his face as he stood not far from Li Chen. I simply did not find you. You can't possibly think I fear you, can you? Li Chen snorted coldly, his vital energy surging. In truth, after the 2nd round, he had intentionally avoided Lin Xiao. After all, he had witnessed Lin Xiao's effortless dominance in that round, which spoke volumes. Black Fiend Fist. Li Chen struck first. His fist enveloped in a layer of dark spiritual energy, swiftly approaching Lin Xiao and delivering a powerful blow. Lin Xiao had come to him. Retreat was not in Li Chen's nature. Bang! The fist, shrouded in black light, struck heavily against the unsheathed sword, producing the sound of metal clashing. Oh, has the hardness of your black-imbued fist become comparable to steel? Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, a look of intrigue on his face. Catching a punch is hardly an impressive feat. Li Chen laughed heartily, revealing his white teeth, his muscles bulging as he relentlessly attacked Lin Xiao. Each assault was deftly parried by Lin Xiao's sword, and with a slight leap backward, he murmured, "It is time for me to counter." 13 wave swords. Lin Xiao called out, unleashing a torrent of sword strikes upon Li Chen. Bone-tempering technique. Li Chen roared, his vitality seemingly ablaze, steam rising from his head, while a dark copper sheen appeared on his skin, making it seem as though it had turned to iron. The 5th sword. Lin Xiao's blade struck Li Chen's chest, yet it merely sparked against his flesh. I am familiar with the 13 wave swords. I have seen your matches before. If I am not mistaken, you can wield at most the 9th sword, yes? Li Chen laughed heartily, exuding an air of bravado. Alas, you have guessed my secret. It seems I am no match for you. Lin Xiao's words were tinged with despondency, yet Li Chen could not find humor in them. If Lin Xiao were truly limited to the 9th sword, Would he utter such a statement? As expected, when the ninth sword descended, a horrifying gash had already begun to form on Li Chen's body. My 13 wave swords are indeed not yet perfected. I cannot unleash all 13 swords. But who says I can only strike with the ninth? Lin Xiao exclaimed coldly, his spiritual energy surging forth. Boom. The 10th sword was born. A fearsome sword aura enveloped Lin Xiao, transforming the area around him into a vacuum due to the tumult of the sword's energy. What a joke. Li Chen's pupils widened as he shouted in alarm. Before the might of the 10th sword, he felt like a solitary leaf adrift in a storm, helplessly tossed upon the sea. I am the foremost among the branches of Luo City. How could I fall here? The veins on Li Chen's neck throbbed, and the bronze hue of his skin darkened further under the duress of this relentless battle. His bone-tempering technique subtly hinted at a potential breakthrough. Is that so? Achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle is indeed commendable, yet it is merely that. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the struggling Li Chen and spoke softly. In the next moment, the 10th sword strike was unleashed. Fueled by the momentum of the previous 9 strikes, a brilliant sword light flashed. And Li Chen's solitary vessel on the vast ocean was abruptly shattered by the tempest, a grotesque wound extending from his chest to his abdomen. Such resilience in life. Lin Xiao, gripping his long sword, steadied his breath and chuckled coldly. Given Lin Xiao's current prowess, the expenditure of energy for the 10th strike was considerable, draining half of his spiritual power. Yet, the might was tremendous. Moreover, this was merely constrained by his cultivation level, as Lin Xiao's power increased. The potency of this strike would only amplify. What surprised Lin Xiao was that despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Li Chen remained standing, though his aura was diminished. He still possessed the strength to counterattack. The physical cultivators are indeed vexing, each resembling a formidable boss with an impenetrable health bar. Lin Xiao could not help but scoff. These physical cultivators are akin to walking tanks. If a sword cultivator had endured the 10th S, this swordsmanship is of the upper tier of the mysterious realm. And in comparison to other techniques of the same level, it is remarkably simplistic, focusing solely on the moment of drawing the sword and unleashing a terrifying force of lethality. However, simplicity does not equate to weakness. This is a martial art capable of rivaling the techniques of the earthly tier. In Li Chen's eyes, a golden glimmer of sword light reflected back at him. I shall not concede so easily. Li Chen roared, his visage faintly aged, yet his vitality surging with renewed vigor. Even his injuries visibly began to heal, flesh regrowing before the naked eye. Chapter 76. Until you are out of sight, the Black Fiend Fist and the Dragon Tiger Force. The former is a boxing technique, while the latter pertains to the application of strength. Together, they can be combined. This is Li Chen's pinnacle punch, formidable in its might. Yet Lin Xiao's sword strike is equally potent. His one-line sky has transcended the entry level, reaching a stage of mastery. It is worth noting that Lin Xiao had only acquired this sword technique a mere day ago. While the technique is not difficult to grasp, the chasm between basic understanding and mastery is vast. If you can surpass the limitations of your technique in battle, why should I not be able to do the same? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter resonating across the battlefield. The clash of sword energy against a fist imbued with a dark hue produced a thunderous sound. Li Chen's expression contorted. His spiritual energy was steadily eroding the sword energy before him. I will undoubtedly wear down this sword energy, Li Chen shouted. The defensive prowess of his bone-tempering technique and the entanglement of the Black Fiend making his defenses comparable to a low-grade spiritual artifact. Such an adversary would be formidable against anyone but Lin Xiao. But alas, Lin Xiao is a sword cultivator, renowned for his lethal prowess. One strike may be parried. But what of the second? Lin Xiao calmly articulated, sheathing his sword, his body slightly bending forward, then executing a swift sword draw. A second wave of sword energy was unleashed. Previously, he was unable to deliver 2 one-line sky strikes simultaneously, but now, having achieved mastery, he could. With the emergence of the second wave of sword energy, Li Chen could no longer maintain his stance. He was struck by both waves of energy and sent flying like a rag doll, violently propelled backward. Lin Xiao, sword in hand, intended to advance towards Li Chen. Release my brother. At that moment, Li screamed frantically, charging towards Lin Xiao with a whip of condensed spiritual energy appearing in her grasp. Your words make me sound like a villain. Lin Xiao mused with keen interest, looking at Li. Junior brother Lin, allow me to restrain this woman. Yun Xiaoxiao approached Lin Xiao, offering her assistance. Beside them, Zhang Kuang appeared eager to engage. They had not fought other cultivators since entering this small world, having seen the previous 2 teams dismantled single-handedly by Lin Xiao. No need. Let me see what this so-called genius is capable of. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Within the records of the distinguished talents from various academies, Li Li is also regarded as a genius, specializing in the art of yin and yang manipulation. Although she possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the transformation realm, her combat prowess has indeed reached that of the core formation realm. This undeniably qualifies her as an exceptional talent. Upon hearing the seriousness in Lin Xiao's tone, Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang retreated, placing their trust in Lin Xiao. Even Li Chun was no match for him, let alone Li Li. With unyielding determination, Li Li suddenly unleashed a whip formed of spiritual energy, hurling it towards Lin Xiao. In midair, the long whip transformed fiercely into a python, its forked tongue flicking out repeatedly, revealing sharp fangs, and its scales appeared vividly lifelike, almost real. Despite her core formation-level combat strength, the disparity between them was beyond her imagination. Lin Xiao calmly executed a sword strike, employing no martial techniques. Merely a surge of sword energy. Even during his time in the transformation realm, he could defeat those in the core formation realm, let alone now with his enhanced cultivation. The serpentine manifestation of spiritual energy was instantaneously obliterated by the sword energy, which continued its trajectory until it approached Li Li, only to dissipate due to the influence of spiritual energy. Li Li's complexion turned pale. Had it not been for the automatic dissipation of that sword energy, she would have faced severe injury, if not death. She was neither a physical cultivator nor an indomitable beast. Enough is enough. Today, I shall eradicate both of you siblings. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he prepared to unleash his ultimate strike, when Li Li suddenly cried out, "I surrender. My brother and I are willing to forfeit our points." With that, she raised her record plate high, her face reflecting humiliation. Lin Xiao paused, glancing at Li Li and then at Yin Xiao. "Junior brother Lin, it appears we cannot proceed with the attack. Although the third trial of the Jixiao Academy does not prohibit killing, once the opponent surrenders, we cannot harm them," Yin Xiao stated, a hint of helplessness in her voice. If they had not surrendered, killing them would have gone unchallenged, but once they capitulated, any subsequent violence would violate the rules of the Jixiao Academy. "Is there no exception?" Lin Xiao inquired tentatively. "None. We are currently under the scrutiny of the viewing stone. All actions here are visible to the outside world," Yin Xiao replied, pointing to the undulating viewing stone hovering above. "Then let it be. If there is a next time, we shall deal with them then." Lin Xiao acquiesced to this outcome. Although the Li siblings had benefited from Zhao Tianlan, they posed no substantial threat to him at present. Allowing them to live for now was an acceptable compromise. Turning his gaze back to Li Li, Lin Xiao calmly declared, "Those who fall to me shall no longer be regarded as rivals. I grant you time to chase after me until you are but a distant memory." Li Li continued to hold her record plate aloft, a gesture intended to signal to the outside world their surrender. She had no words to counter Lin Xiao's proclamation. "Senior brother, please transfer their points from their record plates to our team," Lin Xiao instructed, producing a record plate and tossing it to Zhang Kuang. The confrontation between Lin Xiao and Li Chun was being keenly observed by the onlookers. This time, it appears that the only one capable of challenging Lin Xiao is Yang Feng from the Qingqing branch. How could this be? Li Chun, being a body cultivator, is inherently more formidable than sword cultivators of the same realm, yet he has been defeated. This Lin Xiao is indeed stronger than Li Chun. What a jest! I firmly believe that Yang Feng is the strongest. I have wagered 200 spirit stones on him. The spectators erupted in a cacophony of arguments, each unwilling to concede to the other. "Zhao Yi, will you still dismiss my earlier words?" The vice dean chuckled as he regarded Zhao Yi, who stood behind him. Zhao Yi had previously declined to take on disciples, firstly due to his reclusive nature, and secondly because he believed none of these students possessed the requisite talent, rendering any instruction futile. "This time, I shall recruit disciples, 3 sword cultivators, correct? One being Yang Feng, another Zhang Kuang, and then Lin Xiao. As for Zhang Kuang, I am uncertain, but both Yang Feng and Lin Xiao are indeed worthy of becoming my disciples," Zhao Yi remarked softly. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, the vice dean's face broke into a broad smile, revealing deep lines of mirth. He said, "I have inquired about Zhang Kuang with Qin Feng. His talent is also commendable, wielding a heavy sword and possessing innate strength." Zhao Yi, upon this revelation, felt a flicker of surprise. Compared to previous cohorts, this year's talents seemed far superior. Chapter 77. The Battle of Sword Cultivators within the confines of a small world, as Lin Xiao's team plundered the points of Li Chen's team. Their points soared from 5,002 to 8,003. The previous 3 teams had contributed 5,002 to Lin Xiao's score, while Li Chen's team had 3,001. Together, this amounted to 8,003. Even if we were to do nothing further today, we would still hold the lead in points, unless Yang Feng encounters multiple third-tier beasts simultaneously. Lin Xiao gazed at their score, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Her prospects of entering the inner courtyard had truly solidified, and once she did, Tianbao Tower would no longer be as isolated as before. Let us continue our plunder until we locate Yangfeng, Lin Xiao declared with a hearty laugh. In the next encounter, Lin Xiao faced a team led by a core formation cultivator. What is your name? Lin Xiao inquired curiously, eyeing the cultivator. I am Chang Yong, a disciple of the Tianhai branch. Lin Xiao, your arrogance knows no bounds. Chang Yong exclaimed, seemingly insulted. In this inner courtyard assessment, there are 6 core formation cultivators. Not including you, Lin Xiao. Are their names so difficult to remember? You, Lin Xiao, pride yourself on remembering the names of Li Chun and Yang Feng, yet fail to recall mine. Chang Yong, wherein lies my arrogance? Lin Xiao responded, momentarily taken aback, and asked with intrigue, how could you think I would forget your name? Given that I am also a core formation cultivator? Chang Yong brandished a spear drawn from his storage ring, bellowing loudly, because I do not perceive you as a threat. Your name simply did not register. Lin Xiao could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Lin Xiao's list did contain Chang Yong's name. However, after a brief glance, Lin Xiao dismissed it, for the individual appeared quite aged, teetering on the brink of the age limit for the inner courtyard assessment. I am still a core formation cultivator. A prodigy nonetheless. Chang Yong roared, unleashing his technique, the storm of pear blossom spear. The crimson tassel quivered at the tip of the spear, and in an instant, countless phantoms of the lance erupted forth, rendering the opponent bewildered. Yet, with only one spear in hand, amidst the myriad of illusions, only a single shadow was genuine. As Lin Xiao observed the advancing Chang Yong, he remarked, this is absurd. Chang Yong's countenance darkened. He was now unequivocally aware that Lin Xiao did not regard him with any measure of respect, though he was nearing 30 and appeared as an elder among the youth. He believed that even those of greater age could shine with their own brilliance. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, we, the seasoned, can still radiate our own light. Despite Lin Xiao's disdainful words towards Chang Yong, he approached the battle with utmost seriousness. After all, he was a cultivator at the core formation stage, and to underestimate an opponent during a confrontation could lead to dire consequences. With a swift movement, Lin Xiao's figure materialized behind Chang Yong, who reacted instantaneously, bending low and thrusting the silver spear towards Lin Xiao. In order to show respect to Chang Yong, Lin Xiao executed the technique a line in the sky, a dazzling flash of sword light slicing through the air. Chang Yong coughed up blood and was sent reeling backward. Lin Xiao pondered briefly. Was Chang Yong truly so feeble? I concede. I relinquish my points. After ensuring that he was not Lin Xiao's sole adversary, Chang Yong promptly knelt. In the ensuing miniature world, other teams moved cautiously, preferring to hide rather than venture out to hunt beasts for points. Meanwhile, the teams ensnared by Lin Xiao's myriad miles of confusion were swiftly located by Lin Xiao's team, who proceeded to plunder their points. As a result, the small world suddenly became agitated. The teams that lost points to Lin Xiao either frantically hunted beasts to regain their standing or recklessly sought out other teams to seize their points. With their points already depleted, their situation could not worsen, even in defeat. Junior brother Lin, our points have surpassed 10,000. Further plundering serves no purpose, Lin Xiao stated, feeling a sense of satisfaction and comfort upon seeing their score. The Yangfeng team had spent 2 days accumulating only 4,300 points. And in the next 12 hours, it would be impossible for Yangfeng to amass the remaining 5,007. Is that so? Lin Xiao replied, slightly surprised. He had not closely monitored their scorecards, only aware that they were substantial. Since further plundering is futile, let us seek out Yangfeng's team. I shall not take his points. I only wish to engage him in a duel. Lin Xiao grinned. I can sense his presence. We shall reach Yangfeng in just an hour, Lin Xiao remarked. With that, Lin Xiao's team set off at great speed towards Yangfeng's location. Here they come. Yangfeng, meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them to behold 3 figures approaching in the distance. The other members of Yangfeng's team appeared pale. They too had encountered a frenzied team eager to challenge them, only to discover that their points had been entirely stripped away. The trio from the Cloud City Academy was indeed the ones who snatched away the points of these small teams. I had a feeling that such a man would never breach his word. Yangfeng chuckled, recalling their agreement during the second round to engage in a fierce battle in the third. Brother Yang, you must prevail. If we lose, our points will be plundered. Someone said, trembling with anxiety. Is that so? But I cannot guarantee victory. Yangfeng shrugged, responding. If we cannot be assured of winning, let us flee, Brother Yang. We will certainly gain entry into the inner academy, and even if they pursue us, they could never catch up. Another individual gritted his teeth, asserting, people like you are destined to remain weak for eternity. As sword cultivators, would we withdraw without drawing our swords? Yang Feng shot a cold glance at the speaker before making his way toward Lin Xiao. The three, intimidated by Yang Feng's aura, dared not utter a word. Once Yang Feng had distanced himself, one of them finally murmured, "I am not even a sword cultivator. Lin Xiao, let us engage in battle. It is only through this that I can ascertain who among us is truly stronger." Yang Feng's gaze burned with intensity as he called out to Lin Xiao. "I have been seeking you, Yang Feng. You are the only one who can excite me in this inner academy assessment." Lin Xiao laughed heartily. During his battle with Li Chun, he had not exerted his full strength, for he preferred to conceal his capabilities. If he could win using merely 70% of his strength, he would never resort to his full might. This was true against Li Chun, and it remained so in the face of Yang Feng. "I have long awaited a genuine duel between sword cultivators." Yang Feng took a deep breath, declaring, "This is precisely what I desire and the reason I sought you out." Hearing Yang Feng's words, Lin Xiao smiled, nodding slightly. Not only Yang Feng, but Lin Xiao too yearned for a pure contest between sword cultivators. Among the adversaries he had encountered, some wielded swords. Yet wielding a sword did not necessarily qualify one as a sword cultivator. Without the requisite aptitude, even Zhao Yi would not accept them as disciples. Yang Feng exhaled a long breath, cautiously drawing his sword. The blade was adorned with cloud patterns, gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Named Qingyun, it measured 3 feet and 2 inches and was crafted by the renowned swordsmith, Ouyangzi. Ouyangzi, the foremost swordsmith of the Great Zhou dynasty, held great renown throughout the southernly region. The moment Yang Feng unsheathed his long sword, his aura transformed instantly, radiating a formidable intensity akin to a sharp blade. Enveloping the surroundings, Lin Xiao too drew forth his second-tier magical artifact, sensing the familiar aura emanating from Yang Feng. It was the essence of a sword cultivator. "Your sword's rank is too low. It no longer suits you," Yang Feng remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xiao's blade. "Indeed, it has become somewhat inadequate for me." In response to Yang Feng's words, Lin Xiao expressed his agreement. He would typically refrain from employing the Wujian sword unless absolutely necessary, as the sword spirit had once advised him that utilizing ordinary swords would better hone his mastery of the Wujian sword technique. "Nevertheless, I shall not hold back," Yang Feng remarked earnestly, casting a serious gaze at Lin Xiao. "Certainly," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, and with a swift motion, he executed the stacked steps, his figure transforming into multiple afterimages. Stacked waves, 13 swords. The formidable sword energy cascaded down, resembling an impenetrable net, rendering it nearly impossible to counter. Yang Feng's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had previously witnessed the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhang Yunhe, but this iteration of stacked waves, 13 swords, far surpassed the last. "Meteor shower," Yang Feng called out, deftly tapping his sword, each strike perfectly countering Lin Xiao's assault. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He deemed Yang Feng's ability to achieve this level as a matter of course. If you could withstand the initial feeble strikes, surely the subsequent blows would bear greater weight and profundity. In such a scenario, can you continue to defend so effortlessly? Lin Xiao inquired softly. One must endure to truly comprehend. Without experience, the outcome remains unknown. Yang Feng retorted. The pace of their swordplay intensified, the surrounding sword energy chillingly fierce. Should anything intrude upon their battlefield, it would be swiftly cleaved into fragments by the razor-sharp sword aura. Lin Xiao has grown increasingly formidable. Yun Xiaoxiao observed the duel with rapt attention. Who could argue otherwise? When my junior first entered the Yun City branch, I initially believed he was no match for me. However, after the Master Dugu informed me otherwise, I realized he had been holding back all along. Zhang Kuang observed with utmost seriousness. As a fellow swordsman, although he wielded a heavy sword and employed a different style than Lin Xiao and his peers, they ultimately pursued the same goal. The more he watched, the more his scalp tingled. The battle between the two had even begun to hint at the emergence of sword momentum. Sword momentum, as the name suggests, is a capability akin to oppressive force that a swordsman actively releases during combat. The disparity between possessing sword momentum and lacking it is as vast as a chasm. When facing a swordsman endowed with sword momentum, one's movements become rigid, physical responses slow, and a sense of dread may well up within. Zhang Kuang was not surprised to sense the nascent sword momentum emanating from Lin Xiao, for he perceived his junior as an utter anomaly, possessing terrifying strength. As for Yang Feng, despite being lauded as the foremost prodigy of the Qingqing branch, Zhang Kuang remained unconvinced. They are both monsters, Zhang Kuang murmured. Have you also grasped the rudiments of sword momentum? Yang Feng exclaimed with delight. What sword momentum? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, entirely perplexed by Yang Feng's words. Although he had received instruction in swordsmanship from the Tower Spirit and Sword Spirit, it had primarily been about the techniques themselves. During his studies with Yue'er, he had been preoccupied with the practical aspects of combat and the nuances of swordplay. Regarding theory, Lin Xiao truly lacked the time to delve into it, as his circumstances were dire, surrounded by adversaries. Had his strength been insufficient, he would have perished countless times. You are unaware of the sword intent? Yang Feng's movements with the sword faltered momentarily. He found it hard to conceive the environment in which Lin Xiao had trained, to be oblivious of such fundamental concepts. As one deepens their understanding of sword cultivation, sword techniques, and the essence of the sword itself, the sword intent naturally emerges. However, this is heavily reliant on innate talent. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without grasping sword intent. I find myself somewhat envious of you. The sword aura surrounding you is peculiar, and your sword will appear more solidified. Yang Feng's expression shifted, becoming somewhat grim. What? Lin Xiao unleashed a line of heavenly slashes, forcing Yang Feng to retreat, and curiously inquired. He now considered himself to be acquiring knowledge in an unorthodox manner. His formidable swordsmanship was largely due to his unique sword bone. Were he to understand theoretical knowledge more thoroughly, he would advance further in his sword path. Do you feel no pain in your body? I possess a technique known as the bone-piercing sword art, which resonates deeply with me. Each wave of sword energy I unleash invokes this technique. Even if you block it, your bones will still succumb to the sword's erosion. Yang Feng's countenance displayed a hint of confusion. He realized that Lin Xiao, whom he regarded as a pure sword practitioner, seemed to lose that purity. What sort of sword practitioner possesses such strength? They could not continuously exchange sword strikes, as the spiritual energy would be swiftly depleted, necessitating closer combat. Yet, with a single stroke, Lin Xiao could render his arm numb. Moreover, Lin Xiao's theoretical understanding appeared somewhat lacking. Though it was hard to believe, Yang Feng chose to trust Lin Xiao's words, for there was no reason for him to deceive. Furthermore, the seemingly invincible bone-piercing sword art appeared ineffective against Lin Xiao. This was a fragmented earth-tier sword technique, acquired by Yang Feng in his youth within a cave. He could not actively wield it, yet it would automatically erode an enemy's bones when he attacked. A peculiar smile crept upon Lin Xiao's lips. He realized he inherently suppressed Yang Feng, dominating him from every aspect. The bone-piercing sword art held no sway against his unique sword bone. Chapter 79. The Inner Courtyard Meeting. As for close-quarters combat, the disparity in physical prowess ensured Yang Feng would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Concerning sword intent, this was the most delightful revelation for Lin Xiao today. Prior to his battle with Yang Feng, he had never grasped sword intent, nor did he possess the concept. No one had taught him. Perhaps others believed that, given his high innate talent for swordsmanship, he must inherently know such things. Initially oblivious to sword intent, Lin Xiao instinctively sensed a heavy pressure during his confrontation with Yang Feng. While not as challenging as the second stage ascension, it was no trivial task. Even to this day, Lin Xiao remained unsure of how he had manifested sword intent. It was akin to the body knowing how to move while the mind lagged behind. No more. Yang Feng came to a halt and remarked, Haven't you always desired to duel with me? Lin Xiao inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity. He could sense that Yang Feng still possessed considerable strength, indicating that his opponent had not yet unleashed his full potential. Your sword is on the verge of shattering. Yang Feng cast a glance at the second-grade artifact in Lin Xiao's grasp, just as he had predicted before the battle commenced. Presently, the second-grade artifact could scarcely endure the intensity of the conflict given Lin Xiao's current cultivation level. Its destruction was indeed a natural occurrence. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze slightly to examine the sword in his hand, which was marred by a myriad of cracks, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I'll have to procure another sword once we enter the inner courtyard. Lin Xiao expressed a hint of regret, as he did not intend to discard this blade. Rather, he wished to keep it as a memento, having accompanied him through numerous battles. So, did you lose this time, or did I? Lin Xiao queried. Although your sword is nearly in ruins, it is indeed I who have lost. Your abilities counter mine far too effectively, and I have gleaned the knowledge I sought. Yang Feng replied succinctly. The primary reason he engaged in combat with Lin Xiao was to assess the latter's proficiency in the swordsmanship. Now that they had clashed, his objective was fulfilled. Lin Xiao's swordsmanship was undoubtedly on par with his own. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's actual combat prowess surpassed his own. Although Yang Feng still had hidden cards to play, he was certain that Lin Xiao also possessed untapped potential. Once we enter the inner courtyard, in 3 months, the grand competition will take place, and then we shall truly determine our victor, not merely as we have now, with a mere exchange. Yang Feng regarded Lin Xiao with earnestness. A grand competition, you say? Of course, that poses no issue. By then, you may find yourself devoid of the urge to pursue me, Lin Xiao chuckled in response. Such confidence. It is only with such self-assurance that one can attain the heights you have reached. As sword cultivators, we are unlike other practitioners. If one loses heart, they become naught, and the sword will inevitably rust. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yang Feng felt no offense. On the contrary, he admired Lin Xiao's confidence. Then let it be so. Lin Xiao took a few steps towards the location of Yun Xiao and Zhang Kuang, only to suddenly turn back. Coincidentally, Yang Feng also spun around, both wearing smiles as they proclaimed, "We shall meet in the inner courtyard." As nightfall enveloped Qingliang Peak, the lights remained ablaze. The spectators who had witnessed all the trials lingered, awaiting the final moment to see who would ultimately claim the first prize. Once a victor emerged, the dignitaries would spring into action, most notably arranging marriages for their daughters, a practice whimsically dubbed catching a son-in-law beneath the rankings. In this entrance examination for the inner courtyard of the Jixiao Academy, the first place was awarded to Zhou Shoren, who elongated his voice, causing all hearts to race. The team from the Yun City branch, led by Lin Xiao, achieved a staggering score of over 10,000 points, a remarkable lead, and marked the highest score in the past decade. Zhou Shoren announced with great fervor. It must be noted that the Yun City branch, previously languishing at the bottom in prior sessions, emerged as the most surprising contender in this entrance examination for the inner courtyard. No one had anticipated such an outcome. At the same time, the second team, led by Yang Feng from the Qingqing branch, including Lin Xiao, had emerged from the lesser realm. As night enveloped the surroundings, they would officially enter the inner courtyard of the Jixiao Academy the following day. Lin Xiao, you have performed admirably this time. You have brought great honor to me. Chen Fang's aged face broke into a smile, revealing the creases of joy. The Qingqing branch had finally avenged itself in a significant way. It is all due to the guidance of the dean. Lin Xiao replied with a beaming smile. I had little to do with it. All I did was permit you to venture forth and gain experience. Chen Fang quickly waved his hand, stating that he had not contributed significantly, merely allowing Lin Xiao the freedom to pursue his ambitions. I shall also depart for Yun City tomorrow. Tonight, you must accompany me to meet someone. Be sure to bring your senior brother Zhang along. Chen Fang instructed. Lin Xiao, slightly surprised, nodded in agreement. Within a private room of a tavern in Tiandu, Master Dugi, Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang exclaimed with delight upon entering the chamber alongside Chen Fang, gazing at the middle-aged man before them. Have you finally decided to make an appearance? I had been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Lin Xiao remarked to Du Yi, unable to contain his excitement. Zhang Kuang had previously informed him that Du Yi had arrived in Tiandu, though his whereabouts remained unknown. If he had deliberately come to see his two disciples, why had he remained hidden? Master, why have you been absent until now? Zhang Kuang inquired, perplexed. Lin Xiao too awaited Du Yi's response. Chen Fang, displaying a hint of helplessness, listened as Du Yi chuckled. I have enmity with the Qingyang sect. If I were to show myself, their representatives in Tiandu would multiply considerably. Lin Xiao pondered briefly, recalling how Du Yi had once single-handedly stormed the gates of the Qingyang sect with just a sword for the sake of a woman, leaving them utterly humiliated. Had it not been for the intervention of the sect's ancestor, the existence of the Qingyang sect would have been in jeopardy. Master, there is truly no need for such caution. I have already crossed swords with the Qingyang sect. This enmity is irrevocable, and I am untroubled by such inconveniences. Besides, Tiandu's waters are quite deep. Lin Xiao's expression remained relaxed. He had already slain numerous disciples and elders of the Qingyang sect. The blood feud was firmly established. Furthermore, this was Tiandu. Even if the Qingyang sect sought to assassinate him, they could not dispatch a formidable opponent without risking the ire of the Jixiao Academy and the imperial family. Indeed, I had misjudged the situation. I did not anticipate that my disciple would share a grudge against the Qingyang sect akin to my own. Du Yi shook his head, his expression a blend of peculiarity and complexity. Had I accompanied junior brother Lin on his expeditions, I too would have become embroiled in this enmity with the Qingyang sect. Zhang Kuang lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. Chapter 80. The ways to accumulate points. As Zhang Kuang's words hung in the air, the three individuals present could not help but burst into laughter. You foolish boy, having enmity with the Qingyang sect is hardly a commendable achievement. Is it not better to remain free of such grievances? Du Yi playfully delivered a thump to Zhang Kuang's head. However, master, both you and junior brother Lin have made enemies with the Qingyang sect. If I were not at odds with them, I would not be your disciple. Zhang Kuang exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. That is not the case. Regardless of your enmity, you remain my disciple. Du Yi replied, his expression gentle as he gazed at his two students with warmth. The reason I have come to see you is that I am about to depart from the Jixia Academy. Both students were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning their gaze to Chen Fang. Indeed, your master is leaving the Yun City branch. He has his own matters to attend to. Although I am the dean, I cannot prevent this, Chen Fang remarked with a hint of resignation, yet his tone remained carefree. If your master wishes to pursue his own path, let him do so. Why do you both wear such troubled expressions as his disciples? At Chen Fang's words, Lin Xiao could not help but chuckle sheepishly. The news of Du Guyi's departure from the academy truly surprised him. The next time you hear of me, it may be when your master accomplishes something remarkable. Du Guyi said with a carefree smile, then patted both of his disciples on the shoulder before leaving the room. After Du Guyi's departure, Lin Xiao and Zhang Kuang exited as well. Junior brother, our master has left. It seems he is off to seek revenge. What should we do? Zhang Kuang said, feeling somewhat disheartened. We must focus on enhancing our cultivation. At the very least, we should reach the late stage of the core formation realm. Otherwise, we will be of no assistance. Lin Xiao replied softly. Senior brother, I will strive to elevate my cultivation to the late stage of core formation within a year. Only then can I be of help to our master. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhang Kuang felt invigorated. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Kuang with a hint of envy. His junior brother possessed a pure heart, with emotions that flared up swiftly yet dissipated just as quickly. In contrast, Lin Xiao felt a lingering bitterness. Knowing he needed to reach the spirit-gathering realm, or he would be unable to assist his master, Du Guyi. What level of cultivation did the ancestor of the Qingyang sect possess? The following morning, the top 30 disciples followed Zhou Shorin onto the back of a colossal beast. This is a second-tier top-grade magical beast, the Kanglin Eagle. It will take us to the sacred land, entering the inner courtyard of the Jixia Academy. Yun Xiao explained as she glanced at the giant eagle beneath them. Kanglin Eagle? Has it been tamed? Lin Xiao inquired curiously, having encountered only fierce beasts thus far. This was his first experience with a tamed creature, piquing his interest. Indeed, it has been tamed for several hundred years. The Kanglin Eagle was domesticated centuries ago and has since served as a means of transportation for the Jixia Academy. Now, there exists a population of Kanglin Eagles, numbering over 50. Each one can carry hundreds of people simultaneously. Yun Xiao elaborated. Listening to her words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the depth of such a top-tier force. Surely, the three major sects and the royal family possessed similar resources. How far is the sacred land from here? Lin Xiao asked once more. The sacred land is not particularly distant from the heavenly capital. However, it is perched atop a mountain peak, the highest within the Great Zhou. Without the assistance of the Kanglin Eagle, reaching the sacred land would be impossible, Yun Xiao remarked. Lin Xiao pondered this, recalling the towering mountain he had glimpsed at the edge of the sky while in the heavenly capital. He had often speculated about the whereabouts of the so-called sacred land, never expecting it to be so far away. At that moment, Zhou Shorin turned his gaze towards the 30 new students of the inner academy seated upon the back of the Kanglin Eagle, smiling warmly as he said, We likely have the better part of a day before we reach the sacred land, so during this time, feel free to ask any questions. I will gladly answer. Senior Zhou, what rules govern the inner academy? Yin Zheng inquired earnestly. Once you enter the inner academy, you will receive a booklet detailing the regulations of the Jixia Academy. It will not differ much from what you experienced in your respective branches, Zhou Shorin replied with a smile. Senior, is it true that points can only be earned through tasks? Li Chun, his complexion pale and bandaged in white cloth, asked weakly. He instinctively cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who had truly terrified him in the small world. Had it not been for Li Li's intervention, Li Chun believed he would have met his demise, for Lin Xiao was not known for his mercy. Not necessarily. If you make significant contributions to the Jixia Academy, you can also earn points. Within the inner academy, points can be exchanged for all resources of the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, upon entering the inner academy, all new students will uniformly receive 100 points, with additional points awarded to the top 3 performers. Zhou Shorin continued. I must also remind you of another matter. The competition within the inner academy is quite fierce, and your points may very well be seized by older students. As he spoke, many faces paled, while only a few confident newcomers remained unfazed. Are older students permitted to take points from others? One student asked, his expression changing dramatically. Certainly, as long as it does not result in death or serious injury, no one will intervene. After all, this is a form of fair competition. However, the Jixia Academy does stipulate that at least 20% of the points must be reserved for new students each month. Listening to Zhou Shorin, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Such a system would greatly stimulate everyone's desire for cultivation. No one wished for their hard-earned points to be taken by others. What can we do to avoid this, senior? Another disciple inquired curiously. It's quite simple. If your strength surpasses that of others, you need not worry, Zhou Shuren replied. The disciple's face paled slightly, yet he persisted. Is there no other way? Of course, there is. You can seek out a powerful individual and offer them a protection fee. They will then shield you, preventing others from seizing your points. Lin Xiao, contemplating Zhou Shuren's words, pondered whether he could ask all the new students for a protection fee in exchange for his safeguarding. However, he realized he needed to assess the situation thoroughly once he reached the inner academy to determine if his plan could indeed be executed. Are there any further questions? The new students shook their heads, rendered speechless by the news released by Zhou Shuren. Welcome to the Jixiao Academy. Zhou Shuren grinned widely. Chapter 81. The inner courtyard. Minter. Half a day later, the Kanglin eagle descended slowly from the sky, carrying the new students. Zhang Kuang blinked, staring blankly at the vast emptiness before him. Junior brother Lin, senior sister Yun, why is this sacred place so barren? Zhang Kuang queried, perplexed. In his imagination, the inner courtyard of Jixiao Academy should be immensely spacious and extravagantly luxurious. Yet, all he saw were large stones and an echoing expanse devoid of anything else. The sacred realm is both here and not here. The inner courtyard of Jixiao Academy exists within a miniature world, and this is the entrance to that world. Yin Xiaoxiao explained. Indeed, Zhou Shuren stepped forward, retrieving a white jade pendant from his storage ring, channeling his spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, a fierce wind arose, and at the center of the vast area, a terrifying vortex emerged, as if it could devour everything. Entering this vortex will lead you into the miniature world, Zhou Shuren announced after surveying the crowd. Some individuals, already aware of how to access the inner courtyard, stepped into the vortex without hesitation, their figures vanishing without a trace. Lin Xiao glanced at Yun Xiaoxiao and Zhang Kuang. Their eyes met, and together they stepped into the vortex. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Xiao found himself in the inner courtyard. He looked around. Not far away stood magnificent buildings adorned with intricate carvings and exquisite designs. To the north of the architectural complex was a towering forest, from which small groups of people occasionally emerged. The spiritual energy here is remarkably rich, Lin Xiao remarked, astonished by the intensity of the aura in this miniature world, which was at least double that of the outside world. This meant that a year of cultivation here equated to 2 years outside. After waiting for a brief moment for the remaining newcomers, all the new students eventually entered the inner courtyard. A few individuals approached from the distance, likely mentors. Lin Xiao, we meet again. An elderly man with a head of white hair said, stroking his beard and smiling broadly. Lin Xiao looked towards the voice and recognized Wang Yanting, a mentor from Jixiao Academy, whom he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone. Senior Wang, Lin Xiao greeted respectfully. I heard you performed exceptionally well this time. Would you care to become my student? Wang Yanting inquired. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, a cold voice interrupted, Senior Wang. What do you want with my student? Oh, you are recruiting disciples this time? Zhao Yi, you do surprise me, Wang Yanting remarked, a hint of astonishment crossing his face as he turned to Zhao Yi. Lin Xiao, Yang Feng, Zhang Kuang. Come with me, Zhao Yi stated coolly, calling out the names of the three before turning to leave. Sister Xiaoxiao, I'll see you later. Lin Xiao called out to Yun Xiaoxiao. Previously, during their time on the Kanglin Eagle, Zhou Shuren mentioned that the new students would reside in a separate area, allowing them to meet with Yun Xiaoxiao in the evenings. Subsequently, the three designated individuals followed Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi moved swiftly, maintaining a pace typical of someone in the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Among the trio, the most accomplished was Yang Feng, who was at the second level of the core formation realm, followed by Lin Xiao, who was at the first level, and lastly, Zhang Kuang, who had yet to reach the core formation realm and was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, it proved somewhat challenging for the three to keep up with Zhao Yi. In short distances, Lin Xiao could manage, but as the distance extended, it became increasingly difficult. After half an hour, they finally traversed the forest and arrived atop a high mountain. Zhao Yi had arrived a mere incense stick's duration earlier, followed by Lin Xiao, then Yang Feng, and lastly Zhang Kuang. Your pace is woefully slow. It seems I may have overestimated your capabilities, Zhao Yi remarked coldly, casting a glance at the trio. I am your mentor, Zhao Yi. In the days to come within the inner academy, you shall train under my guidance. The three exchanged glances, taken aback by the stern introduction from their mentor upon entering the inner academy. Mentor, what brings us here? Zhang Kuang inquired, breathless. Do introduce yourselves, at the very least. I should have some understanding of who you are. Zhao Yi observed them without addressing Zhang Kuang's question. I am Zhang Kuang, from the Yun City branch, age 20. Currently at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, proficient with a heavy sword, and possessing considerable strength, rivaling that of many physical cultivators. After hearing Zhang Kuang's self-introduction, Zhao Yi scrutinized the tall, muscular youth, who indeed appeared more like a physical cultivator than a sword practitioner. I am Yang Feng, hailing from the Qing City branch. 19 years old, currently at the second level of the core formation realm, a sword practitioner. Yang Feng's introduction was notably more aloof. Zhao Yi then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. I am Lin Xiao, from the Yun City branch, aged 18, currently at the first level of the core formation realm. A sword practitioner skilled in sword formations, with a focus on offensive capabilities. Lin Xiao's self-introduction was quite standard. Excellent, I now have your information. Here are your identity jade tokens. They contain your points and identification. By infusing spiritual energy into them, you can access the map of the inner academy. Zhao Yi produced 3 milky white jade tokens and handed them to the trio. Following Zhao Yi's instructions, Lin Xiao infused a wisp of spiritual energy into his token, instantly revealing his information. Name, Lin Xiao. Identity, disciple of the inner academy of Jixiao Academy. Age, 18. Cultivation, core formation realm, first level. Points, 600. Mentor, Zhao Yi. How straightforward indeed. Lin Xiao could not help but muse internally. As for the points, each selected new student started with 100 points, and as the top candidate, he received an additional 500 points. Besides his personal information, Lin Xiao also viewed the map Zhao Yi had mentioned, which clearly marked various buildings, ensuring that new students would not lose their way. Tomorrow morning, come to the Sword Mark Tower to seek me out. I will be instructing you there. As Zhao Yi was about to depart, Lin Xiao called out to him. Mentor, upon entering the inner courtyard, is there no reward beyond the points? During the competition at the Yun City branch, even in its impoverished state, some rewards were still bestowed upon Lin Xiao. It was not that Lin Xiao was overly fixated on material wealth. Rather, the Tower Spirit was in dire need of treasures to nourish itself, especially since it had recently fallen into a deep slumber. Being allowed entry into the inner courtyard is the greatest reward of all, should you lack any items. You may exchange your points at Huabao Building, Zhao Yi replied, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. With that, Zhao Yi's figure abruptly vanished. Chapter 82. The Extreme Sword Technique. Junior brother Lin, the mentor has left. What should we do now? Zhang Kuang inquired, scratching his head. Lin Xiao did not respond immediately, but turned to Yang Feng. They had been rivals, yet now, under the same mentor, their statuses had naturally shifted. I have heard that the inner courtyard possesses a training tower, which contains gravity rooms and spiritual energy chambers. I intend to visit the training tower first. Yang Feng said after a moment of contemplation. And what about you, senior brother Zhang? What do you plan to do? Lin Xiao asked Zhang Kuang. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I too am considering a visit to the training tower, Zhang Kuang replied. Very well. You both may proceed to the training tower. I shall head to Huabao Building, Lin Xiao stated. He intended to acquire a new sword. The second-grade magical weapon gifted by Dugu Yi was no longer suitable for his current combat level. At the very least, he needed a third-grade magical weapon to withstand the intensity of battles he now faced. Additionally, he sought to purchase some rare materials for the Tower Spirit. Previously, he had only acquired a small portion at Tianbao Building, and according to Yun Xiao, there might be treasures in the inner courtyard that Tianbao Building did not possess. Huabao Building. This was the establishment where items could be exchanged for points within the inner courtyard. Please assist me in checking the list for items available at Huabao Building, and also exchange for a third-grade magical weapon, Lin Xiao requested upon entering Huabao Building and approaching the shopkeeper. Young master, please take a seat while I examine this. The shopkeeper took the list from Lin Xiao and, after a brief glance, understood the contents. The items on this list are limited to a small selection at Huabao Building, amounting to approximately 300 points, including a third-grade magical weapon. The total will be 500 points. The shopkeeper calculated swiftly, presenting the total with ease. That is acceptable. Here is my identity token. Lin Xiao produced his jade token and handed it to the shopkeeper. After receiving it, the shopkeeper retreated to the inner chamber and soon returned with the materials Lin Xiao needed, along with a third-grade magical weapon. Welcome, young master, to visit us again. The shopkeeper exclaimed with a beaming smile, pleased with the transaction of 500 points. Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. The purchasing power of points in the inner courtyard was indeed formidable, allowing him to acquire a third-grade magical weapon for merely 200 points. Moreover, the materials obtained from Huabao Building were unique and unavailable at Tianbao Building. After acquiring the materials, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory building where the new students resided. The third floor, is it? Lin Xiao gazed at his jade token, which contained information regarding the location of his residence. Upon placing the token into a designated slot, the door to his room swung open instantaneously. He surveyed his surroundings. The decor of the room was rather minimalist, a style Lin Xiao favored. Standing by the window, he He caught a glimpse of the shimmering lake not far away. Senior Tower Spirit, Lin Xiao called softly, and soon the figure of the Tower Spirit appeared beside him. Have you entered the inner courtyard? The spiritual energy here is indeed quite abundant. The Tower Spirit remarked with a smile. Indeed, after entering the inner courtyard, I managed to procure some materials for you, Senior Tower Spirit, all from the list you provided earlier. Lin Xiao replied eagerly. The Tower Spirit nodded gently. Then with a wave of his hand, the materials Lin Xiao had placed on the table vanished into thin air. Do you wish to enter the tower for cultivation? The Tower Spirit inquired. Certainly. This time, I intend to thoroughly contemplate some newly acquired martial techniques, and I indeed need to cultivate, Lin Xiao affirmed. Whether it be the one-line sky or the 13 swords of stacked waves, Lin Xiao saw ample room for improvement, particularly with the former. Moreover, the pressure within the inner courtyard was considerable, although he had yet to encounter the senior students seeking to claim points. Enhancing his cultivation was still advantageous. Within the tower's realm, Lin Xiao diligently honed the one-line sky sword technique. Yet, he always felt a certain disconnect from this technique, and upon reflection, he could not discern the source of this disconnection. Senior Tower Spirit, do you know where my issues with the one-line sky sword technique lie? Lin Xiao inquired. Glancing at the Tower Spirit, standing nearby, after absorbing the materials, the Tower Spirit had become slightly more corporeal, though the difference was imperceptible at a casual glance. I am merely a tower. How could I discern your issues? Asked the Sword Spirit. She surely knows. The Tower Spirit replied with a gentle smile. While he could offer guidance to Lin Xiao, he was, after all, merely a Tower Spirit, and his advice in this regard could not compare to that of the Sword Spirit. Before the Sword Spirit, Lin Xiao began. But his words were interrupted by a cool voice. You are far too indecisive. Although this sword technique is of a low rank, it is quite effective, simple to practice, and possesses considerable power. The figure of the Sword Spirit emerged, albeit in a hazy form, rendering her details indistinct. I am too indecisive. Lin Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. His training within the tower had brought him close to mastery of the one-line sky, yet he always seemed to fall short, as if something vital eluded him, preventing its full realization. Indeed, the essence of this sword technique lies in delivering a single strike. Within that strike, one must imbue their sword intent, spiritual energy, and will. The Sword Spirit continued. Lin Xiao pondered this. You are excessively indecisive, perpetually contemplating an escape route. Each time you execute the one-line sky, aside from infusing it with sword intent and spiritual energy, there exists no presence of will. The Sword Spirit spoke softly. The essence of this sword technique is not one that favors prolonged combat, Lin Xiao remarked with uncertainty. In his hands, the technique known as One Line of Heaven had nearly transformed into a standard attack, compared to the cumbersome prerequisites of the 13-wave sword. One Line of Heaven was instantaneous. The fundamental principle of this swordplay is to resolve a battle with a single strike. You need only extend your sword, and either your opponent will perish, or you shall meet your own demise, the Sword Spirit stated calmly. Lin Xiao couldn't help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, this sword technique is rather extreme. He felt ill-suited for such an approach, as he had always preferred to act after careful deliberation, rather than rushing in recklessly. Extreme is precisely the point. Without this extremity, the sword technique would be merely ordinary, lacking the grandeur to stand in the limelight, the Sword Spirit commented appreciatively, clearly holding One Line of Heaven in high regard. Lin Xiao wished to voice his thoughts, but ended up smiling wryly. It seems I shall never reach the pinnacle of One Line of Heaven, he said softly. Upon realizing the stringent conditions required to master the technique, he understood that achieving greatness was beyond his grasp. Chapter 83. A returning scholar if a single strike leaves him without any remaining strength. Lin Xiao would rather not learn this sword technique at all, thanks to his infinite sword bone. He was a paragon among his peers in both physical prowess and spiritual energy capacity, undoubtedly among the elite. When these attributes are combined in a single individual, they can endure fierce and prolonged battles. If he were to forsake all his advantages merely to study a sword technique, Lin Xiao would begin to question his own sanity. Moreover, even if he could not achieve mastery of One Line of Heaven, he could still wield it in everyday circumstances, just as he had before. In reality, it is not as daunting as you imagine. With your infinite sword bone, the cost of executing One Line of Heaven is not as severe as you think, the Sword Spirit observed. Gazing at Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face as he grasped the Sword Spirit's implication. His distinction from other sword cultivators lay in his possession of the infinite sword bone, which others lacked. Try this. Concentrate all your sword intent, spiritual energy, and willpower at the moment of drawing your sword. Then unleash it with all your might, without holding back. The sword spirit instructed in a serene tone. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, gripping the sword at his waist, his focus sharpening. Everything around him seemed to slow down. He could even perceive the distant falling leaves at a leisurely pace, as if time itself had been stretched. The figure of the sword spirit remained somewhat blurred, her smile still gentle. With a swift motion, a tempest arose around Lin Xiao, culminating in a dazzling golden sword aura that erupted outward, so brilliant that it was almost blinding. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he felt the might of that strike, his smile growing ever more pronounced. The tower spirit squinted slightly, assessing the attack, and remarked, "This strike has already reached the full power of the 5th level of the core formation realm. It is indeed formidable." With that, the tower spirit glanced at the 3rd-grade magical artifact in Lin Xiao's hand. Had I just wielded the infinite sword, this strike would have been even more terrifying. However, the energy expenditure was still excessive. This single sword stroke nearly drained 70% of my spiritual essence, leaving me quite fatigued. After the initial thrill, Lin Xiao took a moment to assess his internal condition and remarked, "This unparalleled sword strike encapsulated my will, making my exhaustion quite natural. It was due to the presence of the infinite sword bone. Without it, such a strike could siphon all your energy, rendering you utterly defenseless." The sword spirit offered a sharp critique. Lin Xiao chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging the truth in the spirit's words. As a trump card, it sufficed, ordinarily. He could employ the previous technique, while this concentrated, all-out sword strike could serve as a decisive weapon in critical moments. Lin Xiao contemplated the application of the previous technique. During routine confrontations, there was no need to resort to this supreme strike. After honing the previous technique to perfection, Lin Xiao ceased his martial training and turned to cultivation. That night, the air was cool and refreshing. The new students returned to their dormitories, their faces alight with excitement. Truly, the inner courtyard of the Jixiao Academy was where fortune favored them. They had gained entry. One new student remarked to his companions. His comments stemmed entirely from Lin Xiao's actions in the 3rd round, where he hunted down other teams, thereby allowing some teams that had evaded Lin Xiao to escape calamity. Their team comprised 3 members, the highest cultivation level being merely the 7th layer of the transformation realm. Thus, entering the inner courtyard was indeed a stroke of luck. Certainly a stroke of luck. I recall that both the Qingqing and Tianhai branches had a core formation cultivator who encountered Lin Xiao, leading to their failure due to insufficient points. One companion shrugged and stated, "The new student dormitory consisted of 2 tall buildings, one for male students and the other for female students. Additionally, a hall connected the 2 buildings, where numerous new students congregated, both male and female. A rough estimate suggested at least 20 individuals present. A stroke of luck? Have you forgotten what Senior Zhou said? Upperclassmen will seize points from new students. Individuals like you are merely targets for plunder." Li Li, seated gracefully on a sofa, cast a scornful glance at the trio, mocking their claims of fortune. Upon hearing Li Li's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. However, one of them countered. "But Senior Zhou also mentioned that one could pay a certain number of points to gain the protection of the strong. I noticed there are indeed organizations within the inner courtyard. You're merely a minor player. I could dispatch you with a single hand." Lili retorted dismissively. Among this cohort of newcomers, Lili undoubtedly stood out as a paragon. Even Yin Zheng might not match her prowess, for she too was a prodigy. Furthermore, those so-called strong individuals also required your points, demanding at least 50 points per month, Lili added. The senior students, in their pursuit of seizing the points of the newcomers, are mandated to leave 20% of the points for them. Thus, from 100 points, 20 must be reserved for the new entrants. The notion of seeking refuge with the strong is similarly burdensome for the newcomers, as they are required to surrender 50 points at once, which constitutes half of the total points possessed by those unranked. What is the point of arguing with them? They are merely waste that will inevitably be eliminated in due course. Li Chun strode out from the entrance of the building on the left, stating, "Yang Feng, shall we unite? This way, those seniors 1T easily snatch our points away." Li Chun directed his gaze towards Yang Feng, who was seated in the corner. "Are you afraid?" Yang Feng glanced at Li Chun, responding calmly. "Who isn't afraid? Most of these seniors have attained the golden core stage, and we simply cannot contend with them." Li Chun did not deny this, speaking boldly. His complexion had improved significantly, and his injuries were gradually healing. In a few days, he would be lively once more. The younger brother is indeed correct. You newcomers should band together. Only in this way can you manage to surprise us a little. But that is the extent of it, merely providing us with some fodder for post-meal discussions. Indeed, Brother Li is right. They serve only this purpose, ha! At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals entered through the hall's entrance, more than half of whom were cultivators at the golden core stage. Each bore a uniform insignia depicting a ferocious tiger with its mouth wide open, suggesting they belonged to a singular organization. Li Qin's expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise. Lin Xiao slightly furrowed her brow. Yang Feng's demeanor grew somewhat grave, while Zhang Kuang scratched his head, remaining unchanged in expression. Chapter 84. The Tiger Society. Yuan, although Zhou Shoren had informed them while on the Kanglin Eagle that the newcomers would be plundered by the seniors. No one anticipated the arrival would be so swift. It caught everyone off guard, as they had yet to spend a single night in the inner courtyard. The mentor who brought you here should have informed you, right? Each person is to surrender 80 points, and the top 3 will also contribute additional points. A senior stepped forward, declaring, "My name is Yuan, the vice president of the Tiger Society. My brother, the president, is also part of this organization. If you obediently hand over your points, I may consider admitting some of you into the Tiger Society." Before anyone could respond, Yuan continued. Within the inner courtyard of the Jixiao Academy, there exists a group of organizations formed by the disciples, all bearing the suffix society. These organizations facilitate collective tasks that require teamwork. Lin Xiao interjected, "Today, my primary purpose at the Jixiao Academy is to gather various pieces of information. You are quite impressive, and your cultivation is commendable. Would you like to join the Tiger Society? If you do, I shall refrain from seizing your points." Yuan regarded Lin Xiao with appreciation. The fact that a newcomer had already acquainted herself with this information was indeed surprising, indicating that Lin Xiao possessed a keen intellect, which he found appealing in his interactions. Joining the Fierce Tiger Society is unnecessary. Moreover, among the thousands of inner disciples at Jixiao Academy, those affiliated with the society scarcely exceed 1/3. Lin Xiao stated calmly. For her, joining such a society holds no advantage. Conversely, she would be required to pay 50 points monthly for the society's protection. If you choose not to join, then surrender your identity badge. Do not force our hand, Yuan retorted coldly. However, I have heard that private duels are generally prohibited within the Jixiao Academy. Are you not afraid of attracting the attention of the mentors with such actions? Lin Xiao inquired, unfazed, her tone tinged with curiosity. Indeed, engaging in private combat could lead to complications. I invite you to the arena for a duel, where the victor claims all, and the vanquished shall eat dust. Yuan's expression twisted into a cruel smirk. Jixiao Academy indeed forbids private duels due to the potential destruction to surrounding structures and the risk of collateral damage to bystanders. This prohibition is strictly enforced by the Academy's higher authorities. Nonetheless, there exists a loophole, the arena, where any grievances may be settled, provided that no fatalities occur. So we can refuse, can't we? Are you not of sound mind? Lili remarked incredulously, casting a surprised glance at Yuan, who seemed unwell. That is acceptable. However, should you decline, I shall proceed to the task hall to register your refusal. If you persist as timid turtles, avoiding our challenge, then 20% of your points will be deducted for each task you undertake in the future. Ha ha ha. One of the members of the Fierce Tiger Society could not contain his laughter. Lin Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism. As the young lady of Tianbao Tower, she was acutely aware of the myriad flaws in this system, which was quite rudimentary. Yet, within the academy, where the average age scarcely exceeds 20 and mentors closely observe, such a flawed system persists. I shall challenge you in the arena, Yang Feng declared, taking a deep breath. Half an hour later, Yang Feng returned, looking disheveled, followed by a group of disheartened freshmen and the boastful Yuan. I am at the 5th level of the core formation stage. How could a 2nd-level core formation cultivator like you possibly defeat me? Yuan scoffed. So, this individual is the strongest among your newcomers, is he not? Quickly hand over your identity badge so I may seize your points. If you do so, I shall refrain from registering at the task hall. Who says that? Senior brother Yang Feng is merely experiencing a rough patch. Besides, our senior brother Yang Feng is a genius capable of effortlessly engaging in battles beyond his level. A disciple from Qingcheng Academy boldly proclaimed. Genius? Yuan approached this disciple with a menacing expression. Is there anyone who enters the inner academy that is not a genius? The disciple hesitated momentarily. Indeed, even Yang Feng would be considered a genius in the outside world, yet within the inner academy, he had become rather ordinary. My apologies. But Yang Feng is not the top newcomer. That title belongs to me. Lin Xiao emerged from the entrance of the building on the left, gazing at Yuan with indifference. Furthermore, I am also interested in establishing a society of my own. Is the current generation of freshmen so arrogant? Establishing a club requires credentials that you do not possess. Only when you have acquired such qualifications should you dare to make bold claims, Yuan scoffed. The endeavor of founding a club is far from trivial. First, one must gather a minimum of 20 individuals, and secondly, one must vanquish the leaders of other clubs. Only then will one be deemed worthy of establishing a club. Qualifications? Those so-called qualifications merely entail defeating all of you. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Then let us see the truth on the martial arts stage. Yuan's expression darkened. He refrained from uttering further threats, for they bore no significance. It was imperative that these freshmen comprehend what words were permissible and which were best left unspoken. The martial arts stage. To enter the arena, each combatant must pay 20 points. The stage is surrounded by a barrier, and nearby lies the viewing platform, where the annual competition of the inner courtyard is held. I am a spear cultivator. This long spear named Dragon's Daring is forged from the essence of a third-tier demonic beast's blood, Yuan proclaimed, drawing a spear with a slightly reddened tip from his storage ring. If I refuse to cooperate, would that not put you in an awkward position? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, producing a third-tier magical artifact he had exchanged from the Huabao Tower earlier that day. I am a sword cultivator. This sword is yet to be named, as I just acquired it today from Huabao Tower. Allow me to demonstrate to you what it means to be a senior in the inner courtyard and what it means to be a prodigy therein. Yuan brandished his spear, exuding an overwhelming aura, as a sharp intent emanated from him, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Beyond swords, various weapons possess their own unique intent, and likewise, they cultivate a myriad of practitioners. The dragon emerges from the sea. Yuan shouted fiercely, infusing his spear with spiritual energy, and as the red tassels danced, the spear lunged toward Lin Xiao, reminiscent of a boundless ocean. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yuan's move took him by surprise, as the opponent had nearly grasped the momentum. It was evident that the intensity of combat in the inner courtyard surpassed that of the four major divisions. Layered step. Lin Xiao executed his technique, swiftly evading the thrust. Chapter 85, Defeat. Do you think you can merely evade this thrust? Yuan sneered coldly, the spear tip quivering violently. And a mist of water vapor began to envelop Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He sensed that the vapor was a transformation of spiritual energy. Yet its timing was unsettling, stirring a sense of caution within him. Roar. The surrounding droplets coalesced into a water sphere, which then morphed into the fierce head of a dragon, opening its massive maw in a menacing bite aimed at Lin Xiao. But that was not all. Not far away, Yuan was also in motion. Falling leaf step. Yuan executed his technique, rapidly closing the distance to Lin Xiao, followed by another fierce shout, tiger subduing spear. He raised his dragon's daring high, unleashing it with tremendous force, causing the air around to erupt with a booming sound. Under the pressure of his might, evasion was rendered futile. Beside him loomed the dragon's head, while above him soared Yuan. Yang Feng's expression paled slightly upon witnessing the scene. He realized he had succumbed to this very maneuver, as being attacked from two directions had indeed caught him off guard. Lin Xiao, you should be different from me. Having defeated me, you must surely be able to unravel this technique. Yang Feng murmured to himself. On the competition platform, Lin Xiao remained remarkably composed. His gaze showed little alteration. He had perfected his technique, and after refining his skills, he had also cultivated within the tower's realm for an extended period. Enhancing his cultivation further, Lin Xiao retrieved a nearly shattered second-tier magical artifact from his storage ring and infused it with a portion of his spiritual energy. As the sword intent surged, he cast the longsword forth. In the next instant, a whirlwind of sword chi enveloped Lin Xiao, who grasped a third-tier magical artifact in his hand. A brilliant golden sword aura cleaved through the air, targeting Yuan above. The second-tier artifact began to fragment the moment it left his hand, but ultimately succeeded in piercing the dragon's head. Simultaneously, Yuan, unable to adjust his stance mid-air, collided directly with the strike. As the sword chi dissipated, Yuan landed back on the ground a short distance away. To think you could counter my attack. You have indeed surprised me. Many disciples in the inner courtyard cannot unravel this move. Yuan regarded Lin Xiao with a profound gaze. When he and his elder brother had first entered the inner courtyard, they had not exhibited such extraordinary prowess as Lin Xiao. Are you finished speaking? Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and inquired calmly. What? Yuan was somewhat perplexed by Lin Xiao's words. You have already lost. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, stating, Did you not hear the soft whisper of the sword chi? In the next moment, the competition platform was engulfed in a swirling vortex of black and white sword chi, with Lin Xiao at the center, transforming the entire arena into a sword formation. Uft! Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, taken aback by the sudden emergence of the black and white sword chi, which struck him unawares. Yet, Yuan reacted swiftly, after sustaining the injury. He promptly raised his dragon spear, its tip dancing wildly as the spear intent spread within a 3-foot radius, creating an impenetrable barrier. Your response is commendable, but ultimately futile. Lin Xiao stated, standing resolutely with his sword. His white attire billowed fiercely amidst the howling sword chi. Yue'er indeed possessed considerable combat experience. Yet that was the extent of it. From the outset of their duel, Lin Xiao had been laying the foundations for the yin-yang sword formation, with the last thrown second-tier artifact serving as the formation's marker. Once the yin-yang sword formation was initiated, it would not dissipate unless Lin Xiao actively retracted it or if the black and white sword chi were entirely depleted. Moreover, within the formation's range, he could deliberately direct the sword chi to strike at will. As expected, Yue'er's aura soon began to destabilize, leaving him with no time to consume pills to replenish his spiritual energy. The omnipresent black and white sword chi could launch an assault from any angle. It was already impressive that he could barely withstand the onslaught of sword chi, but the cost was a rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Then let me exert myself further. Lin Xiao's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his posture, his slender fingers resting upon the hilt of his sword. In a sudden motion, he drew it forth, a sliver of sky. Under the radiance of the sword's aura, the surrounding black and white sword energies swiftly retreated, and the impenetrable intent of the spear was cleaved apart by this strike. Yue'er, caught off guard, could only brace himself, holding the dragon's dandelion firmly before him to withstand the blow. The immense force transmitted through his arms sent Yue'er hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier, leaving him unable to rise for a considerable time. In the audience, whether it was the members of the Tiger Society or the freshmen from the 4 academies, silence enveloped them in the wake of Lin Xiao's victory. What a jest! This was the vice president, defeated by a mere freshman at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. Some members of the Tiger Society struggled to accept this reality, resorting to loud exclamations. The defeat of the vice president would surely draw the attention of the president, who was known for his rigorous training. However, the vice president's loss held little consequence. After all, the steadfast pillar of the Tiger Society was none other than the formidable Nie Changkong from Jixia. A member of the Tiger Society stepped forward to reassure the crowd. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tiger Society found solace. Meanwhile, the freshmen of the 4 academies erupted in cheers for Lin Xiao. During the internal academy assessments, they had appeared as adversaries, though that animosity stemmed solely from their differing statuses. Now, their applause for Lin Xiao was equally motivated by that same status. I knew Brother Lin would triumph. Just look at whose disciple he is, exclaimed an anonymous figure, arms akimbo, and laughing heartily. Brother Lin always brings hope, mused a gentle older sister. Thank goodness I didn't harbor any murderous intent towards Lin Xiao during the internal assessments. I merely took a small sum from the young prince, nothing more, whispered a muscular giant. This is my lifelong rival. Only such a person deserves to be my opponent, thought one hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Qingqing branch, secretly reveling in his thoughts. As for the others, they merely cheered. Lin Xiao, unfazed by the commotion, approached the unconscious Yue'er, searching through his belongings until he discovered the identity jade token. He pressed Yue'er's token against his own, transferring 80% of Yue'er's points to his own. Oh, 852 points. How impoverished. Lin Xiao mused, stroking his chin. After deducting 20 points for the challenge and adding his remaining points, he now possessed 932 points. Besides Yue'er, there were still several members of the Tiger Society with him. Chapter 86, The Jixia Tiger. With this thought, Lin Xiao's gaze turned to the audience. There were still 7 members of the Tiger Society who had accompanied Yue'er. Surely, they could collectively contribute to reaching 1,000 points, for it would not do for him to be poorer than the freshman. Subsequently, Lin Xiao descended from the martial arts stage to seize the points of the other members of the Tiger Society. To his surprise, these members offered no resistance to Lin Xiao's appropriation. Instead, they submissively surrendered their points to him. This left Lin Xiao somewhat astonished and yet enlightened. Among the members who had come from the Tiger Society, Yue'er was the strongest. If even he had been defeated, there was no need for them to stubbornly refuse to yield. This matter was far from over. Our Tiger Society's president is the Jixia Tiger, and when he arrives, you will have to regurgitate all that you have consumed. A few members of the Tiger Society issued their threats toward Lin Xiao as they departed. The Jixia Tiger, you say? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, his expression remaining largely unchanged. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd layer of the core formation stage, nearing the mid-core formation phase. As long as that so-called Jixia Tiger was not at the peak of the core formation stage, he had no reason to worry. At worst, he might not be able to defeat his opponent, but the reverse was equally true. His adversary would find it just as challenging to overcome him. After all, they were all prodigies from various academies, and the Jixia Tiger was surely not to be underestimated. Lin Xiao pondered within. during his time in the sub-academy. Even at the 7th layer of the transformation stage, he could vanquish cultivators at the core formation stage. However, that was no longer feasible in the inner academy. All were prodigies, which implied that each possessed considerable fighting prowess. Achieving victories against opponents of higher ranks would not be as effortless as before, though not entirely impossible. For instance, had Nie Yuan unleashed his full strength from the outset, Lin Xiao would have undoubtedly triumphed, but it would not have been an easy victory. This, of course, was under the condition that Lin Xiao only utilized the strength of the first layer of core formation. Nie Yuan's defeat stemmed from his underestimation of Lin Xiao, a lion, even when hunting a rabbit, employs its full might. I hope that when you meet our president, you can still speak so lightly. One of them spat bitterly. Let us just hope your president possesses a wealth of points. After all, your group is rather impoverished, with 7 members only accumulating 800 points. And nothing more to spare. Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Subsequently, the members of the Tiger Society took the unconscious Nie Yuan back, and it was foreseeable that in just a few days, he would encounter the Jixia tiger. However, Lin Xiao was unperturbed. He had long been prepared. Through these individuals, he had gleaned that accumulating points within the inner academy of the Jixia Academy was no simple feat initially. He had harbored doubts about the rewards for entering the inner academy being rather meager. However, after exchanging at the Huabao Pavilion, he realized that 500 points were indeed quite substantial. A third-tier magical artifact, along with several rare materials, proved that the purchasing power of points was remarkably high. Moreover, cultivation necessitated resources. As he battled against other disciples in the inner academy, he would seize points to procure cultivation materials. Lin Xiao contemplated, beginning to map out his future at the Jixia Academy. Upon returning to the new student hall, he turned to Yun Xiao and inquired, Sister Xiao, do you know how many points a task in the task hall typically offers? He sought more information to validate his assumptions. Tasks were categorized by levels: A, B, C, and D, with A-level tasks being the highest, generally averaging around 500 points and requiring multiple participants. B-level tasks offered between 100 and 200 points and could typically be completed by a single individual, though most required a core formation level of cultivation. As for the remaining 2 task levels, even those at the transformation stage could manage them, with such tasks commonly undertaken by freshmen. Yun Xiao replied without hesitation. Thank you, Sister Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and said, feeling reassured by her words. He was not particularly attuned to such news, at least not to the same extent as Yun Xiao. Given her profound family background, Junior Lin, do you have any means to counter that fierce tiger from Jixia? He ranked 99th in the last internal competition, which featured over 1,000 prodigies. To place within the top 100 speaks volumes about his strength. Yun Xiao stated with gravity. What is his cultivation level? Lin Xiao inquired. I have connections within the academy. Nie Kong was at the 6th level of the core formation stage during last year's competition. Yun Xiao continued, gazing at Lin Xiao. He mentioned last month that he aims to place at least within the top 50, if not the top 30, in this year's internal competition. Does this indicate a breakthrough in his cultivation? Lin Xiao pondered. Indeed, the leaders of these societies are generally not lacking in points. The contributions from their members each month amount to a considerable sum. Yun Xiao explained. That's fine. I will face whatever comes my way. If it comes to a battle, so be it. I am not overly concerned, Lin Xiao asserted confidently. Do you believe you can defeat Nie Kong? Yun Xiao gasped, unable to shake her doubts despite her unconditional trust in Lin Xiao. I may not necessarily win, but he won't easily overcome me either. As long as our combat prowess isn't as disparate as imagined, he won't be able to defeat me with ease. Lin Xiao replied, maintaining confidence in his endurance in battle. After a brief exchange with others, Lin Xiao returned to his room to rest. The following day, as the Golden Crow ascended, Lin Xiao, along with Yang Feng and Zhang Kuang, headed towards the Sword Scar building. In stark contrast to the crowded teaching areas, the Sword Scar building was remarkably desolate. Moreover, the building itself was quite expansive, larger than most teaching zones, which hinted at much. Are we the only 3 students in the entire Sword Scar building? Zhang Kuang remarked, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Did we not hear Instructor Wang mention yesterday that our mentor has not taken any disciples in recent years? Hence, it is merely the 3 of us, Lin Xiao replied with a sense of resignation. Isn't that just perfect? Not everyone is suited to be a sword cultivator. Allowing those unworthy to take on such a role would only tarnish the reputation of us true sword practitioners. Yang Feng stated coldly. The trio engaged in casual conversation while waiting for Zhao Yi to arrive. Before long, Zhao Yi reached the entrance of the Sword Scar building. He looked at the 3 standing at the door and succinctly instructed, follow me. Today we will first learn some theoretical knowledge. With that, He led them to a room on the second floor of the Sword Scar building. The three settled obediently in their seats, awaiting Zhao Yi's guidance. He stood before them, surveyed the trio, and suddenly posed a question. What is a sword? The three were momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, finding it somewhat perplexing. What else could a sword be? Surely, a sword is merely a sword. Yet, the fact that Zhao Yi would pose such a question suggested that this matter was far from simple. Thus, the three individuals began to ponder deeply, contemplating a question they had never considered before. Chapter 87. The Jade Bone Body Refinement Technique. Zhao Yi gazed at the trio below, his heart filled with anticipation. He was eager to discover what answers these three disciples could provide him. Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil, and he believed that answering Zhao Yi's question should be simple. For instance, the most surprising notion might be that a sword serves as a weapon to protect one's loved ones. However, Lin Xiao understood that this statement was not truly applicable to sword cultivators. To become a sword cultivator, it is not enough to merely wield a sword. One must cultivate a measure of malice within their heart and possess the innate talent for the sword path. Both are indispensable. So what is a sword? Lin Xiao murmured inwardly. A sword is merely a weapon utilized by humans. It is solely a sword, nothing more. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and boldly stated. Zhao Yi listened to Yang Feng's words without comment, turning his gaze to the other two who had yet to respond. Master, I am also unsure how to answer. A sword is a sword, what else could it be? Zhang Kuang scratched his head, finally articulating this thought. Zhao Yi then looked to Lin Xiao, who hesitated briefly before saying, I believe both Yang Feng and senior brother Zhang have made valid points. A sword is indeed a weapon wielded by humans. It is simply a sword, and it is also a tool for killing. From its inception, it was born to take lives. Lin Xiao spoke softly. All three of you have expressed truths. A sword is a weapon, and it is merely a weapon, a tool for killing, and my question lacks an absolute answer. Zhao Yi regarded the trio, his expression softening considerably. He was quite pleased with their responses. Subsequently, Zhao Yi began to elucidate some fundamental theoretical knowledge. Even Yang Feng listened attentively, for the information from the inner academy was far superior to that from the branch and family teachings. After half an hour, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, I have found your theoretical knowledge to be quite lacking. The best among you is Yang Feng, while Zhang Kuang and Lin Xiao. You are rather equal in your understanding. Yang Feng replied, Master, all four major branches are in dire need of sword cultivators, let alone yourself. Much of what I know about the sword path comes from an old manuscript left by my family's ancestors. Yang Feng's clan is the prestigious Qingqing family, from which a formidable sword cultivator once emerged, but in recent years, they have fallen into decline. Then we shall dedicate a month to this. During this month, I will instruct you in theoretical knowledge, followed by practical combat afterward, Zhao Yi said thoughtfully. Perhaps these three disciples possessed exceptional talent in the sword path, relying entirely on instinct, standing out among this generation of inner academy disciples. However, one cannot walk on a single leg. His duty as a mentor was to ensure they could walk on both. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Xiao summoned the Tower Spirit. The ethereal form of the Tower Spirit appeared beside Lin Xiao, who inquired, Esteemed Tower Spirit, what vision do you have for my future path? If Lin Xiao were to chart his own course, it would certainly not be as astute as the plan devised by the Tower Spirit. What did your mentor teach you today? Tarling inquired. He imparted some theoretical knowledge. For the next month, he will continue to teach us theory. As he believes our foundation is regrettably lacking, Lin Xiao replied with a bitter smile. That is indeed the case. It seems your mentor is quite perceptive. Tarling nodded in agreement. You have likely reached a bottleneck in your swordsmanship. Once you fully master the essence of the sword, you will enter the next phase. But this cannot be rushed. Tarling paced beside Lin Xiao, who attentively awaited his next words. Since you cannot enhance your swordsmanship for the time being, your primary focus should now be on improving your cultivation and refining your physique, Tarling advised. Refining my physique? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Who said sword cultivators do not need to temper their bodies like body cultivators? There has never been such a notion. It is simply that few undertake this path. Those who do often lack the talent to devote their energy to it, but you can, Tarling asserted confidently. Lin Xiao found merit in Tarling's reasoning. Refining his body did not imply he would become a body cultivator. I possess a technique known as the Jade Bone Refinement Method. It has never been classified, but without a doubt, it is quite rare. You will not find it in the southernly region, Tarling reflected. The reason he had withheld this information from Lin Xiao previously was that Lin Xiao's cultivation was insufficient. One must at least reach the core formation stage to practice this technique. When the Jade Bone Refinement Method is mastered, one's bones will radiate a luster akin to white jade. Tarling began to impart the technique to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao listened intently, and only after he had recited it back did Tarling nod in approval. Elder Tarling, does this technique not involve tormenting one's own body? Lin Xiao asked, slightly astonished. The most tyrannical aspect of this method is that it requires daily strikes against hard objects using an unprotected body. This I can understand, Lin Xiao acknowledged. Furthermore, the Jade Bone refinement method necessitates that each night, one must circulate the technique, using spiritual energy to shatter their bones and then subsequently repair them. It truly is a form of self-mutilation, which is why it cannot be practiced below the core formation stage. It could very well lead to disability. Upon reaching the core formation stage, however, the Yue'er grass, a second-tier spiritual herb, possesses the remarkable ability to mend hidden injuries within the body, the century snow lotus. Also a second-tier spiritual herb, and the Chang'an flower, a third-tier spiritual herb. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the shopping list, his heart racing with trepidation. He could not fathom the number of points he would need to procure such a set of medicinal baths. Initially, he had considered himself somewhat affluent, having accumulated 1732 points. By Lin Xiao's estimation, this was certainly no insignificant sum. However, if one were to adhere strictly to the original configuration of the medicinal baths, the sale of the inner courtyard would scarcely suffice to purchase such a set, as the Tower Spirit remarked. Chapter 88. Medicinal bath. The herbs on the list were predominantly substitutes of lower rank, and while there were initially some beast blood and beast cores included, it was evident that the Great Zhou dynasty lacked these as well, thus rendering them unnecessary. Lin Xiao felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, sensing that the Tower Spirit was perhaps mocking his meager circumstances. Although he refrained from inquiring about the required tiers of the beast cores, the Tower Spirit's demeanor suggested they exceeded Lin Xiao's current imagination. The wealthy possess their own methods, while the impoverished have theirs. Although there exists a significant disparity, one can still make do with what is available, which, for now, constitutes the finest resources he can acquire. Purchasing these materials once allows for their use across 3 separate instances, granting him additional time to amass points. I understand, Senior Tower Spirit. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The Tower Spirit regarded Lin Xiao with a smile and added, by the way, I have heard that the inner courtyard possesses a gravity chamber. You should visit the gravity chamber every few days. It greatly benefits the cultivation of your physique. Yes, Senior Tower Spirit. Upon obtaining the formula for the medicinal bath, Lin Xiao proceeded to Huabao building. After consulting with the shopkeeper, he begrudgingly purchased 2 sets in accordance with the list. The total cost for the herbs and rare materials required for one medicinal bath amounted to 500 points, allowing Lin Xiao to afford only 3 such purchases with his current points. The shopkeeper recognized Lin Xiao, and a smile graced his face, recalling that this individual had spent 500 points just the previous day. Very well, I shall prepare your order. Lin Xiao inquired, Shopkeeper, does Huabao building possess any durable items suitable for physical conditioning, such as indestructible stone tablets? My esteemed sir, you have indeed come to the right person. Just a few days ago, a stone tablet arrived at Huabao building, inscribed with characters unknown to anyone. Moreover, this tablet is exceedingly hard. It is beyond the capacity of a cultivator in the core formation realm to damage it, leaving not even a trace. The shopkeeper replied, How much does this stone tablet cost? Lin Xiao asked with curiosity. Our estimation places the value of this stone tablet at 500 points. Furthermore, if one could decipher the characters upon it, it might conceal profound secrets, the shopkeeper elaborated, before turning to the back room. He soon returned with the required herbs meticulously packed, along with a stone tablet nearly as tall as a person. Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the tablet. It was black, emanating a shadowy luster, and upon closer inspection, one could sense an unsettling chill that penetrated to the marrow. Upon the front of the stone tablet, indeed, as the shopkeeper had stated, there were inscriptions, yet the characters appeared remarkably archaic, distinct from those traditionally utilized throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. At first glance, one could perceive a profound historical weight, as if it had endured countless epochs. When this stone tablet was unearthed, even the royal court dispatched individuals to examine it. But no one could decipher the inscriptions, and not a single record could be found. After much traversing, it ultimately found its way into our possession at Huabao building. The shopkeeper elaborated. Thus, I made the purchase, totaling 1,500 points. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and presented his identity jade token to the shopkeeper. Now, he found himself with merely over 200 points remaining. Even if the so-called Jixia tiger did not seek him out, he felt compelled to pursue the Jixia tiger nonetheless. After all, the days of lacking points were truly arduous. The shopkeeper then promptly stated, I shall also bestow upon you a storage ring, which will conveniently accommodate this stone tablet. The storage ring, while not exceedingly rare, still held considerable value. Lin Xiao subsequently returned to his chamber, summoning the Tower Spirit and inquired, Esteemed Tower Spirit, This stone tablet is exceedingly hard, and while it bears inscriptions, none can comprehend these characters. Do you recognize them? The Tower Spirit stood before the stone tablet, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, and confidently declared, I too do not recognize these characters. They likely belong to a long-lost civilization, vanished within the annals of history, to the extent that no one can decipher them anymore. Lin Xiao was not surprised, and he then handed the medicinal bath ingredients to the Tower Spirit for preparation while he positioned himself before the stone tablet and struck it with his fist. Bang! His fist, devoid of any spiritual energy, struck heavily against the stone tablet. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his knuckles throughout his entire being. Lin Xiao glanced at his hand, now bloodied and mangled, covered in crimson. Yet, he did not relent. His forehead, fists, knees, and elbows all transformed into weapons, relentlessly assaulting the stone tablet. Indeed, just as the shopkeeper had indicated, the tablet proved to be extraordinarily resilient, showing no signs of wear despite his incessant strikes. The Tower Spirit, having prepared the medicinal bath, observed Lin Xiao with a hint of satisfaction on his face. This unyielding assault was a profound torment for both the mind and body. However, enduring such trials would elevate both spirit and physique to a higher plane. Truly, the adage rings true. What does not kill me only serves to make me stronger. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao appeared as a figure drenched in blood, his body marred by ghastly wounds, with the stark whiteness of bone visible at the tips of his fists. At that moment, the Tower Spirit spoke, Go soak in the medicinal bath. While immersed, remember to practice the jade bone refinement technique. It is imperative that you maintain the flow without interruption. Esteemed Tower Spirit, while I am indeed in a wretched and painful state, do not underestimate me. How could I ever abandon my pursuit midway? Lin Xiao replied, gazing at the Tower Spirit. Is that so? The Tower Spirit's face broke into a peculiar smile, a strange expression crossing his features. Lin Xiao soon discerned the reason for the Tower Spirit's enigmatic smile. Hiss! As Lin Xiao stepped into the wooden barrel, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The excruciating pain radiating from every wound on his body felt almost unbearable, as if something were gnawing at the very flesh. Now do you understand why I cautioned you? The spirit of the tower chuckled. Elder Ta Ling, you failed to mention that the medicinal bath would be so agonizing. Lin Xiao grimaced, his body involuntarily trembling, yet he persisted in practicing the jade bone body refinement technique, allowing the gentle spiritual energy to permeate his limbs and bones, tirelessly mending his injuries. Perhaps it was due to the potency of the medicine, but Lin Xiao could distinctly feel the itchiness as new flesh began to sprout from his wounds. Do not scratch the wounds. Simply immerse them in the medicinal bath and continuously circulate your energy, Ta Ling advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao submerged his entire body in the barrel, ensuring that every part of him was soaked in the healing liquid. With each small step forward, no effort is in vain. Every ounce of dedication will transform into your strength. Chapter 89. The irresistible aroma at the Sword Scar Tower. Lin Xiao was wrapped in bandages, seated below. Junior brother Lin, what has happened to you? Zhang Kuang inquired, unable to suppress his astonishment at Lin Xiao's appearance. Yang Feng, standing nearby, also cast inquisitive glances at Lin Xiao, hesitating to speak. Did you engage in a fierce battle with someone? Was it one of the fierce tigers from Jixia? Zhang Kuang pressed further. Not quite. I have been practicing diligently and thus acquired these injuries, Lin Xiao clarified. But you are a swordsman. Why are you exhausting your body like a physical cultivator? Yang Feng remarked, frustration evident in his tone. Who says a swordsman cannot strengthen their physique? If you fortify your body, you can still wield your sword to defeat others, even without spiritual power. Lin Xiao articulated his perspective. Swordsmen are heralded as masters of combat. However, they often fear physical cultivators, whose formidable physicality can withstand sword energy. Once in close quarters, a swordsman is likely to falter quickly. Therefore, by refining his own body, Lin Xiao prepares to surprise physical cultivators, revealing a physique that may surpass theirs. Since Ta Ling opened the door to a new realm for him, Lin Xiao's horizons expanded immensely. Consequently, he began to passionately share his insights with Yang Feng. The more Yang Feng listened, the more bewildered he became. If Lin Xiao's approach was valid, would he not become a physical cultivator wielding a sword? Yet Zhang Kuang nodded in agreement, asserting, Junior brother Lin is absolutely right, who decreed that the physique of a swordsman must be inferior to that of a physical cultivator. Yang Feng hesitated, his expression dazed, as his mental framework faced unprecedented upheaval. I also overheard your discussion, and it seems Lin Xiao is correct. There is no rule stating that a swordsman's body must be weaker than that of a physical cultivator. Zhao Yi entered the classroom, nodding in affirmation. Yang Feng's expression began to grow vacant. He never anticipated that even the mentor would endorse Lin Xiao's actions. Many sword cultivators possess frail physiques, not due to a lack of desire to temper their bodies like their corporeal counterparts, but rather because of insufficient energy or limited innate talent. However, you should not face such issues. Thus, you might consider the arduous task of body refinement, for it can only yield positive outcomes, Zhao Yi remarked. As a sword cultivator, I shall never debase my body like those martial brutes. Even if I were to leap from the Sword Scar Tower, I would never engage in body refinement, Yang Feng declared resolutely. He felt compelled to assert this, fearing that he might succumb to heretical ways, especially given the compelling arguments presented by Lin Xiao. In the ensuing 2 or 3 days, Lin Xiao attended classes wrapped in bandages, and on the second day, he encountered Yang Feng, whose fists were similarly bandaged. Their eyes met, and Yang Feng felt a pang of embarrassment, having just proclaimed days earlier that he would never resort to body refinement, even if it meant jumping from a building. What splendid weather we have today, huh? Yang Feng awkwardly greeted Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, casting a penetrating glance at Yang Feng. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Kuang, also adorned in bandages, entered the classroom. Soon after, Zhao Yi arrived, continuing to impart theoretical knowledge to his students. Yet the 3 disciples remained oblivious to the slight tremor in Zhao Yi's arm. During the previous day's body refinement, he had exerted himself a bit too much, resulting in some fatigue. After class, Lin Xiao inquired, Yang Feng and Brother Zhang, what do you plan to do next? I intend to practice my swordsmanship. Yang Feng responded. I too shall practice my swordsmanship. Zhang Kuang echoed. I shall join you both. Lin Xiao affirmed. In the gravity chamber, Lin Xiao paid 20 points to enter. This chamber primarily caters to those who cultivate their physical bodies, offering various levels of gravity, 2-fold, 5-fold, 10-fold, and 20-fold, allowing practitioners to effectively temper their physiques and enhance their physical strength. However, upon entering the gravity chamber, Lin Xiao encountered Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng, who were exchanging glances in the hall, both wearing awkward expressions. Did you not claim you were going to practice swordsmanship? Did you not say the same? Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng stared at each other, astonished that this fellow dared to engage in competition behind their backs. It was Lin Xiao's sudden arrival that shattered the peculiar tension between them. What splendid weather we have today, Lin Xiao exclaimed, gazing at the black ceiling of the gravity chamber and laughing heartily. Junior brother Lin, you have changed, Zhang Kuang lamented, looking at Lin Xiao with disappointment. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then realized something was amiss. Why should he feel any apprehension? It was he who had suggested body refinement in the first place. How have I changed? It was indeed my proposal, Lin Xiao asserted confidently. Indeed, I concur. Why should I fear your discovery? Zhang Kuang was taken aback as well. He had always believed that a sword cultivator ought to possess a robust physique. The two then turned to the still figure of Yang Feng, who bore an expression of embarrassment. In a corner, Zhao Yi, who had initially stepped out of the gravity space, suddenly withdrew his foot once more. After a few awkward exchanges with the two individuals, Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance of the 5-fold gravity chamber and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he felt an immense force pressing down upon him. The wounds that had nearly healed began to ooze fresh blood through the bandages, and the overwhelming pressure made even the simplest movements a challenge. As long as my body can adapt to this gravity, both my physical strength and speed will experience a significant enhancement, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Had he entered the 5-fold gravity space earlier, he would have been crushed to the ground. However, during the past few days, his physical strength had improved considerably, and with the presence of the infinite sword bone, Lin Xiao was able to stand within the gravity chamber and move slowly. Outside the freshman dormitory, a group of senior students, adorned with embroidered tigers on their chests, stood a short distance away, led by a tall and imposing young man. The previously confrontational Nie Yuan stood obediently behind the young man, his expression respectful. Send someone in to fetch Lin Xiao and inform him that I, Nie Chong Kong, have come to see him, Nie Chong Kong commanded casually. Immediately, a cultivator stepped forward from the crowd and headed toward the freshman dormitory. Nie Yuan, it is truly embarrassing for me as your elder brother to see you bested by a freshman, Nie Chong Kong remarked softly, gazing at Nie Yuan. The latter's face turned pale as he lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. But who else is to blame but myself for being your brother? Your defeat reflects poorly on me as well. Do you understand my meaning? Nie Chong Kong inquired. Yes, I understand, brother, Nie Yuan replied, his head bowed. He had always felt a deep-seated fear of this elder brother. Soon, the member dispatched by Nie Chong Kong returned and reported, President, Lin Xiao is not in the building. Then where is he? Nie Chong Kong asked, his brow furrowing. I do not know, the individual shook his head. In that case, we shall wait. I will remain here. I refuse to believe he will not return. Nie Chong Kong stated calmly. The presence of the Tiger Society stirred unease among the freshmen. Although they had anticipated that the Tiger Society would seize this opportunity, the reality of it still incited a palpable fear. Before long, Lin Xiao finished his training in the gravity chamber and, upon arriving at the entrance of the freshman building, encountered the members of the Tiger Society. One of the cultivators Lin Xiao had previously overpowered stared at him for a moment before finally recognizing him, primarily due to the extensive bandaging that obscured his features. President. This person entirely wrapped in bandages is Lin Xiao. He is the one who has completely taken our vice president and all our points. The individual exclaimed with bitterness. Nie Chong Kong's gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, his brows slightly furrowing. With his keen perception, he noted that Lin Xiao bore considerable injuries. Although they were merely superficial, they would nonetheless impact his combat effectiveness. Just as he prepared to call Lin Xiao over, Lin Xiao approached him directly. Are you the so-called Jixia Tiger? Lin Xiao assessed Nie Chong Kong, speaking with a hint of challenge. The opponent stood tall and robust, with muscles rippling, exuding an aura of formidable strength from afar. I am the so-called Tiger of Jixia, and the current president of the Tiger Society. You have assaulted my younger brother and usurped the points of some of our members. Do you not think it is incumbent upon me as the president to take a stand? Nie Chong Kong rose, towering over Lin Xiao, his presence intimidating. Although Lin Xiao was already quite tall, Nie Chong Kong resembled a giant, towering over him by a head's height. Your words bear some truth, yet they are merely that, truth. They may seize others' points, but why should not others seize theirs in return? Lin Xiao remained unperturbed by Nie Chong Kong's imposing demeanor, his expression tranquil. A sword hung at his waist, his hand resting upon its hilt, radiating an undeniable aura of strength. If this is the extent of your awareness, I would be profoundly disappointed. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. We are strong, thus we may claim your points, while your weakness renders you powerless to resist. Nie Chong Kong sneered. However, if I am indeed stronger than them, would it not be entirely reasonable for me to claim their points? A slight smirk graced Lin Xiao's lips as he replied. No, even if you surpass them in strength, you cannot take their points, for they have my backing. I stand as their supporter, do you comprehend? A glint of menace flickered in Nie Chong Kong's eyes. If you seek battle, let it be so. Let our prowess speak for itself. Let us engage in combat, and all will become clear. Lin Xiao remained steadfast, like a pine tree unyielding in the frigid winds. Humph, should I choose to strike you now, others might think that Nie Chong Kong only preys upon an injured novice. I grant you 3 days. After that, we shall meet on the arena to determine who stands superior. Nie Chong Kong scoffed, disdainful of taking advantage of an opportunity. He tossed Lin Xiao a porcelain vial containing a pill. This is a second-grade blood-condensing pill, beneficial for your injuries, hastening your recovery. Nie Chong Kong flexed his muscles, the sound of cracking echoing around him. Remember this, lad. 3 days hence, be at the arena, otherwise, I shall go to the task hall and claim the points for any tasks you might undertake in the future. With that, Nie Chong Kong departed, his followers in tow. Lin Xiao regarded the vial in his hand, his expression one of mild surprise. He had anticipated a direct confrontation with Nie Chong Kong, yet he was taken aback by the latter's decision to allow him time to heal. Indeed, such formidable individuals possess their own unique character, or else they would not have attained such high cultivation at a young age. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, then returned to the hall with the vial. Lin Xiao, in 3 days, you will face Nie Chong Kong. Do you feel confident? Yun Xiao inquired with concern. Confidence? That is a concept that remains uncertain until one has truly engaged in battle. Perhaps I am not his match, yet he should not expect to defeat me with ease. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. By the way, gather some intelligence on Nie Chong Kong for me. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. With the information, I shall find my tasks much more manageable. Very well, I shall begin collecting intelligence on Nie Chong Kong tomorrow. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao, however, did not place much importance on the upcoming competition in 3 days. Upon returning to his chamber, he resumed his usual practice, relentlessly striking against the ancient stone tablet inscribed with archaic characters. Thud, thud, thud. With each blow, Lin Xiao could distinctly perceive the remarkable enhancement in his physique compared to before. I merely need to rest for the final day, he mused inwardly. The jade bone body refinement technique, combined with medicinal baths, allowed for a swift recovery from his injuries. Just a single day's cessation of cultivation would suffice for his wounds to heal completely. The following day, as Lin Xiao returned from the gravity chamber, Yun Xiao approached him. I have gathered information regarding Nie Chong Kong, she announced. Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise, not anticipating her swift acquisition of such intelligence. It is not solely my effort. My family's business maintains deep connections with several clans. I merely inquired among them, Lin Xiao clarified. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding how everything fell into place. Niechang Kong was once a prodigy from the Luokang branch, lacking any significant familial influence, with both parents being ordinary individuals. His entry into the realm of cultivation was facilitated by a mentor at the Luoqing branch who recognized his potential. After entering the inner courtyard, he established the Fierce Tiger Society and single-handedly swept through a small faction. This feat enabled him to form the society, and currently, he ranks 99th among all disciples within the inner courtyard, a result from last year's grand competition. Now that Niechang Kong has emerged from seclusion, his cultivation level is certain to have risen. As I mentioned to you before, he declared last month that he would undoubtedly place within the top 30 of the inner courtyard. Moreover, Niechang Kong is a body cultivator, possessing formidable physical strength, which is essential for earning the title of Fierce Tiger of Jixia. Body cultivators also tend to counter sword cultivators effectively. Lin Xiao spoke with a serious demeanor, recounting all she knew about Niechang Kong. Lin Xiao listened attentively, mentally sketching an image of Niechang Kong. Chapter 91. Fierce battle in just over 20 days. The time for the next grand competition will arrive, and we, the new students, will also participate in the inner courtyard contest. Lin Xiao spoke softly. Lin Xiao gazed at him, puzzled by his sudden declaration. Engaging in combat with Niechang Kong will allow me to measure my own capabilities and simultaneously gauge the strength of this senior, who claims he will rank among the top 30 in the inner courtyard. A slight smile graced Lin Xiao's lips, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. Surely, facing Niechang Kong would be an exhilarating experience for him. Before long, the day of Lin Xiao's scheduled duel with Niechang Kong arrived. In addition to the new students, many senior students gathered at the arena, curious to witness what kind of newcomer would prompt the Fierce Tiger of Jixia to take action personally. Lin Xiao, go forth with confidence. We, as sword cultivators, shall never retreat. Yang Feng had also paused his training to come to the arena, ready to support Lin Xiao. Rest assured, for a sword cultivator has no reason to retreat. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Lin, my junior, I believe you can surpass Niechang Kong and show them the brilliance of our Cloud City branch. Zhang, in a spirited manner, encouraged Lin Xiao. Do not worry, Senior Zhang. I shall not bring shame to the Cloud City branch, Lin Xiao replied, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Despite knowing the odds stacked against him, given his current cultivation level, defeating Niechang Kong seemed improbable, as the disparity in their abilities was considerable. Furthermore, Niechang Kong, being another prodigy in his own right, naturally possessed an innate advantage over sword cultivators like Lin Xiao, even though Lin Xiao had the unparalleled sword bone. Yet, Lin Xiao remained confident that he would not be easily overwhelmed by Niechang Kong. Junior Lin, Lin Xiao called gently as Lin Xiao approached the stage, her silence speaking volumes. Lin Xiao turned towards her, offering a warm smile before his gaze shifted to Li Chun, and Yin Zheng. Although they had previously been at each other's throats during the entrance assessments, upon entering the inner court, these new students instinctively banded together. Do you truly dare to step forth? After paying 20 points, Lin Xiao ascended the combat platform, facing the imposing figure of Niechang Kong. If I were in your shoes, I might have chosen to forfeit rather than face me. Surrendering before me is nothing to be ashamed of. Niechang Kong grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Place you in my position, and you would undoubtedly answer the call to battle. If you chose not to, you would cease to be Niechang Kong. Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle, gently caressing his sword, which quivered in response. Niechang Kong regarded Lin Xiao with a penetrating gaze, stating, I stand at the 8th level of the core formation stage, a true standout within the inner court. Yet, you, a mere first-level core formation cultivator, dare to challenge me. Your courage is commendable. While Niechang Kong's words elicited little change in Lin Xiao's expression, his heart stirred. Since regaining his cultivation and stepping into the path of the sword, he had always preferred to keep a hidden card up his sleeve. Now, having advanced to the 3rd level of core formation, his combat prowess had significantly increased, yet he deliberately masked his true aura to appear as a first-level cultivator. Lin Xiao believed that revealing his full strength would strip him of his sense of security, and given Niechang Kong's assessment, he saw an opportunity to gamble. The 8th level of core formation is indeed formidable, but even if I cannot win, is it not possible to at least achieve a draw? Lin Xiao pondered silently. I am about to strike. Niechang Kong proclaimed fiercely, tiger form fist. With that, he unleashed a tremendous force, charging at Lin Xiao like a ferocious tiger, embodying the direct and unyielding nature of a body cultivator. Lin Xiao's expression grew solemn. He perceived the depth of Niechang Kong's vitality, as an aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. accompanied by the faint echo of a tiger's roar that rattled the opponent's spirit. Step of the cascading flow. Faced with Nie Changkong's aggressive advance, Lin Xiao did not recklessly engage, but instead executed the step of the cascading flow. His form ethereal as he evaded Nie Changkong's powerful fist. With a thunderous crash, a fist struck against the barrier, causing it to tremble. Lin Xiao's eyelids fluttered slightly, recognizing that Nie Changkong's blow was rather excessive. Relying solely on evasion would not sustain him for long. Nie Changkong fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao and remarked that he could have retracted his punch to avoid impacting the barrier, but he relished in showcasing his strength, intending to instill a sense of awe in the inexperienced freshman and to impress the onlooking upperclassmen. He, Nie Changkong, was a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of the core formation realm. In such a scenario, it would be unwise to confront him head-on. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. It would be madness to engage Nie Changkong directly. How long had he been practicing body refinement techniques? If he were to clash with Nie Changkong, he would likely collapse on the spot, without any chance of a miraculous surge in strength. Are you not drawing your sword? Nie Changkong chuckled lightly. Now is not the time, Lin Xiao replied, narrowing his eyes, fixating on Nie Changkong's shoulder, aware that any movement would not escape his notice. Very well. Since you refuse to draw your sword, I shall continue my assault. Nie Changkong sneered, his eyes seemingly enveloped in a crimson hue. The tiger fist enhances my might. With a sudden leap, Nie Changkong soared through the air, descending upon Lin Xiao with an unstoppable ferocity. A rending sky, Lin Xiao maintained his composure, unleashing a sword strike. The golden sword energy collided with Nie Changkong's attack, generating a terrifying shockwave. However, the sword energy soon dissipated under the force of Nie Changkong's strike. Though his earlier momentum had diminished. Layered steps, Lin Xiao called out softly. Still thinking of evasion? Nie Changkong barked. Who said that? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly appeared behind Nie Changkong. He could not fly, but he could achieve a brief suspension in midair. 13 waves of swords, Lin Xiao exclaimed, with sword energy swirling around him, his aura shifting dramatically, reminiscent of the vast ocean, echoing the essence of the Tianhai division. When Nie Changkong landed, he raised his arm to block Lin Xiao's initial sword strike, not with bare flesh, but with a protective guard, which rang out with a clear clang as the blade met it. Nie Changkong intended to counterattack, but another sword strike descended upon him. You have now entered my rhythm of assault, Lin Xiao laughed heartily. The prior situation had been dictated by Nie Changkong, who controlled the pace of attack and defense. Now the tables had turned. What if I have entered your rhythm? Can you breach my defenses? Nie Changkong scoffed. By all means, give it a try. Lin Xiao replied defiantly. Each sword strike he unleashed sending waves of sword energy surging toward his opponent. Nie Changkong found himself contending not only with the 13 waves of swords, but also with the fierce sword energy. The latter proved more formidable than anticipated, and at times, Nie Changkong could not defend himself adequately, resulting in crimson streaks appearing on his skin. Chapter 92. Understanding the sword intent at present. Lin Xiao is unable to execute the final 2 strikes of the 13 waves swordsmanship. The Sword Spirit Elder has provided an explanation. The essence of the 13 waves sword relies primarily on the concept of momentum, which Lin Xiao has yet to master. It is only when he can command the sword's intent with ease that he will grasp the 12th and 13th strikes. Meanwhile, Nie Changkong has come to understand why his brother, Nie Yuan, is no match for Lin Xiao. This realization seems quite reasonable. However, do you underestimate me? Nie Changkong exclaimed fiercely, launching a powerful punch that struck Lin Xiao with the ferocity of a roaring tiger, forcing him to retreat. At that moment, Lin Xiao was executing the 13-wave sword and had only reached the 10th strike, with the formidable 11th strike still unperformed. Lin Xiao staggered back several steps. And to his astonishment, his third-grade magical artifact began to show faint cracks. A chill ran through him. It was the first time he had encountered someone capable of interrupting the execution of the 13-wave sword. It is well known that the 13-wave sword is closely tied to momentum. Once Lin Xiao gains control of the offensive rhythm, he would unleash a relentless barrage akin to an unending tide. With a thunderous roar, Nie Changkong shouted, "Tigers roar in the mountains." Accompanied by a fearsome tiger's roar that sent chills down Lin Xiao's spine, Nie Changkong capitalized on the momentary hesitation caused by the sound. Martial Ancestor's long fist. Nie Changkong's blood surged with an explosive force, steam rising from his head as he emanated an overwhelming aura. His massive fist was hurled directly toward Lin Xiao's chest. If this strike landed solidly, even if Lin Xiao survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Although the martial ancestor's long fist is a profound technique, it was established by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. embodying a grand and domineering momentum that rendered evasion nearly impossible. Nie Changkong's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's ears, and by now, Lin Xiao had regained his composure. His expression grave. Just as Nie Changkong had stated, he felt himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, immobilized. Has even my movement technique been rendered ineffective? Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he recalled a phrase that Zhao Yi had once spoken. All types of cultivators possess momentum, not solely us sword cultivators with our sword intent. The only force capable of countering momentum is momentum itself. With this thought, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. Thus, to free myself from this constraint, I must wield the sword intent. What is this? Are you so frightened that you've closed your eyes? I permit you to play the ostrich. In the presence of an opponent like me, that might be your wisest choice. Nie Changkong laughed heartily, feeling assured of his victory. Suddenly, Nie Changkong's form came to an abrupt halt, a line of blood appearing inexplicably upon his cheek. Sword intent. He was taken aback, for his understanding of fist intent was rather rudimentary. He could only employ it through the martial ancestor's long fist. Yet, a mere newcomer in the inner courtyard has managed to master sword intent? What nonsense is this? I refuse to accept it. Grinding his teeth, Nie Changkong disregarded everything and delivered a decisive punch. A line of heaven. Lin Xiao barked an order, yet this time, the sky of one line he unleashed was not perfected, as its consumption was too great, suitable only as a final gambit. The sword energy was directly shattered by the pitch-black fist, which then came crashing down upon Lin Xiao's chest. Jade Bone Refinement Technique. In this moment of peril, Lin Xiao activated his body refinement technique. The tremendous force transmitted through Nie Changkong's fist sent Lin Xiao hurtling backward like a rag doll, blood spurting from his mouth, tracing an arc through the air. That truly hurts. Lin Xiao stood up from the ground, grimacing. His chest had caved in somewhat, and countless ribs lay shattered. Had this been the former Lin Xiao, that single punch would have rendered him incapable of further combat. Yet now, apart from a slight waning of his aura and paler complexion, he exhibited little else in terms of change. Are you a swordsman or a body cultivator? Nie Changkong could scarcely contain his disbelief. Even a typical body cultivator would have collapsed under such a blow, losing their fighting spirit. However, this swordsman, Lin Xiao, withstood the strike, and sensing his aura, it appeared he could still engage in battle. Such a sight was unprecedented for Nie Changkong. Who says a swordsman cannot refine their body? Lin Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. Just moments ago, he had sensed the imminent threat of death, the sword intent, which had been on the brink of culmination, surged forth, enabling him to break free from the constraints of the punch and unleash a counterstrike that neutralized most of the force. The sword intent truly was an intoxicating power. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, and his blood-stained white robe fluttered without wind. In that instant, Nie Changkong felt a genuine threat for the first time. The difference between comprehending sword intent and not was akin to the distinction between two individuals. What if feeling threatened, regardless of the adversary? I shall shatter it with a single punch. That is my path. Emerging from humble origins, he was not destined to be trampled in the mud by those so-called geniuses. Nie Changkong assumed the stance of the martial ancestor's long fist. Only the momentum could counteract momentum. Are you not a genius yourself? Lin Xiao scoffed, glancing at the increasingly cracked third-grade artifact in his hand, which he then hurled toward Nie Changkong. Subsequently, he drew forth the Wujijian, his expression growing markedly serious. Yin-yang sword formation. With Lin Xiao as the core, black and white sword energies began to swirl around him. Sharper and more turbulent than during his previous battle with Nie Yuan, flowing with greater ease. This transformation was entirely due to his newfound comprehension of sword intent, which had reached unprecedented heights. The black and white sword energies surged toward Nie Changkong. His expression remained unyielding, now fully focused. Each punch he threw was capable of dispersing large swathes of the black and white sword energy as he gradually advanced toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood his ground. Taking a deep breath, his 13 waves of swords had also reached perfection following his understanding of sword intent, alongside the sky of one line. 13 waves of swords. Had Lin Xiao previously employed this technique, it would have evoked the sensation of surging waves. However, now it manifested as a formidable tsunami, instilling an overwhelming sense of resistance. The martial ancestor long fist. Nie Changkong's skin glowed faintly red, and a terrifying crimson hue enveloped his gaze. He would not yield so easily. The domineering fist technique confronted an equally assertive sword aura, both refusing to retreat, facing each other with utmost intensity. Nie Changkong's abundant vitality resembled that of a humanoid beast. Lin Xiao, too, released his full essence. His third layer of the core formation realm combining seamlessly with the sword momentum, matching his opponent in prowess. Chapter 93. Defeating Kong before Lin Xiao even approached Kong, he unleashed 11 sword energies in the air, each more fearsome than the last, akin to relentless, crashing waves. Yet, before the fully committed Kong, these 11 sword energies failed to inflict any significant impact. What of concealed realms? Even if you possess exceptional talent, you remain merely at the third layer of the core formation realm, while I stand 5 entire realms above you. The force of Kong's fists surged with vigor, as his blood essence transformed into a tangible presence, shrouding his previously dark-hued fist edges in a faint sanguine glow. The 12th sword. This marked Lin Xiao's inaugural use of the 12th sword. If the preceding 11 sword energies resembled waves, this 12th sword energy was undoubtedly a true tsunami. Striking forth with a pale blue sword energy, the surrounding spiritual aura was compressed to its utmost limit before erupting violently, showcasing immense power. Kong halted, standing resolutely with his spine as straight as a spear. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a fierce punch. The force emanating from his fist rivaled that of the 12th sword. As the sword energy and fist momentum collided, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. At the heart of these two formidable energies, a tempest arose, causing the barrier surrounding the arena to tremble violently, revealing ominous fissures across its surface. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Lin Xiao could contend with the ferocious Jixia tiger in such a manner. Kong had undeniably attained the strength of the top 30 within the inner sect, his power escalating at an astonishing rate within merely a year. He had transitioned from barely making the top 100 to securing a position in the inner sect's top 30. Disciples familiar with Kong could not help but exclaim in awe. Is this new student, who is battling Kong, even more formidable? It was previously mentioned that this newcomer was at the first layer of the core formation realm, yet it now appeared he had concealed his true abilities, recently revealing his strength at the third layer. Compared to Kong, others seemed far more astonished by Lin Xiao, this seemingly obscure newcomer. How could this be? My brother could never lose to Lin Xiao, Yuan exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though he feared his brother, he also knew him to be kind. He had never lacked in resources for cultivation, enabling him, a child of an ordinary family, to embark on the path of cultivation. Most importantly, Yuan understood that he was merely a burden. Without him, Kong's cultivation would have undoubtedly reached even greater heights. Our tiger society is invincible. We will never fall to some nameless novice. The other members of the mighty tiger society rallied behind their president, encouraging him fervently. What a mere nobody. Once Kong faces defeat, my junior disciple shall no longer be an insignificant figure, he declared with arrogant pride. With such a formidable junior disciple as Lin Xiao, he, as the elder brother, naturally felt a sense of glory. Is the barrier about to shatter? Yang Feng's expression momentarily froze, grasping the handrail beside him tightly. He was taken aback by the realization of how vast the gap between him and Lin Xiao had widened in such a short time. Is this the sensation of defeat? Yang Feng could not help but chuckle bitterly. This was the first time he truly experienced the essence of defeat. On the martial arena, the 12th sword of the 13 Waves sword clashed with the fully realized Grand Ancestor Long Fist, both techniques canceling each other out. Simultaneously, a wave of turbulent spiritual energy surged outward, wildly expanding in all directions. Poof! Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, the injury on his chest worsening, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath. The shockwave had struck him, and its force was undeniably formidable. Yet, this time I have triumphed. I can still unleash my ultimate sword. The skyline. Lin Xiao grinned. This sword would embody his will, sword momentum, sword intent, and spiritual energy, representing the pinnacle of his technique. In terms of power, it would likely rival the final strike of the 13 Waves sword. Lin Xiao slightly bowed his body, his gaze fixated on the distant Kong, who was also injured and had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He too had been affected by the shockwave and bore significant injuries. Not far away, Kong observed Lin Xiao's movements, his eyelids twitching slightly in surprise at his opponent's remaining energy. As an 8th-level cultivator of the core formation realm, after unleashing the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and even his vitality was on the verge of drying up. His combat capability had been reduced to nearly nothing. Yet, his adversary, a 3rd-level cultivator of the core formation realm, still possessed strength after executing so many formidable techniques. Moreover, judging by Lin Xiao's current stance, his power appeared to surpass that of Kong's recent strike. Kong's expression darkened slightly as he retrieved a few pills, swallowing them in haste. These pills were meant to restore his spiritual energy and vitality. If I have 30 breaths of time, I can once again wield the Grand Ancestor Long Fist to counter this assault. He fervently digested the pills he had just ingested, though his countenance betrayed little of his internal struggle. Do you still have energy left? No matter. Everything will come to an end. Lin Xiao spoke softly, then unsheathed the Wuji sword from his waist. A golden slash erupted forth from Lin Xiao, hurtling toward Nie Chong Kong with terrifying speed. This is the most supreme sword of my life. How will you withstand it? As Lin Xiao returned the sword to its sheath, his complexion paled significantly, and his breath waned to a precarious level. Observing the increasingly grave expression on Nie Chong Kong's face, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, if you can withstand this strike, I shall concede defeat on the spot. After unleashing that strike, Lin Xiao found himself devoid of any combat capability. His condition was dire, the wounds he bore were significant, and his spiritual energy had been completely drained, leaving him fatigued to the very core of his being. However, it was evident that Nie Chong Kong's spiritual energy and vitality had not replenished significantly within the brief span of 10 breaths. He could only exert every ounce of strength to operate his body refinement technique, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy and vitality to deliver a ferocious tiger-shaped fist. The menacing tiger's head was ruthlessly cleaved in two by the sword's aura, the force unabated as it crashed heavily upon Nie Chong Kong's radiant golden form. Like a rag doll, Nie Chong Kong was hurled backward, crashing violently against the barrier, causing it to fracture further, before he fell heavily to the ground. I have triumphed. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, though his wrist trembled incessantly, a testament to his exhaustion. Gathering the last vestiges of his strength, he staggered towards Nie Chong Kong to retrieve his identity token. He then transferred 80% of Nie Chong Kong's points to his own token, before collapsing, succumbing to unconsciousness. The battle concluded, the barrier gradually opened. Chapter 94. Renowned within the academy as the barrier parted, the jubilant cheers from the observation platform resonated onto the arena. Everyone unable to contain their excitement, as such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Even those who harbored disdain for Lin Xiao were rendered speechless, for it was a straightforward contest. Devoid of any treachery or deceit, everything transpired honorably. Soon, Lin Xiao would achieve fame throughout the entire inner academy. Yuan Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for Lin Xiao. Furthermore, he had acquired the qualification to establish a society, a benefit that carried immense advantages, as societies would support their leaders, augmenting their points considerably. Zhao Yi stood in a corner of the observation platform, having witnessed this fierce clash. Reflecting on the recent inner academy assessment, he was astonished that merely 10 days had passed since then, and Lin Xiao had already reached mastery of the one-line sky technique. Zhao Yi was taken aback. He too practiced this sword technique, but he recalled that achieving mastery had consumed him nearly half a year. I truly underestimated him. My disciple surpasses my expectations, he murmured to himself before turning to leave. When Lin Xiao awoke once more, it was already the afternoon of the following day. His chest was bandaged, accompanied by a slight itch, a sign of the granulation tissue forming. Having slept for over a day, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The battle against Nie Chong Kong had indeed been exhilarating. Although both had succumbed to unconsciousness, Lin Xiao had fallen last, signifying his victory. Before confronting Nie Chong Kong, he had never envisioned himself winning. Had it not been for his sudden comprehension of the sword's intent during battle, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Lin Xiao retrieved his identity jade token to check his points. After purchasing the medicinal bath and the tablet, he was left with merely over 200 points. However, after winning yesterday, he transferred Nie Chong Kong's points to his identity jade token just before falling into a stupor. I was far too fatigued at that moment to notice how many points Nie Chong Kong had accumulated. Lin Xiao now glanced at his own points and discovered he possessed over 2,700. This indicated that he had extracted around 2,500 points from Nie Chong Kong, which seemed quite reasonable considering that he had just emerged from seclusion and had also expended a considerable amount of points. Lin Xiao changed into a fresh outfit and made his way to the hall. It was afternoon, and the new students had completed their classes. Engaging in idle chatter within the hall, upon seeing Lin Xiao descend, an initial silence enveloped the room, as if even the sound of breathing had grown cautious, swiftly followed by thunderous applause. "Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you. Without your intervention, our points would have been seized," expressed one grateful new student. "Indeed, Brother Lin, your prowess has brought great honor to our cohort. Even our mentor inquired about yesterday's events," chimed in others, their voices a chorus of admiration. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and at that moment, he spotted Yuan Xiao waving at him from a distance. "Xiao," Lin Xiao called out as he approached her. "You can establish a club now. I believe it would greatly benefit your cultivation." Lin Xiao remarked. A club, you say? I had considered it before, but I'm not particularly versed in such matters. Would you assist me in founding one? Lin Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Of course. But what would you like to name your club? Lin Xiao inquired. Lin Xiao paused, reflecting for a moment before responding. It matters not what name it bears. You may choose Xiao. After all, the club isn't of utmost importance. He preferred not to devote his energy to mundane affairs, as his intention for establishing the club was solely to accrue more points. Naturally, he would fulfill his responsibilities as the president. How about calling it the World Society? If you find that name too ostentatious, I can think of another. Lin Xiao suggested. Sounds good. Lin Xiao replied decisively, relishing the powerful connotation of such a name, finding it far more dignified than something like the Fierce Tiger Society. Xiao. Please gather at least 30 new students to join the World Society. Regardless of their willingness, they have no choice. Lin Xiao declared. How do you plan to collect membership fees? Lin Xiao asked earnestly. Every club requires fees, but they vary. Each has its own rules, much like the Fierce Tiger Society, which charges 10% of task points, while others may require a fixed amount. Let us establish a monthly fee of 100 points per person. In return, I will provide them protection within the inner courtyard, safeguarding their points from being plundered by others. Lin Xiao contemplated before speaking. Not only that, but after establishing the club, he would undoubtedly require a vice president and various officers. For instance, he intended to appoint Lin Xiao as the vice president, a decision rooted in simplicity. Her talent for generating wealth assured her suitability for the role. Additionally, both Yang Feng and Zhang Quan could serve as officers. Of course, whether vice president or officer, there would be a distribution of benefits, ensuring that their club, Tianxia Society, would accrue at least 2,000 points each month. However, the division of shares would need to be deliberated by Lin Xiao, as Lin Xiao was ill-suited for such matters. Having delegated these responsibilities, Lin Xiao retreated to his chamber, relentlessly striking the stone tablet. This time, he truly appreciated the benefits of his enhanced physique. Had it been earlier, a single punch from Nye Chongkong would have left him incapacitated. Presently, he still had 2 opportunities to utilize the medicinal bath. As Lin Xiao struck the tablet, he pondered deeply. To strengthen his body, shortcuts within the tower's world were futile. One must earn a robust physique through sweat and suffering. With merely 20 days until the internal academy competition, higher rankings would yield greater points, along with various additional benefits. Lin Xiao aspired to break into the top 20 during the competition. An hour later, he reclined in the medicinal bath, allowing his body to absorb the healing properties to the fullest. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao knocked on Lin Xiao's door. Xiao, what brings you here? Lin Xiao inquired. You owe me 500 points, which must be submitted to the internal academy. They will provide us with a base for our club, Lin Xiao replied. Is it already that time? Have you secured the members? Lin Xiao asked, slightly taken aback. I recall that 20 members are required to establish a club. Indeed, 20 members are necessary, but the smoothness of this process is likely related to your victory over Nye Chongkong yesterday morning. I merely mentioned it. And the freshmen in the hall eagerly expressed their willingness to join the club, Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. Are they truly willing to pay 100 points per month? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had contemplated that if these freshmen were reluctant to join the Tianxia Society he was forming, he might resort to force to compel them. After all, Lin Xiao could play the role of both a benevolent figure and a villain if necessary. Of course they are. The internal academy is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Without the protection of a powerful individual, they would inevitably be robbed of points, up to 80% at once, a burden no one could endure. Lin Xiao understood the freshman's predicament well. Subsequently, Lin Xiao produced his identity jade tablet and deducted 500 points for Lin Xiao. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will select an excellent base for our club, she assured him with a nod before departing. Later that evening, a weary Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory and sought out Lin Xiao, who was in his room alongside Zhang Quan and Yang Feng. You are undoubtedly aware that I am in the process of establishing the Tianxia Society. To be precise, it has already been founded, and the location has been selected. I wish to invite senior brother Zhang and you, brother Yang, to assist me by assuming significant roles within the organization. Lin Xiao gazed earnestly at the two as he extended his invitation. Junior brother Lin, as your senior, it is my duty to assist you. Henceforth, I shall address you as president, for it would not be fitting to continue calling you senior brother after we have graduated from the sub-academy, Zhang proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. I hold no objections. Since you seek my support, I shall provide it, Yang Feng replied with a decisive nod. Sister Xiao, I require your expertise in formulating certain regulations, particularly regarding the distribution of profits among the vice president and the officers, Lin Xiao said, directing his attention toward Lin Xiao. To ensure a horse runs well, one must provide it with fodder. Even the strongest of bonds can fray over matters of profit, so I prefer to be forthright. I believe the vice president should receive 20% of the profits, while each officer should acquire 4%. What do you all think? Lin Xiao inquired, glancing at the three of them. Agreed, the three nodded in unison. Lin Xiao had no objections, although Lin Xiao sought 20%. He was more than content with such an arrangement. After all, managing the society's affairs would require her involvement, and her contributions merited such compensation. Suddenly, a knock echoed on Lin Xiao's door. He opened it to find the siblings Li Chun and Li Li standing outside. "President, may we enter?" Li Chun asked. "You have also joined the Tianxia Society?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised as he had thought Li Chun would refrain from joining. "Of course. I have joined the Tianxia Society, as it is your desire, President. I could not have asked for more." Li Chun replied with a cheerful smile. Recognizing the friendliness in Li Chun's demeanor, Lin Xiao welcomed the siblings into his room. Upon seeing the individuals present, Li Chun's expression shifted to one of understanding. "I have come to humbly recommend myself for a position within the society," he stated earnestly as he and Li Li took their seats. "Recommend yourself?" Lin Xiao glanced at Li Chun, intrigued. Indeed, with the Tianxia Society freshly established, there is a pressing need for capable individuals. I am eager to fill that role. Thus my self-recommendation, Li Chun declared. "Li Chun, during our assessments in the Inner Academy, we were quite combative, and you even accepted favors from Zhao Tianlan." Lin Xiao remarked with a subtle smile. "It is quite natural to contend with you during the assessments, President, as we were rivals then. However, we are allies now." Li Chun responded, grinning. Lin Xiao remained non-committal, and Li Chun continued. "While we did accept benefits from Zhao Tianlan, we returned them afterward. Therefore, President, are you willing to grant me a position as an officer, entitling me to a share of the profits?" Lin Xiao interjected. "The President is inclined to appoint you as an officer, thus granting you a share. President, do you truly wish for me to serve as an officer? My abilities are undoubtedly among the top 3 among the newcomers. Appointing me would be advantageous for you as well," Li Chun asserted confidently. Li Chun gazed at Lin Xiao and remarked that among the new students, apart from being weaker than Lin Xiao and Yang Feng, he was significantly stronger than the others. Beside him, Li Li anxiously looked toward Lin Xiao. Her demeanor had softened, having encountered numerous prodigies surpassing both herself and her brother. "Of course, if you are willing to be my subordinate, then by all means, let it be so. I grant you permission." Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. He truly did not care about the past grievances with Li Chun. To dwell on such matters would be rather petty. Such a magnanimous spirit was essential for Lin Xiao to ascend to the pinnacle of his cultivation. "Are you not afraid, President?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's decisive agreement, Li Chun found himself at a loss, as he had already contemplated how to persuade Lin Xiao. "Why should I be afraid? I have previously stated during the Inner Academy assessments that I do not regard defeated foes as rivals. I grant them time to catch up until they can no longer be seen." Lin Xiao replied with confidence. "Is that so? How bold of you, President." "I genuinely wish to serve you well as a subordinate," Li Chun said, lowering his head earnestly. After a brief discussion among the group, they each departed. The following day, after attending a class with Zhao Yi, Lin Xiao and several of his subordinates arrived at the headquarters of the Tianxia Society. This location was carefully selected. The scenery here is splendid, adjacent to a serene lake, with distant valleys, and it is rich in spiritual energy and tranquility. Lin Xiao pointed to a nearby structure. Lin Xiao surveyed the building in the distance and nodded in satisfaction. The wooden edifice, though its exact material was unknown, exuded an extraordinary quality. This is made from dragon blood wood, impervious to water and fire, and of remarkable hardness. It commands a high price in the market. It is said that this was once the residence of a mentor from the Inner Academy, who has since passed. Leaving the place vacant, they entered the building. The structure was expansive, containing a variety of amenities and numerous rooms. Lin Xiao designated a few rooms for the offices of the subordinates and the president. "Later, I will inform the other members of our society about our headquarters. With this, we can firmly establish our presence in the Inner Academy." Lin Xiao expressed with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 96. Grade A mission. In the subsequent 10 days, Lin Xiao diligently adhered to the plan he had devised. Mornings were spent at the Sword Scar Tower, absorbing theoretical knowledge from Zhao Yi. Afternoons were dedicated to training in the gravity chamber, and evenings involved striking a stone tablet to temper his physique, followed by medicinal baths. In the early dawn, as the light began to break and the chill of spring lingered, Lin Xiao arrived at the Sword Scar Tower, where soon thereafter, Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng joined him. With only 10 days remaining until the grand competition of the Inner Academy, I will assign you a task to assess your current capabilities. Zhao Yi stated as he regarded the three. What sort of task? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. In these recent days within the inner courtyard, he has become aware of many matters, such as the fact that the mentors periodically take their students on various missions. However, the majority of these tasks are of B and C grade, where the mentors refrain from intervening, opting instead to observe their students in action, thereby honing their practical skills. We are to depart from the inner courtyard to a small town in the southern region of the Great Zhou dynasty, where it is rumored that supernatural entities have been sighted, a situation the locals are unable to manage, necessitating our intervention, Zhao Yi stated. Supernatural entities? The three were taken aback. I have only heard tales of such beings, but never witnessed one myself. I had thought them to be mere fabrications. Yet it appears they are indeed real. Zhang Kuang could not help but exclaim. In truth, our continent is home to other peculiar types of creatures beyond these entities, such as spirits and demonic beasts, Zhao Yi continued. However, these beings seldom manifest in areas densely populated by humans, which is why many legendary tales unfold in desolate temples and wild outskirts. Indeed, those are frequent hotspots for their appearances. Mentor, how shall we travel there? If we were to walk, we would likely arrive only after the inner courtyard competition has concluded, Yang Feng remarked. The secret realm housing the inner courtyard of the Jixiao Academy is located in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty, while their destination lies to the south, requiring them to traverse nearly the entirety of the kingdom, which would undeniably take a considerable amount of time. We shall journey via the Kanglin Eagle. This is a grade A mission. Each participant will earn 500 points, while I, as your mentor, will receive 1,000 points. Zhao Yi glanced at the three of them as he spoke. The Kanglin Eagle? It is remarkably swift. We should arrive at our destination within 2 days, which should suffice. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. I shall grant you half an hour to prepare. We will convene at the entrance of the inner courtyard in 30 minutes, Zhao Yi remarked, casting a glance at the sky outside. At the entrance of the inner courtyard. President, how exactly should we confront these supernatural entities? I have heard that they are averse to those with vigorous life force, which is synonymous with body cultivators, is it not? Zhang Kuang inquired, standing beside Lin Xiao. It should not be as mystical as that. We can indeed inflict harm upon these entities, so there is no need for excessive concern. Simply regard them as fellow cultivators of the human race. However, these entities are adept at illusions and similar phenomena, so we must remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared in a mirage. Lin Xiao raised a book in his hand, which bore the title The Origins and History of Supernatural Entities. The hierarchy of these entities is not dissimilar to that of our cultivators. Ghost soldiers equate to those in the Qi condensation realm. Ghost guards correspond to those in the transformation realm, and ghost lieutenants are akin to our core formation realm cultivators. The book that Lin Xiao held fortuitously belonged to the previous occupant of their Tianxia Society's base, alongside a plethora of similar texts left behind. And how do they come into existence? Is it true that we cultivators become supernatural entities upon death? Yang Feng, having prepared his belongings, donned a battle-ready outfit and a sword at his waist. Zhang Kuang, on the other hand, was clad in an inky black robe adorned with intricate patterns of celestial bodies and flowing rivers, the very insignia of the Tianxia Society. No. The book states that malevolent entities are born from deep-seated obsessions and require the right circumstances to manifest. Furthermore, the majority of such entities originate from mortals, with scant records of cultivators transforming into these beings. After Lin Xiao spoke, a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. A malevolent entity is, in essence, a soul. The souls of cultivators are undeniably more formidable than those of ordinary mortals. Logically, one would assume that cultivators should be more susceptible to becoming malevolent entities. Yet, the reality is often quite the opposite. Zhang Kuang and Yang Feng had also pondered the same questions that Lin Xiao had, but they exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The three of them waited at the entrance of the inner courtyard for a brief period when Zhao Yi arrived. He had changed out of his mentor's robes from the Jixiao Academy, adorning himself instead in exquisite attire, crafted from the finest materials. I apologize for my tardiness. Now that everyone is prepared, let us proceed, Zhao Yi declared. Behind him trailed a magnificent Kanglin eagle. Upon reaching the entrance, he produced his identity jade token, pressing it against the eye of a beastly sculpture on the door, which then revealed a swirling black vortex before them. 2 days later, aboard the Kanglin eagle, the four master and disciples were seated, engrossed in their cultivation, while Zhao Yi opened his eyes. We are nearing our destination. This time, we shall be making our stop in Baiwei City, where we are to address the matter of malevolent entities, Zhao Yi announced, standing atop the Kanglin eagle and calmly surveying the cityscape below. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the happenings far beneath them. However, as he beheld the scene. His expression shifted dramatically. Yue'er City, which should have been teeming with life, now appeared desolate, devoid of any signs of living beings. It seems we have arrived too late, Xiao Yi remarked grimly, his face shadowed with concern. The three others were taken aback, instinctively gazing downward, but the mist obscured their view. Descend, Xiao Yi commanded. Crouching down and stroking the head of the Kanglan eagle, the majestic bird let out a sharp, clear cry before plunging straight towards the city below. Before long, the four successfully alighted within Yue'er City, and the meaning behind Xiao Yi's earlier words became starkly clear. The current state of Yue'er City bore no distinction from that of a dead city, with no signs of life in sight. At the city gates hung two figures, one clad in official garb, the other in finery, both sharing the same pallid complexion, elongated tongues, and eyes wide with terror. This city had succumbed to death. The one dressed as an official was likely a local bureaucrat, while the one in lavish attire must have been a prominent figure of Yue'er City. Xiao Yi glanced at them, his expression inscrutable. He approached the Kanglan eagle, smoothing its glossy black feathers, and instructed, "You may leave this place, but do not stray too far. When I need you, I shall sound the whistle, and you will return." Chapter 97. All will perish. The Kanglan eagle, displaying a remarkable semblance of understanding, nodded before soaring high into the skies, circling above Yue'er City. "Let us venture into the city," Xiao Yi proclaimed to the trio, "for now that we have arrived, we must examine it thoroughly, regardless of the circumstances." With that, the quartet of master and disciples stepped into the city, which had taken on an eerie, ghostly appearance. Along the path, they frequently encountered the lifeless bodies of individuals. Their forms stiffened in death, resembling the two who had been hanged outside. Some, however, were missing limbs. By the roadside, a pack of yellow dogs, their eyes bloodshot and drooling, gathered ominously, fixated on the four. They had already tasted human flesh. There was no reason to leave any alive. Lin Xiao glanced into the eyes of the dogs, then unleashed a wave of sword energy, releasing a pungent scent of blood that wafted into the nostrils of the four. Yet none flinched. The silence was overwhelming. Upon entering the city, my immediate impression was of an unsettling stillness, almost haunting in its intensity. Yang Feng had drawn his sword, his expression grave. It seemed that everyone had perished in a single night. Otherwise, the streets would not be so desolate. And the few souls present were predominantly soldiers enforcing the curfew. Lin Xiao approached a corpse and turned it over, confirming the individual wore the garb of the local constabulary. "Master, could it be that the specter in this moon worship city is watching us?" Zhang Kuang inquired, instinctively shivering, as if sensing unseen eyes upon him. "Fear not. It is not yet dark. The spirits are most malevolent under the cover of night. Their power significantly diminished during the day, rendering them hesitant to emerge." Xiao Yi replied coldly, a flicker of ruthless determination in his gaze. "Each ghost's history is steeped in despair, which is why they became what they are, thus. Unless absolutely necessary, no one seeks to eradicate them. However, witnessing an entire city succumb to such a fate has surpassed Xiao Yi's threshold of tolerance. Should he locate this specter, he would ensure it could never haunt the living again. There are numerous villages surrounding Moon Worship City, not far from here. You three should investigate the nearby villages while I scour the city for any survivors," Xiao Yi instructed. Lin Xiao and his companions nodded in agreement, each selecting a direction to explore. Lin Xiao headed north, and with the swiftness of a cultivator, he soon arrived at a village. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere vastly different from the oppressive clouds and chill of Moon Worship City. This village basked in sunlight, appearing almost as a different realm altogether. It was merely 10 miles from the city, yet the contrast was striking. Lin Xiao approached a homestead, a farmer's dwelling enclosed by a wooden fence, with a thatched cottage on one side and a garden of mulberry and vegetables on the other. "Good lady, do you know what transpired in Moon Worship City?" he inquired, knocking on the ajar wooden door. Inside, a matron was chopping wood. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, she initially regarded him with caution, but her expression shifted as she heard his question. "Let us walk on. Do not inquire of me. As an illiterate peasant woman, I know nothing." The elderly woman hastily gestured. Observing her demeanor, Lin Xiao understood without needing to guess that she was unwilling to engage with him. Left with no alternative, he departed from that place, continuing his search for the next household. The village was modest, comprising merely a few dozen families. Lin Xiao had already approached each one, yet everyone exhibited an unwelcoming attitude, reluctant to converse with him. What could be the reason behind this? Did they recognize that specter standing at the village entrance? Lin Xiao pondered deeply. Even if they were unfamiliar with the apparition, they must have some knowledge of the incidents that had transpired. Yet, they chose silence, and he could not compel them to speak. A sense of frustration enveloped him. Had they been cultivators, he he would have forcefully extracted the truth from them. A forced fruit is never sweet, yet it quenches thirst. But alas, they were mere mortals. Although Lin Xiao's methods could be ruthless, he refrained from resorting to such measures. Suddenly, an individual clad in tattered finery approached, their hair matted from neglect, their face smeared with soot. Lin Xiao intercepted this beggar-like figure, inquiring, "What do you mean by everyone is to die? Are you not aware? The vengeful spirit is coming to claim lives. It is only fitting. All have wronged her. Myself included. We all deserve death." The beggar laughed heartily, tears of madness welling in their eyes. Clearly deranged, Lin Xiao stood before the beggar, his keen senses discerning the genuine madness that enveloped this person rather than a pretense. "What was your former occupation?" he asked, observing the beggar's garments. It was evident that they had once been a person of considerable wealth, now reduced to this state. "Would you join me in death?" "Splendid. I shall have company on the road to the underworld." The beggar's laughter erupted, but abruptly ceased, life extinguished as blood flowed from their orifices, wisps of dark mist escaping from their eyes and mouth. Lin Xiao stepped back, his expression grave. Was this the work of that specter? Could it be that those who fell victim to its machinations, even if they fled from Baiwa City, could not escape death? Lin Xiao crouched down, examining the beggar's exposed arm, adorned with a remarkably vibrant flower. This flower, he squinted, recalling a similar sight among the deceased in Baiwa City. Simultaneously, he noticed a jade pendant at the beggar's waist, inscribed with a single character, Xiao. Lin Xiao returned to Baiwa City, fortunate that this surname was relatively uncommon, allowing him to swiftly locate the Qiu residence in the southern part of the city. As anticipated, the Qiu estate was expansive, flanked by 2 stone lions at its entrance, with the grand door painted in a vivid vermilion hue. Upon entering, Lin Xiao was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura. Something was watching me. Lin Xiao's palm pressed against the sword, and with a swift glance, the prying eyes lurking in shadows vanished abruptly. "How intriguing. I shall observe whether you dare to gaze upon me clandestinely again." Lin Xiao let out a cold chuckle, unfazed as he commenced his search through the various chambers. Chapter 98. The arrival of the malevolent spirit. The Qiu manor was rife with the deceased, nearly all having succumbed in their own quarters, as if they had been abruptly claimed in their slumber. Lin Xiao remained unconcerned. After all, every cultivator's hands were stained with blood, and he bore no fear of the living. Why should he fear the dead? Yet, there were no leads to be found. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao stepped into a study. Within this chamber, he discovered a sheet of white paper upon the desk, inscribed with various business dealings. It detailed a deliberate scheme to render tenant farmers destitute, only to masquerade as a benevolent benefactor, extending loans, which would lead to exorbitant debts compounded with interest. Lin Xiao snickered derisively, continuing to peruse the unfinished ledger. The nature of the businesses described was utterly shocking. It was merely a commonplace operation to reduce virtuous families to servitude, with instances of human trafficking and the sewing of animal skins onto children for the purpose of begging. If this were the case, those involved deserved their fates. However, to slay even those uninvolved in such matters was undeniably excessive. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, just as he set down one of the ledgers. An icy chill crept up his back. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and spun around, delivering a lethal strike. The blade cleaved cleanly through the figure above him, reducing it to ashes, as if it had never existed. "A vengeful spirit has come for me." Lin Xiao chuckled softly. The entity that had just attempted to ambush him bore the visage of a corpse from the Qiu manor. Astonishingly, this mere mortal had transformed into a spirit with the strength of a ghostly soldier. Was it true that, throughout the entirety of Baiwa City, all who had perished would rise as spirits upon nightfall? Lin Xiao glanced at the encroaching dusk. The sun was nearing its descent, and night would soon envelop the land. I must return to join the others. Lin Xiao exited the study, making his way toward the main entrance. Moments later, he halted, casting a wary glance at his surroundings. A frown etched upon his features. He had traversed this path moments prior. Now, retracing his steps, was he ensnared in an illusion? Or was this the infamous ghost wall? "Is this truly the extent of your abilities?" Lin Xiao murmured to himself, a surge of vitality coursing through him, palpable and robust, his skin flushed with crimson hues. Just as his energy reached a zenith, a piercing scream emanated from his back. Turning to investigate, he beheld a childlike apparition writhing on the ground, its body blistered and emanating dark vapors. How intriguing! It clung to my back without my awareness. Lin Xiao swiftly dispatched the spirit with his sword before resuming his journey toward the main entrance. This time, he encountered no spectral barriers and safely exited the Qiu manor. Baiwa City. Within the yamen, 4 disciples were seated around a table, upon which flickered a solitary lamp, its flame dancing precariously. The village I visited was devoid of any fatalities. However, the inhabitants were reluctant to divulge the truth. Subsequently, I encountered a beggar who recounted his experiences. The village I visited was entirely deserted, yet there were no corpses. It stands to reason that the residents must have fled, as I discovered that they had taken their belongings with them. Yang Feng succinctly stated this. He had ventured to a village in the south, which, too, had no casualties. The village I explored to the west mirrored the situation in Baiwa City, where all the inhabitants had perished, Zhang Kuang added. I also made some discoveries. I investigated numerous estates, and ultimately unearthed that the malevolent spirit terrorizing Baiwa City was named He Xiaofan. She was the daughter of a farming family who, on the eve of her wedding, lost her husband to murder and endured personal indignities before being sold into the city. Zhao closed his eyes slightly, his voice heavy with sorrow. Moreover, He Xiaofan hailed from Hejia village, the very place Zhang Kuang had visited. Approximately 3 months prior, she was brutally violated and subsequently died, with many participants involved in her torment. As Zhao spoke, anguish etched across his face, and his body trembled slightly. It was clearly documented that He Xiaofan transformed into a vengeful spirit a month ago, yet I surmise she likely became a ghost 7 days post-mortem. For the sake of vengeance, she lay in wait, continuously siphoning vitality to augment her power. The trio listened to Zhao in silence, at a loss for words. It seemed futile to blame those responsible. The victims were deceased, and it was equally unreasonable to criticize He Xiaofan. After all, given her fate, was it not natural for her to seek revenge? The only point of contention was that all the townsfolk had perished. Additionally, while I was alone in Baiwa City, I encountered He Xiaofan, who ominously proclaimed that we would all perish that night. Zhao stated calmly. Thus, Mentor, what are your thoughts? If you are willing, we could raise this place to the ground, Yang Feng suggested. The destructive capacity of cultivators is formidable. Without external interference, annihilating a city is not a daunting task. There is no need. Since she intends to confront us, we shall simply await her arrival. However, this time, I will not intervene. Even if you face life-threatening peril, I shall remain uninvolved, Zhao asserted. The others had no objections. This mission was, after all, a trial, and if they required their mentor's assistance, how could they gain experience? Mentor, what do you perceive He Xiaofan's cultivation level to be? Lin Xiao inquired about this crucial matter. Likely at the late stage of Ghost Commander, which corresponds to the late stage of the core formation realm. Had we arrived later, He Xiaofan might have ascended to Ghost General, making her far more difficult to contend with, Zhao Yi sighed. If she seeks us out, we shall remain in the Yamen and allow her to come to us, Zhang Kuang suggested. The others concurred without dissent. That night, the air was cool as water, and the chilling wind howled fiercely. Lin Xiao sat at the entrance, cradling the Wajijian in his arms, his vital energy emanating an astonishing warmth, akin to a furnace. From time to time, he witnessed figures rising from the ground, swaying unsteadily as they approached the gates of the magistrate's office, likely having succumbed to the state of walking corpses, devoid of any consciousness. Driven by their insatiable thirst for flesh, they sought him out. Yet, the overwhelming aura of vitality radiating from Lin Xiao instilled a sense of dread in these creatures, causing them to linger at the entrance, biding their time. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted slightly as a thick fog suddenly enveloped the area. Within the depths of this mist, he discerned the silhouette of a grand red bridal sedan chair, lifted by 4 paper figures, accompanied by the distant sounds of drums and music. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine as he fixated on that ominous sight. The specter had arrived.